bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sports.
Pure live sports. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot. Winner.
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner. Beautifully worked try from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Welcome to Test Match Special on the second day of the second test at the Oval between England and New Zealand. Our full build-up to the second day's play begins at 10:30, but first, here's the highlights of the first day.
Here we go. Let's have a look. Let's hear from Simon Dool.
Joe, you've got the point.
Right. Oh, it's gone high. It's gone very high, and he's landed it in the middle. Yep.
Joe
Root
won the
wins
toss.
the
What are you
toss,
going to do and why?
and they're
We're
going to
bowl first. I want to make first use of this.
That was a terrific toss. I mean, he went high, and it's landed virtually in the middle of a pretty small carpet. Well played. That's a good start.
A great start. He didn't hold back, did he? He went. I thought both captains would bowl. I think it will play nicely. I think that, as always, we say in England, and without a shadow of doubt, with the rain we've had this morning, it's going to do a bit. But it is warm, and that will dry quickly, and that pitch will be a very, very different colour by 2 o'clock today. And if New Zealand, if you're now putting yourself in New Zealand's, in their camp, they'll be saying, right, we've got 2.5 hours to bat here, 3 hours, where it's really tough, and then if they can get through that, it will turn out to be a lovely batting wicket.
So, first ball of the match then. It's Archer. From the pavilion end, he bowls, and Latham's away straight away, sucking the ball off his pads. And a couple of runs out there to Matt Fisher. There we go. He's wearing 74. Nice to see him back in the side again. I watched him play his solitary test match in West Indies. Bowled nicely, actually.
Yeah, he's got a big role to play for Beat.
Yeah.
The other 3 quickies, they're not line and length bowlers, are they? They're wicket takers. So he might just have to do a bit of a holding role.
5 for no wicket. In comes Archer again. He bowls, and that's sliced away in the air, just wide of gully. So that wasn't far away from the drone.
Now down the leg side. He's got a little bit on that. They've gone up for it. I heard a little noise, and he's gone. He's walking. Fisher has got a wicket on his return to England colours. A little bit of glove. Conway caught up with it, but only slightly. Just got a bit of glove through to Rue, who's got his first catch. Fisher's got his first wicket in 4 years, and England have got their first wicket of the match. It's 14 for 1.
A little bit of a strangle, but it might have been sort of like the face of the bat almost, just sort of like paddled it round, and it's gone through to Rue, and he's delighted. He's running towards Fisher, glove in the air. How is that? He'll be delighted he's caught that. He's off the mark, James Rue, with a decent catch down the leg side. England make the breakthrough and get rid of Conway. Bit of a strangle, but don't mind on this oval pitch.
A bonus, I might say, yeah. Because Devon Conway is the sort of man who could bed in. Now, Henry Nichols is coming in at 3. Of course, there's no Kane Williamson having retired, so Henry Nichols into the side. And he'll be a bit nervous on his return to the team. Fisher will be feeling fantastic because, he's a very luckless bowler from what I've seen. Fisher, because he bowls, he gets a fair bit of swing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of plays and misses off him.
Yeah.
That one was almost like karma. It was almost making up for it, wasn't it?
Here's Baker bowling, and that balloon's in the air. It's a caught and bowls. It come off the pad. He's appealing for a catch. He looked to turn it away into the onside, Nichols, and it ballooned off the pad back to the bowler. Well, if it's your day, there's a inside edge on that.
Well, England have definitely done the homework on Henry Nichols, because that straight delivery that they keep bowling to him with this leg slipper, a short mid-wicket, You look here, he just plays it a little bit square on the onside. It doesn't come off anything but the thigh pad, but you can see why England are targeting him with this this straight stuff. You can easily see him just flick one to, I think that's Jofra Archer at short mid-wicket. Leg slip certainly in the game.
That one could have come off the thigh pad and then flicked the glove on the way out. It was an unusual one. Baker goes in and bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch, not another one down the leg side, surely. England appealing. There was definitely a noise. Umpire says pad.
Well, the Corden fancy it, but Sonny Baker doesn't.
Well, they've gone for it. There was definitely a noise. Now, was it wood or was it pad? They have reviewed
umpire
it.
to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
This is Rod Tucker, our TV umpire. Right, we're now seeing it front on our monitor.
Thank you. It's gone close to the bat. Can we go to ultra edge when it's ready?
Feels like pad, this.
Ultra edge coming up now. We've got a flat line that goes past the bat and a gap between bat and ball. I've also got a flick on the thigh pad. So we go back to Nitin on field. Nitin, stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a good review, that, did it?
Well, it was the Corden, wasn't it? Sonny Baker didn't fancy it.
Yeah.
Clearly it was just a noise. They knew it hit the thigh pad, but they felt there was a couple of noises. England are bowling for the down the leg side. The catch. I think it's one of those pitches, actually. It's not doing a huge amount, but I do like this tactic of them bowling straight to Nicholls. It looks like it's causing him a few problems.
His tongue bowling. That's clipped away nicely down towards deep back with square leg. This is going to be 4. One of those shots that all left-handers like, angling in on the pads, flicked for 4.
Nicholls on strike, he's on 7. Tongue bowls short and wide, he's carved that for 4. It's hit in the air, but perfectly safe, there's no one down there. And at third man, 4 runs it is. So, they go to 47 for 1 at the end of that over. Nicholls on 13. Waits, Archer comes in round the wicket, bowls through him, and again he's played that shot, a punch over backward point, a little bit of width. And he can really just throw the bat at that. There's nobody going to catch it. The boundary down to deep backward point. And the 50's up for New Zealand in the 19th over. Put it to bat this morning, and already that pitch is changing colour. It's really quite green first thing when the covers went off. Slowly turning a browner colour now. Archer on his way, bowls. Oh, it's an edge, and he's caught. A leading edge. A most unusual dismissal. Bethell takes the catch at gully. As Latham there was looking to turn the ball into the leg side with the angle from round the wicket. He's closed the face of the bat. That's a good catch, because Bethell would not have been expecting that to have gone to him. He was watching the shot. And he's had to react very well there to a ball, well, a catch he certainly would not have expected. He took it to his right. And again, a most unusual dismissal. How did that get there?
Has it come from the back of the bat?
Might well have done.
Certainly, Latham was looking to go very square. He's worked very hard to get through 75 balls faced for his 27 runs. And whether that's straightened, I'd like to see it down the line again, whether it's just straightened a little bit on him. But it's taken, I think it's a good catch. I agree with you. 2 hands to it as well, which was a good effort going to his right.
Yeah, well, you were not expecting that, were you, if you were Bethell? But what a very strange dismissal.
Rachin Ravindra's on strike for his first delivery. Archer's into him and he clips it away. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Out well in front of square on the leg side for 4. Fabulous shot on the pads. He had a pretty tough test at Lords, did Rachin Ravindra. It wasn't just with the bat that he failed and dropped some absolute sitters, but he's a player of extreme quality. Here comes Archer again. That's flicked away just past a diving short mid-wicket. It was in the air for a while, but timed superbly. It would have been a stunning catch if nobody get a hand on it, but it was not that. Instead, it was a rather delicious shot. And Emilio Gay was diving to his left and was about a foot away from it, I want to say. But Ravindra's played 2 shots here that look pretty good. So fast ball before lunch, left alone outside the off stump, way too wide. Taken by Roux, who's been pretty much impeccable today in his first session with the gloves. He's had his first catch in England colours. And when he got Conway strangled down the leg side off the bowling of Matt Fisher, and a partnership began to develop, looked like Tom Latham was going to be there for the long haul, and then he looked to flick a ball into the onside, got, we think, the back of the bat. It flew very fast to Bethel at Gully, who dived away, took it two-handed off the bowling of Archer, which means that New Zealand, having been put into bat, go to lunch at 75 for 2.
First ball after lunch, it's Fisher, his 8th over, moves in and bowls a ball wide of off stump to Ravindra, who allows it to go through. And he's a talented player, Arachin Ravindra, and he's got the conditions now. They've got through that morning session.
Yep.
It's just, well, not that there was any real devil or demons in it, but it is green, it's grassy, it always is here. It tends to hold it together, and actually I can see Nichols there coming down the pitch to do some gardening. So just a sense that ring field for Tongue, bowling to Nichols, he's on 24. And Nichols bowled, he's played on. Just hurried a fraction, and Tongue's got through. 79 for 3. Nichols out for 24. Just possibly the extra pace of Josh Tongue.
Yeah, and that's what Josh Tongue gives you. He just gives you that little bit of point of difference, that angle. Came jagging back into Nichols. Bit of a hoppy back defensive shot with an angled bat, and it sort of just run off the bat. I think it might have hit a pad and then got onto the stumps. But that's what Josh Tongue does. He gets you jumping about. You know, makes life awkward, even on a flat pitch. You know, he's a big, tall, aggressive chap. Awkward action. Makes the breakthrough for England. And all of a sudden now, you feel England are thinking to themselves, crikey, you know, that first session, we've done the hard work. Let's go through the open door.
Fisher comes in. Mitchell waits. And flicks it away and it's dropped. It would have been a really, really super catch at that leg slip. We were talking about that line that Fisher, by having that player there, is able just to stray onto the pads and look for the ball that swings away at the last minute. If it doesn't and it's flicked away, then there's a fielder in there for it. And it would have been a spectacular bit of both captaincy and fielding. It went really, really sharply, and it's been spilled.
Yeah, real tactic from England. Actually, for a lot of these New Zealand batsmen has been to bowl straight. And Mitchell's got the full face of that. A leg glance. And Jordan Cox is diving away to his left. Didn't have much time. Was just a little bit late on it. Very low as well. It was only inches above the ground.
Tongue starts a new over to Ravindra. Drives through cover point and down to the boundary for 4. That was a fine, crisp shot. He's looked good today, Ravindra. We're talking about how much time he's got. That was a little full. It was wide enough for him, and he's placed it. There is a man just in front of square on the offside and one just behind, and he's threaded it between the two.
I think that's a shot of the day for me today so far. It wasn't that full, actually. It was right on the up. He's gone just behind point, but in total and utter control. Ravindra, yeah, who looked nervous at Lord's, didn't he? He didn't. I know, not an easy pitch to bat on, but a different player today.
Tongue at the end of his mark. Sun's dipping behind some high white cloud that's appeared over the oval right now. Tall figure of Tongue in, looking to drive, and beautifully played. Drew mid off the 4, down towards the pavilion, very quickly onto it. And finds the boundary down the ground. Ravindra onto 28. Tongue moves in. Ravindra gets a short ball. It's flown high off the top edge. It's sailing towards the crowd at the far end. It didn't quite make it over the sponge, though. It's 4, but it flew away, not under control. Baker galloping in, flying away, caught in the gully. Well, it's another one, and it's Baker's first wicket in Test cricket. A big hug for Jacob Bethel in the gully. And the England team are getting around Sonny Baker. Loving his cricket in Test whites. He's up and running in his Test career here. It's Ravindra who's gone for 33. New Zealand 107 for 4.
And what a feeling that will be for him. To get off the mark, a really good catch again from Jacob Bethel's gone very quickly. Ravindra will be kicking himself for playing the shot. Looking to play with no control.
Baker's deserved it. And of course, I have to say it, welcome to the club.
Here's Tongue going into bowl to Mitchell. And Mitchell guides that away. A diving fielder in the gully, can't get there, and it's gone away to the deep third boundary for 4. That was flashed away by Mitchell. It was in the air. Again, the pace of Tongue, the ball's flying around. But that did not go to hand. And so Mitchell got away with it, goes to 9, and New Zealand to 115 for 4.
Baker runs up bowls. Oh, that's more like Mitchell. Bit of room, opened up the offside there. And he's scythed the ball away over cover. And I think that's good. I think they just need to try and seize a bit of initiative here.
Yeah, I agree.
Not put any pressure on the bowlers at all.
There was width on offer there from Baker, and he just launched into it. Even if he didn't get it properly, it was going. There was no one who was going to catch him really. If it went over the gully in that area, it was always going to be a boundary. So that's a reasonable option from Mitchell.
It looks as if he was teeing that up before the ball was even bowled. He had it in his mind he's going to do something. Blundell on strike, he's right-handed. Baker bowls to him, and now he drives. And that's a classic cover drive, unlike the Mitchell scythe over cover, which was a brutal shot. This was full of style. Baker over-pitched. It's a little bit of width again, so actually that's an expensive over. 11 from that over. It's been comfortably the most productive of the innings for New Zealand, 140 for 4. Andy.
Those were the first 2 boundaries off Sonny Baker in his 10th over, and he's picked up his maiden international wicket. In his previous 2 appearances for England, he conceded 14 boundaries and 7 overs in his one-day debut and 9 and 4 overs in his T20 debut. So, yeah, much better start in the longest format.
Yeah. Studying the committee balcony down there at the far end, see John Major in his usual seat, as you'd expect. Right, so now the wicketkeeper is going to stand up to Matthew Fisher. He's pushing Mitchell back into his crease a little as Fisher comes in from the far end, from that pavilion end, and that's beautifully guided away by Mitchell. I think he's made a bit of a decision here. Little bit of width again. He waited for the ball on the back foot, ran it away off the face of the bat, down through third man. And 4 runs. Nicely played. So 3 boundaries in the last half dozen balls. 144 for 4.
Archer on from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a leg gully. He's in, gets up on his toes, does Blundell, and pushes this away beautifully behind square on the offside, all along the ground, down to the deep backward point boundary for 4. It's really well played shot by Blundell. He's gone to 21 from 20, injecting a bit of urgency into this innings, which has gone nowhere really.
Yeah, and I think it's a good enough pitch that you can come out and play like this. Yeah, the ball's a bit older, the bowlers are getting into the kind of third spells, but bounce is pure, there's not a great deal of lateral movement. I think you can start to put the bowlers under a little bit of pressure now.
Archer in, and Mitchell advances and then defends into the offside, where Duckett fields end of a maiden over, end of the afternoon session. New Zealand have advanced 166 for 4 from 49 overs. Blundell 23, Mitchell 33. England have prized out 2 further wickets in that session.
And players are out for the last session of this first day of the second Test match here. New Zealand 166 for 4. We've only had 49 overs so far. We're running behind time-wise because we had a delayed start of half an hour, but that time can be made up. So, but it's this question of overs. They are behind, but of course there's no spinner. 166 for 4 then, and we've got Josh Tongue opening up, and he's having a change of ends. So he's coming from the Vauxhall end, which is where we sit. That first ball's outside the off stump, and Blundell lets it go. Baker sprints in there, bowls short. The pull out to mid-wicket, horribly mistimed and caught. And Baker takes a second wicket. Mitchell trying to play the pull shot there. Mistimed it completely, and it's a very simple catch to Gay at mid-wicket. And that really is the wicket that England wanted. 5 wickets down now. They've got the chance to take the advantage here on the first day. Hit high up on the bat, and it zip on a bit.
Well, it rushed him without a shadow of a doubt. Hit Mitchell's stickers. Normally quite a solid puller of the ball.
So Alistair Simon Manning.
And Baker picks up a well-deserved wicket, and just what England needed. The 20 minutes after tea, you'd say New Zealand had just starting to grab the initiative away from England. But Baker strikes, and the dangerous Daryl Mitchell, who we seem to have watched a bat for huge periods of time in England, has gone.
He's also the 4th New Zealand player to get in today and get out. So 27, 24, 33, 44. No one has made a half century yet on this first day oval surface. We only had 2 half centuries at Lord's. I reckon that might change during this game. It should change during this game. Blundell's on his way. He's 34 not out. He's still there. So Glenn Phillips, who was New Zealand's most... well, he was their best batter, wasn't he, at Lord's? Scored the most runs for just once out. Tongue bowls, guided away by Phillips into a gap on the offside. Runs from here, it's going down towards deep third. It's scooting away, it's gone for 4, just using the pace of Tongue's delivery. And it went very quickly towards the Galladari stand. I don't see the Galladari name up there anymore, but perhaps they renamed it, put a sponsor's name up there. But you know the news stand that's to the right of the pavilion if you're looking out from the pavilion. If you know your oval, 193 for 5.
Glenn Phillips in the first test, outstanding match in the context, 78 runs for once out in that very low scoring game, 34 of 39, 44 not out of 52. Still no half centuries for New Zealand yet in this series.
Baker bowls short and wide and clattered away. We haven't seen too much of that today, but that was a bad ball and put away by Phillips. We saw a lot of that in the Ashes, I think it's fair to say. Not so much today. 204 for 5, and Baker walks back, shaking his head.
Yeah, short and wide, that was a real... Have you seen how far he bowls behind?
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
It's a kind of deliberate thing. I was saying to Alistair, he says he's only bowled 2 no balls in his life.
Well,
and one was a beamer.
Yeah.
And the other one was a back foot no ball.
Well, I can imagine that, because he's about, what, 1.5 behind?
Yeah.
But you could probably get another yard or 2, a little bit closer.
So actually... So the ball gets to the batter quicker.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, there's quite a significant margin behind there.
Goes in now and bowls to Phillips. It's 4. That's 4 as well. Through extra cover, drilled away. Well, Phillips is nice and positive. It was there for the shot. I mean, the ball before was just a rank long hop. That was a full delivery. That was a bit of overcorrection. And Phillips has got a flyer here. He's on to 15 from 9. 208 for 5. Here's Tongue on the leg stump, and is the catch low down, is it? It is! Oh, it's another one down the leg side.
What a catch that is by Rue if it's carried.
Blundell's walking off, the umpires are consulting, and they've referred it upstairs. Blundell's just gone off. But the umpires have just said, hold on a second. It was down the leg side, flipped away.
Director, we have an umpire referral for a fair catch.
Oh.
Not out. Yeah, fingers pointed down.
Yeah, just freeze it there. I've got ball on the ground. So I'll go, I'm ready to make my decision to the big screen.
So this is going to be not out. Now, sometimes with those low catches, you think, oh, I'm not quite sure. Is that out? Is that not out? But that, you can definitely see the ball on the ground.
Yeah, had nowhere for his fingers to go, did it? It was so low. You know, they had no bounce to it, it didn't carry, and so all you could do really is just sort of jam your fingers down on it. You can't really sort of, unless you go forward, which is so difficult to do as a wicket-keeper, go and try and scoop it underneath it.
A really odd thing there. Blundell just, that's out, walked off. He knew he hit it, obviously.
Yeah.
Thought, I'm out. But the umpires immediately weren't sure.
No.
You don't see that happen very often, where a player just walks off.
Is that the difference between New Zealand and Australia?
Tongue bowls to Phillips. It's full. It's powered down the ground for 4. Hit that back where it's come from. Best of Phillips there. Nice powerful off drive.
Yeah, they just don't want to let the foot off the gas here, England. Bit of a counter punch from these two.
Fisher moves in the sunshine.
Cool.
Looking to punch this away. Behind point for 4. And strong stroke from Glenn Phillips.
Good there, isn't he? good there, square of the wicket. Even on that forward press, when he just sort of lays a forward defensive on it, it absolutely has flown through that area. This time on the back foot, just a really nice sort of up on the toes and crisp punch behind square. Good timing. He's a good timer of a ball, Phillips. Sort of just comes naturally to him.
In comes Archer. Bowls. Oh, dear me. Well, he's hit him on the helmet there, I think. He certainly hit him somewhere. He's getting up. The crowd enjoyed that. It was another short ball. It's the first ball. Well, I think you better take your sunglasses off. He never saw it, did he? It didn't move.
of all the kind of deliveries that he's played the worst, it's been the first one with the glasses on.
Yes. I just don't think he saw it. I mean, I don't know. I can think of lots of bowlers that you might want to face with sunglasses on, but not somebody bowling at about 90 miles an hour.
Well, it's hit the kind of right side of the chest. He's gone to sway out the way and squared up, and it's just hit him straight in the side of the chest.
Here's the last ball of the over. Phillips on 40. The crowd getting behind Archer, who comes gliding in and bowls down the leg side. And there's a appeal for a catch. Rue now appealing. Archer's determined. Phillips is having none of it, and neither is the umpire. England have one review left.
That's a no.
Oh, it's a no ball after all that as well. Archer's got his hands on his hips. He's just really sort of woken up in this over, hasn't he? He's really, something sparked him up. And suddenly you've got aggression, you've got hostility. And he's just overstretched here, and it's clearly a no ball. You can see it on the screen. But the crowd getting behind the fast bowler. Haven't seen yet whether or not this was... Well, it can only have been off the glove if there was a sound.
Well, way down the leg side, a horrible ball. It's going to be helped on its way for four down towards fine leg by Blundell, and that is a half century, and that is the first half century by a New Zealand player in this series. It's come from 82 balls. It's 263 for 5.
It's his 18th 50-plus score in Test cricket, 6 centuries amongst those. This is his 47th Test against England, 8 50s, including 3 centuries in 11 Tests, and it follows a fairly lean run.
Bethel bowling from the Vauxhall end into Blundell, and Blundell's a huge wipe at that, and he's caught at mid-wicket the second attempt. He was looking to smash that over deep mid-wicket. Bethel somehow has conjured up a wicket. It's Joe Root who parried it and then took the rebound. Well, they waited so long to introduce a slow bowler, and he gets a wicket in his first over, and it wasn't a particularly good ball. It was not a bad catch actually, because it was above his head. He managed to knock it up, and everyone's celebrating with Bethel initially, but Root was the main man there really.
Yeah, it came off the inside edge of the bat, so it didn't go as quick as you think to Joe Root, but it's still a good catch. I can't believe Blundell's done that. He's worked so hard against Jofra Archer, Matthew Fisher, Josh Tong, Sonny Baker, and then a part-time left-arm spinner comes on. You've just hit him for 4, and you've tried to lap slog him on a pitch that you know the spinner, really, you want to keep him on, just milk him.
Yeah, 263 for 6. Now Smith's out there. There's a slip and a leg slip, and Bethel goes into bowl to Smith, and it's short of a length, pushed through, struck on the pad, goes away into the offside. Appeal from the crowd. You see the ball striking the pad, but it's way down the leg side.
Bethel bowls a full toss. Oh, it's just top edged. Up in the airfield and going back. Takes the catch. Can you believe it? Smith has gone top edging a full bugger from Jacob Bethel, who's delirious with happiness. He's picked up 2 wickets today. Smith went on the sweep. They went behind him, and fielder backpedaling. Cox takes it over his shoulder. It's a good catch. It's a horrible ball to get a wicket with. And England are burgling a couple late in the day here. That's horrible. That's almost toe end of the bat, toe and top edge. And how far back did he have to go there? About 25 yards or so. He took it well over his shoulder. So suddenly, you see that to 280 for 7, and Jacob Bethel's doing the damage.
There's Bethel bowling. Jameson forward, taps it away. Bethel fields, wrings his hand as he does so. And that's the end. So 13 overs unbowled, 77 overs completed. New Zealand are 291 for 7. Bethel, the remarkable figures there of 5 overs, 2 for 8. Archer 1 for 58, Fisher 1 for 45, Tongue 1 for 74, Baker 2 for 63, Brookbowl 3 overs for 9, as New Zealand finish on 291 for 7. Baker sprints in there, bowls short. The pull out to mid-wicket, horribly mistimed and caught. And Baker takes a second wicket. Mitchell trying to play the pull shot there. Mistimed it completely, and it's a very simple catch to Gay at mid-wicket. And that really is the wicket that England wanted.
Welcome. Many clouds hanging over the English game broke out to reveal a sunny day at the Oval yesterday in more ways than one. Hello, welcome to day 2 of the second Rothesay test between England's men and New Zealand. We saw some fresh faces out in the middle. We saw a very familiar face with us for the toss in Joe Root. And as the skies here are a little overcast right now, it is still warm and a bit muggy here at the Oval on this second day. The players are on the outfield warming up, and we are all set to let this game evolve. A day really that you felt English cricket badly needed. A real uplift with the way Sonny Baker took those 2 wickets on his test debut, and plenty more to come. Alison Mitchell with you here alongside Michael Vaughan and Alistair Cook, 2 former England captains, and we've got the former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney out here in the middle with us as well. Michael, New Zealand will resume on 291 for 7. Then they've still got Glenn Phillips out there on 49. Jameson will pick up his innings there on 6, a new ball in 3 overs time. Did you feel that English cricket needed a day like yesterday?
Yeah, it was a good day, you feel, but you never judge a pitch until we've seen both teams bowl and bat in it. It feels a bit muggier, actually, today. I mean, the ball swung around a little bit yesterday. It might swing a little bit more today. The light roller's been used from New Zealand. That's always the first thing that I look at. They're not using the heavy roller, but look, I look at the pitch and it played well. I mean, it looks a good pitch, but they're a little bit uglier than when I used to play. I used to come here to the Oval. They used to look pure. Now, this played quite nicely, but they certainly look a little bit different. You know, the first hour is going to be so important for England that they clear out the last 3, and then it's all about the batting, and that's really going to be the challenge of this England very inexperienced batting lineup. They'll have a chance to get obviously nice numbers by their name, but against the New Zealand attack with the likes of O'Rourke, Jameson, Matt Henry, Nathan Smith, it's not going to be easy, but they had a good day, but we'll judge it once we've seen them bat on this pitch as well.
Yeah, it is an experience both in the batting and of course what we saw with the bowling yesterday, Alistair. But did you leave yesterday feeling uplifted by what you saw from the new faces and what they were asked to show, as well as of course returning faces?
Exciting. I thought, you don't often see 3 bowlers operating, certainly in their first spells, close to 90 miles an hour. I thought they bowled well. I think this is a flat wicket. You look at the New Zealand wickets, and I can't say that many were got out. How many nicks did we have to first or second slip? None. The wickets were kind of earned by some good pressure bowling and then some poor shots from New Zealand. But I was impressed with how England stuck to their tasks. I thought Joe Root captained well with an inexperienced side. They didn't ask him to do anything containing. It was all about attack, which kind of plays as their strength. So yeah, they went at 3.5 runs and over, but that's what happens at the Oval. But All it is on day one, isn't it? Day one. Yes, there was a proper setting up day, wasn't it? It was like setting up the Test match, and it all makes sense. You feel in a day or so's time, how well. But yeah, but remember, England did win at Lord's. So the actual on the field stuff, they adapted to the conditions well at Lord's and won a good Test match. Here, they're certainly well in this game.
Well, let's bring in Jeremy Coney in just a moment. It does feel a little bit muggy out there. Let's get a little bit more on the weather and indeed for this day and ongoing through the match. Elizabeth Rizzini is with us at the BBC Weather Centre. Elizabeth, what have you got for us?
Hi, Alison. Yeah, the forecast has changed a little for today, and now it looks like we could see some bit of rain, some showers as we head through the middle part of the afternoon. So really from about, say, 2:30 onwards, we could start to see some rain, some showers. It's a mixture of cloud and brighter spells until then. Some of that cloud will tend to break up, I think, here and there, but you're right, it's muggy, it's humid, there's quite a bit of cloud around, and there's just a very light southwesterly wind going on at the moment. It's a lot lighter than it was yesterday. It will pick up at times perhaps, but shouldn't cause too many problems. Just watch out for that rain through the middle part of the afternoon, but again, it should be a fine evening in store. Temperature wise, it really does depend on whether we see that wet weather later on. It's not a certainty, but we're probably looking at something between 24 to around 28 degrees Celsius, rain dependent.
OK, thank you, Elizabeth. So warm, but we're right with this muggy feel, but I wasn't expecting to hear the words rain today, I have to say, but that is what we're expecting, Jeremy. Perhaps a bit of a shower later this afternoon, but from New Zealand's perspective, first things first this morning for them, how many more do you think they will be looking at getting?
Many as you can now.
Yep.
Alison, many as...
What's the sort of competitive score? I mean, it's so hard to judge, isn't it, until you've seen the second team back?
Absolutely. They would love to be able to see that Phillips got away again, and maybe he could dominate the strike a little bit and could continue, obviously. If that happens, they might even get to 340, 350. But also, with the new ball just 3 overs away, that can also fall in a bit of a heap as well. That's another chance for the early morning. But I mean, yesterday I thought just a bit of a missed opportunity for New Zealand. We got some starts, 20s and 33 and 44 and 51, but no one quite being able to nail it and hang in there and get a big total. That's what we lacked yesterday as far as New Zealand's concerned.
And that's what England will be looking to do when their turn comes round with the back. See Tom Latham just standing here on the edge of the pitch, having a bit of a chat in his lime green, pale green training top, 27 for him at the top of the order. The Test debutants yesterday, Michael, Sonny Baker, James Rew behind the stumps, and Jordan Cox. We'll see more to come from him with the bat today, but Sonny Baker really turned out to be the star of the show on day one, with all his energy and exuberance that he also brings to the party.
Yeah, I mean, he's he's a real character. I think the England fans are going to really warm to him. He's going to enjoy playing. He's going to give it absolutely everything. You also got to mention Jofra Archer's spell late on in the day. That 8-over burst where he was bowling bounces to Glenn Phillips. That was tremendous Test match cricket. I thought Phillips played it brilliantly as well. So often in this modern era, you see players when the short balls come try and back away or try and get inside the line and take it on. He didn't do that. He played it the way that it should be played. When the field's set for you to take on the short ball, tough Test match players go, OK, I'm not going to give you an easy wicket, and he didn't do that. So good on him for that kind of way of playing. But Sonny Baker, I can just see him now. He's just walking back to the dressing room. He's just had a good long bowl towards the left, just in front of the England fans, and he bowled quick enough. I think the pitch is quite slow, and we'll see him bowl quicker. But it's his energy and it's his enthusiasm, and to pick up 2 wickets on a pretty good pitch on day one was a great effort by him. But his interview, I liked his interview at the end. I have to say, when he said there was a bit of a commotion this last week or so, he used the word fizz about his airspeed. Airspeed seems to be the new kind of modern approach to talking about fast bowling, but he's a fantastic character. He loves the game, and as Dan asked him last night, I wonder what he put in his little black book as he went to bed last night.
Well, we'll hear from him in just a moment. Alistair, just a word on you. Would you have liked to have had a Sonny Baker in your 11? I mean, someone with that a level of of energy. I mean, Joe Root's come back into captain this side, and I thought he had a real smile on his face yesterday, actually, in the field. We'll talk more about him specifically in a moment. But, yeah, Sonny Baker, he's got a lot of attributes, hasn't he?
What are you saying about my opening bowls with Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad? You're saying they didn't have the same enthusiasm?
They might have given each other a few more glares, or maybe others in the field a few more glares, let's say.
Yeah, it's definitely infectious, isn't it? That kind of energy. But I hope that's not what we are going to talk about him all the time, because actually, just looking at him, going very early days, he looks a skillful bowler as well. And when you've got a guy who you can see, he did look like he tried to swing it out, he did look like he tried to swing it in, and had the ability to wobble. So that's three. It's all about moving the ball at international cricket, I think. If you can move the ball at whatever pace, whatever, you can give yourself a really good chance. Well, I say that because on real flat wickets, the ball moves less than it does in county cricket. So I looked there yesterday, on a good wicket, he got something out of it. Is he anywhere near the end product? No. Is he going to have some days where he goes the distance? He probably will. But I think one thing you always look at a player is what's his character like? And he had a really, really tough debut in international cricket. And the cards fell totally in his wrong way, and he was asked to bowl when someone was whacking him all over. That can really affect someone quite a lot. And actually, it probably made him stronger. So I'm looking at that going, yeah, that's good. He wants to be in the battle. Has he got to keep upskilling? Yes. From what I've heard, he wants to upskill. He always asks questions. Apparently, he doesn't not ask questions. So he's got all the right attributes. It'd be really intriguing to see how his career develops and what level he actually gets to at the end of it.
Yeah, it's early days, isn't it? But 2 wickets on his first outing in Test cricket. He was absolutely delighted afterwards, and he had a chat at the end of the day to Dan Norcross.
Your first day of Test cricket, was it everything you dreamt it was going to be?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard work. It's a pretty decent wicket, and normally at the Oval you've got keeper stood 50 metres back taking it over their head, but at the start it seemed a little bit more tennis bally, so it was just trying to adjust your lengths to that, and eventually we found our way there, and yeah, be a bit of a graft to finish them off, and then hopefully sat with the feet up for 2 days while all the boys churn them in. Pile them on, sorry.
All of those, it's out. That's easy for you to say. Now then, your first wicket, Rachid Ravindra. Just talk us through that moment when you know it's stuck in the hands, it's out. How did you feel?
Oh, well, I mean, it's probably pretty obvious how I felt at the time. Yeah, just super, super excited, It's, obviously, after my other 2 debuts, it's just desperate to get on the board, and yeah, so happy. After my first over was done, I was like, cool, okay, I can now get stuck into the game, and then rhythm felt a little bit better second spell, and yeah, just good catch from Beth actually, but yeah, buzzing, he clung onto it.
And then you get the second as well, and that's one that's about pace, missed timing. That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Darryl's a pretty decent player with a short ball, but I thought it'd be worth a crack. Like, there's no point just banging away on the front foot the whole time. It's worth mixing it up, and especially if you've got a bit of airspeed, why not? Like as Baz said in interviews before, that's why you have bowlers with airspeed on wickets that are a little bit flatter and that are generally good. Obviously, as we've seen in the Champo here, it's been a very good wicket, high-scoring draws. So, yeah, hopefully we can finish them off.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster for you the last couple of weeks. Suddenly you're making your Test debut. When did you find out? How did you feel? What were the nerves like?
Oh, I mean, obviously there's a little bit of commotion last week. I sort of thought I might be in with a sniff in that, obviously Ollie Robb, unfortunately, his knee's a bit sore, and that then takes 3 seamers out the equation, and I was obviously doing 12ers, so I thought, I'm in with a bit of a chance here. I wasn't sure what the balance of the side was going to be and whether they're going to play Fish or then go with Rahan as a spinning all-rounder or what. I obviously had no idea. I'm not a selector, but yeah, then obviously found out, got the news a couple of days before, which was awesome because I could, 1, sort tickets, which can be a nightmare last minute, and then 2, just mentally prep myself and get stuck in. But yeah, really, really happy with how the first day's gone, obviously.
Now, you played here, as you alluded to, about 10 days ago against Surrey, and Matt Fisher was playing at that point.
Preparation, wow. Yeah.
Well, did you think that it was going to be between you and Matt Fisher? Because I was commentating that game, and I thought you had some extra wheels that game.
Oh, I did crank it up. I mean, obviously they were all over us for a period of time, and wow, Dan Lawrence batted ridiculously well, and we did end up going to the short ball quite a lot, and obviously that's in the side that we have obviously got the most airspeed, so I was used to do that, and yeah, got fizzed up to crank it up at that period of time. So yeah, I think I gave it a bit, that's for sure.
Last question, your little black book, I've heard about this. Can you tell us, what are the entries that are going to go in that?
Yeah, I think it's just more around analysis stuff that I've done on the batters. So, we've had some really detailed analysis. You're seeing bits of that come through. Like, obviously, you've probably noticed we've got leg slips in and stuff for different batters. And
Do you physically take those two players and stick them in your back pocket? You've got Ravindra and Mitchell now.
Mine's more around learnings from the day, or something that I was trying to do to manage my emotions that worked really well was X, and then I'll be like, okay, when you're feeling like your rhythm's out, or a cue that worked particularly well, or a delivery that worked particularly well against a certain batter, even if the analysis doesn't say that. Like, for example, there's a couple of left-handers where I'd normally be round the wicket and swing it away, but from over, even though their stats are better from over, it's felt like, to me, that's not Ratcham specifically, but for other batters in the county champ, for example, where you're like, I just feel like I've been all over them when I've been over the wicket, whereas from round it felt like they could line it up better. So it's just little intricacies like that where the stats might not necessarily say that, but me as a bowler and how I let go of the ball, those things. So little bits like that, all sorts of different stuff, yeah.
That was Sonny Baker speaking to Dan Norcross at the end of a day yesterday, where I think everyone here at the Oval shared in his joy at a Test debut and the joy, or carry on as he described it, when he took those 2 wickets. And I think his favourite word is also wow. He walked into the press conference at the end of chatting to us on the outfield, Alistair, and he walked in and just went wow to everybody. And I think they enjoyed what he had to say as well. He's clearly a thinking cricketer, Michael, and then quite an independent thinker as well. What he was saying there about, the stats might say this about a bowler to a batter, but actually if I'm feeling a certain way, I'll trust my instincts. He's noting these things down in his little black book as well. These are all sort of good signs for the future.
Well, I think longevity in the game comes down to you as an individual understanding yourself. Of course, you need coaching, you need analysts, you need people to give you a tip or two, but fundamentally it's you. And the earlier that you can in your career work out who you are and what makes you tick, I think you've got more of a chance of being consistent, more of a chance of coming back from those days that aren't quite as good as you would have hoped. So to think that he's kind of ahead of the trend, really, only a few games behind his belt, and obviously on his England Test match debut, I certainly didn't have a little black book till I was about 31. Maybe that's where I went wrong. I don't know if Cookie had a little black book, but he's working out how to be a cricketer, and he's doing it his own way, which is fantastic.
The other thing he's doing his own way is managing his body, because he's had stress fractures, the scourge of so many fast bowlers, and he takes to drinking bone broth on a daily basis. Anything you've tried, Alistair or Michael, Jeremy?
Well, I stood at slip and hobbled between the wickets, so I didn't put too much strain on my body. Absolutely. With all the modern technology and all the modern things, nutrition, why wouldn't you explore every avenue to keep you on the park? Because that's what bowlers need to do. That's what cricketers, that's what any sportsman needs to do. They need to be on the park to be able to perform, to be able to make memories, to be able to make a difference. So every day you're injured or every day you're out, why wouldn't you try that? And if the science is behind it, good luck to him.
I don't know what it tastes like. Have you ever tried it, Michael? You're quite into nutrition, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. My wife has a bit of that bone broth. I don't want to say that there are not bone broths out there that are quite tasty, but the ones that I've tasted have been absolutely revolting. But I'm sure they're very good for you.
Jeremy?
Once or twice only. Very good with scones.
Oh, right.
They're bone broth and scone.
I made it up, sorry.
I like the idea of the scone over the bone broth.
I do want to talk to you before, I know you're about to go upstairs, but Joe Root's captaincy yesterday in the field. Alistair, did you like what you saw? Because we saw a lot of proactive Joe Root captaincy, I thought, and the way he placed his fielders, tinkering with the field. I mean, not least the bowling changes he made as well, getting Harry Brook to bowl, and Jacob Bethel, of course, grabbed a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I thought we saw a slightly different side of it because of the bowlers he had. But even when he captained in his previous stint, Anderson, Broad, Wokes, thereabouts all the time, actually probably just need to sit in and let them do their magic. But different bowlers need different fields, and actually asking Baker, Archer, Tongue to do that actually is wrong. So on a tactical front, yes, give them funky fields, give them slightly different fields, because they're attacking bowlers, and you get random wickets sometimes with attacking bowlers. They had a leg slip for a lot of the day yesterday, and haven't yet asked really the reason why they had it. They had one half chance to Darryl Mitchell. It was certainly a tactic that was different than they had at Lord's.
Well, I said last night, I thought Joe yesterday, and I'm trying to think back to when he was a captain, but I thought yesterday was as good a day that I've seen him tactically, and I'll say that he's had the best seat in the house for 4 years watching Ben Stokes, and that was very much a Ben Stokes style captain today, very creative, bringing mid-offs into a space where he was saying to the batter, go on, drive down the ground. There wasn't many balls went down the ground. There was always fielders in the positions where he thought the ball was going to go in the air, so looking for the wickets all day. I never felt he was just sitting in. You know, I always felt he was chasing the wickets. Thought there was a bit of fortune with a few of the dismissals, a couple to Jacob Bethel in particular, but in terms of what we were watching, it was a very proactive day. I thought his manner was different as a captain as well, very kind of visual in terms of his moving of the arms, making sure that everyone was in the right space. I thought he had an excellent day as a captain.
I think I believe him when he says that he's been quite re-energised, or energised again, by Brendan McCullum's coaching, sort of freeing him up in many ways, you know, when he hasn't been captain. And my instinct, first of all, when the Ben Stokes thing happened and you heard that Joe Root was taking it on, was like, oh gosh, this is the last thing Joe wants, because captaincy became such a burden and became so difficult for him towards the end. But then when he came over for the toss yesterday, genuinely I thought had a smile on his face. He has obviously agreed whatever the agreement is to do it, and for however long we don't know, but he genuinely, I thought, seemed happy and energised to be leading a team of youngsters. And I think he gets a lot out of working with younger players and seeing them come on.
Absolutely. That's only day one. He hasn't done anything.
Yeah, exactly.
let's judge it. Let's judge that smile if he's still doing it in 18 months. We all know about captaincy. It's not just one. I actually hope for Joe it is just a one-off or a two-off, and he gets back just to scoring the runs in the middle of the order, and he doesn't go back there. That's what I would want. I wouldn't want him leading out against Australia as the permanent captain, because I think that's. But he might have to. He might actually have to. But
he doesn't have to if Ben Stokes comes back.
I know, but where is Ben Stokes?
Well, he's playing for Durham tomorrow. I mean, this England side are a better team with Ben Stokes. Let's just make it very clear. Joe Root should just be the interim for this game, maybe one more. If this England side want to be really challenging the best teams in the world, this summer's quite a nice summer for England. New Zealand at home, Pakistan at home, going away to South Africa, going away to Bangladesh, playing Australia next summer. That's the real challenges ahead. And I want the best England captain leading England. I think that's Ben Stokes.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about the fields, which is the obvious thing that you see. That seemed a little bit different, certainly, and there might be an influence of Stokes coming in there as well and trying things. I didn't think the pitch warranted it sometimes, but I think it affected the New Zealand batting a little yesterday. I'm not convinced that bowling Archer for 8 overs at the end of the day, bowling short, after coming from 2 overs and 1 over spells from the IPL, was necessarily the way to go. So let's wait and see how he rocks up today.
It was an exhilarating passage of play, though, wasn't it?
Oh, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying the usage of bowlers at that particular point. Maybe he didn't feel anybody could actually, but I would have thought Baker could have done that as well.
Banged it in a little short and still tested. I mean, Phillips did amazingly well. He wore a lot. I'm not sure the sunglasses helped his cause when he called for those, but when you're up against that kind of challenge, there's a couple of ways of playing, isn't there? The way Glenn Phillips went about it, he's on 49 now. He's going to face a similar challenge in the next few overs, you'd imagine, with a new ball 3 overs away.
Yeah, I kind of admired the way he decided, I'm not going to take it on, and you're going to have to bowl somewhere else because I'm going to let you go all the time. And so, it became quite humorous at times, the way that he was trying to get out of the way. It's not an easy thing to do. He wore a couple, and I thought Archer bowled a lot better than 1 for 50 from the day's work that he put in yesterday. So, nice passage of play, interesting passage of play. Let's see what happens this morning, eh?
Yeah, I think Archer deserves a lot of credit. It looks as if he has gone away and done the requisite work that was required post the IPL. There was, of course, questions about would he be ready for the second test or would it maybe be the third test, whether it was circumstances that's meant he's come in for this one, whether he would have been kept back for the third, we don't know, but he's here and he was absolutely firing, which again seems to lift a whole team when you have somebody like that who bowls quick. So that influence can spread through, can't it? It's not just about the one isolated spell, it's about the impact that spell also has on others.
I think he is the leader of the attack, really, at the moment. And I thought that he bowled very well to the left-handers as well, being able to get a little bit of swing, so the angle from around the wicket into the left-hander, and then changing the angle, get two angles, and it brought about the dismissal of Latham, and he got one to just hold and just go away slightly. So I thought he had the skills to match his number of overs.
How much are New Zealand missing Kane Williamson already? I mean, such a big figure to go from the dressing room. It's only one player, but it's one player with a stack of runs and a stack of experience. Is it too early to say, or do you just think they've played Test matches without him in the past?
Yeah, they have, but you can't replace someone who's got those many runs and has such an influence, even in just around the changing room and discussing how to play on this pitch and what sort of pitch is it. The pitch whisperer. That's what he kind of is. And New Zealanders are not quite the same team, and it'll take them some time before they're able to. They won't fill the gap. I mean, he's one of a special group of players. So someone else, though, may just fill a gap.
Well, there's a few more runs for New Zealand to get today. 291 for 7 they will resume, with Glenn Phillips on 49. The crowd is filling up beautifully here, and the sun has got a real warmth to it again. Let's hope the rain that was mentioned earlier doesn't materialise in the middle of the afternoon. But we're set to get going on time today, which means we can go straight up to the commentary box and say good morning to Phil Tufnell and Jonathan Agnew. Hello, Aggers.
Good morning, Ali. Thank you very much indeed for setting it up so beautifully. The sun shining, and just a couple of lone stewards out there protecting the pitch, which has changed colour from yesterday. It was really quite green and fresh when the covers first came off, but now there's that sort of brownish tinge to it. It'll be very interesting to see how it plays today. I think Lee, the groundsman, reckons he might have a bit more pace about it today, which would, I suppose, suit both teams in a way. The batsman would like the ball coming on, play some shots more easily, and O'Rourke particularly, I think, for New Zealand could be a bit of a handful on there if there is some pace and bounce. But England had to finish his innings off first. There's a new ball just round the corner, 3 overs away, and 291 for 7. Tough as England burgled a couple yesterday, I thought. I mean, to happen to be 7 down, I'm not sure they bowled quite that well yesterday. I mean, New Zealand, they looked a bit of a rusty team. They haven't played much cricket, have they? It just looked a bit like that, the way they chose to get out.
Yes, morning, everyone. Morning, Amazon. No, I think you're right. I mean, a couple of really strange shots.
Yes.
Jacob Bethel, wouldn't they be kicking themselves, Blundell, and what was it, Smith, I think, that top edge. I mean, a couple of real sort of easy, soft wickets. And I can't really remember... a real sort of ball that, I mean, it's perhaps Archer's one to Latham, just stood up on him a bit on that leading edge, but no, they'll be disappointed. They would have been thinking to themselves, 5 down, 290 for 5 would have been a good position. But it was a good day's cricket yesterday. I think that England just got their noses in front, though.
Just watching the big screen there as Jerusalem fires up, and I'd say it's fairly recently edited. Because there's no sign that I've seen so far of Ben Stokes appearing on this video. What do we take from that? Lots of Joe Root.
Right.
Lots of Ben Duckett. There's Jofra Archer bowling.
What, has he been scrubbed out of the
He's just given someone a hug. He's just given someone a hug there, but that's, well, you tell me.
It's like Trotsky all over again.
But there's nothing of him bowling or batting as yet, anyway.
We didn't get any at Lords, did he? Didn't get any with the bat, and he only got 1 wicket.
Oh, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps they're starting to get a bit too focused on all of this, but that is a recently edited film. I've got no doubts about it. Lots of Joe Root.
Of course, that's a keen eye, John.
Well, I was just watching through interest sake, because we've been left to speculate, haven't we? And you'd expect to see Ben Stokes out there on the video.
Yeah.
Andy's watching it. Have you seen him yet?
Not yet, no.
Harry Brook.
Anyway, what's going to happen today?
That was in bowling, eh? That was Stokes bowling.
That was a brilliant catch, isn't it? Yes.
Oh, there he is. No, there he
is. Up there.
There he is.
All right, so we can breathe.
Conspiracy theory put
Well,
to bed.
the trouble is, that if you don't grasp these things by the you know.
Well, yes.
And actually explain what's going on, it leads to people wondering what's going on a bit. But anyway, there's a lot of Joe Root there, which is quite right. He's leading the team out again now. He had a good day yesterday, I thought, actually. He was really quite creative with field placings and bowling changes.
Proactive, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he did it with a smile on his face at the beginning of the toss-up. You said, God blimey, that was a flick.
Yes, it was.
When he might never do it again.
Yeah.
Might never captain again, so why not enjoy it? And he sort of like put that into his captaincy.
Yeah. Well, out they come anyway. They've got 3 wickets to take. And that video has now come to an end. And the new ball is ready. Terrific spell. I mean, it was gripping yesterday watching Archer at Phillips. And I'm with Jeremy a bit.
Yeah.
He hasn't played much of this, well, any of this form of cricket since Australia, of course.
Yeah.
And there's to bowl 8 overs.
Yeah. How's he
at that hostility.
How's he moving this morning? Where is he?
You know, it's challenging, isn't it? And it will be interesting to see how he comes back. Mark Woods appeared.
Yes.
I heard an ugly rumour that Woody was around. Very nice white shoes, Woody. We like those. There we go. I'd love to see him. Yeah, good man. Anyway, so he's on duty.
Yes, it was a little bit of a. Well, go on then, keep going. I think the one good thing about that, though, is I think that, you know, because they got the wicket and then Archer I saw him run up to Joe Root and say, no, give me the ball, give me the ball, I want another one, which is, in a way, good, you know, you're in the contest. And
Yeah.
He might be a bit sore.
Well, I think he will. I'm not surprised. It's straight away here. We're going short.
Yep.
So there's no slips. There's a very fine third man, backward point and extra cover. Everyone else is scattered around the leg side for the hook shot.
Well, I think Jameson will take it on money. He's a bit. He won't be dutting away.
There's someone I knew well who at this stage will be saying, I don't know what's going off out there. He just would. I mean, at the start of a day, we've got Sonny Baker bowling. And Phillips is on strike, is on 49. Sure enough, it's short, flung down the leg side, and that's going for byes.
Yeah.
It was a bouncer, obviously, with this field.
Yeah.
And a wayward one at that. So
took it on though, didn't he? Took it on. I mean, he was. I think he hit the deck about 6 or 7 times, didn't he?
Yeah.
Phillips. Archer sat him down.
Well, the thing is here, it's a short boundary, isn't it? If he gets any bat on that,
it's
going to fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to be looking to hit it, sort of, if you can, behind square, from bowling from this end.
So Phillips on 49. Baker runs away. There and he bowls short again. He's gone for the pull shot. He's got a top edge. He's gone for 4 to give him his half century. And again, it's entirely telegraphed, so he knows what it's going to get. But that flew over Roo's head there. It was a top edge hook shot.
I don't agree with this, Johnny.
Do I?
No. At the start of the day, you want to set the tone.
Well, you get somebody out. Just bowl them out.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's taken both of those on, so you're thinking, oh, we're in the game and we've got all the fielders on the leg side. But it's all about tone setting at the start. Yeah. Now they've got away with first 2 balls, gone for 4.
Yeah.
4 each.
That's 8 off first 2 balls.
Yeah, and it just sort of. It just gets you into the day as a batting side, doesn't it? You know, hit the top of off, couple of slips.
There's 3 on the leg side boundary. 1 or 3/4 of the way.
Not sure about this tactic.
Well, let's see if Phillips takes on the next one. Baker runs in, bowls Fuller this time, and he moves into line and plays that away for Baker himself to pick up there as he moves to his right. So 299 for 7.
Glenn Phillips's 50 came from 76 balls. That was his 10th 4. It's his 6th 50-plus score in Test. Still waiting for his first century. He's also been not out in the 40s, I think 3 or 4 times in his career. So he's put together some decent numbers, averaging 36 currently in Test cricket.
He can be dangerous. He's a dangerous player.
He is. Baker again with that hop, skip and a jump, runs away, runs in now and bowls. Again, not a bouncer. It's just short of a length, that. So Phillips, I mean, this is a good way of doing it. If you just run up and bowl every ball a bouncer, then at least that was short of a length, so you can't drive him into these gaps here.
I suppose 3 overs till the newbie. You know, perhaps just hopefully try and get a little top edge somewhere and then come steaming in with a new ball with the over's time, perhaps.
And I can understand that Jameson a bit, because he looked really unhappy against the short stuff last night.
Yeah.
Baker again rushes in, bowls down the leg side. Roux gathers that, moving to his left.
And the shape of Phillips' innings came out very positive yesterday. 35 off his first 24 balls, and then took another 52 balls to get the 18 runs that took him to 53.
Well, he decided not to take on Archer, did he? I think that was quite, this is how you play. I mean, it is awkward, as Jeremy Coney was saying to Anderson, it is awkward just to keep ducking and bobbing and weaving.
Yeah. 299 for 7 is the score. Sun out, and Baker rushes in. Bowls short, and that's paddled away into the leg side. Means that Phillips will keep the strike. And there were 9 runs, or 9 runs, if I include the extras as runs, from that first over, and the 300 is up for New Zealand. And, well, they'd have talked about that tactic long and hard. We saw it a lot in Australia. It didn't work very much.
No.
And Archer is not starting up.
Take the Newey, won't he?
Yeah. Well, presumably, but there's only 2 overs away.
Yeah, bit of Tongue.
Yeah, Tongue's going to bowl from that far end, and by the look of it, he's going short as well. Yep, here comes third man, very fine, sort of deep first slip, really. Fine leg, so yeah, they're going to be more of the same. Now, we've got Ask the Umpire at lunchtime. It's one of our favourite features. And our old friend John Holder retired at the end of last summer. He did many, many years, great fun. But he's hung his white coat up. And so making his debut today, Ian Gould.
Yes.
He's a great friend of a lot of ours, a tremendous character, Middlesex, Sussex wicketkeeper, international umpire. He is our new expert.
Oh.
So looking forward to this first one. So questions, scenarios, stories as usual, anything that's been gnawing away at you for years, or just a straightforward cricketing question. I'm going to ask Ian about this drone, which is back today. Then email tms at bbc.co.uk. tms at bbc.co.uk. WhatsApp 0330 123 1826. 0330 123 1826. I'm guessing if you're under 16 you can't use that anymore, but we shall see. In comes Tongue then from the far end, moves in and bowls. Oh, well, he was going to let that one go, and it didn't get up very high. It's hit him, I think probably called amidships, and it was a bit of a loosener from Tongue, I must say. It's a bit of a stiff one, and he's got a smile on his face. Phillips, they've gone a little bit of a tangle. I mean, it was dug in very short.
Oh, right on the belly button.
Yeah.
That'll stick.
Didn't get up, did he?
He's going to have a few medals for his 50.
It is.
Glenn Phillips. He's been battered and bruised, been hit on the body a number of occasions.
So 3 on the leg side boundary again. That one sort of lurking at deepish mid-wicket. It's Tongue again from the far end, moves in and bowls short, and it's pulled into the leg side for a single. So, well, I think Jameson knows what he's going to get. He didn't look to be enjoying it very much last night.
Well, my old mate Robin Smith, I remember I played here against the West Indies 1990. I got a few out, and I was thinking very early on in my career, and I thought I might be in line for the old man of the match, you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah, all a bit like that. And Robin got a very, very good 100, I think, as well. So I was sitting there in the dressing room, sort of thinking to myself, oh, crikey, they're giving it a judgy. Well, yeah, not to worry. And then he took his shirt off, and I understood why. He was absolutely covered. And I think I might have just had a little cut on my finger.
In comes Tongue and he bowls, and that's, well, down the leg side, and Jameson aims a massive pull shot at it and misses completely. So
They've been poorly directed, these short balls.
They have.
Everything's down the leg side and everything. If you're going to get that short ball, it's got to be chin height just outside that off stump to get that top edge, trying to fetch it from the offside. They haven't quite got the radar in.
They all bowled quite a lot of overs yesterday.
Yeah.
They're just a little bit stiff.
Yeah. I think they did well. I was concerned yesterday with that bowling attack. You know, I think Fisher did quite a good job of just keeping it steady, you know, bowling tightly. But so did the others.
Tongue from the pavilion end bowls another short ball, and well, I'm not sure if we've got something on that or not, but Roux dived to his right to try and gather it. The ball's come down to find third man, and that's a bye as well, so that must have swung after it had bounced. It just all looks a bit messy and wayward, and I mean, they've got a number 9 in there. Just run up and get him out.
I don't mind the, let's say to someone like a Jameson, 2 or 3 and over, perhaps, or a couple and over, because you can feel he's a bit twitchy and he's going to be taking it on, and you can see the top edge coming. But yeah, to someone like Phillips, who's proper batsman,
Yeah.
Try and nick him off.
So all on the boundary on the leg side then again. As Tongue runs in, bowls very short. He goes flying over the keeper's head, and down here at fine third man. Well, he's done very well to stop that. And it just shows how fine he is, because that was flying towards the boundary. And in the end, it was only 1 by. So he's like a long stop down here, really, for the ramp. What do you think for 2? They've got 2. No, 1. Sorry, Andy, you're waving.
What's very exciting, Angus. I think it was 2, but that is a half century for extras.
Oh, well played.
Extras 16th half century against England in its 1096th Test match.
Yeah. It's a lot of extras.
It is. His Tongue again, bowls short, and he's gone for it, and it's popped up into the leg side. He's caught behind. Is he? Well, he doesn't want to go. Waiting for the umpire's decision. England think it's out.
What's that here?
I don't know what's happening, but that was just, it appeared to be a regulation catch.
Oh, it's got him on the Swede.
Jameson's going nowhere. It's hit him on the head.
Yeah, he's nutted it. Wow. That's a good nut, that.
A lot.
A bit like Harry Kane last night for the second goal. He got a really good sort of header on it.
This is a really strange passage of play.
Yeah, it is.
Because there, England was celebrating the catch. They must have heard the fact it hit him on the helmet.
Yeah.
Unless they thought it had gone glove first or something. But anyway, we have a concussion test, just to add to the manic feel about his first 2 overs.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, you're right, John.
Yes.
That must have given him a good clonk. Oh, yeah, no, right. Dave Sconnington has popped in to the office. Got him right on the badge, almost.
It's whether you'll appeal for the catch. And actually, really, he's not anywhere near that, is he, with a bat? No. And up it went. Root took the catch. He's watching Ultra Edge and so on. There's nothing there. It's gone straight bang on the helmet.
Yeah.
I think his ears are ringing.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
It does give you like a
yes.
in the brain.
And some repairs to the helmet going on.
Well, that might have to be a new lid, I think.
Yes, they just come now with a huge bag of spare helmets.
Yeah.
And they just make them sort of made to measure out in the middle with the foam. They take bits of foam out. So they're not each individual's spare helmets as such. It's a team bag of helmets.
I reckon the batters have got a couple of sort of professionally made ones themselves. I reckon us down here.
Give the old ones for us.
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure the boys up top have got a couple of special fitted ones.
Let's take a bit of time, because I think this is a made to measure one out there at the moment.
Yeah. He's probably got a big head.
I think yes, he's an enormous man. He's passed his test.
What is the test? How many fingers am I holding up?
Well, I think I'm not
Is it as simple as
sure.
that? Is it? I'm not sure.
I must ask the physio, actually.
What's your name? Where are you?
Yeah. People will know who are listening whether...
Don't ask Ben Duckett that news.
No. If you have a concussion test, do you ask questions that the subject knows the answers to, or do you ask questions that he's got to actually work out?
What, a little bit like Mastermind?
Yes.
What's your specialist subject?
Perhaps not as taxing as that.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Are they ones that he says, what's your name, when's your birthday?
Yes, I think they are sort of where, yes.
Or do you ask something like...
Who's who's the,
where are we?
Yeah, exactly, yes, I think it's that. So you then have to sort of then, not like, what's your name?
No.
No, I don't think it's that.
I
don't know, interesting.
Someone's used to doing those sort of tests. It'd be interesting to hear, actually, what sort of questions that you'd expect to be asked at a concussion test.
That was a no ball as well, so it's the 51st extra. Out of just 304 runs, the third time England have conceded 50 extras at the Oval. They did so against India in 2007, but India made 664 in that innings, 54 extras.
Now, what would you bowl now here, John?
I'm bowl him out, I think. But this is the 12th ball of the day. And comes Tongue, bowls it, and he's flicked that away off his hip. It's in the air, bounces just short of the fielder. He's in that sort of no man's land position at deep mid wicket, and back they come for a single. So 12 balls so far. How many? What's the addition?
7 off the bat, and 7 extras.
It's just
14.
You're right. It's just not a tone setter, is it?
No. Well, it is a tone setter. It's not the one that you'd want it to be set.
No.
So 14 from 12 balls. A clonk on the head. Yeah.
All a bit weird.
And the new ball is 1 over away. So what are they going to do there? Because they'll have to go back to, well, but no, they don't have to do anything and do what they like. But you feel that with a new ball, then you do
Archer and Tee.
Oh, normally, don't
Archer and Tongue, wouldn't it be?
Well, Tongue doesn't like a new ball.
Oh, doesn't he?
No.
What? Wait,
Fisher took the new ball.
Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Might try and go back to normal cricket.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Because once you've set this, it's quite difficult to go back. Baker then is going to bowl to Jameson, tall man. And this is outside the off stump, and it's been carved away through the offside for 4. Short, wide.
Yeah.
And Jameson's on the lookout here. He's just ready for this.
As you say, being such a tall man, if you don't get it up around that chin music, it's, you know, it is easy just to sort of step away and smear.
Yeah.
You would have recognised that shot, John. He just played one of our sort of
opening up the offside.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've only got 2 men there. So
well, that's the thing. If you know it's going to be short.
Yeah. If it doesn't get that bounce, you can sort of smear it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a good start from England.
Oh, it's 18 now.
Yeah.
And 13 balls.
Too easy.
309 for 7. Baker again runs in, full of enthusiasm, bowls. Jameson steps away, and it's gone flying down over the keeper for another 4.
Oh.
This is horrible.
Yeah, it is. You said it was scruffy. Scruffy start to day 2 at the Oval from England. Everyone's got smiles on their faces, but Jameson's just whacking away and flying everywhere.
They've got to get some control back here. 22 now of 14 balls. And all Jameson doing is really standing there and swiping. He's giving himself room. And he's just playing massive shots towards the offside because there's only 2 fielders there. 313 for 7. Baker again. Past umpire Menon. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls short, steps away and hits that high. Duckett's out there. Can he take the catch? He should do. Oh, he's dropped it.
Blimey. Wow.
Horrible miss. How's he dropped that?
Well, that's
steadied himself, is right underneath it. 2 hands popping into chest high, and he's dropped it.
I've seen him shell a few lately, Ben Duckett. That one in Australia.
Yes. I mean, it really it sums the morning up, that.
Oh. Very well, yeah. I mean, it was an absolute dolly. You're catching that 99 times out of 100, really, in the field.
Phillips on strike. Baker runs in, bowls, pull into the leg side. 4 runs, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, 4 more. Well, they've lost the plot here.
Yeah, they have a little bit. And that catch, if that catch is taken, you sort of think, oh, well, not to worry, you know.
Bought it.
Yeah, we've bought it. Yeah, we've gone to the sales and we've nicked it, as you say. But for that then to go down, oof, yeah, that's not good.
No, it's a short boundary, as we mentioned it out there. That 4 there, that's straight between 2 fielders out in the deep. 318 for 7. Baker on his way again. That stuttery start. Phillips bat raise, waits for him. He bows him bowls, and he gets onto the back foot and defends a ball from short of a length, which Baker seizes upon. What's going through Root's head there at backward point? I mean, you starting to think this has gone pear-shaped.
Yeah, it has. Absolutely gifted. And what is it, 30, 20, 25?
What are we on now?
27.
27.
We haven't had 3 overs yet.
I mean, it should be sort of like, you know, 3 overs for 3 or something. And I suppose they've got the fullback of the new ball next over to sort of like reset again and go, right, come on, let's do some proper cricket.
Baker scuttles in, bowls, and that's tucked away off the pads. To square leg it goes. It's fielded by Gay. So what are England going to do here? The new ball is available.
Take it.
Well, I see Josh Tongue taking his cap off. Has he ever taken the new ball for England? He generally comes on first change, doesn't he? And let's see what the field is. This will be a giveaway.
Oh, I don't know how he's dropped that.
No.
It was quite a comfortable catch, really. I mean, it wasn't going hard, was it?
Right, we've got slips gathering. It looks as if normal situation resumes by the look of it. And the new ball has been brought out by one of the umpires.
I'll tell you what that drop catch reminded me of. I think we were on
Will Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was very similar.
What did you say? Like tossing one to your granny in the garden.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a good one either, was it?
No.
Tongue, well, I'll check when he's taken the second new ball. Just in terms of opening the bowling, he did so on this ground against India in the second innings last year, took 525. And at the SCG in the second innings at the end of the Ashes, 3 for 42. Right. I'll see if I can get details on specific new balls.
It's interesting because he doesn't normally do it. So.
He's done it quite a bit in county cricket and got decent numbers.
Well, I'm not sure if they've actually taken it yet. But 318 for 7. This has been shown, has it? Right, so here's the new ball. There's 2 slips a gully. And Tongue on the way. Comes in and bowls to Jamieson, who pushes that a little uppishly into the offside. And they'll take a run. So 319 for 7. Trouble is that the batsmen are ticking now.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll sweats up and yeah, got nice and warm. Things don't hurt quite so much when it thuds into the body.
No.
Yeah, well, they'll be delighted with the start. New Zealand, they would have just got, well, this is exactly what we're after. I bet it was said in the dressing room, come on, let's just see if we can try and get the 350.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 319 for 7 now.
Yeah.
And Phillips is on strike. Same field, 2 slips in a gully. Man out in the deep at square leg as Tongue bowls, and that finds a thick edge. And is fielded by the tumbling Duckett at backward point. You're thinking of, I think, the Brisbane Test match where Duckett dropped a straight.
Oh yes, that was
ball.
Carey at gully, wasn't
it?
Yeah,
the pink ball.
Yeah. But that Jack's one very similar. You know, that's the one you want as an outfielder. They was the only ones I was any good at. Just coming at a nice height, fingers up, watch it all the way in, and just sort of catch it.
It's interesting. So as a commentator, you build it up. He's going to catch it, and you leave a pause. Oh no! 319 for 7. In comes Tongue bowls, and that's pushed more firmly this time to Duckett, who again rolls to his right to field. And there's no run. He'll be feeling terrible. He'll be thinking, how did I drop it? He's got his hands on his hips now.
Yeah. Especially for the debut. Yeah, well, of course.
It was just rather summed up, that passage of play,
yeah,
didn't
it was just all scruffy was a very good word, Johnny. It just was all scruffy. Yeah. Especially for the debutant, that would have been a little 3 for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. I might give me 5 for here. 2 more to go.
Dropped yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
In comes Tongue, and he bowls on. That's hit off like a rocket. Past short mid wicket for 4. Terrific shot. Just a flick, but with some real power. And the new ball, of course, is coming out of the middle of the bat. Excellent stroke. 63 not out now to Phillips, and New Zealand rushing on this morning. 323 for 7.
Yeah, full on the pads, leg side.
Ooh, hit it hard, didn't he?
Wallop. Yeah, strong fella, isn't he? Well built, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just really got that bottom hand through and smacked it through mid wicket. Right out the meat of the bat.
There's Tongue from the far end. Phillips waits, bat raised, and he plays at that one. There's a bit of extra nip and bounce off the pitch. It's a better ball from Tongue. Zipping through to wicketkeeper Roux. I think most people are here now. There's some empty seats around. Doesn't look entirely full, but more or less, 90% I'd say.
Warming up, is it? Weather.
Yes.
Coming. Another heat wave.
Yeah, it is. On the way up, it was.
Why is it in England when we ever get some warm weather, it's a heat wave and not just called summer?
I don't know. Tongue again, bowls, and he pushes forward. Going for a quick single. If he hits, it's trouble, and the throw misses. Jameson there, I think, a little bit surprised to be called through for that run, but it was the last ball of the over, so Phillips keeps the strike. Well, that's New Zealand's first 20 minutes. 324 for 7, Jameson 17, and Phillips has 64 now. Tougher, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann is coming in to restore some calm.
Yes, a strange morning for England there. They've obviously gone about the plan of, right, we've got 3 overs before the new ball, let's just bowl short and hopefully one will get slogged up in the air. But when it doesn't come off, and as Aggers was saying, it's a very short boundary one side, runs can flow, Simon. Morning.
Good morning, Toffers.
Looked a bit scruffy, didn't it?
Well, I think we sensed New Zealand were going to come out and play some shots this morning. Jameson normally does. Phillips was positive right from the start of his innings yesterday. And Baker does give you a chance. I kind of set the tone, didn't he, with that first ball that went sort of snaking for 4 byes.
Not a good start.
They've not been able to hold New Zealand out. That catch obviously should have been taken. You'll see it on the BBC Sport website fairly soon. And highlights there during the day. Full highlights tonight at 7 o'clock. 3:24 for 7. Baker moves in to bowl to Phillips. And Phillips gets one that keeps low.
Hello.
Past the off stump, and he looks at the pitch and you think, hold on a second, this wasn't supposed to be like this week. That was last week.
Yeah.
Got low outside the off stump, went through on the second bounce to the keeper.
Yeah, you don't usually see that at the Oval. Day 2, it's meant to be quickening up and get a little bit more sort of bouncy. But that one, double bouncer through to Roo.
Well, I don't know, that might encourage New Zealand. They got some runs on the board. Yeah. Chance to add a few more as well. 3:24 for 7. And the morning sunshine at the Oval. Baker from the Vauxhall end bowls to Phillips, who plays an orthodox defensive shot, pushing that way into the onside towards mid-wicket. You wonder whether Jameson might take it on, or just actually might have said to themselves this morning, look, we've got 3 overs to the new ball, let's make a bit of hay, see where we can arrive at, and then perhaps regroup when the new ball comes. New Zealand last night were talking about 350 plus. Well, they got the chance of that now. 3:24 for 7.
Yeah. Well, you're always in the game with that sort of
stuff.
You're in the game. Might be a little bit short of par, but it's still 3,500. Got to get it.
Baker bowls to Phillips on leg stump, turned away by Phillips towards mid-wicket, picked up by Gay again, and there's no run.
He looks like the one thing he's got to work on, as you say, Sonny Baker, is he sometimes loses it down the leg side, doesn't he? You know, someone like a Fisher, you sort of see naturally everything going, off stump and away, off stump and away. He just sometimes loses it and bowls a little bit too straight.
He's got a bit of spring about him, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's got some pace and bounce, and can unsettle batters, and we've already seen that in a way with Jameson. I mean, he should have had a 3rd wicket.
Yeah.
Let's be unlucky. He was already celebrating.
He was. But it was one of those that you just expect to be caught.
Here's Baker bowling, and nudged away down towards fine leg for a single by Phillips. Now, how is Jameson going to play the new ball? Baker's 2 for 82. He's in his 18th over. And New Zealand 325 for 7. Consider they were, 188 for 5. But this often happens at the Oval. Lower order can get in. And actually, it's been a real feature of county cricket in recent years. It may be the fact there's no pace bowlers around to sort of sort the tail out, but there have been lots of, especially even this season, there have been lots of big lower order stands, even 10th wicket stands. There was one at the 100 the other day in the championship for the 10th wicket. So everyone's expected to bat these days and make their contributions.
I think you're right. There's not too many fast and nasties.
2 slips in the gully. There's a backward square leg as well for one that flies away if it was just off the hip. It's deep mid-wicket in as well. Baker bowls to James, has a massive swing at that, and it goes out to that backward square leg position. He took his eye off that. And I think he's hit him again. Yeah, he's taken the helmet off. That's 2 now. And so we'll have another concussion test.
Yeah. I wonder if it's different questions.
I asked Finney about this one. I think it is just some basic questions. What day of the week is it? What's your name?
Yeah, where are we?
What did you have for drink last night at the nightclub? That sort of thing,
Come on, Simon. Come on.
Jameson on 17.
And they used to ask who the Prime Minister was.
I think
it was easier.
Yeah, much easier back in the day, wasn't it? Not so easy recently.
Yeah, he's worn another one. Oh, yeah, that's grilled him actually as well. That will give you a bit of a shudder.
He played that like someone trying to knock away a mosquito. You know, when it gets around your head, where is it? Your arms are flapping.
Yeah.
325 for 7.
I suppose sometimes when you're that tall, that for a chap my height, I mean, I'm 6 foot. That sort of, that's going over your head, isn't it? Because he's so tall, a bouncer's perhaps climbing into his head. I mean, well, was he 6'8", is he? Must be something like that.
Yeah. Anyway, he's having his second concussion. I mean, that must...
The third one, do you have to get to, you get to 3 strikes and you're out?
I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
No.
It's taken a while. I mean, he threw the helmet off and the gloves down, almost in despair that it happened again. He allowed it to happen again. Well, the over rate was slow yesterday.
Yeah,
Only
was it
77 overs in the day, and we've had 2 big breaks already inside the first half an hour.
Well, you've got to do the protocols. Yeah. Unless you're England, of course. Sorry.
Well, you're at it now.
I know, sorry, you've just warmed me up now. No, you've got to go through it.
Just on Josh Tongue taking the new ball. The Oval Test last year, Chris Wokes got injured fielding in the first innings. So Tongue took the new ball in the second innings, dismissed KL Rahul in his opening spell, and then with a second new ball, got out Jadeja, Siraj and Washington Sundar to end the Indian innings. There was a flurry of boundaries from Sundar. Then
Got a message on my screen which says apparently players confirm which concussion questions are asked before a game. So there's no point in asking things you didn't know in the first place. So in other words, you probably fill in a little sheet.
Yes.
So these are the right answers.
Yeah. Might be embarrassing.
Yeah. So the physio could ask you when you were born. You'd say, oh, I don't know, 4th of January.
Yeah.
1987 or something.
Yeah, might not know.
Might not be the case.
Ah.
Yeah, just make up a date.
Yeah.
Was that your actual birthday, Simon?
I wish it was.
Yes, that makes sense.
So you are actually. It is actually mastermind, aren't you? You are being asked the question. Do you expect to get them right?
Yeah.
You can just say any old random nonsense.
Yeah.
Right, Jameson's ready to take strike again.
Might have knocked a bit of sense into you, perhaps.
Here is Baker. Bowls a full delivery, and it's glided away through extra cover, and runs from here. It might go for 4. Its outfield's quickened up, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
Scooted away. Just put the bat there. There was no real power in the shot. And the runs continue to flow. So 329 for 7. So we have had this morning 29 plus 9, which I make is 38.
Yeah, 38 in 5 overs.
Wow. Perfect start for New Zealand this morning. They've taken the new ball.
And that's the trouble, you see, that's the trouble. When you start off by bowling the short stuff, it's very difficult to then, go back to the normal stuff, because then, you pitch one up and someone like a Jameson goes, oh, lovely, I don't particularly fancy the short stuff, but anything up is in my half and I could just bonk you through extra cover.
You feel like a well-directed short ball for Jameson.
Oh, yeah.
Should do the job.
Absolutely.
So perhaps bowl properly to Phillips and bang it in against Jameson with a couple of men out. His Tongue going into bowl to Phillips. And Phillips is driving firmly through extra cover. More runs here. He's not timed it perfectly. And they've come back for 2. They're going to look for 3. No, Jameson not so keen necessarily to come back for the 3rd there. Happy for Phillips to have strike. 331 for 7.
That's the 50 partnership in 8.5 overs.
Yes. So we saw New Zealand yesterday just prepared to sit in. They're taking it on this morning. Of course, we just don't know what sort of score this is until England are batting. I mean, generally, the Oval, we know that it's good for scoring. There was that championship match earlier in the season where Surrey made around 500 against Leicestershire, and you thought, well, Leicestershire newly promoted, they might be really struggling in the face of that score. Yeah, his Tongue bowling, and he goes past the outside edge there of Phillips's bat. Genuinely beaten there, Phillips. And then Leicestershire responded with 694. So, I mean, that's, I suppose, the template England were hoping for. They can really make this count over the next couple of days when it's their chance to bat. Ben Duckett would be thinking about that drop catch. I listened to Josh Butler the other day actually saying that dropping a catch is the worst feeling you can have on a cricket field. That's his words. I'd have thought getting out as a batter is the worst feeling you can have, but you can totally understand it. And every run afterwards hurts. Tongue bowls, Phillips covers up, plays firmly back to Tongue in his follow through. And there is no run. 331 for 7. It's a lovely settled seed at the Oval today. Some high fluffy cloud, blue sky, bit of a breeze. Flags fluttering above the pavilion at the far end of the ground. Pastel shades in the crowd today. Sun hats on, sunglasses, that sort of day. And actually, if you're sitting in the full glare of the sun, it can get quite punishing on a midsummer's day. Tongue bowls and dabbed into the offside, off a quick single, and that time safely gathered in. There was one earlier where Jameson was under pressure to make the striker's end. A throw had hit, he might well have been run out, but that was well judged by Phillips, dropping it short of Baker coming in from mid-off. 332 for 7.
It's got a little more on the fine half century by extras in this match. It came up with the score at just 303. And if I've crunched the numbers correctly, that's the second lowest score on the board when England have reached 50 in the extras column in the field. So,
right, yeah,
not ideal.
Yeah, normally at 50 extras, the score's about 500 or something. That's the point you're making, whereas, yeah.
I mean, I said yesterday, the average in modern cricket is around about 6 to 7% of runs in extras.
Tongue goes into bowl to Jameson. And Jameson gets one that goes past the inside edge and just over the top of off stump. Got away with it there. That was a good delivery from Tongue. Still some movement out there. 332 for 7, as we say good morning again to Jeremy Coney. He's already featured in our build-up half an hour, which we have every day.
Exhausted.
Yeah. Well,
been on another programme since then, so I'm sorry I'm a little late. Interesting little mini session, hasn't it been? To start with the short ball, the way that England decided to use those 3 overs prior to the new ball. New Zealand have prospered, really.
Tongue bowls to Jameson, past the edge, this time the outside edge on its way through to Roux. So the new ball is causing 1 or 2 problems when it's in the right area. And then there was, I mean, England will look at that drop catch, won't they? They'll say, well, look, you'd expect to take that. I mean,
definitely.
It was one of those that it's a 10 out of 10, isn't it? It's not a how long would you be thinking about that, Jeremy, for if you drop that catch? A month?
Well, it depends how long the batsman who hit it stays at the crease, I think, and the way that the New Zealand innings has been able to just extend itself. I thought they would be lucky to get to the total they are. They're currently sitting on at 332 for 7. It's been a very productive little session for New Zealand with byes and over the top of the keeper and no balls, and there's been all sorts of things happening.
Baker to continue from the Vauxhall end. It's his 19th over. Short ball down the leg side. Is a flapping pull at that. Phillips misses it. Baker appeals, half appeals anyway. It was one of those that when it's your day, you can flick the glove down the leg side. It did not. It was taken by Roux.
Simon, I had a look at while I was out there, you mentioned the sort of the pre-session preamble, really, and it's not what I would regard as the normal kind of oval pitch, which normally has lovely, even kind of cover of grass on it, not too many tufts that you can see at all, that are standing a little more proud.
Baker bowls to Phillips. Phillips defends towards mid-wicket, picked up by Gay, and there's no run.
I'm not saying it was ugly, but I'm just saying it had a lot of these little tufts of grass and then sort of organic matter, or, around it, and then obviously more grass, but it's not that nice even. That's how I think of oval pitches in the past. This slightly different, and I just wondered to myself, is that the reason we're seeing some of the slight variation of bounce? It's not excessive. Let's make that point very clear. But there is some variation in bounce, I think. And yesterday, a lot of field sets with men in close.
Baker bowls to Phillips, and that one seems to bounce a bit more than Phillips expected there. And he just jagged the head back and guided it away towards backward point. That we've seen one that's kept low from Baker this morning. That one possibly bounced a bit more. It's got that extra pace, that skiddy pace that Baker has. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Well, high up on the bat, he took one hand off it. So this score from New Zealand, it might be worth a few more than we think.
Yes, I've got to say, overall yesterday, New Zealand had, I felt it was a bit of a missed opportunity from a lot of their batsmen who got starts and were in for 50 plus balls.
Baker with that skip at the start of his run, bowls to Phillips, who guides him off the back foot through extra cover. That's going to be 4. Goes very quickly over the pitches here. So many pitches. That's what you think about a square, but it's a huge oblong here at the Oval, and a lot of shaved surfaces away to that left-hand side as we look at it from the Vauxhall end. The ball skips across the ground. So 4 more. New Zealand continuing to profit. 336 for 7, and Phillips moves to 72.
Another of those Sonny Baker deliveries where he gets probably a yard behind the popping crease and placing his foot so the pitch is somewhat longer for him.
Sets off again past the umpire now, bowls to Phillips, and Phillips turns that through mid-wicket. That could be 4 as well. I think it will be, yeah. It's heading slowly out towards the rope, but the 2 fielders pursuing it are a long way behind it. So 4 more, and Baker, in his first Test match, is on the verge of going for a gallon. He's 2 for 94 coming to the end of his 19th over. Yes, it's a feature of Baker's bowling. I was listening to an interview with him where he set his run-up. He listened to Brett Lee, who said that the way to do your run-up is to, I don't know as much about bowling as you do, but to close your eyes and then run and feel
till it feels comfortable.
Yeah, till it feels comfortable. And that's what he heard Brett Lee say. That's what he did. So that's kind of how he's done his run-up, and he does land well below the front line, isn't he? Well before the front line. And he also says that's, say off spinners bowling, they can dig up the crease. Here's Baker bowling full. It's driven firmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So actually, where your foot's landing is nice and clean, isn't it? He doesn't have that dugout area that through the day that's caused by other bowlers, and you said off spinners in particular who pivot. So you have a nice sort of clean landing. But it's unusual to see it.
It is unusual to see it. I thought when I initially saw it yesterday that it was just a mistake, or the other option is it's planned, and it's so you can pitch the ball up and it's not quite there for the batsman. It might produce a lofted shot somewhere on the field. So I did feel at that point maybe either he had run from the wrong mark at the start of his run-up, or he'd deliberately done it in order to create a problem in length and time that the ball gets to the batsman, but that's not the case either.
340 for 7, Tongue bowls. Jameson stands up and punches it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It's on Baker's debut Test innings. 1 for 21 from his first 9 overs. His next 10 overs have gone for 73. 2 wickets, one in his 7th over, another in his 12th over. It was no boundaries in those first 9 overs, but 15 boundaries from the last 60 balls across those 10 overs that he's bowled.
The next question for me that I have for you, Simon, is why no Jofra Archer?
Yeah. Tongue bowls to Jameson, who lets the ball hit him. It wasn't that short, hits him on the lower back area. It's collected by Roux away to his left-hand side. Well,
was it anything to do with the 8 overs of bowling short last night? I thought that was a long spell to ask him.
Wasn't it? Yeah. When he hadn't played first-class cricket for 6 months.
My point.
Yeah.
And 6 hours in a field, you can't replicate that either. So I wondered how he would turn up this morning.
England starting with Baker and Tongue this morning. They bowled the 3 overs before the new ball. They're continuing with the new ball as Jameson guides that away towards backward point. They're off for a quick single. Duckett hits the stumps, but Jameson is well home, and so they get the single. Well, if this continues for much longer, as indeed it looks as though it will do, then we'll have to see Archer fairly soon, won't we?
Oh, I think so.
What were the splits of the bowlers yesterday results?
Yesterday, 19 overs for Archer and Fisher, 16 for Tongue, 15 for Baker. At the end of Baker's last over, all 4 seamers had bowled 19 overs. And there were 3 from Brooke and 5 from Bethel.
Yeah, so they had to do a reasonable amount of work. I mean, without the 5th bowler, without that sort of main 5th bowler, I suppose Brooke and Brooke and Bethel bowled how many between 8?
8, something like 8.
8,
yes.
Yeah.
And none from Root.
And there were only 77 in the day as well. Tongue bowls, guided away. That's 4 down towards deep third, past the gully. Well, the ball is flying across this outfield today. There's enough pace to work within the pitch. So you'd think it'd be a quicker scoring day today.
Well, enough pace with the new ball, isn't
Yeah.
it? And the way that England have set their field, they want fielders in for dismissals, 3 slips in the cordon, or 2 and 1 perhaps, and just really a backward point and a mid-off. So there are gaps in that field. Yeah, it's 2 and 1.
3:45 for 7. Phillips to 80. Tongue was ready to go. The umpire's not happy, I think.
Now they've got a cover there that's been brought squarer.
Yeah, so 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, fine leg. Tongue bowls close to off stump. Phillips allows it to go through. Collected by James Root. So we've got over 50 runs now in the first 40 minutes play. Excellent morning for New Zealand. It's the sort of morning that can win you the game ultimately. Still with power to add. Matt Henry to come, Will O'Rourke. Henry likes to play shots and O'Rourke likes to block for the guy at the other end. Last ball of the over from Josh Tongue. He's 1 for 91. He's close to going for a gallon as well. Tongue bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Phillips. It's the end of the over. 3:45 for 7. Phillips 80. Jameson 22. Jeremy, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
Yes, well, it has been a good morning, hasn't it, for the New Zealanders? I felt that with that missed opportunity yesterday with players getting 20s and 30s and 40s and a 50 and batting for a number of deliveries as well, that they just missed the chance of really making a mark for their side and pushing them onwards. And while 290 for some people would say, that with the pitch surface that it was yesterday, a little bit more difficult, that 290 for 7 wasn't a bad total for New Zealand. Looks like Bethel is going to come on now at this stage with the newish ball.
Hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Ali.
Well, a few things have happened today which weren't really on my list of expectations for the start of day 2. I think the first was the bouncer barrage with the old ball and the leaking of 27 runs in the first 3 overs. Then it was the new ball not being taken by Archer and Fisher, who were the chosen new ball bowlers at the start of the innings. And now it's Jacob Bethel bowling with the ball that is 7 overs fresh. So let's see if this is going to be another masterstroke from Joe Root. He grabbed a couple of wickets late last night, Bethel, didn't he? Got Tom Blundell and then Nathan Smith. And the ball that got Nathan Smith was a horrible full toss, but it caught the top edge and was a catch for Jordan Cox. Jameson on 22, 3:45 for 7 New Zealand, having resumed on 291. A slip and a leg slip here for the left arm spin of Bethel. His bleached blonde hair is gleaming under the sunshine. There's a catcher at short extra cover as well. So here's Bethel around the wicket, the tall figure of Jameson, and he's on the drive straight away, looking to be aggressive, but it's into the ground, gets underneath Bethel in his follow through as he threw himself to his left and fielded at mid-off. Well, is this going to play on the batter's ego here? Jameson tried to go for a big lofted shot if he gets it over mid-off. There is no protection. Sonny Baker's down here on the long-on boundary. Bethel gives the ball a rub. Stands a few paces behind the umpire at the non-striker's end, and Jameson, tall man, flexes his knees and waits. Bethel is in. Slightly quicker delivery, straighter delivery, turn towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So he's on 22 at the moment. And Glenn Phillips down at the non-striker's end has never had a Test 100, but he's 80 not out, his second highest Test score of his career so far. Bethel moves in around the wicket. Floats in outside the off-stump, inside edge onto the pad. Jameson again looking to be aggressive, studies the edge of his bat in accusing fashion as it's picked up by Duckett. Big miss when Duckett dropped Carl Jameson, wasn't it?
Yes, a short pitch, and Duckett at sort of a deep mid-wicket back-pedalled to get in line with the catch, but never really looked comfortable underneath. It was still moving.
Bethel in, drags that one down a little bit shorter, punched off the back foot. It's got through Emilio Gay at extra cover for 4. Well, whether there was an awkward bobble on that hard square, tried to get his body behind it, and it's another boundary to New Zealand in what has been an expensive morning session so far. 349 for 7 they are now. Jameson on to 26.
Third time in the over that Jameson has looked to go inside out and use the left armour through the offside field. There's just the normal cover of mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and also a man catching at a short cover as well and a slip.
New Zealand on the cusp of 350. And the score is looking better all the time. Bethel moves in under the sunshine. Ball to Jameson, it's full. His attempted drive misses. And the ball ends up in front of his feet for Roux to pick up.
Jameson losing the front shoulder, isn't he, when he's trying to open it up? He tends to have it to the leg side rather than getting it to the pitch of the ball and the line. He's looking deliberately to try and up and over.
Got a change in field here for the last ball of the over, with Matt Fisher being pushed back onto the boundary then, so both mid-on, mid-off are back on the fence, and Emilio Gay is dropping a little deeper from his position at extra cover, 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Bethel around the wicket here. Jameson on the drive down towards Fisher at mid-off. Means they take 1, and Jameson will be on strike for the start of the next over. You can see substitutes with bibs running onto the field at the moment, with towels and probably a couple of drinks and all sorts. But the 350 is up for New Zealand with that single. 350 for 7. That's after resuming on 291. So it's been a really productive morning so far for the New Zealand batters, and helped in a small part, maybe no small part, by England's tactics with that short ball to begin with. Salts? Oh, Jeremy, who wants to go first?
I've got one final thing on the brilliant half-century made by extras, which came up in the 79th over. Only once in England's Test history have they conceded 50 extras earlier in an innings in terms of overs bowled. That was on this ground in 1934 against Australia in the second innings. They conceded 50 extras in the 68.3 overs bowled then. There was a mitigating factor. There were 37 byes. Their wicketkeeper, Les Ames, great Kent player, was injured.
His tongue is about to run in for the start of the next over. 2 slips in, straight enough to be clipped away behind square along the ground. Fisher from his position at fine leg moves across to his left to field, and they're back for 2.
And 47-year-old Frank Woolley, another Kent legend, had to stand in as wicketkeeper, and so with 37 byes. So other than that, this is the earliest in an innings in terms of overs bowling and have ever conceded 50 extras.
I've got to say, I think some of the byes could have been called wide. That's a maybe a dubious point, but however, they were certainly short pitch, and then the ball has swung after it's gone past the baton a lot.
Yeah, late movement we've seen quite prodigiously. Tall figure of Tongue is in, that's down the leg side, and it's a tumbling mistake by Roux.
See, I just feel Roux is standing too deep. That has hardly reached him, and he's made it more difficult, I think. Yes, it's kept a little bit low as well as it's gone past Jameson, the batsman there, but I just feel you want to be taking the... I mean, he might be a keeper that likes taking it below his knees, but it pushes all your cordon generally a little deeper as well. They've got to feel that they're comfortable. You can see Root is not much behind him really at first slip, and Brooker's...
Tongue in, low full toss, and that has been driven firmly out through extra cover for 4. Really just a flash of the blade, very quick hands from Kyle Jameson that moves him on to 33 off just 37 balls. Tongue not getting the length right there.
Well, very frustrating for England. It's there's not much in this surface now for the seamers by the look of it. It doesn't seem to be gripping, and there's a big stride forward this time, and he does keep his shape, Jameson, to the faster bowler, and got a good contact there.
Extended all his levers, didn't he? The tall man made full use of his attributes. Waits now for Tongue. Comes in again, because a short ball, gets underneath it, which again is no mean feat for Jameson to fold his body in 2 almost to get underneath the short ball from Tongue.
Yeah, big tick actually for the bowler. He's got down well. He's watched it, seen the length, and the bounce and gone underneath it. Very much like he was an opening batsman as a young man. He came into the New Zealand side and batted probably as a bowler, of course, batting about sort of number 8. But he was getting, I think, Zoltz will tell us, I'm sure, but I can remember 30s and 40s in those first few games and partnerships forming because of it.
He awaits here from Tongue, another short ball. Well enough directed, forcing to take evasive action. Again, it's the duck, the fold from the waist. He's got 1/2 century to his name in Test cricket, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That was Hamilton, against the West Indies.
Yeah, that was his 3rd Test. He made 44 on debut against India at Wellington, 49 in his 2nd Test at Christchurch, then 51 not out, followed by scores of 20, 32, 30 not out. Those
there
were
you
first,
are.
First 6 innings.
Yes. He really was quite capable lower down the order. What number was he batting then, Zoltz? About number 8?
9 in the first 2, then 8.
Yeah.
Very handy, number 9.
Promoted.
Tongue in again. Fuller and patted back up towards mid-on to Jofra Archer, who we're yet to see today.
Since those initial innings, 30 not out. So in fact, so his first 6 innings were all 20 plus, 5 30 plus scores. He hadn't made 30 again until the Lord's Test. He missed a lot of cricket, but still played quite a significant number of games. So his batting had tailed off after that excellent start. But this series, 38 not out in that low-scoring game at Lord's, and now 33 not out here.
And how many innings has he batted altogether in Test matches?
Altogether, this is his 29th.
Okay.
Only 509 runs, average 22.
Yeah, well, that's reasonably decent. He's starting to look like a batsman now, isn't he? Well, when I say look like a batsman, he's starting to back himself. That he's good enough to stay there using orthodox methods of batting rather than, well, almost slogging as he came out in the Lord's Test.
You've got 2 batters out here that have played mostly T20 cricket in recent months, with Glenn Phillips now 80 not out, about to face Bethel, having come from the IPL before the Lord's Test. Bat and pad close together in defence into the onside. Joe Root's left the field, by the way. He's trotted off for what is probably a comfort break. So does that mean that we now do have Harry Brook leading the side on the field? Because we make that presumption, but I'll wait to see how field placings goes. He's there at first slip at the moment. Bethel around the wicket with his left arm spin, getting well forward and low to the ball to defend, to duck it at extra cover. Short extra cover, no run for Phillips. 356 for 7, New Zealand. Fielders out deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Short third and fine leg are both up. Catcher at shortish extra cover and a shortish mid-on. Floated in again, clip behind, square, finds short fine leg, and no run is taken. Carl Jamieson, before this series began, his last Test was February 2024. So although he came back from that stress fracture that he suffered, it's been really only white ball cricket for him in terms of
well, they've been
internationals
trying to
until
work
now.
him, haven't they? Get his bowling loads up a little bit.
Plunkett Shield last season, the premier domestic competition in New Zealand. A twizzle of the bat from Glenn Phillips. Now he settles, taps it against the ground. Harry Brook bobs down, leaning on his knees at slip. And Bethel moves in around the wicket. Forward is Phillips on the drive. Wide of Duckett at short extra cover. Down to Fisher at mid-on for a gentle 1. He's on to 81 then. New Zealand 357 for 7. So a couple more balls to come in the over from Bethel. What do you make, Jeremy, of the fact that Archer hasn't bowled with the new ball? Is that anything relating back to your 8-over spell last night?
Well, I think it's easy for us to just put the two together.
Mize.
Yeah. We don't know the details of what goes on, but it does seem a little odd, doesn't it, after using the first new ball?
Bethel a little shorter that time from Bethel. And off the back foot, Jamieson worked it towards mid-on, no run.
He bowled with decent pace. I thought he bowled a lot better than the one for 58 from the 19 he had yesterday, 4 maidens. Got the ball to sort of get 2 angles to left-handers, which no one else did.
Bethel over the wicket, flights a little bit more, it drops like a stone on Yorker length. Jamming the bat down is Jamieson, a dot ball to end the over, as it's picked up on the leg side. So Jamieson remains on 33, Phillips 81. And New Zealand, having resumed 291 for 7, are now 357 for 7.
Yes. Now, Phillips, he's in new territory results.
In terms of runs scored?
In terms of runs scored, yeah.
His high score is 87.
Okay.
So
not quite. So
approaching new territory.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's been he played the situation at Lord's quite well as well, didn't he?
He did.
Very different conditions, but circumstances required that.
Sort of suited him, Lord's, didn't it? Because it then sort of, there was a move towards aggression and the necessary aggression because of the surface of the pitch. So he was looking to score, and I think he's probably a better player when he does do that. He's got a lot of shots, he likes to attack, he likes to be aggressive, he likes to move the score along. And yes, that's what made it, I thought, yesterday's passage of play, and that's the 8 overs, of course, of short bowling from Jofra Archer as well. He decided not to try and score at all and just get out of the bay and remove himself, and had to take a few blows and get underneath. It was a fascinating period of play, actually, a good encounter.
Well, this is another shift in play here, because Matt Fisher is replacing Josh Tongue from the pavilion end into Phillips' leg stump delivery, which is clipped away past the square leg umpire out to the deep. Finds the fielder, takes a single. Different catchers in position here in front of the wicket for Fisher's bowling, who was the most economical yesterday. Still no Jofra Archer, but he certainly bowled with control with Fisher.
And the first shall be last, as it happens today.
Yes, we've had Baker, Bethel, Tongue. No Archer as yet. I haven't even seen him. No, he's not been doing any stretching, has he? Have you noticed him doing any stretching yet,
No.
Jeremy? He's there at mid-off at the moment. Jameson standing tall as Fisher bangs one in short. Didn't have to duck too much to evade. Goes through to James Rew behind the stumps. Glenn Phillips's journey to New Zealand was via South Africa. Well, born in South Africa, but he was very young when he came, wasn't he? Only 5 years of age. They came through the Auckland system. I remember interviewing him on his test debut, which was in Australia. He came in for the final test of the series
Sydney.
in 2020. Yeah, just before COVID hit.
Got a 50, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Start to his New Zealand test career. Fisher, short dark hair, moves in. Jameson looking to be aggressive, hits aerially out into the leg side. Will it reach the rope? It's a diving, sprawling attempt. I think the boundary is saved by Jordan Cox. And they come back for a second. Applause from the crowd down there. Says he did a good job to save the boundary. 360 for 7 now, New Zealand. Just a reminder as well that coming up at lunch today, we have the very popular feature, Jeremy, Ask the Umpire is back. And Ian Gould is our new expert, so he's going to be with us. So if any of you listening have got any questions for Ian Gould about umpiring scenarios, about match scenarios, things that have happened, weird and wonderful things that have happened in your club games, let us know. As Fisher is in again, trying to make a bit of room. Jameson crashes this high away over the leg side out towards Cow Corner. It's gone high, but how much distance has it got? It's run over the rope for 4. Tongue having to chase back and retrieve it in front of the advertising hoardings.
That's a very good shot. It's leg side of where he's taking up his stance, Jameson, and he's taken a shimmy to his left, going backwards out of the way, and the stumps are all exposed, just so he can play a back foot drive, really, and heave it away and going over the top of the fielders.
Fisher in again. He's trying to do the same thing, but bottom edges it into the ground and finds Cox then at deep mid-wicket, who stoops to wait for the ball to come to him. He's taking on the aggressor role here. Jameson's on to 40, and Glenn Phillips comes on strike again on 82. So the email address for questions for Ian Gould for Ask the Umpire is tms@bbc.co.uk. You can WhatsApp us as well, 0330 123 1826. And Umpire Gould will be here with Aggers for Ask the Umpire, coming at lunch at 1 o'clock. Now, catcher here on the edge of the pitch, a very short straight mid-on, 1 slip and 1 gully. Phillips on 80 as Fisher comes in. Bowls full to him, struck on the pad. Now Fisher wants it, he's desperate. Oh, and he's frustrated. No sense of a review. He's walking, turned on his heel very quickly and gone back to his mark. Inside edge. Michael Vaughan has joined us. again. Michael, I'm actually going to make way here for Daniel Norcross, so I'll let you have another look at that one from Fisher. Joe Root's back on the field, by the way. I was curious as to whether it was Harry Brook who was then leading the team momentarily while Root was off the field, but it wasn't overtly obvious. I think we assume he probably was, but 3:65 for 7. And here's Daniel Norcross to join you.
Yeah, what a morning it's been so far for New Zealand. Players are just going to take a drinks break. That last LBW appeal from Matthew Fisher was an inside edge from Phillips, which saved him. England have only got 1 review remaining. New Zealand have 3. It's been a little bit of chaos out there.
I'm baffled.
We've had a chaotic week, and yesterday was quite a calm day for English cricket, and we're now back to a bit of chaos.
Well, yesterday I thought the theme was all about how strangely jovial it was. It was quite upbeat and lovely, wasn't it? We got the 3 debutants. There was a nice thing that Root had said about telling the other players to channel the excitement of the 3 debutants, that sort of thing. And then today there's a new ball, and Matt Fisher, who bowls with the new ball all the time here at Surrey, and did yesterday, and always bowls from the Vauxhall end, is overlooked in favour of Jacob Bethell when the ball's 5 overs old. I'm a bit baffled.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's many things that you can look to this morning. I mean, Ben Duckett's dropped an easy catch on the boundary. Jameson would have been gone. Sonny Baker's first 2 balls went for 4, so there's kind of a momentum kind of little shift. Jofra Archer's yet to bowl.
Yeah, what?
The Jofra Archer yesterday with the new ball was excellent. Matthew Fisher yesterday was excellent with the new ball. And today, Sonny Baker and Josh Tong take the new ball. It's all been a bit strange. Matthew Fisher didn't bowl. I can't remember yesterday. Did he bowl from the pavilion end once? I don't think he did.
Did one.
3 overs, and he's taken now the kind of newish ball from the pavilion end. We're still not seeing Jofra Archer. Jofra Archer bowled an 8-over spell last night. And I thought at the time, it's a lot of overs to be bowling on day 1 when you've not played a huge amount of cricket. And we haven't seen him bowl inside the first hour when New Zealand have dominated. And we haven't seen Jofra Archer bowl yet today. They've scored 74 runs in an hour and lost no wickets. And England's, you could argue, most potent weapon is yet to bowl the ball on day 2. If he's got a problem, he's out there. He's been out there since the start. So I've no idea why Jofra's not bowled this morning. I'll tell you what it has done. It's put New Zealand in a strong position. We've seen 1 ball keep low from this end from Sonny Baker. We've seen 1 ball bounce.
Yes, I mean, I said yesterday it felt like a day 2 pitch, and I've been asked, will it break up? I've not seen it break up for years, actually, but that's because I've seen 4-day games mostly, and it's a lot greener on day 1, whereas yesterday it was a little browner. And already now, I mean, if I think of this as a sort of day 3, almost day 4 pitch, we're getting that little bit of variable bounce. It's not, nothing like Lord's, but there is a touch of that.
But this is just a reminder that this England side now for a period have had hours like this in Test match cricket. Most of the time with the bat, where they lose a few quick wickets by playing with not a great deal of sense. But, this time it's with the ball where they've given New Zealand a big hour of the game, where you've allowed them to score 74 runs quickly. You've dropped an easy chance, and you just get a sense that the whole momentum of the Test match. Yesterday was a really good day for England, but by having a really bad first hour on day 2, you've kind of just shifted the whole momentum of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it all looks a bit different, or might have looked very different if the catch goes in, because then they might go bang bang and finish off the innings. And you can't sort of blame a captain or bowlers for that, but it's how they've reacted since that point. Glenn Phillips has batted really well at Lord's as well on a tricky pitch. He's been their standout batter so far this campaign, and he's batting in at number 7.
I've really enjoyed watching him play, because yesterday he came out and played a few shots, but it was the way that he played Jofra, where he was swaying out the way, ducking and weaving. He had to wear a few. It's like, I remember that from the 80s.
I was thinking, it reminded me a bit of Robin Smith.
Yes.
How Robin Smith used to do the sway thing?
Yeah.
Hands down.
Stare at the ball and sway out the way.
I mean, Robin Smith didn't have a grill, though, did he? He just had the helmet without the grill, which was quite foolhardy, perhaps. Right. Bethell is mystifyingly going to continue. His 2 for 14 off 7 might encourage you to think that he's very penetrative. There is a deep mid-wicket who is Jofra Archer, who's sort of warming up as this is hoiked, muscled into the onside.
I'm only reading, again, you've got to speculate when someone like Jofra's not bowled in the first hour. I wonder if he's woken up, he's a bit stiff, and they were hoping to get the 3 wickets without having to use Jofra.
Yeah.
And he's kind of now got the call, come on, Joff, we're going to have to use you.
But he's been bowling from the pavilion end mostly, so what, is he going to come in and replace... Fisher's only bowled 1 over from the top end. Bethel in, that's tossed up a little bit and driven through a gap where mid-off is no longer there, up to long off. They take the single, as Fisher does the fielding, 367 for 7. So, you know, if he's properly warming up, I say properly, he's, you know, doing the knee lifts. So it feels like they're all on the wrong ends at the minute. Bethel with a slip in place is in to Jameson. He gives it. Oh, it's bowled him. Gave himself room, looked to cut it, and it's clattered into leg stump. That's why Bethel's on. He's picked up 3 for England. Don't need a specialist spinner. He has 3 for 16, and finally England have made the breakthrough this morning. Not a lot of whooping and hollering about it, but New Zealand lose their 8th. Jameson goes for 41, 367 for 8.
Yeah, it's just not full enough to... Well, it's just an old-fashioned Yahoo with his weight back. Not even step hitting. It was there to be step hit, actually, and he seemed to kind of get his weight on the back foot. But he's played a good hand for New Zealand. Jameson, 41 from 48. Just wonder whether those... it'd be interesting if he comes out and bowls, actually, because those hits to the helmet were quite brutal. And obviously in Test cricket you can have a delayed concussion replacement, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah. But then, I mean, if they said now that he was concussed and he shouldn't have been batting for this period, should he? But I suppose, you know, you can get a delayed...
Yes. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Matt Henry coming in at number 10. He'll no doubt just try and hang around for Glenn Phillips, but just looking at Jofra, I can only think that England were hoping to try and get the 3 wickets without having to use Jofra. He's probably woken up a little bit stiff. He's not been playing, obviously, red ball cricket. And that 8-over spell, it's a lot of overs on day one in one spell to be bowling when you haven't played a great deal.
And they weren't 8 ordinary overs either, were they? I mean, it was banging it in and banging it in.
I just go back to when Jofra got that elbow problem. I think it was on the back of a New Zealand trip where he bowled and bowled and bowled. And I think Joe was the captain back then.
He was. There were horrible Groundhog Day feelings throughout the end of last evening.
You've got to be careful when these players have not played a great deal, that you don't ask too much of a bowler like Jofra in one spell.
Now we've reached that stage in the game where it could start to get to that thing that annoys me massively. We've got a few balls grace. Do you know? You think you know what I mean by this? We might see it at the start of the next over if Henry survives this one. As Bethel is in, defended with front pad into the onside. Picked up by Root at short mid-wicket, no run. I'd like to think they won't do it, but so far they've always let me down, so I'll wait until it actually happens before fulminating with rage. Slip, leg slip, short extra, backward point, proper extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Bethel is in, that's turned into the onside, 2 leg side, he's straight to Root, there's no run.
Well, you look down now, it feels like a perfect day for batting, doesn't it? It's glorious. The clouds are kind of disappeared.
So if you're New Zealand, you're very happy to extend this time out in the middle.
I think you'd want a few more. You'd want another 33, you get to 400.
Bethel tosses it up, it's driven back to him on the bounce. There is no run. Bethel completes another mystifyingly successful over. 3 for 16, 367 for 8, New Zealand. Andy Zaltzman.
Jameson's final figures 41 from 48 balls with 7 fours, his highest score since December 2020. That was in his 3rd test, his only half century. This is his 21st test. And the partnership 87 from 15 overs and 5 balls. Jameson dropped badly by Duckett on 15, at which point the score was 313, so another 54 runs added before the wicket fell.
Thank you. Now, Jofra Archer's still limbering up, but he's not going to bowl. It's going to be Fisher. Does Bethel come off now, or because he's got 3 for, do you keep him on?
I'd keep him on. I think the way that the field's spread, and he's not going to, you don't think, go for too many. I think he's probably the one that you carry on with now. But
now this is encouraging. So the field has not spread massively, which is what I feared might happen. It hasn't. So chapeau, Joe Root. We've got a slip, gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a short mid-wicket. There is a deep backward square leg and a long leg, but that's pretty understandable. As Fisher is into Phillips on 83 from the pavilion end. And Phillips turns his back of a length ball into the onside to a very, very short, straight mid-on, who is Harry Brook. I'm happier now. I'm not going to fulminate with rage. It's when they put everybody out on the boundary.
Yeah.
And then we sit here waiting longer than we need to for the conclusion of the innings, and everything slows down to the point of pointlessness. But that hasn't happened.
No, they've got quite a straight field. They've got a short mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-on quite wide.
Fisher in, Phillips works again, another straight ball into the onside, short mid-on.
Yeah, square leg on the boundary, fine leg back, so a field that's set only one slip in a gully, so it's a field that has been set for straight deliveries. They don't want to offer that offside to Glenn Phillips. He's such a good player through kind of cover point region.
It's just that Fisher's got a newish ball, and the thing he wants to do with it is swing it away, isn't it? And he's bowling from the pavilion end, rather strangely, but here he comes, running in towards us. Phillips on strike. He gets up on his toes, defends into the offside. There's no run. At the end of this over, remind me, we have got a women's test match squad to tell you about.
Oh.
And it's lengthy. 15 names. I know. There are some names in there.
So that's for the test at Lord's against India.
It is. I mean, I've looked at it and spent most of the time trying to work out who's not in it. There are some big names that aren't, and some big names that are. I shall be bringing you that news hot off the press. This is the historic Lord's Test that's going to take place on the 10th of July. Every ball of that match will be on TMS as Fisher is in, short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's going to be 4. They got well onto that because it was banged in pretty short. It got up quite high. It's flown over Emilio Gay at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's a couple of Kiwi fans down in the stands. One's got a Kiwi, Teddy.
Oh, yeah.
And every time a boundary arrives, he waves the Kiwi, and it's had an active morning.
That's a good spot from you.
Yeah.
Whereabouts should I be looking?
It's down there. So I've just seen it on the telly, but I've seen it all morning. And the Kiwis had a lively morning.
Is it strictly speaking a Teddy if it's a Kiwi? Here comes Fisher in. That's another straight ball that's pushed up to short, straight mid-on. There's no run. Jonathan Agnew's joined us. I'm trying to gauge from his face how mystified he is by today's proceedings. Yes, I'd say yes. He's done the blink.
I will. I think the word shambles may have been used as he
shambles. Yes. Well, when you lurch for shambles so early in the day, you know things aren't going well.
With what is going on out there before the first ball had been bowled.
What's going on out there? I do not know. Right, here comes Fisher. Last ball of the over. Can he keep Phillips on strike? No, he can't. He's bowled a straight ball, which has been tucked into the onside, very frustratingly for England. Emilio Gay has to move to his left to field. They take the single, 372 for 8.
That's Phillips' highest test score, beating the 87 he made against Bangladesh in Mirpur in December 23.
I remember, I think it was a West Indies tour, and we were playing, I think it was in Antigua, the new venue, I think the Sir Vivian Richards.
Yes. A lot of runs.
I think we were 10 overs into the test match, and I think Sir Geoffrey had sacked a lot of them. We might have lost 3 or 4 early wickets, and everyone was sacked.
Yes, he would have been quite a volatile chairman of selectors, I think, Geoffrey. So here we go. Here is the England women's test squad to face India, 10th of July. Captain Nat Sciver-Brunt. I would say at the moment that's on the wish list, given the injury update we had yesterday. Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Maya Bouchier, Alice Capsey, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, very delighted for her, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer, quick bowler, Amy Jones, Heather Knight. Bethel is going to continue. He's in to Phillips, who tucks this into the onside. He's going to take the single, interestingly. He's not worried about Matt Henry facing Bethel. So he got down to Heather Knight. Then Emma Lamb, Grace Potts, the Lancastrian, Ellie Threlkeld, also of Lancashire, Maddie Villiers, an interesting selection, and Izzy Wong. So they've got the pace there of Bell, Filer and Wong if they want to use it. And if the pitch is anything like the men's test pitch, I'm going to say something somewhat controversial. I think that would not be bad for the women's test, actually, because there needs to be a bit of life in the pitch. Bethel is in again. This is driven firmly by Henry up to mid-off. Nicely stopped by Matt Fisher. So it could be a pitch for pace. There's Sophie Eccleston and Tilly Courtine Coleman, 2 fine left armers. No Lindsay Smith, no Danny Gibson, no Freya Kemp, no Sophia Dunkley, no Danny Wyatt-Hodge. It's quite big names missing in that squad. Feels a little bit experimental. Bethel in, got slightly flatter ball, which is solidly defended by Henry. Delighted with Grace Potts, Eddie Threlkel, Maddie Villiers. Perhaps those 3 weren't necessarily expecting selection. Maya Bouchier could well get the nod. Tammy Beaumont back, the holder of the highest score by a woman, an English woman, in any international. As Bethel is in again, forward in defence play, back to the bowler, no run, when she got a double 100, I think it was, at Trent Bridge in the Test match, going past the great Betty Snowball's record of 189. But she's out of the ODI squad and in no kind of form. She doesn't play T20 very much. So it was quite an experimental team, that.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the T20 World Cup to sort out first, haven't they?
And they started that well, winning their first 2 games. Bethel in. That's again really well defended by Henry on the front foot. Just pushes it out to short extra. There's no run. This is doing something for England's over rate, you'd say. It's the 15th over of the morning, and we've only had an hour and a quarter. There's Bethel again onto leg stump and just turned into the onside. Defended well. There is no run. 1 off the over. 373 for 8. With Phillips on 89. Henry yet to score.
And still no job for Archer. I can see him just walking in from the cover boundary. He's certainly not running to give his cap to the umpire.
Because what you could do here is just a straight swap, isn't it? Archer on the pavilion end. Absolutely. Put Fisher on at this end. Oh,
about time we had a cake. I like
yeah, I was informed of this via WhatsApp. Is this our first cake of the summer? Well,
what happened at Lord's? Well, we weren't there.
Well, I'll tell you what happened at Lord's. I wasn't on commentary.
Right, we didn't get a cake at Lord.
No.
That's going to be the first time ever.
No, but
you're back.
I'm back. I was WhatsApped about these, and they look absolutely terrific. It comes with a note on, what would you call that, orange paper? As Fisher is going to resume into Phillips. Still a slip in place down the leg side, taken by Rue. From Steve and Jules Lovell, Buxted Park CC in East Sussex. Thanks for a wonderful evening in your company in Adelaide. Aggers, Tuffers, Isha, Jason Gillespie, Will Lyons, Beck Hardy, et al. For the wine tasting event in aid of Take Her Lead. I remember that one. That was lovely, wasn't it? Isha's fantastic charity. Steve designed the T-shirts for Isha's fundraising tour. Also the Barmy Army tour shirt designer for 25 years. I've got a few of his shirts in my wardrobe. Fisher's in again. Phillips back raised, waits again down the leg side, just trying to keep him honest, and he's just missing his line a bit. Many thanks again, and enjoy this. You'll like this: Bailey's coffee and walnut cupcakes.
Now, they sound nice. They look nice as well, actually.
I mean, we have a very strict disciplinarian in Jonathan Agnew who doesn't care for it's not like the Arlott days, doesn't care for alcohol during matches, but do you think we can get away with Bailey's and a cake?
I'm pretty sure we can.
Do you think so? He's not sure. Here comes Fisher. Short. Oh, gets a top edge on that, and it flies down to the boundary for 4. No chance for Rue. It was over his head. But a full shot from Phillips, he won't mind. Gets him into the 90s. 93 now. Closing in on that 100. Thank you, by the way, Steve and Jules. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Well, we've already established that Aggers has ruled himself out on the grounds of abstinence.
Well, that was off a helmet, actually, but it's been given to Glenn Phillips. He'll take that. I always thought when you got hit on the head that you had to get the physio out there. I think that was...
Yeah, would he have... But the thing is, you see, he'd then have to say, I was actually hit on the head, not the bat, and then he'd lose the 4 runs that's got him into the 90s.
Yeah, so he's been smart, hasn't he?
Well, possibly. Fisher in full, defended to short extra cover off the front foot. Straight again from Fisher with this quite a tight field, trying to keep Phillips on the strike as we see in the replay. Yeah, it's missed glove. It's bounced off the very, very top. It's a glancing blow, the top of the helmet.
but it should be.
Like a little flick on, you know, near post corner.
Yeah.
Just flick it on.
Speaking of which, I meant, because you like your football.
Yeah, I love it, yeah.
I detected a note of Bazball in Tuchel yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming home. Of course, they've won. England have won already. Yeah. But he said something that was very, very Baz yesterday. I'll say it after this, as Fisher is in. Down the leg side, just left alone with disdain by Phillips. He said, you know, when England conceded the goal, second goal, he said, I said to them, what's the point in having 7 people in defence if you're still going to concede a goal? You might as well get forward. And I thought, that is, what's the point in batting for 80 overs and only scoring 200? It's basically...
So you think Thomas Tuchel has been looking at the Bazballers?
Well, who knows which way round it went. Tuchel might have been like this all the time.
I did see some of the England players playing cricket in training.
Yeah, Jude Bellingham's very good, isn't he? Very handy bowler. Fisher in short, last ball of the over. That's kept Phillips at that end. It means Henry will be on strike, and if Bethel bowls this over, I'll be mystified. I'm going to get out of the way. More from you, Michael, and then it's going to be Jonathan.
I think I saw Morgan Rogers actually playing a delightful Ian Bell-style cover drive. Looked like he had a nice technique, nice top hand. Jacob Bethel to carry on. Jonathan Agnew, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Michael. Nice stroll here this morning along the South Bank and so on. Yeah. A bit surprised by what I've seen the last hour and 20 minutes, if I'm honest.
But you know, as a bowler, Geoff Archer must have a niggle.
Well,
he must have arrived today.
But look, he's walking around with a smile on his face, and he's not looking injured. He's got a little bandage on his right wrist because, of course, he slipped yesterday. But that was before that spell. Bethel round the wicket, bowls short and wide and chopped for 4. And Matt Henry's off the mark. And another boundary. It has been even by England's standards, extraordinary first hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, but it's good to get back to a bit of chaos, isn't it? It was too calm yesterday.
The trouble is that once you set off in that mode, it's very hard to pull it back, isn't it? If the 2 batsmen get away a bit and the ball flies around all over the place, it's very hard to get that control back.
Yeah, I mean, they were thinking just 3 overs to go to that second new ball, just get there without much damage.
Bethel,
in terms of runs.
It's played out to extra cover.
Well, I think it's a lesson that at the start of a day's play, the bouncer theory should always be like plan A, like B or C at least, not plan A.
Start with it.
Bring in all the dismissals at the start of a day. I don't care who you are. Early on in your innings, when you're starting the next day, you know, bring in all the dismissals.
Yes.
Fuller, snicks behind, LBWs.
Well, the one that springs to mind as an example of why you do that, here's Bethel bowling, and that's tucked away to mid-wicket. Jonathan Trott scored a really fine 100 in New Zealand. I'm searching, I think it was probably Wellington. He scored, I think, one of the first, then he scored 100 in the day in the Test match at Wellington. Trotty went through all his normal stuff the next morning, you know, nets and working hard. In goes Bethel, bowls, tucked away out to deep square leg for a single. There's Archer sprinting in. I'm quite happy, picks up one-handed, throws it back, no sign of any wrist injury there. Went out took guard, which Trotty took about 10 minutes. Scratching around, scraping out, first ball, bang, out. He's 100 not out.
Yeah, it happens.
Well, you're starting again, aren't you? You found that game? I think it was Wellington. Bethel 3 for 22 now. Round the wicket, bowls. That's prodded away by Phillips. Got his eye very much on 100 here now.
Yeah, well, Jurich brought mid-on and mid-off into what would be a white ball circle on the one. So available to Phillips is down the ground. He's bringing extra cover in as well, trying to force the big shot. The last ball of the over, so they're trying to keep him on strike.
Can he get away? He's on 93. 382 for 8. Bethel moves in, bowls. It's wide, full, and scythes for 4. And Phillips goes to 97. I mean, we're taking nothing away from the way he's played. He's brave, outstanding yesterday. That duel with Archer was fantastic. It was wonderful to watch. But my word, they've given him a leg up this morning. They've let him play his natural game, really, and he's responded. He's played brilliantly, but I'm afraid England's very culpable in what's happened.
Well, I tell you what, from Glenn Phillips' mindset, he'd have gone to bed last night going, oh, I've just survived one of the real tough spells. God, I'm going to have to do it again in the morning. Jofra will come charging in once again, and he won't believe his luck that he's not had to face one ball from Jofra so far.
When Jofra Archer's at mid-off, he's been running around the field. He ran in there, picked the ball up and flung it in right-hand. He didn't just lob it in, or if he had a sort of injury there.
So Phillips was 49 not out overnight, is that right, Andy? And he's now on 97, and he hasn't faced one ball from Jofra on day 2.
I found that game in Wellington in March 2013. Trot 121 not out overnight, caught behind by BJ Watling off Trent Bolt, first ball of day 2.
Well, a message has gone to the England camp to ask if Archer is injured, and there's no reply. And for now, it's Fisher coming in and bowling, and Henry's on the front foot, and there's Jofra Archer fueling a bit off.
He can't be injured. He's just out there. You know.
He's just bowled the ball to mid-on. He is fit, is the word now.
Yeah, I'm guessing that. I mean, I can't think of any reason tactically why you would not bowl Jofra Archer, other than that he's got a stiff body and they're trying to get away with him not bowling that much today.
He bowled 2 balls to mid-on there in a manner that suggests he might have been loosening up, but I don't know. 386 for 8. Fisher bowls, and that's again played up to Archer, who fields, and then bowls again to mid-on and follows through a bit there. This looks like a man loosening up.
But it doesn't make sense that he's not been used earlier.
Well, it must have been that spell last night. I mean, it was 8 overs for a man who's not played any red ball cricket for months. So that must explain it. Here's Fisher bowling a very high bouncer. We'll see how he runs.
Well, and you know, as a bowler, I mean, when you're running in bowling full of length, it doesn't quite take out of your body as much as when you're having to run in and whack the pitch, which he pretty much did for 8 consecutive overs.
I wonder if he'd have played without the hullabaloo of the last week, if they'd actually given him some time.
No chance. It'd have been same again. Same team. Why would you change the team from?
Yeah. So I mean, he's not actually match fit, really, is he, to play Test cricket? If you know, an 8 over spell. Yeah, he ran in and bowled hard, but you know, if you're Test match fit, you should be all right to come in and bowl the next morning. Now here's Henry, beaten this time, pushing off the front foot, kept a little bit low. 386 for 8, but it does feel as if he's going through the motions there of loosening up. But so we've had an hour and a half of play, and New Zealand have had a romping morning. Now a deep square leg retreats, and a second slip also goes out into that leg side, suggesting here to Henry might get a short ball, I think. Leg slip, mid-wicket goes back a bit. 2 balls left in the over. And in comes Henry, bowls, and it's Fisher who bowls and Henry defends. No run. Ian Gould's arrived, which is excellent for his first stint of ask the umpire. Looks a bit nervous.
He's always a nervous character, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. This is the man who gave Sachin Tendulkar out in a World Cup semi-final in India. I'll tell you what.
And he's still alive.
He is still alive. It was the right decision, too. It all went a bit strange that day. In fact, I was commentating with Sunil Gavaskar, and he gave it out. But miraculously, it seemed to just spin past the leg stump. And there's another short ball, and Henry's got a bit of a tangle there. The ball's hit him on the glove and run down to the boundary directly below us. They'll come back here for 2. Now, what's that off? Is that off glove? I know leg buys again. So what's that come off? Some part of the body. There's been some blows today. But runs being added. 388 for 8. And Archer is coming on. And he's coming on. He's replacing Bethel. And he's coming on from the Vauxhall end. He didn't bowl at this end yesterday. But here we are. There's some applause from the crowd. And I suspect about as mystified as everybody else up here. It's not just our commentary box that's surprised. Some of our colleagues down the corridor also. Oh, there we go. There's the cheer.
Although I did have one of my friends who rang me who's just turned up. Why is Bethel bowling? Next ball wicket. The good old. But it has been a strange morning from England.
Certainly has.
And yeah, whether it was. Well, they're showing a replay here of a ball which looks like he might have nicked it and all that. And then there's Matt Henry, it's bat. So they nicked one and England haven't appealed. Was that a no? But was it?
It looked like a player missed in the last over. Perhaps that was the one they were talking about. Here's Archer. Let's see how he runs it anyway. 388 for 8. Phillips is on 97. In goes Archer and he bowls short outside the off stump. And Phillips tries to flash that away for his 100 and doesn't quite time it. So that's 81 miles an hour, according to the gun.
Salts, what is the average score in the last couple of years, first innings at the Oval in first class?
In first class, I'll get that up.
Just because I'm looking at this pitch, and I know England have been poor this morning, but it looks an absolute belter, doesn't it?
It's a little bit variable, isn't it? One or two have kept a bit low.
But just historically here at the Oval, it does get better.
Yeah.
It's a quick scoring ground. So England have been poor in this 2 hours, but they're nowhere out of this game, are they?
We would hope not. In goes Archer again, then kicking up his heels. He bowls and Phillips on the back foot gets runs here. Out into the offside. He should get a couple, which will take him to 99. So a really big moment for Glenn Phillips, who was so brave yesterday in that spell. It was a wonderful viewing. But he's never been on 99 in a test match before. His teammates are gathering on the balcony to applaud his 100. Big gaps there in the offside. The field hasn't changed. As Archer glides in and he bowls outside the off stump, pushed away for 100. Big gap there in the offside and well played. That's a really hard fought and also very entertaining 100. His first of his career. 133 balls, he hit 18 fours and has led New Zealand's charge this morning. Well played indeed.
That's a brilliant 100. Talk about playing situations, playing moments. He attacked when he had to attack. And you look at now, it's that 100, you get the applause now, but you almost forget how much hard work he had to put into that. I know it's only 133 balls, but he got a bit of a flyer, and then he had that 45 minutes of getting absolutely bombed from Jofra Archer. And to get through that, and then come out this morning and play beautifully. It's a really, really well-constructed maiden Test 100.
Archer runs in and bowls to Henry, who carves this high. He's going to be caught at mid-off. He's had a swipe. Straightforward catch taken. Bit disappointing that, I think, with a man at the 100 the other end. Henry's out for 5. And yeah, that was a bit surprising. Not quite sure what that's all about.
Well, just applauding someone who's played, I think, a really good 100.
Yes.
And then Matt Henry, with the experience he has, he's not an inexperienced cricketer, has played a very inexperienced shot. I can only say he was expecting a short ball. And he wasn't the bravest on it because he's pitched it up and played a horrible hack.
However, it's accurate to say that with his which ball of the morning, 4th ball of the morning, Jofra Archer's taken a wicket.
Which begs the question, Aggers.
Well, I was leaving that to you.
Why was he not bowling the first over? The more you can't, you can't work out, can you?
No.
If you're ever in doubt as a captain, or ever in doubt and you're not sure who to bowl, I was always told, just bowl your best 2 bowlers, and you can't go too far wrong. I mean, I know I was considered a very boring and dull captain, but when you had Broad and Anderson,
I think it's a little bit harsh.
I can find you some very good clips, I reckon, of what people have said about my captaincy if you want, on some papers and some and on Test Match Special. But normally, why wouldn't you start with?
No, well, you do, don't you?
And I don't. Whether sometimes you could be too clever for your own good, whether they're trying to avoid Jofra bowling in, balls for the second innings, but the problem is you look too far ahead in a game of cricket, it does bite you.
Just one thing you were saying about Phillips, and for a batsman like me, total coward, who hated facing fast bowling, you often find yourself wondering what it is that the batsman, the opening batsman in those fields, actually get out of the peppering that they get and the blows and the bruises and the bravery they have to show. This innings actually demonstrates it, doesn't it? You get through it and you get to 100. Archer's on his way, bowls to O'Rourke, tall right-handed number 11 who swishes the bat and lets that go through. That is why you do it, isn't it?
And which is why, I know I'm probably speaking to the convert and everyone's going to expect me to say this, but this is why Test cricket does expose every element of the batting and your batsman's technique and your bravery. Like, you would have instantly said, if you were just talking about Phillips yesterday, when they bowl short, he's going to look to attack, look to play the big shot. That's how you would think. He's an attacking white ball player as well. And actually you went, no, I'm not giving England anything.
Archer bowls, he's gone for the Yorker there, but it's a low full toss, which is played back to him. So a wicket for Archer, his first over of the day. And New Zealand are 391 for 9, so they've added today.
They exactly 100 for 2 wickets in 19 overs. A little more on Glenn Phillips's 100, as you said, 133 balls, 18 4, so 72 of those 100 runs in 4. His first Test 100 in his 19th Test, his 32nd innings, has 2 hundreds in ODIs and 2 in T20 internationals as well. And we've seen various phases of the innings. Very aggressive at the start, 35 off his first 24. Then overnight, he'd added just 14 more off 50, played 27 consecutive dot balls from Jofra Archer during that spell that you were talking about last night, but managed to get through it. And then today, 51 off 59 more balls to go through to his excellent century. And it's only the second Test 100 for New Zealand at the Oval. The other was by John Wright in 1986. Now this is New Zealand's 10th Test here.
Interesting character. He's a pilot, and he takes with him on tour a full flight simulating kit.
You need one of them. You need one of them. You actually might get good at it.
Well, I'm still alive at the moment. 391 for 9. Phillips on strike is on 100, and he gets one down the leg side from Fisher.
Do you reckon he went back to his room last night and then
probably fired up?
Yeah, and then flew from, I don't know, I suppose he's what we've watched planes going into Heathrow to wherever.
I've seen photographs. He flies a Cessna. I think it's a 172 looking at the pictures.
Okay. What, explain, was that big, small?
It's quite small.
Is that bigger than yours?
No. I fly 182.
Is that big?
No, but it's bigger than a 172. Single engine, 4-seater. It's the one we flew around Australia. 391 for 9. In comes Fisher. Bowls short and pulled into the leg side. A man out there. Surely he's going to catch this. Yes, he has. Gay takes the catch. Fisher celebrates. He's delighted he's got a wicket. But that is New Zealand's session. And there's going to be 10 minutes for England to bat up to lunch. And they better be on it. Because you have to say, they weren't throughout that morning. Some strange tactics. And that's resulted in New Zealand adding 100 runs for those last 3 wickets, led by Phillips, who's just fallen on his sword there, rather, going for a big hit at the end with the number 11 languishing at the other end. So he's out for 100. He'll be delighted. And New Zealand certainly will. 391 they've made. And now is a nasty little 10 minutes for the openers to negotiate as well. There's the applause for Phillips, all played. It's one of those innings where you just really admire. You see batsmen go out and play beautiful flowing innings, whatever it may be, but that's the one you admire for the hard work and the guts that's gone into that.
Absolutely, and the skill, actually, the skill to play. And we just don't see it very often in the modern game. A batsman prepared to forgo a shot, to forgo an area of playing and soak up dot balls rather than take the attacking option, and that's the way I play method.
Yeah, carry on, Alistair, but we're going to bring the best scorecard reader in the business in to fill the gap. Simon Mann's coming in.
I'm not sure Simon Mann should be offended or pleased with that comment from Aggers, but here is so-called best scorecard reader. Don't make any mistakes.
No, I think it's more to do with the fact that there's no cricket for 10 minutes. So I guess he's very happy to get out of the seat. That's what it's all about. Anyway, the heavy rollers coming on. I noticed this morning they were using a light roller, weren't they, in New Zealand this morning? Heavy rollers trundling onto this surface that has browned up since yesterday, as you'd expect here. 391 all out. People from a distance were saying, well, it's because the pitch has flattened out and it's a very good pitch for batting. There are other things going on as well, weren't there, this morning, really?
But I think it is a flat wicket.
Okay.
I think if you are looking to bat, especially after coming from Lords,
yeah.
Like, okay, you look at day 2, sun's out, not really, any clouds are high, quick scoring outfield. You'd be licking your lips to get out there, wouldn't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have these feelings about, because of what's happened in the past, you think, oh, therefore it's going to happen again. You know, the team's going to go out there and inevitably score loads of runs. But you've got other pressures to bear. The fact that they've been chasing leather around for, an hour and a half. Also, you've got a lot of inexperience in that England batting lineup. It's a decent New Zealand attack as well.
I get that. But I think I think this is an opportunity. Certainly also as a batting group, when you debrief from Lords and you get balls which are flying through and keeping low. We've seen one ball so far misbehave, and we saw one today, didn't we?
Yeah, one kept low, didn't it?
Phillips.
And one bounced a bit to Phillips, but
I mean, nothing which is. But just again, I go back to the historic here at the Oval. I did ask Saltz a question, but he's totally ignored me as per normal about what the average first innings score has been here at the Oval the last 2 or 3 years, and I would say it's around the 420, 430 mark.
The last. Hang on. The last 3 seasons. Hang on, let's get 2 seasons. So last year and this year, it's about 360 first innings, but much higher this year. This year's been.
So we're talking Test or all first class?
County Championship matches.
Right.
It's been flat this year, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So England will be disappointed in how they got this morning, and also, I thought when you bowl first, you are looking less than 400. As in, 390 is. I think if England could have taken 390 batting first, they'd have taken it as well. If you win the toss, because New Zealand are in this game, aren't they, for a long, long time?
Yeah.
They've earned the right to be in this game, and England are going to have to bat well. But you're going to always have to bat well to win a Test match. So if they don't bat well, they don't deserve to win a Test match. But I'm just purely looking at this wicket and thinking, do you know what? I would like to go and bat on it. It feels like a wicket you're rewarded well for good shots. And some of those shots Phillips played off Baker this morning, and actually a couple last night, off the back foot, punch through the offside. And I think that's a good wicket. You can punch off the back foot with a straight bat and you get runs for it. You think, yeah.
Can I ask you, do you think, you look at New Zealand's wickets, even New Zealand's wickets today, I think you mentioned it actually when Henry was out, that they could have actually been a bit more careful. I mean, Jameson had a swipe, Henry had a swipe, Phillips was caught at a deep spare leg, and the wickets yesterday. But I'm thinking about today as well. If you could they have been even more ruthless and just kept England out there even longer?
Well, this could be the right. You think, oh God, actually, we've got. If you're in New Zealand, could be. You think, 390, and then suddenly, how sometimes you think, oh, we've got enough, and then the opposition go way past it, and they get really hungry because actually, I can't look down at those 10 wickets and say probably Ravindra maybe, but it wasn't the greatest shots. But you're allowed to be forced into pushing at the ball. But Latham leading edge trying to play one through the leg side, caught the gully. Conway caught down the leg side. Nichols, dragged on, as in beaten for a bit of pace. But that maybe is a bowler's wicket. Nichols, Mitchell, poor shot, beaten for pace. Blundell caught playing a big slog sweep of Bethel. Phillips got the boundary last one out. Smith full toss. Jameson slogged one.
Had a slog. Henry had a slog.
So, you know what I mean? There's nothing there. England weren't good today. They were better yesterday with the ball, and they were very workmanlike but they didn't bowl New Zealand out, and that to me thinks is a good wicket. But when England are 30 for 3, everyone will be shouting. And you're going,
yeah, you're right. So there weren't many dismissals. In fact, I suppose the Ravindra one was the closest to it of pitch up, nick off to keeper off,
not one in the slip,
second slip or anything like that. No, so that didn't happen. So it was a very unusual New Zealand innings. Well, we're about to find out how England are going to get on. The heavy roll is still doing its thing out there. We've had the 5-minute bell. New Zealanders are out there loosening up, and England have one of those tricky sessions just before lunch, which you'll be familiar with. It will probably happen to you many times in your career. What about England's bowling today then? Did they set the tone right at the start with that Sonny Baker short ball that was meant for 4 wides, 4 byes down the leg side?
I can't quite get my head around what you're seeing. I was saying to Aggers, if you're ever in doubt, were they trying to rest Archer so that, if they didn't have to bowl him? So
it looked like that, didn't it?
It did. So I think, he'd be better for the second. But you can't play Test cricket like that, unfortunately. It was 3 overs the new ball. I understood bouncing Jameson, as a bit of a tactic.
It worked, didn't it, actually? Because he hoiked out to Duckett, who dropped to Dolly.
But to Phillips, they bounced Phillips as well, and actually costing them 30 runs. And suddenly you can't, once you lose that initial momentum, it's really hard to then grab it back. And I've been there as well. You start really poorly, suddenly 20, 30 runs have gone on 4 overs. And then you're like, right, we've got to be on it. And then you're not on it. So England missed switch. You should have started Archer and Fisher, really. Or Archer and one other, because that's what wins you Test match. You're doing the hard yards. So England got it wrong, and it's cost them some runs. And we'll see how much it's cost them later on in the game.
Yeah, so 100 for 3 this morning. New Zealand in just under 20 overs, so yeah, good scoring rate. Here come the umpires. I will nip through the wickets lost this morning by New Zealand and the bowling figures. So out today, Jameson was bowled by Bethell for 41, 87 for the 8th wicket. He was dropped by Duckett on 15 on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so it looked as if that tactic against Jameson was going to work early on. It was one of those, we'll see it on the highlights tonight, or go to the BBC Sport website, it's probably up there now. You expect cricketers to catch those every single time at deep mid-wicket, and every now and again it goes down, and that was one of those days. Then Henry had a wipe at Archer and was caught by Tongue at mid-off. He was out for 5, and then Phillips with O'Rourke at the other end decided to take it on after he'd made his first Test 100, played splendidly. He was caught at deep square leg by Emilio Gay. So New Zealand all out for 391 in
96.2 overs and 53 extras. The 16th half century for extras against England, and second quickest in terms of overs taken to reach 50.
Bowling figures: Archer 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 61. Fisher 23.2 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 62. Tongue 1 for 97 from 21. Baker 2 for 94 from 19, so he got more expensive as time went on. And Bethell 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 26.
Nice, done nicely, did a job. Just quick, what is that extras' average? Just in general.
I'll get that. In terms of percentage of runs, it's around about 6.5% in cricket. So in this innings, it was over double that. 13.5% of the runs.
She played nicely, didn't she?
Yeah.
Bit of form, coming to a bit of form.
Yeah, and how many byes for James?
22 byes, 20 leg byes, 8 runs from wides and 3 no balls.
I think some of those byes, you can say, I don't think it matter who was keeping.
No. Right, it's going to be Henry to bowl from the Vauxhall end of the ground. New Zealand with 3 slips and a gully. And it's Ben Duckett who dropped Jameson on 15, and he made 41. His Test average just a fraction below 40. Like most batters, he struggled at Lords, although he has been in good form in the Championship this season. I mean, he was one of those, you think, coming into the season, possibly just under a bit of pressure for his place after Australia, but actually he responded in the Championship with lots of runs. Henry bowls to him outside the off stump, and Duckett plays at it and dabs it away into the onside. We're slightly over, we're not quite behind the bowler's arm. So to me that looked as though it was outside the off stump, ready to chop away. I don't know whether it just came back in a fraction from Henry there. Anyway, Duckett just checked the shot. He's put another shot there where he guided it through the covers for 4. So I think that was the shot he was looking for. So it must have come back a fraction, and he ended up playing it into the onside. So the slip cordon goes down. Henry moves in past the umpire now, up to the stumps, and bowls full to Duckett, who plays a scuffing drive at that. Now back to the bowler, who picks up, and there is no run.
What was wrong with Henry last game?
He had a back spasm. Yeah.
I did about the only balls I did watch was his first few balls, and it was very gentle, wasn't it? And he seems to be running in a lot better than today than he did then.
And then the threat he can pose with a new ball. Skillful bowler, experienced, mid-30s. Moves in, bowls to Duckett. Duckett comes solidly forward there, offering the full face away into the offside. And there's no run. I think the last time Duckett batted just before lunch in a test match was in Adelaide, where he could not resist the ball outside the off stump and was dismissed.
Was it the one in, where was it? Was it in Perth where he ran down the wicket and he actually didn't get out, but last over before a break ran down and tried to lampoon one out of, I think it was Perth, but it might not have been.
Henry, right arm over the wicket, bowls the left-handed. Duckett's full, he drives it down the ground. Nice looking shot, 4 runs. Ball hits the rope now. 2 New Zealand fielders about 30 metres away. Nice firm off drive from Ben Duckett, the sort of shot that can give a batter some confidence. Nice feeling.
And also just a reminder, I'm genuinely saying that this is a good pitch. This is a good pitch to bat on. That's a shot you know you can trust the bounce on it. You don't try and overhit it, you get full reward for it. You just think, yeah, that's only his 3rd ball, 4th ball. But you'd say, yeah, if you can play shots like that with that much control early on.
So Henry pitching the ball up. That one tries again, bowls to Duckett on his pads. He should get 2 this time, brushed away down towards deep backwards square leg. And O'Rourke is onto it. No, it's not O'Rourke, it's Jameson down there. Sends in the return, and they are through for 2 runs. That was another nice gentle ball actually from Henry. That's just what you want when you've got a short spell before lunch to deal with. Nice ball on the pads. Most batters can knock that away for runs. So 2 to Duckett. He goes to 6.
Have you played any cricket recently? Have you been in any games?
No. Here it's Henry bowling outside the off stump, and Duckett just checks the shot there and guides it away into the offside towards point. And there's no run, 6 for no wicket. I actually gave up my cricket equipment. There was an appeal for cricket equipment. I think one of the local clubs in, I think it was Spencer actually in South London. They had an appeal, and I took my kit there.
Is that it?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you still played.
No.
I thought you'd like 2 or 3 games.
Zolt's still.
I know, I've seen Zolt smash Stephen Finn everywhere. He was like, he was a better version of Stephen Fleming when I watched Zolt's play.
Zolt takes it very seriously. I remember those games he used to play in lockdown at the GS Bowl when he played on the concourse there in the evening. And he was very hard to get out.
I've heard you take it quite seriously. I can't believe you retired. I thought we'd get a game together.
No. I'm getting on a bit now, Cookie.
Still look young.
That's very kind of you. I've also got an artificial hip as well. So you've got to be a bit careful. 6 for no wicket. Right, it's going to be Jameson to bowl. Round the wicket. Bowling to Emilio Gay. And Gay drives through the offside for 4. It was pitched up. It's a fraction wide, and he went for it. Well, Duckett off the mark with a nice boundary in the previous over. And Emilio Gay taking it on there just before lunch. We might get time for 1 more over after this, so 3 overs potentially to face before lunch.
It's the 2nd consecutive test that Gay's hit his 1st ball of the match from Jameson for 4.
Did he deliver the friendly full toss that got him off the mark at Lord's? Yeah, that really was a nice gift. Talking about benefit matches, the old days, 1 off the mark. That's such a nice way to get going. Jameson, what can he produce this time? Goes in now and bowls to Gay, way down the leg side. Gay allows it to go, and it's taken by Blundell away to his right-hand side.
Jameson gonna do the good old-fashioned kick the footmarks. He did it after the first ball. He actually ended up bowling around the wicket after the first ball. He ended up at mid-wicket and just follow through. Like, really strange. Obviously, the ball went through extra cover. So there's no idea.
So he went the other way.
He went the other way, as if he. And then he looked again after his 2nd ball at the footmarks. Not entirely happy.
Well, if he's gone to mid-wicket, surely he's run on the pitch, hasn't he? I was watching the ball scoot away towards deep cover. 10 for no wicket. Gay waits, bat raised. Jameson into bowl to him, outside the off stump. Gay leans forward, allows that one to go through quietly to Blundell. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the pitch. I mean, logically, you think 2nd day, sun's out, good for batting at the Oval. So can England make the most of it? New Zealand did this morning, albeit helped by some odd tactics and some wayward bowling at times and some aggressive cricket. Jameson swung, got away with it, made 41. Phillips is in good form. We saw that at Lord's. Jameson bowls to Gay, and Gay's beaten. That looked a good one, and it did the keeper as well for a moment. He fumbled it and then held on to it. That one looked as though it went away off the seam. We did see some seam movement yesterday. It wasn't prodigious. It wasn't impossible by any means, but the ball did nip around a bit, jag a bit. That was an absolute beauty.
It's a lovely ball. Coming, good angle. From Jameson's height. Some good carry. It's always going to be a little bit of new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. New ball's going to
nip a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem or two for the openers, top order. Jameson tries again, into bowl to Gay. Gay gets the ball short of a length. Seems to have plenty of time to get in behind that and defend it into the onside. Goes out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lovely day at the Oval, bit of a breeze. You can hear the buzz of the crowd, big crowd in. A few empty seats, but people often go to meet people. It's lunchtime as well. Sun on, not quite on full beam, but it's a pretty warm day.
I think it's warm out there.
Yeah, yeah, it's about 27 today in London.
There's a few people who I know come and they're saying how it feels like a sauna out there.
Yeah.
I said it's a bit cold in there. I had to put a jumper on. They weren't very happy.
No, there's not much cover on this ground. I was saying that yesterday. Jameson bowls to Gay, and Gay leans forward. That one that swings away after he'd left it through to the keeper, so he negotiates that over. 10 for no wicket. Did you find these little spells as an opener tricky, or the fact that you only had 2 overs or 3 overs, you had a goal in mind? So in a strange way, you could be more focused.
They were irritating when you're in the field because you kept looking at the clock. It's more the thought of it which was the worst. Like, when am I going to bat? So all morning they'll be thinking, oh, I'm going to, and then suddenly you're thinking, oh, are they going to bat till lunch? Are we going to? It's more that which is irritating. Once you're out there, you're fine. Once that final wicket goes and there's no other place to do, you're batting. In 10 minutes you're batting. I think I just preferred that. It's the waiting and the unknown was more of an issue.
Henry bowls to Duckett. Duckett edges that, comes stabbing forward. It goes down into the gully. Bounces before it gets to Phillips, the energetic Phillips, who's not only aggressive batter but an aggressive fielder as well. Brings so much to this New Zealand side. So no run there to Duckett. Comes down the pitch to do some gardening.
I think at the end of the day, that's the annoying one when you can really ruin your night with disappointment and anger.
Henry bowls outside the off stump. Duckett dabs off for a quick single. This is tight. Oh, the throw misses. He'd have run him out there if that throw had hit. There's Nathan Smith, I think, coming in from the covers. Duckett's so close there to running out Emilio Gay. That was a genuine opportunity for a run out. It was too close to Smith. And I think it took him by surprise, didn't it? I think it took Gay by surprise, just seeing the replay. He was absolutely no chance. He was miles out if that had hit.
A poor run from Ben Duckett, who straight away set off. That bit of an indication. I get down the other end before lunch, but that is an opportunity. He'd probably had a smidgen more time than he thought.
Yeah.
Could have maybe taken that half a step just to steady yourself. His weight was falling towards the kind of point. He pushed the ball past the stumps.
11 for no wicket now. Gay against Henry. Henry bowls to Gay. Gay in behind that. Solid looking defensive shot out towards Smith in the covers, and there is no run. We wouldn't have needed the TV umpire or anything like that for this one if it had hit the stumps. Seeing it again. How close was it? It was close, but not that close, if you saw what I mean. It was within a foot, something like that. I think a bit further, do you?
Yeah, I think a bit wider than that.
Henry bowls full to Gay, scuffs it back. And Henry picks up, and there's no run. So we have 2 balls left. Well, we might only have 1 ball left before lunch if Gay was out here, but Gay looking to survive 2 balls.
I think this is...
And then ask the umpire, Ian Gould is making his debut today. He's very much looking forward to it. Actually, he's a bit nervous, I think, at the back of the box, but we'll make him welcome. It'll all be fine.
I think this is the little test for Gaze. Just that initial movement, not getting too far across with Henry swinging it back in.
Henry bowls. Gay eases this down the ground. Should be 4. Hits the rope now. It was up there from Henry, giving it a chance, speculating. Gay equal to it, not looking to hit it too hard. It was eased down the ground. Nice looking off drive. Gay goes to 8, and England to 15 for no wicket. So,
yeah, you looked at Lords. Whether that's just a bit of the nerves, then the first game, he was crossed over quite a bit, and actually there he's in alignment a lot better. You saw New Zealand, Henry trying to chase that LBW, didn't swing enough. But actually just this watching Gay's alignment there, it looked a lot better than he did at Lords.
Last ball before lunch. Oh, he plays at that one. That went away. For a moment there, I thought he'd nicked that. He was looking behind, but he survives. A bit frustrated himself there, playing at it, but Henry's a skillful bowler. He almost as if he's chastising himself there. Last ball before lunch. He almost seemed to put his head in his hands.
He did look like he nicked it from it.
Yeah, it
like
did.
The perfect storm from where we were. He played and missed it, and then the ball did swing away as Henry had pushed it across him. But one he would have been gutted if he had nicked it. Could have left, wouldn't have hit 6 or 7 stump. But good little 3 overs for England, 15 for naught. And apart from that run out and that last ball and one other player miss, you'd say a fairly comfortable 18 balls.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly would exemplify your comment that this is a decent batting pitch. I mean, everything, logic, history tells you that it should be. But
there's no guarantee, is it, Simon?
No,
guarantee, but there is an opportunity for that top order. And if you're wanting to make your debut, or you're wanting to score runs, that's not in England, that's not a bad pitch to bat on day 2. I would be saying there's a lot worse wickets than that.
Yeah, I suppose there's a bit of scoreboard pressure in that New Zealand have got close up to 400, which is unexpected for England. I think they'd have been looking at what, 320, 330 this morning, something like that. New Zealand wanted 350 plus. We heard Tom Blundell say that last night in the Test Match Special podcast, which you can get every day at the end of a play. So they've got a few more than they thought. Well, he did say 350 plus, but whether he was thinking 391, I'm not so sure. Anyway, fine 100 from Glenn Phillips. Great moment for him. His first Test match 100 before he was caught by Gay. I didn't actually see the catch, but was he deep mid-wicket or cow corner or deep square?
Yeah, it was kind of, he was at square leg and then just ran round a little bit, probably 10 yards in front of square to catch it, and he would end up near deep mid-wicket.
Right. Okay, so New Zealand 391 and England 15 for no wicket at lunch. Just one more thought. Cookie, we'll do a swap over here and Jonathan's coming in for Ask the Umpire.
Well, another intriguing morning of Test cricket we have seen. I think we've answered a few questions. The uncertainty of this pitch. I'm saying that England are well set here. They should get close or past 400 as Aggers is clearing all Simon's mess away.
Yes, quite a lot of debris and detritus, but never mind. Thank you, Cookie. You're going to have some lunch. And there we are. Well, what an extraordinary morning that was. But England at least unscathed at lunch. So they're 376 runs behind on 15 for no wicket. A couple of nice shots there from Gaze on 8. And Duckett has 7. Stewards ringing the pitch as they were. Like a circle there, preventing anyone from running on. And people going stretching their legs and having some lunch. So it's a nice scene on a warm day here. And talking of warm, very warm welcome to what's an old adversary many years ago, but someone who we saw a lot on the circuit, umpiring, of course. After that, Ian Gould. Lovely to have you here, Gunner.
Johnny, it's an absolute pleasure. I've got to say, and I said this to Tuffers earlier on, I don't think I've been quite as nervous as this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you got big boots to fill. I mean, John Holder.
Yeah.
John Dead Ball Holder.
I might be taking over that man somewhere along the line.
It always seemed to be, it was always, yes, his fallback position was dead ball. But you know what this is all about, don't you? I mean, you've been involved in cricket so long. you know what? I mean, it's a fascinating game in all sorts of ways, isn't it? But this section that we do a couple of times a summer just raises the most extraordinary things. Only I think cricket could do. You know, long-standing feuds of when someone was caught from a tree or something and the other team won, or umpires given, not out, and were they right? All those sorts of things. But it's just what cricket's all about, isn't it?
It's a completely mad game.
Yeah.
There's times you're standing out there and you're watching it, and you think, why has that just happened? What made that happen? It's brilliant, but. Yeah, I'm still nervous though. Thanks for the great start.
Right. I'm still warming up. I mean, humour's never far away though either, is it?
No, hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
And it always amazes me. There's something that crops up every year. We've got to go, I don't quite know what that is. What happens then?
Well, actually,
every year there's something that pops in.
It's a good point, Tuffers, because Ian, and you're interesting because you obviously played and then became an umpire. It always seems to me that the players actually don't know the laws, and so do you think that's a fair comment? Do you think players know the laws as well as they should do?
Well, I'll be wrong in saying that the players do know what they're doing, but when I came out of playing and coaching during the Phillips time, I came into the umpiring world thinking I knew everything. Then 2 or 3 things happened in front of me, and I went. Thank God David Constant was standing on the other side, and then Merv Kitchen, the game. It just, as you rightly both say, something just crops up. Why?
Yes.
Why? You turn up, one of my first games, I turn up and the stumps weren't straight.
Oh, no.
And then you think to yourself, how much did I drink the night before? But no, it does. It's fascinating and people really get into it.
Yeah, did you sort of then have to, in those early days of umpiring, sort of call on the experience of the other fella quite a lot?
Mervyn Kitchen, David Constant, Barry Ledbetter, who was probably my first coach, were completely outstanding, outstanding. And you know my character, well, both of you know my character. I was a bit of a Jack the Lad, and they both said, when you come into umpiring, you're going to have to change this. You're going to have to do it very, very straightforward, signal properly, stop talking, which is difficult for me, as you know. But they were absolutely fantastic to me. And then I was lucky enough to go up the next rung to be greeted by someone like Simon Torfel, who was unbelievably good. Unbelievably good. He knew everything about the game.
Yeah.
And he was so kind. I've got to say, he was desperately kind to me when I first started, because some of the gigs, when you're away from home, you don't really know the players. When in England, you know everyone.
Yep.
You go overseas and suddenly you're in Bangladesh or something like that, you don't know anyone. He was outstanding.
Is he?
Oh, unbelievable. It's a shame he got out of the game too early in my book, but that's his choice. But then you had the characters. You had the madman from New Zealand. Who,
Billy Bowden.
Well, Billy was probably the best decision maker that I've seen.
Really?
When DRS came and he said to you, that's it in leg stump, it was.
Wow.
But the one thing about Billy, Tuffers, you'll love this, is he had a crooked finger.
He did.
Supposedly.
Supposedly, all right? Well, I went on a course to, ICC course to Dubai, and we went 10-pin bowling. And he beat me. And I was a Slough champion. But if you think about it, how did you get that bent finger in the ball?
How'd you let go of the ball?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Because it was straight.
One barrel straight.
The only ever time that finger was bent was when he was giving out.
But he did that brilliantly.
He's a great character. I enjoyed times with Billy.
I didn't like when he used to start hopping and jumping about, doing all the sixes when I was bowling. I must.
Oh no, he felt he was taking Mickey a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Who was the bowler when Clayton Lambert? Was it Jimmy Anderson out of Barbados?
Oh, Barbados.
And he hit him miles out of Barbados, and Billy then started running around, signalling this six, and Jimmy was...
Jimmy'd like that very much.
I don't think he was that over-impressed.
No, he wouldn't be. No. Well, right, Gunnar, we've established you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more.
And so, you know what this is all about. Just relax and enjoy it. Relax and enjoy it.
Can I have a pint of lager?
No, you can't. You can have one afterwards.
What about... All right, OK.
No. Right, I'm starting, though, because I have been distracted, we've all been distracted by this little drone that's buzzing about. In fact, I noticed this morning up on the big screen there's an announcement about it, that Sky are using this drone to improve their coverage. And actually, they do get some amazing shots from just outside the ground looking in. You've got London in the background and the river and the oval. So it's nice. Now I haven't seen too many shots, and unlike Spider Cam, it's quite low and it seems to live just above the slips, just down here, which is why it keeps catching our eye because it's right in our line. And I was thinking to myself, well, because it's not so high up and so on, what happens if the ball hits it? I mean, what happens if I don't know, Joe Root's on naught and somehow gets up there and the ball flicks the drone and the fielder catches it? You know, it could cause a bit of a rumpus. So what do you think would happen there? Because it's happened with Spider Cam a couple of times, hasn't it?
It has, and I thought coming here this morning that Spider Cam was still alive and well. And it used to be a bugbear when you were umpiring.
I bet.
Because it distracted you. The shadow came onto the pitch. Batters kept going, can you get rid of it? And the guy in the marquee over there was having a bit of fun with it and whatever, but it was a real distraction. And I think yesterday it happened in a game, in the ladies' game where he got hit. So if it's hit out by the batter, hits the drone, or what is this called? No, this is drone. It's called Spider Cam. It's a dead ball straight away.
Straight away, regardless of what happens.
The ball is not bowled. Restart. Restart.
Right.
So you can't be caught. You can't do anything. But judging it hitting the Spider Cam, hitting the wire, that takes a bit of doing.
Oh, little nick off the wire.
Off the wire. Can you hear the ping off the wire? Well, in front of 60,000 in Auckland, I don't think you've done it.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Yeah.
Hit the wire?
Yeah. Virat Kohli hooked one and it was going straight down fine leg and it clipped the wire.
Oh, was it?
Well, it was always hitting the wire. To be fair, we're not giving Virat out, are we?
Not without a right.
No.
But if it was, say 6 to win off the last ball of the World Cup final and you leather it, bang, and it's flying out the ground for 6 and just nicks the wire.
Good luck.
Where's that ball?
We ain't getting off that field, are you, in any hurry?
There'd be all sorts of trouble.
But I had a great colleague and he's an English lad. He was a brilliant umpire. So I thought I'd seek a bit of solace on whether I've got this right because I haven't been doing this for 6 years. So he said, yeah, you old man, you've got it right. But if the bowler throws it in and it hits the wire or the drone or the Spider Cam, it's runs scored. What happened in that incident, it's runs scored, or it's dead ball, runs scored, and the ball counts.
Oh, right.
Did you know that?
No.
Nor did I. Until 25 to 8 this morning.
It's a very good call.
25. It's a great call by Richard Kettleborough, getting up that early on the day off.
No, yes.
Probably out jogging somewhere.
But is that so right? So the fielder hits it.
Yeah, throws it and hits it.
Yeah.
It's dead ball.
Right.
And as an old umpire, you go, dead ball, can I have the ball, please?
Yeah.
So you take the ball off the fielders. Dead ball, runs scored. And the ball, like with the other one, you replay the ball, you don't replay that.
Right.
Wow. Well, there you go.
There we go.
Right, I'm off then. Thanks very much.
No, hold on. You can't get away.
You've done very well there, Gunnar.
Yes.
A nice little opener for you.
Yeah.
One down to fine leg.
Yeah, I've got one from Ed from Newcastle upon Tyne. Whilst playing garden cricket with my brother, if he hit the ball into the tree and it got stuck on a branch, I would then quickly climb up and collect the ball and claim it as being out, as the ball had not touched the ground. Would the same rule apply in Test match cricket?
Good afternoon, Ed. Obviously, you're desperately bored and you thought you'd try and catch me out, yeah? I don't know many grounds in the country now or world that have got a tree in it. We used to have one at Canterbury.
Yeah, we did.
Used to stand under it.
Stand under it, yeah. On a stinking hot day, cat, he's go
perfect.
Find toughers underneath it. No, I'm full of admiration that you've got up the tree very quickly. I've got to say that, but you've wasted your time, mate. Dead ball. Let's move on.
Yeah.
So it's not 4. For Canterbury, it was 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, if it hit it, but not in the back garden.
No.
They haven't got any rules and regulations.
No, you haven't. Not
Newcastle upon Tyne.
No, but you'll
back garden.
You'll get a number of these over the coming years. But yes, Canterbury, if you hit the ball into the tree, regardless of any part of the tree, it was 4 runs.
If it hit on the full, it was 4.
You couldn't be caught off it. It was just 4 runs, bang.
4 runs.
Yeah. Shame.
How many times in your career did you see it happen?
Never.
I don't think I did either.
I don't think I did.
It must have done once.
The Kent boys must have seen it happen. So, right, Edward Blue. Hello, Edward. Thanks for joining us. In the last ball of a T20 match, this is one of these ones that hasn't actually quite happened, I think, but it could do. The batting side need 5 to win. Last ball T20, okay? The batsman only manages to get it out to cover point, who fields the ball, and they run a single. To celebrate the win, the fielder turns round and hurls the ball into the crowd. But the batting side argue that counts as 4 overthrows. So they've got the 5 that they need to win. Are they correct?
I think, quietly, thinking on my feet is what I used to do an awful lot, standing there umpiring. Yes, that's correct. And what's the gentleman's name?
Edward.
I'd go and find your P45 before you got back in your changing room.
Right.
Because why would you want to throw it in the crowd?
Well, I know. But if you do...
Oh, that's it. It's 5.
Because if you let the ball go over the boundary when you're fielding in order to keep the batsman at certain ends, you get in trouble for that, don't you? Yeah. So what actually does happen if you do that? You get or the runs. If you let it go for 4, they don't count, do they? But if you throw it over, throw it over,
I think if you let it go, I think you're under the code of spirit of cricket.
Correct.
I don't think that's right. If you throw it into the crowd and the ball's not dead.
You've lost the game.
I don't know what you're thinking, to be honest with you, but you've lost the game, yeah.
Well, it's right, Edward. Well done. And if we ever see it, if we ever see it happen,
well,
I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely.
As
Surely.
we said at the start of this, there's things happen in front of us at the moment we're not sure about.
Yeah.
You don't know what's coming next.
No, you don't.
There's going to be something over these next 3.5 days. You're going to go, why did that happen?
Yep. Well,
as an umpire, you stand there, and that's when you got to start thinking on your feet.
And do you take a deep breath and just sort of?
You try and find your partner as quickly as you can.
Right.
Just get in the middle, on the side, and just get together and just go, what happened?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't see it. Things happen. But fielders get in your way, and certain times, you've got to be very, very on guard with your colleague.
Yeah, interesting.
Works as a team.
Yeah, that's it. PCT.
Yes.
Playing control team.
Oh,
oh, God, how many times did I hear that?
Got one here for you, mate. Now, this wouldn't necessarily apply to Aggers and I. What happens if a batter is given out by the umpire, but he or she simply refuses to leave the crease? Does the batting team forfeit the match?
That's an interesting one.
That
what
is
happened
interesting.
There?
I don't think that is one I don't think I've ever seen. I've got to say that. And
I've got to say, leg it off.
Yeah. Most people I saw batting from 6 down just run off.
Well, especially with Sussex, Allure and Imran running.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah. And me screaming behind them.
Yes, you did. Actually, quite annoying.
I think you probably need to get a stretcher, put them on the stretcher and take them off.
Take them off.
Yeah.
Or not would.
But what if they do? Well, you've got to go, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes.
You've got to go at some stage. You can't be there all night.
It'd be spirit of cricket again, would it?
Yeah. And you'd probably be banned for the next 3 games or something in
Yeah.
the modern day world. That's brilliant. I like that. Where'd it come from France?
Yeah, I'm not going.
No, I'm staying here.
What are you going to do about it?
Come on then. Who do you think you are, big time Charlie? Yeah, no.
Right.
Oh my
well,
God.
it's unlikely that Philip and Ida will be in that scenario.
No.
Now, Jim from Hertford, good afternoon to you. As a very regular radio listener and TV viewer to all forms of cricket, is it in the interpretation of the umpire as to when an appeal has been made? Many times over the audio of the radio or TV, one can hear a range of noises from bowling sides, from screaming banshee to various forms of staccato, guttural, nondescript noises, none of which seem to include the word, how's that? Is that word actually required? And actually, that's true. You do see bowlers just running through going,
It is required. And you have to turn as well as you're screaming, how's that? Or how is that?
How is that?
How is that? And I've seen 1 or 2 bowlers, because you can get fined or get demerit points for not addressing the umpire with the appeal.
Yes, well, Stuart Broad would do that a bit, wouldn't he? He'd run
Stuart
through
did everything whatever he wanted. And what about Stuart? His old man was a match referee, wasn't he? So he could do what he wanted. His old man would put him in, go to court with him.
Yes.
But no, technically by law,
you have to say how's that,
and turn round to say how's that.
He's speaking to you.
Yeah. I'm going to answer your question, but I'm not going to talk to you back.
Wow. But you see, we see that a lot with it.
Oh, you do. You do. And it's just, it's not polite. And I think if you didn't turn round to someone like Alan Whitehead
yes.
and Jonathan, what do you think would be the next move?
Well, it might be, yes, it would be forceful.
Yeah, it would be to the point.
He used to like boxing, Alan, didn't he? He used to warm up in the mornings.
I was trying to think what Senior Bumble used to call him. But no, that is law. That is you should turn round.
Right.
And the match referee can reprimand you for not doing that.
Yes.
Or it's a slap on the wrist.
So if you don't, but if the reality is, if you're out there umpiring and someone's nicked a big one behind and the bowler just goes running through going, you got to give it out, aren't you?
Yeah, you would hope you would give it out. But there's some people of the impression when I first started that if the bowler did what you asked him to do and he nicked it to slip and the batter started walking off, by courtesy you didn't give them out because they're doing the job for you. But as time's gone on, there's merit points. It's like being at school. So the amount of decisions that you make add up, and then there's a percentage of how many right decisions you've made in the game. So if you smack it to extra cover, there's certain umpires in the world will give you out.
Yeah. Because if they don't, they might be counted down.
Well, no. If you put your finger up, then the referee's got to log it. Correct decision.
Right. So if you don't do anything.
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
No, but it's a strange world.
Yes.
Because I had, talking about David Constant and Merv and people like that, they were the first people and Simon Torford to a point, taught you in a manner that you wanted to, the way I wanted to umpire is the umpire to umpire like me. Because at the end of it, if someone speaks to you and says hello, you say hello back and whatever. Just be courteous.
Yes, a bit of respect.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people just stare at you and go, out. And up there, or wherever the match referee sits up the top there, he's got a little computer and he's logging it in. Correct decision. Tick.
Wow.
Mad.
Yeah. So you get a big slog out, like that last one at the end there, when the catch is taken the deep, and some will give it out because.
Yeah. You imagine doing one day international, and you probably only get 2 decisions in the game. All right. So you don't give one of them out, but you give the other one out. You just get 50% for that game. And that half hurt your back pocket. Or that does hurt your back pocket.
Wow, that's enlightening.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, but I think it goes back to being courteous.
Yes.
You don't want to go on the field, Philip. Remember the umpire, and you remember the umpires that you went, got to be a bit careful here.
Yeah.
Got to be a bit careful. Yeah. All the other ones, like Ray Julian.
Yeah, God,
Ray, just smile at you.
Love Ray.
Come on,
Love Ray.
Come on, Toughers, bowl him out last one. Back for a Benson and edges.
You would bowl uphill into a gale to Ray Julian's end.
Wonderful umpire.
Yeah.
Unless it's your set of pads.
He does.
Before his time, Ray. Before his time.
You can imagine him in this with DRS.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my life.
Right, I've got one here. Dom from Macclesfield, afternoon TMST. This is my favourite segment. Oh, well, good. I have a very realistic scenario for you. A fielder is rather embarrassed about their bald spot, so they have decided to wear a toupee. As the bowler is running in, a gust of wind hits our follically challenged fielder, which blows the hairpiece. The ball, which blows off the hairpiece. The ball is guided away towards the boundary. However, it hits the hairpiece, slowing the ball up enough to stop a certain boundary. What is the call? 5 runs or good fielding? Crikey, that's a bit of a left field.
That one again.
I said, God, have I read that wrong?
Give it up.
He's got a toupee, it blows it off, hits the ball, the toupee slows the ball down.
Yes.
Is that like hitting the helmet?
It blows off the hairpiece.
Not part of the equipment.
Oh, it's not part of the equipment, right?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps he announced before the game that it was going to be part of his equipment. But no. Well, I've got to say...
Quite a dense hairpiece, isn't it? I mean, we're talking something that's...
Yeah.
If it's going to stop the ball, it's not just a little...
Little
one
squirrel,
that blows in the wind.
Little squirrel.
I can't answer this because well, I can, but I'll answer it without trying to be too rude, Dom. No, it's not part of the equipment. It's just funny. It's just funny. And I'm afraid that last batsman didn't want to walk off. I think I would have walked off and never come back in the game again. As he say, I wonder if this has happened.
Well,
Dream it up. It must have happened.
Well, yeah, he said a realistic scenario.
It'd have looked quite amusing.
Yeah.
You see, I assumed that the correspondent there was Keith Flatt, our old friend for the Beard Liberation Front.
Right.
But it wasn't. But this one is.
Well,
a player, here I'm gonna.
Oh.
A player edges a ball to a slip fielder with a long W.G. Grace style beard. The ball lodges in the beard.
Lodges in the beard?
What's he got, wax on it?
Then after an interval of a few seconds, drops to the ground without the fielder touching it. Is the batsman out? And I'm going to give you a little clue here, possibly, because John Holder did rule out one from Keith Flatt from the Beard Liberation Front. If the slips were lined up together, all bearded, and they sort of weaved their beards together like a fisherman's net, and the ball went into it, he ruled that out because the beard is part of the person.
Oh, without doubt it is. And is he in control of the ball?
That's the thing.
If he's in control of the ball and he's got it stuck in his beard for a period of time, well, very good luck to him. You best shave the beard off and see if he's got a nick underneath.
He says a few seconds. I mean, how long would you need the ball to be in the beard for?
If he feels that it's... if the umpire feels that he's in control of it, then off you go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It'd be wonderful. It'd be a great sight. So he's not touched it.
No.
It's in the beard.
It's in there. It's locked in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you get me on this programme?
Right, got one here.
I'll be smacking it down the middle now.
Here we go. In a recent Under-13 Surrey League match, the wicketkeeper placed his unused helmet directly behind the stumps, rather than behind him, as you'd typically expect. He was standing back to a medium pacer when the batsman took a quick single, and as the fielder threw at the stumps, it hit the helmet first before hitting the stumps. The batsman was given out, run out. Is this right, or should it have been given 5 runs?
My interpretation of that, Philip, is that as soon as it hits the helmet, it's 5 penalty runs.
Yeah.
It's like a wicket-keeper throwing his glove off, and the ball gets thrown and hits the keeper's glove, the one that's lying on the floor.
Right.
That's 5 penalty runs. And the lesson behind that is put the helmet behind you.
Yeah.
Wicket-keeper. I think you could... I can't honestly answer this because I don't know whether it's law to have it. You have to have it behind the wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
The thing is with it, I have a bugbear about the keeper and the helmet, is that the number of times where a seamer bowls one end and a spinner bowls the other, and the helmet's taken off because they don't want to get penalised 5 penalty runs. By the time that helmet gets taken from off the field to bring it onto the field for the spinner, the amount of time that is wasted.
Yes.
And how many times, as a keeper, you're supposed to stop it, ain't you?
Well,
smother it. I mean, do you remember that first ball at Lord's last week or the week before? Off Matt Henry that...
Oh, yeah.
Tom Blundell's a great keeper.
Yeah.
He saved that like Peter Shilton because it bounced that many times to him. He just dived on it to try and stop it. I'd say the helmet's got to be behind a keeper.
Yeah.
And if it hits it, it's 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, even if it deflects off it and then hits.
I think if it hits the helmet at any place, it's 5 penalty runs.
Yeah. If there's 2 helmets and it hits both of them,
it's still 5, Philip. I know where you're going. Philip, I know where you're going, and I've known your humour for a very long time.
You can't
and
play
it's exceptionally good.
like a cannon.
Cannon.
It'd just be bouncing around. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
I saw a game in Sri Lanka when this thing turned, and they had Mullaratharan and Pakistan had Ajmal. And I remember walking on that field and thinking, I've got no chance here. But anyway, for some reason, which was a miracle, they brought a seamer on. And behind was a row of 4 helmets all the way back. And I was like, and the same thing is what you're saying. I actually went to my partner and went, what if it's all 4? And he just dismissed me as I was taking the mickey. But I wasn't. I was actually being very, very serious.
You don't see it often these days. I think I remember it happening once or twice when we played, but you don't often see the ball hit the helmet.
No,
do you?
you don't.
Very often.
Because it's normally sitting in that dugout 120 yards away.
Yeah, true.
If you had somebody in there now, sitting there with a stop clock, how much time is wasted there? And the amount of times that I've been battered since I've retired about not having 90 overs in a day.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff, the drone, the helmet off the field, takes time.
Yeah, it's interesting. And Matthew Fleming, just a bit of a distraction, but it's worth asking you anyway. Matthew Fleming, when he was involved at MCC, I think semi-seriously, we were talking about over rates, what do you about it? He said quite simple, find the umpires. Now, how would that sit? Find the umpires, because they will keep the game moving.
Yes. Is that Matthew who's got a bank?
Yes.
Right. I wonder why he said find the umpires.
But could the umpires speed it up?
No. Disrespect to this is amazing that you say to them, no, drinks at this time, that time, at all the wickets and whatever. If we got a minute here, just a second.
Yeah.
I did a one-day international in India. That's a long time ago. And they had a young up-and-coming who's now turned into a brilliant cricketer in Hardik Pandya.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. He was a very young 12th man in this game. Anyway, we had real problems with MS Dhoni changing his gloves and bats. He must have changed. If he got 60, he changed his bats every 6 overs, 10 times. So anyway, he said, right, we've got to stop this. So we had a pre-series meeting. No more running on bats and gloves and things like that. First game, Dhoni's gone, waved his bat, gloves, whatever. And this Hardik Pandya, he's about 19, he's come running at me and I've given him that one.
No.
And he swerved round me, went to Dhoni, gave him his new bat and a new pair of gloves and walked past. And I said, Hardik, we made a law that you cannot bring that on. And he said, if ever MS Dhoni wants a bat and a pair of gloves, he's having them. The game was delayed 5 minutes because I was on the floor laughing at this kid. It was brilliant.
Probably true, isn't it?
No, it was true. If you're not going to take that on for Dhoni in India...
No, you're in trouble.
It's like giving Sachin out LBW.
Well, which you've done.
Well, I did do that.
Famously.
But, yeah, thankfully it was overturned and I got out of India after. I remember a game when Nigel Long gave Sachin out once off Johnson. What was his name? Mitchell Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Slippery back of a length bowler.
Quick.
Just pitched outside leg by a fingernail. Anyway, no DRS. We get to Hyderabad airport and they're burning effigies along him. And I'm like, wow, I ain't giving him out.
But you gave Sachin out in the semi-final of the World Cup.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Right, Dave Neves. I'm a league umpire.
Oh.
Come on. I was officiating a T20 Cup match on Sunday, and a right-arm bowler was bowling to a left-handed batsman. He decided to bowl round the wicket. His first delivery saw him finish right in front of me. I couldn't see where the ball ended up, but I suspected it was a wide. As I couldn't make a decision either way, and so no team either benefited or lost out, I called it a dead ball. Fielding side weren't happy about this, but did I make the correct decision?
The only thing that you give away in that is the guess that it may have been a wide.
Yeah.
And I'd say umpiring is not a great vehicle to be guessing in.
A few have had a go, though.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. I've had more than my share. Don't worry. And when it's come up on that screen correct, I'm like, wow. It's not a dead ball. What you've got to do is insist that the bowler moves away.
Yes.
Because you cannot judge.
So you can tell him that?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. Get off the pitch. Get off. This is my pitch. This is not yours.
Right.
No, and that's the big thing in modern day cricket, is that I don't think on occasions we're strong enough for it. Though the difference is the pitches are much harder in like England and places like that, Australia, New Zealand, they don't make so much damage. But as you know, going to India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the soils are lighter and bowlers running up and down that makes serious craters.
Scuffing up.
Proper scuffing.
Yeah.
So you have to be very aware. And the other thing about it, it's a bit like Keith Barker when he came over the wicket and he ran down a wicket where you couldn't see the moon, let alone wickets. I mean, he's a big boy, Keith.
Yeah. Right, got one here.
Go on, Thomas.
Yes, we had an amazing situation. Ball came through to me as keeper, asked for a catch for a clear nick noise, then looked, the leg bail undisturbed, off bail, perched on off stump. What is the decision?
Outstanding, brilliant decision. Is he giving it out?
Don't know. No, what's the decision?
Not out. His bails are still there. They're undisturbed, and the other one's on top of the stump.
Yeah.
Got to be on the deck.
What, not just out of the grooves? It's actually got to fall on the floor?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Oh. So if it's... Oh, right, so if it's just sort of perched there, swizzled round and stays on top of it, that's not out?
Can I...
I thought it was undisturbed. Do you see,
I-
every year you do something.
I might be totally wrong there, but I thought...
Oh, I hope not. You're the professional guy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You know that, Cat. The thing is about it, I had a miracle... You know when you say about guessing?
Yes.
I had a miracle decision of the greatest guess I've ever had in my life. Was at Cape Town when Dale Steyn, who was one of the greatest outswing bowlers in history, was bowling to a very unhelpful Harbhajan Singh. He didn't want to get behind the ball here, Harbhajan. And Dale's bowl one that's pitched off and just held its line. And Harbhajan is playing it through mid-wicket. So in my humble opinion, he cannot hit this. I hear a noise, but I think I'm going with my gut feeling there. So I gave it not out. They went bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. South Africans who were trying to bowl India out. Anyway, it came up. It did hit the bail. And everyone said that it was a great decision, but it weren't. It was the greatest guess in history because I didn't think the batter was good enough to...
Oh, no.
Oh, so you used a little bit of your cricketing sort of...
Yeah, you do, Cat.
Yeah.
You do a little bit. You know Harbhajan hitting that.
No.
Sachin ain't hitting it. If Sachin ain't hitting it, he ain't hitting it. You know what I mean? Especially when he's a couple of feet leg side of it.
Yeah.
And his back face is going over the back of you.
So it must have been the stump. That's what. Yeah. That's how you sort of worked it.
Bell ringing in the distance. Time for a couple more.
God,
no, you haven't finished yet. You haven't finished because
I'm worried about this bail now.
Well,
I'll be worried
if it comes out of the groove.
Yeah,
it might be.
So I'm just going to turn my phone on. About 400 people told me.
Phone Peter Willey, he'll tell you. If this ever happens, I'd love to see it. But Stuart from Berkhamsted, in a T20 international, the batsman clubs a six over deep mid-wicket. It triggers the fire cannons that surround the boundary into action. Unfortunately, just as the ball is flying over the rope, the closest fire cannon shoots up into the sky and incinerates the cricket ball, leaving a mere puff of dust. Is it a six or is it a dead ball?
Where is he doing this game? Gibraltar or something like that?
I don't know where he's doing it, but it's...
A cannon?
They do go off, don't they, those things? You know, they shoot up.
Are you talking about on the boundary
On the boundary edge. Poof, those
yeah, well, hopefully they're behind.
It's
a bit hot if they're in front.
So it's already gone for six?
It's already gone.
Yeah, so it can incinerate the ball all
and then
likes.
we've got to find another one.
Another ball.
We've got to find another ball of the similar ilk.
Yeah, there you are, Stuart.
It's not easy.
No, it's not. I'd like to see it.
Have you been past one of those cannons when they go off?
Yes.
Yeah, they bang.
They're not fun, are they?
No, they're not.
You feel the heat from
Not
them.
with a Brian Nylon umpiring shirt on. They're not too clever.
You do. You feel the heat.
Yeah.
You do feel the heat.
Yeah.
Tough, has you got another one?
Yes, here we go. I was watching the Women's World Cup game on Monday, I think. Sounds like a normal Monday to me.
Yeah.
The ball was heading towards the boundary when someone stopped the ball short of the rope and threw it to a fielder. The person who stopped it was not a player, but perhaps a member of one of the teams. Is it still 4?
It's a bit like here all the time, isn't it, with the pigeons? If it hits the pigeon.
Yes, bless them.
The umpires are the sole. I believe the umpires are the sole judges of whether it would have gone for 4, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know, I had it in India once where one of the boys were fielding, ball boys were on the outside, and he just in excitement just come running on and hurled it back. You left the field ringing because it was still going like a tracer bullet. I think. Common sense approach is that if you think it's going for 4,
just give it a 4.
Give it a 4.
Yeah.
I like the signal, Cat.
Yeah. Did you used to practice? Did you sort of?
Yeah, in the mirror.
Did you?
According to Law 29
right, there
of
we go.
the laws
I'm wrong.
of cricket, at least one bail must be fully removed from its grooves. A temporary disturbance of the bail, if it shifts but stays on the stumps, does not count as a dismissal.
Oh, get that right.
Gunnar, you are correct.
Oh, my life.
You are correct.
Oh, my.
You've passed. You've passed your first test.
Right, I'm straight into the beehive. Good
There you are,
God.
a bit of pressure on, but you've come through it.
Yeah. If you'd have seen the state of me after the last couple of days trying to go through that little blue book. And as Graham Fowler once said, I can't see you being an umpire because you've got an attention span of a gnat. I can't thank Graham for that.
Well, that's a tremendous debut.
Yes.
Gunnar, well done.
The bail done me.
No, you got it right.
Yeah. I got sweaty armpits in a bail.
You got it right. You're there. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you. And we'll see you again. We'll see you again at some stage.
Yes.
Yes, he's coming back.
Yeah.
If you
Is that
dare.
right?
Yeah, he'll have you back.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll think of some more weird and wonderful ones, mate.
There's some there, Cat. Cat, there's some there that I've... Oof, yeah.
Well done, Ian. And welcome to the team.
Yes.
Lovely to have you with us. There we go. Ian Gould. Terrific, great stuff, and bang on there with the challenging one at the end. So well done. Right, we've got the players in the middle. This is all happening rather fast. Tuffers, just offer a thought because I'll hand over to Dan.
Yes, well, yeah, awkward little period there just before lunch, but pretty well negotiated. A couple of nice shots, actually, from Emilio Gay.
Weren't there?
Yeah, there were some lovely ones. So I'll leave it up to you now, Dan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, we had a brilliant first session in its own way. There were plenty of talking points, not least of which was the absence of Jofra Archer with ball in hand. But he was out there on the field of play for quite a long time. And then he did come on to bowl, picked up a wicket. Slightly bewildering that he didn't bowl earlier. Slightly bewildering that Jacob Bethel found himself with a 5-over ball. At one point bowling at Matt Henry. There were lots of things to marvel at. We can only assume that Archer's workloads are being managed after that heavy spell yesterday, as it's going to be Jameson to start first up after lunch. Duckett drives, finds a little gap just past the diving mid-off. They've run one. Gay's coming back for the second, and England are underway straight away after 17 minutes. Lost Michael Vaughan alongside.
Yeah, afternoon. I can only think that that spell of 8 overs yesterday was just too many for Jofra Archer. You know, we were saying it at the time. It's a lot of overs. When comeback Test match.
Well, when you perhaps weren't probably going to be selected for this Test match normally anyway.
Yeah, that was something that I think England will look back and think, oh, not so sure we should have bowled that many into Jofra in one spell, but still, you'd have thought that he'd...
Jameson into Duckett, who defends off a thick outside edge. It's taken in the gully. There's on the bounce, there's no run. Phillips there in the gully.
Yeah, you'd have thought that he'd have bowled a little bit earlier this morning, though. Even if his body was a little bit stiff.
Well, it was, you know, when you've only got 3 wickets to take. Now, look, if Duckett takes the catch early, but you'd sort of think now, wouldn't you want to bring him into the attack immediately? You know, with 2 to get, you can finish it off. You can get your feet up in no time, can't you? Rather than be hanging around for an hour and a half. Jameson into Duckett again. And Duckett, well, plays away from his body. It flies off the edge and down to the deep third boundary for 4. He moves to double figures in unconvincing fashion. All got a bit big on him.
Yeah, Jameson's a real threat. I mean, he's got an average of under 20 in Test match cricket, 86 wickets. I think it's the most inside 20 Test matches for New Zealand. Gone past the likes of Richard Hadley. And you can see why, particularly the left hand. There's that angle from around the wicket. He gets the nip, he gets the bounce. And he's looking the most likely at the minute for New Zealand.
Yeah, Duckett's not a tall man, so the bounce that Jameson gets could be a little bit more alarming for him as he's in now, round the wicket, 3 slips and a gully in place. That's on the pads, flicked away nicely. They'll get 1, they should come back for a second, they will. There's the throw. Oh, it's a wild one. That comes in from O'Rourke. Looking forward to watching him bowl later. Really, I think he's a great fun bowler to watch.
Yeah, he's a class act. So far, I mean, Matt Henry's, what did he bowl before lunch? 2 overs. We've got 1 ball, the last ball nipped away from Emilio Gay. Haven't seen too much seam movement, have we, off this pitch? Which is pretty much when Matt Henry's at his most potent. There's a bit of seam out there. Nathan Smith, similar.
Yep. Here comes Jameson. And that's a shorter ball which gets in behind as Duckett pushes to mid on. No run, 23 without loss.
That 8-over spell from Archie yesterday, just looked at the CritViz data. It's the first time he's bowled an 8-over spell within a single session since his debut series against Australia in 2019. Obviously, he missed a lot of cricket in that time.
So that Mount Maunganui game that's sort of gone into legend because he bowled about 40 odd overs.
Yeah,
those spells spread over.
Yeah.
It felt a bit perilous at the time, but I suppose it was such good theatre we didn't want it to stop either while we were watching it. Phillips was being deposited on his bottom. Jameson in to complete the first over after lunch full. Clipped away just in front of square on the leg side by Duckett. They've run one. They'll get this easy second. O'Rourke runs round from long leg to field. They get just the 2 more, and there's 10 off the over 25 without loss. Right, I have some hot news. Ben Stokes will make his return to action after being named in the Durham squad for the County Championship match against Northants on Friday. Captain Stokes and pace bowler Gus Atkinson are unavailable for the ongoing second test. Right, we know this, pending an investigation into an incident in the London nightclub. But both are permitted to play domestic cricket. So Stokes is with his county for the match against Northampton. Atkinson is expected to be in the Surrey squad for their trip to Glamorgan. What do you make of that, Mike?
Well, I think it's right.
I think it's right, but it's just this weird thing we're going to have where we've got 2 of England's better players.
Well, I did read today that both are being interrogated by the regulator.
Interrogated, I know.
Today, I mean, interrogation's a strong word, isn't it, for...
Yeah. There's next ball goes to the keeper. There's no runner. Well, I think curfews and interrogations are perhaps more sort of suited to Nazi-occupied France, aren't they? Really? Angle poised lamps, windowless rooms.
Players need to play cricket. And that's what they're going to do. And let's just hope, in time, things can get sorted out and Ben Stokes can come back.
Yeah. Well, it means he'll be match fit if past available for the third test.
Stokes had a good morning.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? His next delivery is just played with angle bat by Gay off Henry into the gully. No run. Yeah, yesterday there was all the talk about the joy and the gay abandon with which England played, the smile on their face and the Joe Root 2.0. And this morning was sort of... what would Ben Stokes have done as captain?
Well, you know, tactically, he probably would have done a similar thing. Go to the short ball straight away. You know, but by having him in the team, you've got 4 seam bowling options, you've got a spinning option, so you've got a little bit more leeway with your attack.
Henry in bowls a short ball. It's wide of the off stump. Gay ducks.
You know, the short ball theory has been very much a Ben Stokes approach. So I think he'd probably go the same. I mean, you kind of look back at those 3 overs to that second new ball and you think, well, maybe Jacob Bethel should have started.
Well, that
to
way
get to
round,
that second new ball, that's generally what happens. You know, you go to the spinner, get the last few, and then you turn to the quicks for that.
He bowls 2 out of the 3, and then you put Fisher on at the end. He normally bowls. You put Archer on at the end. He normally bowls, and yeah. Here comes Henry once again, short again, and ducked well by Gay through to the keeper. No run. I've been banging on about this throughout the lunch break to you, but the moment that utterly bewildered me the most was having worked so hard to keep Glenn Phillips on strike off Matt Fisher, who was bowling from the wrong end. They then had Henry to bowl at for full 6 balls. And that's when I thought, right, he's going to toss the ball to Tongue, Baker or Archer, and Bethel continued. And I couldn't make sense of it. Leg slip is very fine as Henry is into Gay, who plays at 1 outside the off stump. Henry makes a polite inquiry. The umpire is not interested.
This is good bowling. He's bowled 2 sharpish bounces, and then the next one's a good length. And Emilio Gay was just a little bit late on that, just a little bit into channel. And he's just getting the ball to nip slightly here, Henry.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else. It's also getting a little muggier. There's clouds developing. Thicker blanket of cloud behind the pavilion. Still some sun out as Henry is in. Forward comes Gay, defends into the ground, thinks of a single that isn't there. Maiden over, 25 without loss. England, we've had 2 overs since the lunch break. Duckett 17, Gay 8, which might help the bowlers.
Have we had an official kind of reason for Jofra, by the way, from the ECB? Has anything come out why he didn't bowl?
I've not received an official reason, no. I think we're sort of assuming it is because he wouldn't have got his loads up before the test. If Atkinson and Stokes were available and if Ollie Robinson wasn't injured, then he almost certainly wouldn't have played this game.
Yeah.
So then that does beg the question, why did he bowl 8 over spell last night? But having done that, you then wake up with a situation in which perhaps you have a bowler who's a little more sore than you were hoping he would be. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few bowlers walking down the corridors of behind us. And
yes.
A little bit disgruntled of why you can't bowl, but
some former England bowlers.
Quickies.
Yes. Jameson into Duckett, who drives in the air for a while, and then it goes up towards long off. I'm not sure it's going to make it all the way, actually, because he didn't really time it, but they will get back for 2. Gay was offering a third, but he decided against it. Duckett's 19, 27 without loss.
I mean, Duckett's 19 from 15, so he's flying, but I still, and I saw him at Lord's last week, I just get a sense with Ben Duckett, he's not quite sure, is he going to be a dasher or is he going to...
Well, he left 3 balls, didn't he, in the first over the
feel he's just trying to work out at the minute what kind of style he's going. In the past, he's just come out and whacked it, hasn't he? I just get a feeling he's just a little bit unsure at the minute. Does he stick or twist?
Jameson into him. He drives firmly, but straight to short extra. There's no run. I mean, yes, it wasn't always just that he would go whacking it. It would be that if the ball was there, he played it every time, didn't he? And so we got that wonderful situation here 3 years ago when Andy dug out my favourite stat, which was that it was within the first 6 overs of an innings. England scored off 14 consecutive balls. But it wasn't that they were scoring 4s the whole time, far from it. Cummins had put out a deep square and a deep point, and Crawley and Duckett simply laid a bat on it and just kept turning over strike. As Jameson is in, that's clipped away nicely, square of the wicket. Another chase on for O'Rourke. He will get there. Dives, gets up, throws. They pick up another couple. 29 without loss. But in the Lord's Test, he almost was showing us that he could leave, didn't he? I mean, balls that he would otherwise have just tapped on the head.
Well, he's showing nice balance to those straight balls. He's flicked it on the leg side a few times now for a couple. Jameson's just not quite got into his zone yet. He's gone for 18 in his 2.3 overs. He's just doing a little bit full at times and a bit too straight. The ball one beauty to Emilio Gay before lunch, where he just got it absolutely spot on.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think of this drone? This drone just keeps hovering. It's like a big fly, isn't it?
I wonder, I think I'm a fan. Yeah. And I'll explain why in a minute. As Jameson comes in. The driven beautifully for 4 to the left of the short extra cover, all along the ground. A lovely shot from Duckett. Takes him to 25 and England to 33 without loss.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That was full commitment from Duckett. It's in his nice zone, but it's full kind of flourish of the bat. Just smashes it down the ground. It's a great shot. Going to change the angle, Jameson, come over the wicket.
He's been a bit generous, actually, hasn't he? He doubled a very juicy half volley to Emilio Gay. I think the friendliest. Was he the man who bowled the friendliest ball of all time to Emilio Gay at Lord's?
Yes. His first ball in Test cricket was a nice one.
It was.
Can't remember any opening batters in the first and second Test match. Hit
first ball's
the first ball. And have you got those stats?
Yes.
See what I can do.
Jameson in over the wicket to Duckett, who pushes nicely, firmly back past the bowler to the offside of straight. Chases on. It's a good fast outfield, and well, I think he might. Has he pulled it back in? I think he has. Nathan Smith, and they have got back for 3. Good chase from Smith, but a really positive shot that from Duckett. Didn't try to whack it, just sort of led it onto the bat, full face, found the gap.
I would say it's probably been his best shot. Yeah. Rock solid, little kind of compact punch.
Yeah, played close to him.
Yeah, it was
nice. Not reaching. They're just checking the boundary. I think Nathan Smith's done that to perfection. Although I'm often proved wrong in these matters, they're going to look over and over again as if the over 8 isn't slow enough. We do take a lot of time to establish these tiny things. And you think is that one run as important as just getting another over in?
Well, the only problem with that, like a 3, is the batters are at the wrong end. If it's an even number and the batters are at the same end, you kind of get on there.
Yeah, no, I take your point. It is 3, and Jameson's in to Gay, who plays late, pushes the ball into the offside. It's picked up just in front of square. There is no run. End of the over, 36 without loss, 6 overs gone.
It's a no ball, I think. It's
not. It's 37 without loss with 5.5 overs gone. Jameson will have to bowl it again.
Duckett's hit 6 twos already.
6 twos? Are you on 2 watch?
I'm on 2 watch.
Do you want to set the bar for us? Because I know 2s can send you into a bit of an attack of the vapours.
Yes. I'll come to it after this pool.
I mean, listen to the voice.
He's excited.
Honestly, it's like a chinchilla. Shaky, quivering with anticipation where they may take us into the future. Jameson is into Gay to complete the over. Or did he play at that? He left a bat there. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say played at. It was a rather weird passage, but the ball's gone through the keeper and not taken any part of the bat. 37 without loss. 6 overs gone. Back to your question about the drone. I like it because I don't think I like Spider Cam. Lots and lots of ones. Very big. Sometimes it gets hit.
Where is the drone?
It's just gone for a little rest, I think, but then it comes back. Presumably, it's always slightly at an angle, so it shouldn't bother batters.
Well, the gentleman down to our right, just to the right of the side screen, he's got a little perch down there. That's where he.
Oh, is he the drone operator?
Yeah, he's Mr. Drone. Yeah, there you can see there he's got his remote control. He's got his cap on back to front.
Now, honestly, tell me, when you were an 11-year-old...
The drone must be out there then, because he's manoeuvring his fingers on the remote.
When you were an 11-year-old boy, if someone had said to you, your job could be
fantastic,
sit around at a cricket match operating a drone, how happy would you have been?
I used to love a remote control car.
Oh, who didn't?
My Ford Escort crashed it in 1984.
Other remote control cars are available. Here comes Henry. Turns Duckett round slightly, leading edge along the ground, goes into the covers where Smith fields.
And you've got the stats on the first ball fours?
Not yet. I'll get to it after the 2 stats. But
he's concentrating on your stat now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the intro, Michael. It's in the intro.
Don't think we're going to let this lie, though.
There can't be many of
no.
First.
Who've started their careers
first,
with
second test.
4 of the first ball of their innings in their first and second test. Opening the batting for England. Short, pulled by Duckett out towards, forward square leg, mid-wicket for 4. Really got on top of that well. And I hesitate to say it, but Duckett is looking in a rich vein of form at the moment. 32 off 21, his feet are moving well. He's playing decisively, and England are 41 without loss.
Yeah, 41 off 6.2 overs, so scoring quickly. He's tried the bouncer a few times, Matt Henry. He's just trying to push the batters back to make sure that they can't just lunge forward to him. Didn't quite get it high enough to Ben Duckett.
The shadows have almost gone, which tells you that the cloud is enveloping the sun at the moment. Here comes Henry. Duckett defends into the onside. The front foot dribbles along the ground, goes to Ravindra. There's no run. Positive start after lunch. Duckett's hogged the strike somewhat. There's still O'Rourke and Nathan Smith as seamers to bowl. But what England will be hoping is that they can do to New Zealand what New Zealand did to England, and that they're going to be forced into bowling the likes of Glenn Phillips, Rachin Ravindra later in the match. Later today, perhaps. As Henry's just feeling his hamstring slightly, just lifting his knee up. And he runs in to Duckett with 3 slips, and he defends firmly on the front foot back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through.
I mean, Glenn Phillips wouldn't be a bad option just for a look to two left-handers.
Yeah.
Why not, just for a couple of overs? Jacob Bethel had a lot of success. I'm not saying he was ragging it, but you just never know. I mean,
the wickets
that he get onto the pads.
Yeah, the wickets he took. One of them had nothing to do with the pitch at all, of course. Henry is in again, firmly forward in defence is Duckett. Good shot up to mid-off, there's no run. He had the top edge of the full toss, didn't he? He had the big mow to mid-wicket, good catch. and then Jameson trying to punch off the back foot a ball that was way too full.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't spin a ball.
Yes,
he landed the odd one.
It's literally slow left arm.
But it worked.
It did. Last ball of the over, Henry into Duckett. Duckett clips this away nicely out to deep square. Oh my goodness, deep square leg for 4, deep mid wicket, really. There is a deep square leg, and that's sped away. The big square here at the oval, it's on the square the entire time. Another boundary for Duckett, that over his second. He's got 36, 45 without loss, 7 overs gone. And I heard a tragic tale about our next commentator during the Lord's Test. So in the spirit of that, I'm going to offer him my seat. Simon Mann. He was offered a seat on the tube, so I'm going to offer him my seat. Lots more thoughts from you, Michael.
Yeah, it's a nice gesture. And have you got those 2 stats or?
The 2 stats. So, yeah, I mentioned Duckett had 6 twos in the first 6 overs. Only once in the history of Test cricket has a player hit more than 6 twos inside the first 6 overs of an innings.
Who was that?
It was. I'll come to it after this ball.
Here's Jameson, meanwhile, bowling to Gay, who hasn't scored since lunch. He's forward and playing defensively up towards straight mid-off. He thought there might have been a single available there, but there was not. And so he stays on 8. 45 for no wicket. Jameson's gone around the park a little bit at the start of this England innings. Mind you, it's kind of old school, new school in the sense that this is what it was like when Duckett was opening with Crawley. 45 off 7 overs.
Come on, Andy, who is it?
Cyril Washbrook in 1951 for England at the MCG. I think there were 8 ball overs in that tour.
Go on, Cyril.
Jameson from the pavilion end. Bowls to Gay, and Gay's edging, and it goes down to the slip cord. It might come off the pad, actually. It went slightly loopily towards slip. There's no animation from the New Zealanders.
I think it's come off the back thigh.
Yeah.
He's just got to be careful there, Amelia. He's just getting a little bit turned round, so that ball nips across. Yeah, it's just come off that back hip. So far, the ball hasn't come back in to Emilio Gay, so I think he's better off lining it up for the ball that's going to cross him. He snicked one in the first innings, didn't he, at Lord's, where he kind of came across himself slightly, and that's what New Zealand are trying to target now. What's the tube story, Simon? Someone let you sit down, did they?
45 for no wicket. Let's watch Jameson going to bowl to Gay outside the off stump. No movement there. Gay allowing it to go across him and through to Blundell. We're not listening at Lord's, Michael. No.
Well, I wasn't on all day.
He wasn't on every day, but yeah. Well, I was going to Lord's and a young woman just offered me her seat. That was all.
Oh, right. And
I think the implication being that
your age.
An old bloke like you needs to sit down.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Now, how did it make you feel?
Not great, no.
Did you take the seat?
Well, yes, because I said no, it's fine. But she moved off down the carriage.
Right.
So I could, otherwise, so I might as well sit down.
How old was this lady? Was she quite young?
She was probably late 20s, something like that. Jameson bowls, and Amelia Gay drives one-handedly there into the offside towards mid-off. He's certainly not in control of that.
He's not got his flow, Simon, at the minute. You can see he's just kind of fighting his technique. His head's just falling over to the offside. His kind of bat's coming across himself. He's just got to hang in. Try and fight through a period when you quite not got that flow and rhythm. It's worth just hanging in there, because it will come when you... It won't come if you're in the dressing room.
No. They put a man back now, deep back of square leg. Just to say it'll come to you one day, Michael, as well.
Well, I just hope not
too soon.
And it's not happened since, so it's just a one-off. Just because if it happens on a daily basis, I think it's a problem for you.
Yeah. 45 for no wicket. Gay waits for Jameson. He's quietly forward. They're dabbing into the offside. They're off for quick singles. Nearly a run out. The ball's hit the stumps. Did he run him out? New Zealand think they've got him. Well, Duckett did that to Gay before lunch, and Gay has done it to Duckett. I think that's out. New Zealand are celebrating, and Duckett cannot believe it. He's on his way, and England have lost their first wicket to a run out. Duckett was playing so well. He's gone for 36. He's walking off. They're just going to check it, but I'm pretty sure this is out, and Duckett's pretty sure as well. It was dabbed into the offside. He's not scored a run since lunch. And then the throw, underarm throw. Oh, he's well out. Yeah, well out.
It's the pressure of Test cricket. Emilio Gay not having scored since lunch, desperate just to get his kind of scoreboard ticking. Kind of look at Nathan Smith at mid-off, he's quick. But it just wasn't a signal there. It was a poor call from Emilio. This is what happened, you know, new partnership. You've got to get used to each other. Ben Duckett could easily have run Emilio Gay out just before lunch with a similar kind of call. I would say, and you can see the walk off from Ben Duckett. He's probably walking off going, that's the best I've felt for a while for England.
Yeah.
You know, he struggled in Australia. It was tough last week on the pitch that they played at Lord's. And he was playing beautifully. He'd found his flow straight away. Yeah, it's just allowing New Zealand into a contest there because England had made such a good start. I just watched Emilio Gay. He had his head in his hands. Yeah. So, you know, the skill now is actually Jacob being the senior. Even though he's only played a few games, he's got to be the senior partner and just said, Emilio, it's gone. You've got to just watch the ball now. Make sure you stay out here a while.
Well, that's the other thing as well. As an incentive to stay out in the middle, so you don't have to go back in that dressing room and confront the player you've run out. Mind you, Duckett did exactly the same thing to Gay just before lunch.
Yeah.
And it was one of those where it was the last over before lunch. Sometimes batters have that self-preservation sort of mode where they take a single to get up the other end so they don't have to face. And if the throw hit the stumps from Smith again, you'd have been well out. So Smith had one bit of preparation for a situation like this. Second time he hit.
Yeah,
that's another wicket in this match. Another wicket in this match has been tossed away, really. There's been a lot of them.
Emilio Gay, he's actually put his head on his hands on his head before the ball hit the stumps, going, oh no, what have I done?
Right, here is Jameson bowling and Bethel leaving outside the off stump through to Blundell. So a successful over for New Zealand, but an unfortunate one as far as Duckett's concerned. I mean, it's so typical, this game, isn't it? When you have been short of runs at international level, that someone runs you out. And Duckett has played so well. He's got England off to a positive start.
It's been, 11 wickets to 4 in the game. Kind of looking back at the New Zealand dismissals, Ratching genuine snick off. Latham was kind of a close face snick off. You know, down the leg side, a couple of hacks off Jacob Bethel. You know, a couple of pull shots straight to mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket. Run out now for England. It's not been a conventional wicket week.
No, it hasn't. Not at all. Lords, you just ran up and bowled straight, didn't you? And hope the pitch did something for you. Kept low.
Got battered.
Yeah. Henry bowls. Gay gets some runs through square leg. It's going to be at least 2, probably 3. It's going out towards the boundary. It's not back inside the row. It's one of those in the old days. They might have thought about 4, but the outfield's quick, I suppose. And so it's either going to be 4 or someone's going to get round to it from fine leg. Sometimes you have those ones where you have to run from a long way back and the ball slowed up towards the boundary. Yeah, you had a chance to run 4, but only 3.
The pitch is slow, so I don't think it's going to be too long before we see more fielders in front of the bat. There's too many gaps at the minute, so it's quite easy to score. I think the batters will have to kind of create a lot of momentum with the drive for it to carry to the cordon. I'm surprised if we start seeing short extra covers, short mid-wickets, bowl stump to stump.
48 for 1, Gay's on 11. And here is Henry outside the off stump to Bethel, who forces it away, but too close to point from them to get the single. So Gay is off the mark now after lunch with that easy ball that was knocked away. Just trying to create something, tick the board over, get himself moving after the break, and running Ben Duckett out. You'll be able to see that run out very shortly on the BBC Sport website. Go to the cricket page, all the highlights there. Bethel waits for Henry, and Bethel is forward, head right over it, guiding it away down into the gully, and there is no run. 48 for 1. Bethel with this record, I'm sure he'll change. Well, he'll have to change probably over time. He's so poor in the first innings in terms of his output, and so good in the second innings. So even at Lord's, 6 in the first innings and 14 in the second.
Usually the other way round. Good
It is,
afternoon,
isn't it? Hello,
Simon.
Thomas, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Henry bowls to Bethel, and Bethel gets a straight ball, just coming in a fraction. And
Yeah.
Plays it back to the bowl, and there's no run.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him score some runs in England, wouldn't it? You know, I don't know, there was huge potential there, as we know, as we've seen, Sydney and what have you, that lovely 100, but...
and against New Zealand in that series in New Zealand when he first played as well. But
yeah,
he played at the Oval. He was recalled, wasn't he, for the last Test match of last summer, and he just looked out of sorts. He hadn't had much cricket.
No.
Henry bowls to him, and he's guiding that away for his first runs down towards deep backward point. That will be 4. Easing the ball away, using the pace. The ball coming across him. Beat the infield, the ring there behind on the offside, and Bethel's underway. 52 for 1.
Little test of character now for Emilio Gay. You know, it does hurt when you run your mate out, and it was kind of his fault as well, wasn't it? Just a little bit of ability to blank that out and go again, and it's going to be another little challenge for you.
It is, definitely, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know whether they think like that, do they? Personally, oh well, sorry, mate. I'm sure you'll get me back.
Henry bowls, goes past the outside edge of Bethel's bat. That was a fine delivery, snaking away and through to wicketkeeper Blundell. End of the over from Henry. It's 52 for 1. What are you indicating, Thomas? It's filled in a bit.
Yes, it has a little bit, and just that delivery just sort of did a little bit, leaving the bat of Bethel, just sort of seemed to spice up a little bit. It has just sort of filled in a little bit over the flats over there, hasn't
I don't think we're going to get any rain. Well, that's not in the forecast, anyway, but it has clouded over.
Yeah.
And it's a warm day as well. I imagine it's quite humid outside.
Yeah.
That sort of feel about it.
Yep.
So, not the worst bowling conditions.
Just adds a little skip off the pitch, doesn't it, when it just gets a bit heavy in the air.
Oh, there are some batters over the course of history who run their colleague out or involved in a mix-up and just think, oh, well, at least it wasn't me who was out. I'm still here.
Yeah.
That's fine. On we go. But normally, most people have a conscience, don't they?
I still remember Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton sprinting for the same end.
Jameson bowls to Gay, who drives for 4 through the offside. Finds that gap between point and mid-off. Well pitched up. And we've seen that shot a few times already from Emilio Gay in Test cricket.
Yeah.
Nicely played. He goes to 15.
Yeah, he likes it there, doesn't he? I mean, very well pitched up delivery. I mean, it's almost a full half volley, that. But yeah, didn't have to do much to get a bat on that really and get it through that extra cover region. But did it nicely again. Nice high hands at the end of the follow through. He likes a photo shot, doesn't he? Nice cover drive.
Yeah, the sort of ball I think you'd expect to hit for 4, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
56 for 1, Gay to 15. Jameson goes over the wicket, bowls to him, and uses a beauty that goes across Gay, and he misses it. It's through to the keeper.
Well, since the run out of the first 2 balls, he faced it for 3 and 4. Just on Bethel, in first innings, this is his 8th first innings, prior to this one, he had 61 runs in his previous 7 first innings at an average of 8. And in second innings, 435 runs in 7 innings, average 72. So through England's Test history, counting players who've played 6 or more innings in the top 6, he has the 2nd worst first innings average and the 2nd best second innings average.
Oh. Yep. Well, it's
early days though.
Yeah, yes, very early days, but yeah, something that could be easily rectified.
Jameson bowls to Gay. Gay comes forward. Slightly tentative shot there. Pushes it away into the offside. A slight misfield by Smith. It allows him to come back for a second. Careful. I think it does anyway, yeah. And the throw from Smith, there's too much on it and it goes over the keeper's head. It was a slightly dicey second.
Yeah, he looks a decent fielder, Smith, doesn't he? He said he nearly ran out Gay just before lunch with a really sharp bit of fielding at mid-off. Ran out, duck it, and yeah, he just went to drag that back as they turned for the second. If he'd have managed to get hold of that, they could have been in a bit of trouble. You've got to, I never used to do this. I wasn't out there long enough, but you do have to know where your good fielders are.
Yeah.
They used to do that with John T. Rhodes. He used to pop up in all sorts of places.
Gay's on 17. England on 58 for 1. Jameson bowls to Gay, who plays quietly into the onside towards mid-wicket, where Ravindra is fielding, hurls it into Blundell, and there is no run. Duckett out for 36. New Zealand 391 all out.
What did you think of that session from England there?
Well, not their best. I'm saying not their best of
scruffy. What a scruffy
last year,
session.
I don't think. Mind you, there were a few bad ones, haven't they, this year? Over the course of the last year.
Yeah, you've got to be able to just sort of like grab it by the scruff of the neck when that happens, doesn't it? You know, you just got to say, right, hold on a minute, come on, reset. You know, I mean, they just chased the ball around, bowled some bad balls, some bad tactics for my money as well.
Jameson bowls short outside the off stump, quite wide, nothing there from Gay. On its way through to Blundell. I mean, Duckett again was at the centre of the action. I mean, he dropped that catch, didn't he? And if he caught that, then you say, well,
all out.
Yeah, probably. I mean, so he made it was on 15. He went on to make 41. What was the score at the time when that catch went down? It's probably about 320.
It was 313 for 7, so they had another 54 before the wicket fell at 367.
Valuable runs.
Yeah. So
it just changed the momentum of the game, didn't it? You know, they would have been coming out here. Oh, come on, if we can scunge our way up, new ball just round the corner, get ourselves to 320, 330, we'll be happy. Now they've got a spring in the step, the New Zealanders.
Jameson bowls to Gay, shot helped on its way to mid-wicket on the bounce to Ravindra. That was not the most convincing pull shot from Emilio Gay. A flappy pull, he nearly pulled it into the hands of Ravindra at mid-wicket.
Outside the off stump as well, had to reach for it, which is never really the best way of controlling that short ball. Were you a captain, Simon? I can imagine you being a captain. Were you captain when you saw it?
I did a bit, yeah,
from
time to time.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah, she wouldn't have let that happen this morning, you see, would you? You would have just said, right, hold on a minute, boys, we need a little reset here. And it was virtually it was virtually the first ball, wasn't it, that went whistling down for 4 byes, and then another one 4, and it just seemed to run away from England very quickly. Can happen, it does happen.
Well, especially you've got two players out there who are very aggressive, Jameson and Phillips. Is Henry bowling? It's full, it's driven away by Bethel, square of the wicket on the offside. I think he was looking a bit straighter than that. It skewed off the thickish outside edge of the bat towards cover. Yeah, if you've got a fast outfield, a pitch with a little bit of bounce in it, and you've got a quick attack, sometimes the ball can start flying around.
Picking around.
And the new ball was taken as well, so your field's up a bit. There's a few gaps. Henry to Bethel, and Bethel's back and then coming forward, playing quietly up towards mid-off. Defensive stroke from Bethel, and there's no run. But I think once you have that, once the ball starts flying around and then the catch goes down, I don't know psychologically, whether it's not on the surface, it's really deep inside you, that feeling of, oh, we can't control this, it's getting out of control. And I suppose Root, what he did was he brought Bethel on to just try and change things around. But it felt odd when he had a new ball.
Yeah.
Henry bowls outside the off stump, there's no stroke, but he did get the wicket. He did induce Jameson to play a horrible shot. He was bowled for 41. I wonder, the thing is, I was talking about this with Cookie before lunch, whether actually New Zealand, although they did well today, they got 100, and actually they could have been a bit more ruthless, because all their wickets were just tossed away, weren't they?
I'd say probably all of them.
Yeah.
Apart from perhaps Latham.
Latham and Ravindra were sort of edges, weren't they? But they
weren't like, schnick off. So
there was quite a lot of, I mean, often batter error, but there was Henry bowls. Oh, that's a fine ball. So if he'd nicked that, you'd say that was the bowler, wouldn't you? There,
correct.
That was all about the bowler. And the batter was like, well, I got a good ball, but at the Ravindra one, although he nicked off, it was quite wide, and
it was almost off the face.
Yeah,
it was almost sort of glided.
So although it was a nick, it wasn't totally sort of a great ball. There's a lot of batter error in it, and I suppose the same with Latham. Looking to flick into the onside, got that leading edge that went to the gully.
There was definitely more runs out there for him.
Henry bowls. Bethel tries to find the gap on the offside, hits it straight at Smith at extra cover. He's got half extra cover, half mid-off Smith, covering up a lot of ground and doing it effectively as well with that run out since lunch of Ben Duckett. Duckett 36 and 25 balls.
Oh, flying. Likes it here, likes pitches like this, Duckett. Yeah, that's a body blow for England.
Here's Henry bowling, Duckett checking the shot, dabbing it away into the offside. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. England are 58 for 1. You've only had 11 overs, so 5 and over. More from you, Tuffers. And then Alison Mitchell will be joining you.
Yeah, the clouds are just building at the Oval. It's just done a little bit, just enabled that ball just to sort of zip past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. But the two England left-handers at the crease will be thinking, right, if I could just get over this period, get that old ball soft, we can really put together a partnership. It's good pitch, getting better as well.
Hello, Tuffers.
How are you?
Well, all right, that was an extraordinary passage of play, wasn't it, after lunch with Emilio Gay struggling to score. And I was just chatting to Cookie about, how you work if your opening partner is struggling and yet your runs are flowing off your bat. How do you work together? How do you maybe help your partner get out of their ruts? And then, bang, he went for the single to get down the other end and try and get that first run off his bat after lunch. And the direct hit, a really good piece of work from Nathan Smith. But Duckett, I think, would be rightly a little upset. 3 slips wait here. It's O'Rourke around the wicket, the really tall left-hander. They've got the short leg in there, and it's for that very shot, the fend here from Emilio Gay. Ravindra is under the helmet at short leg. So Emilio Gay now resumes on 8 after lunch. He's on 17 from the 31 balls he's faced now.
Not my kind of bowler, O'Rourke.
You don't fancy him,
No,
Tuffers?
I don't. No, I don't. Tall, sort of gangly, everything. A little bit sort of Morkel-ish, and you're right, that short leg exactly for that sort of when you're just getting yourself in an awkward position, don't look to pull the short ball or the rising ball and you just fend it straight in the short leg. Got to be careful of that.
Very tall figure, racing in now, right arm around the wicket, leg delivery and getting him behind this one with a high front elbow is Gay, up towards mid-on. What would be your best method of evasion to the tall figure of Will O'Rourke?
I don't know.
You just sprint off the field?
Well, just guess. Just guess when it's going to be. Yeah, uppercut. Perhaps the uppercut, and he's just showed me there. No, they are awkward bowlers, even on flat pitches. That's not their sort of mode of dismissal. A bit like that Josh Tongue that got Nichols, that sort of delivery where you can't sort of get over it. Play-ons or just poking it the short legs in play.
O'Rourke moves in. Cloudy skies now. That one's well wide outside the off stump and watched through to the keeper by Gay. 2 wickets then in each innings at Lords for Will O'Rourke. 11 overs in the first innings and 16 in the second. 2 for 25 and 2 for 46.
In a funny sort of way, this might suit O'Rourke more than a dodgy wicket at Lords, where perhaps the pitch-up bowlers who are looking to get sideways movement perhaps are, holding sway. The bang-in bowler doesn't perhaps get that same kind of movement. But with this little bit of bounce, extra bounce at the Oval, he could be tricky.
Gay awaits, bat poised as O'Rourke rushes in.
There you go.
He's come outside the off stump, has him prodding forward.
Yeah.
Brings the hands inside the line, a little late, 58 for 1, England remain. 4 dot balls then so far for O'Rourke. He's building up a bit more pressure on Emilio Gay.
Yeah, that's his length. Yeah, good delivery that from the angle. As I say, just that little bit of sieve movement, back of a length. Very difficult to sort of make yourself leave that, even if it's back of a length. It's sort of going over the stumps, but everything's coming into your sort of tummy area. You sort of find yourself just wanting to poke the bat out at that.
A good test, really, all of this for Emilio Gay, and how much he can compartmentalise what happened with Ben Duckett and just focus on the job in hand here. As O'Rourke's in again, but he's playing at this one. It was pushed a little wider outside the off stump. He took a bigger stride, more of an expansive, firmer push, aiming for an off drive, but through to the keeper it went.
He's got straight into his work, hasn't he, O'Rourke? 5 dot balls at his first over. Just getting that little bit of a ray drift. It's just, as you said, that the clouds have just got a little bit heavy and you feel that there might be a bit of rain coming. It's just started to swing and just nip a bit. England got to be wary.
England were 58 for 1 after 9.5 overs since when 14 consecutive dot balls.
Pressure is building, as well as the clouds. O'Rourke moves into Gay. He gets underneath this one. It flies through to the keeper. Taken by Blundell. Shoulder height to end a maiden over from Will O'Rourke first up. So Gay stays on 17, Bethel on 4, 58 for 1, England.
Just picking up on what you're saying about the manner in which New Zealand lost their wickets. The cricket system categorises shots as defensive, rotating or attacking, or no shot. The Lord's Test had 27 wickets fall to defensive shots or no shots, which was the most they've ever recorded in a test. This data goes back 20 years. New Zealand's innings, just 1 wicket they've categorised as a defensive shot out of the 10 that fell. So very different. We've seen a lot during Bazball, very low proportion of wickets, particularly in England, been batting to defensive shots. But that Lord's Test was it was another fast-moving game. Wasn't quite in the same style as some of the other shortened matches we've seen.
Yeah, very different style of test match. 3 slips in the gully go down here. Matt Henry continuing to Bethel, the left-hander who's driving out through the extra cover region, and that's running away for 4. Well-timed shot, got himself onto the front foot nice and early. He's on to 8.
Yeah, lovely shot, isn't it? And you can just tell, he said we scored that magnificent 100 in Sydney, but you can just tell a decent player. And that shot is it, isn't it? Just all the time in the world, beautifully sort of positioned himself just to, as you said, rock on that front foot and ease it through extra cover all the time in the world, seemingly.
Beautifully balanced as he played it.
Balanced, yeah.
Waits again. Henry's in, a little tighter on the off stump this time, cramps him for room, and it's worked into the onside where Henry's able to pick up in his follow-through.
To time, isn't it? It's that sort of thing, as it say with football and all sports, tennis. Roger Federer always seemed to be in the right position to...
More time on the ball than anybody else.
Yes, and I think Bethel's got that. Just seems to have that little bit of extra time than everyone else.
And it'd be quite something to see him do it in the first innings of a test match.
Well, we were saying earlier, quite
big
remarkable.
Scores have come in the second. It's amazing discrepancy, isn't it, between his averages. Length ball whipped away behind square along the ground. Jameson moves in off the boundary. They think about a second, but it's only the 1.
Steady.
And then comes the throw. Sorry, I think it's O'Rourke who's down there, beg your pardon. The throw came in, so Gay back on strike again here. 63 for 1, this all in reply to New Zealand's first innings, 391. After they added 103 in 20 overs of pretty loose bowling from England and a big dropped catch from Duckett when Jameson was on 15. He went on to score 41.
Scruffy morning.
Very way of describing it.
Wasn't it?
Loose, bit scruffy, wayward, but ragged.
Yeah, just I don't know what went on there this morning, really.
Gay's on 17 as a bumper, getting underneath it. It wasn't quite really the length to trouble him. He's walking away to square leg now, just to settle himself.
That single off the previous ball was only the second single of the innings. The other single so far was the one from which Gay could have been run out in the 3rd over of the innings. Then we had Duckett run out going for a single. So the 3rd attempt England have completed a successful single without a run out or a near run out.
We can all breathe easy.
Yeah. Get him in boundaries, lads.
Yeah.
Get him in boundaries.
Oh, Duckett was dealing in that fashion, wasn't he? Over the wicket here, Gay, big shouldering of arms as it goes down the leg side through to the keeper. There is a big band of rain moving across the channel, tough as last time I looked at the radar, the English Channel coming from the south.
That's quite, what's that, 30 miles away?
Yeah, no, it does seem the cloud began to fill in as we're looking south behind the pavilion.
Missing us, though.
Well, I couldn't tell.
Might get an edge.
Let's hope we don't get any of it, but the report from the BBC Weather Centre this morning was that there might be a flurry of rain about 2:30. That hasn't eventuated, so let's hope that we'll avoid it. In goes Henry, leg slip in place here, but Gay's clipping this into the mid-wicket region. Take another single. Hey, one fist bump for Andy Saltzman. Bethel's on to 9, with Gay on 18, 64 for 1 in reply to New Zealand's 391. Bethel with 3 for 26, so...
Amazing spinner bowling, it really was.
From a fellow left-arm spinner, it was extraordinary.
It was quite extraordinary. I'm there a couple of, what was it, 3rd delivery, I think, of his first over. Blundell just decided to have a massive yahoo at just a sort of a half volley on leg stump and whacked it straight to Joe Root. Then the full toss sweep, managed to get a top edge. I've never seen that. Top edge in a sweep off a full toss for a spinner. That's quite a rarity. And then to be fair, just another yahoo from Jameson. But yeah, listen,
well, he's
take him.
3 against his name.
Yeah, 3 for 20 odd. Thanks very much.
Take that. Jofra Archer 2 for 61, but a lot of curiosity about why he wasn't used so much. The outer edge of the bat here from Gay, looking to work it into the leg side, drop safely into the offside.
Have you heard anything?
Well, I think the understanding really is that after he bowled an 8-over spell, at the end of the day yesterday, it was felt he needed an extended rest coming into day 2, which just seems that you've picked a bowler who is not fit for Test cricket.
Yeah, with a new ball in his hand
At
the start of the next day.
Yeah. And we had then Jacob Bethel bowling with the ball when it was, what, four overs old?
Terrible. Yeah, it was a bit weird.
Fisher didn't have the new ball either, having taken the new ball with Archer at the start of the innings.
Yeah, it was a bit confused.
O'Rourke around the wicket here, outer edge again into the ground, and a half stop there at Gully. No single taken. Gay holding up the glove to say, no, wait there.
And what's the difference between Jofra Archer just sort of hanging around in the field? How's that going to sort of, I know you might sort of loosen up and get into the day a little bit, but can't you loosen up at the beginning of the day? Well, you know, why was he able to bowl after an hour and a half of standing around in a field and not at the start of play? You know
I wish I had the answer.
No, I don't know, but it's going to be interesting.
But it says to me that if they didn't feel they had to play Archer this match, they wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
As O'Rourke comes around the wicket to Gay, left alone outside the off stump. So Archer, if he's not fit to back up a day of bowling and an 8-over spell with another spell early the next day after an overnight rest, then he's not 100% fit to be playing Test cricket at the moment, and therefore he's in the side because of the incident with Atkinson and Stokes and the fact that Atkinson's missing and Robinson is missing, so therefore he's had to come into the side now. So there's that knock-on effect on the whole rest of the team. What's
happened this morning was really that England sort of tossed down the drain all the good work they did yesterday.
Everything got unravelled, didn't it? Very, very quickly in front of our eyes. O'Rourke was a full at length, covered up again by Emilio Gay. He's pretty solid in defence, has to be said at the moment, but he's still struggling to get rhythm. 18 from 43. He's still there though. 4 dot balls again in a row from O'Rourke. He played out a maiden from him from this end in the previous over. So yeah, the start of the day, there was a lot of buoyancy, wasn't there, about the bowling effort after yesterday, this inexperienced attack, what they'd managed to do.
Bang, bang, bang. Well done, lads, bowled about the 300. The right in the game.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
And if you were Glenn Phillips, the last thing you would have wanted to have faced first up, you'd been peppered by Jofra Archer the night before, as O'Rourke's in again to Gay, left alone outside the off stump, sharp shouldering of arms and no shot offered, would be, think, God, I'm going to face some really rapid bumpers again. Well, they did go to the short ball, but it wasn't well directed enough, it wasn't quick enough.
No. A bit mysterious, that. I'm sure it might become clear at the... well, you'll be down there at the end of the day, Ali, won't you?
We can ask some questions. Not sure who we'll be asking those questions of, but we'll try and find out.
Yeah, he'll be.
A raising of the bat for extras, isn't it, by the end? A half century in the extras column.
Nicely played. Good half century. Solid.
Second quickest half century by extras when England have been in the field.
Yeah.
Oh, well played extras.
Yeah.
Not what England wanted, though. O'Rourke in, leading edge from Gay, looking to turn it towards mid-wicket. Fielded in the cover region, and another dot ball. He's feeling a little frustrated, I think, there.
He's good Smith in that extra cover. Don't take a run there.
He's learnt.
Yeah, he was on that like a flash as well, which is strange for a sort of quick bowler.
To move so quickly?
Well, no, not necessarily the nimblest, are they, in the field?
He's going to get a spell now with the ball by the looks of it, Nathan Smith. So, man with the golden arm at the moment, both in the field and with his bowling figures, because he came into this series, he picked up a 6 against Ireland, hadn't he, in the previous Test match, and then 6 in the second innings at Lord's to go with 3 in the first. So now he's affected a direct hit run out, and he's going to have a bowl then to replace Matt Henry.
He's another one of those New Zealand cricketers, isn't he? That he's a sort of, bats nicely and well bit down the order, doesn't he? Get stuck in. I know he didn't get any of this game, but just one of those kind of really sort of valuable cricketers that they produce. Good guy to have in the side.
Ball, he's at the end of his mark then, Nathan Smith. He's got Bethel in his sights, 2 slips and a gully. He's around the wickets, the left-hander, left alone by Bethel, taken quite low down by Blundell. I think I'm right in saying it's Nathan Smith, he's the partner of Mealy Kerr, the New Zealand women's captain, who's in the country at the moment, playing in the T20 World Cup.
Yes, that's right.
They did a lovely interview about how, I think they're sort of ships in the night a lot of the time, mostly spend time together when they well, when they're both away like this, they're able to somehow, between matches, catch up with each other. But often it's, if one of them's at home, the other one is on tour. So the other one then has to go and join them on tour for
ships passing.
to get that contact time. Yeah. Here is Smith racing in around the wicket. Bethel, late decision to leave outside the off stump, but close enough to tempt Bethel.
Is that what it's called now? Is it? And I said contact time.
Not sure where I came up with that one.
Contact.
That's a bit formal, isn't it? I don't know. I hope they don't have a curfew. I hope there's nothing.
Wow. No. Oh, a curfew. I mean, I get it. I see. Amelia Kerr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A New Zealand cricket power couple, can we call them?
Oh, absolutely. Is she the skipper?
She is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've taken over
really
from
talented
Sophie
leg
Devine.
spinner. Yeah. Around the wicket then, Smith goes, comes back in on Bethel, darted, and he kept a little low as well, had him reaching for it forward and a little uncertain, studying the toe end of his bat.
A little bit like the Lord's one, nearly, that one.
Oh, he had an absolute grubber there, didn't he, that went scooted through under the toe of the bat.
Bowling from this end, the odd one has just kept a little bit low. A couple from the England bowlers just squatted down a little bit from this end. Nothing like the Lord's, but just gets in your mind as a batter. I think he might have just reminded him that as well there on the screen. I've just seen him having a bit of a laugh and a joke with each other.
I think he got Jacob Bethel on Bethel's debut. Around the wicket, full defended again up towards mid-on. Picked up by Jameson. No run. The batters remember these things, don't they? Well, that was, we've just seen a replay.
Oh, it's Henry.
It was Henry, bowled the one at Lord's that kept low.
I thought it was Smith,
Yeah, Jacob Bethel, of course, made his Test debut in New Zealand.
Oh, that's sorry. Ooh. I'm just watching that delivery from Lord's that got him out. It's only bounced about 6
millimetres.
Yeah.
Smith dashes in, left alone, and a ball which sort of headed, some late movement actually, past the bat and taken by the keeper to his right-hand side as it fizzed past the outside, past the off stump. Bethel, who's tapping his bat against the ground. A little bit of a conversation here with Emilio Gay. It was a flurry of runs at the start of this post-lunch session when Ben Duckett was finding the boundary and looking to crunch balls and attack balls. The run-out came when Emilio Gay did a drop-in run. He was just desperate to try and get down the other end. He was struggling to add to his lunchtime score. And Duckett had to go on 36 off 25. Really gave some impetus to the innings at one end, certainly. That's why Bethel's out there now. Smith is in, Bethel's defending. The ball balloons up and drops safely, and there's no run taken. So Nathan Smith, a maiden to start for him. Sort of steady going for England, really, since the fall of Duckett's wicket. 64 for 1, 15 overs in reply to 391. And as the day unfolds, we'll find out just exactly how good that 391 is. But I think New Zealand would never have really begun the day expecting to have added 100 runs in 20 overs at all. So
that was the 6th maiden of the innings, for 4 in the last 5 overs. On Nathan Smith, 6 for in consecutive tests, only the second New Zealand fast bowler to do that in the last 33 years. Neil Wagner, the other, back in 2015 and 2016. Ajaz Patel and Daniel Vittori spinners have done it prior to Morrison. Come to after this.
Yep, new over from Will O'Rourke, running in with the pavilion behind him. Grey skies up above. Outside the off stump, left alone, Gay.
Deepak Patel, off spinner, did it in 1992. Richard Hadley twice in his mid-80s pomp. Before that, Jack Cowie, one of the early New Zealand bowlers, took 6 in consecutive tests. One in 1937 and one in 1947. So a bit of a gap in between those two.
Bit of a gap.
Yeah. Well, that might have been the war.
A bit was going on in that time.
Yeah.
A little bit was going on.
Need some seaming pitches. Need to get it done quickly.
3 slips in the gully and a short leg. Emilio Gay, though, has asked Will O'Rourke to pull out of his run. Something's distracted him from beneath the scoreboard. There is someone with a very bright yellow shirt, actually, sitting right on the end of the row beneath the sight screen down there. I don't think they were moving. I don't know, but that yellow shirt does stand out, doesn't it?
Doesn't it, Josh? Yeah. Right where Will O'Rourke would be bowling from. It's quite a small sight screen, actually.
Yeah.
Not very deep, sort of long.
Well, it doesn't stretch down to the floor, does it?
Thank
so
you.
If you're not a very long sight screen. No.
Width.
or height.
Yes.
Will O'Rourke in, dropped into the offside by Gay up towards mid-off and no run. Yeah, if you've got a ticket for those seats, and how many rows? 1, 2, 3, I reckon about 5 or 6 rows of seats in front of the sight screen.
Yeah, I don't
you
know
have to
why.
make sure you sit absolutely stock still.
Not the seat for me.
You would not be able to sit still,
I'd be
Tuffers. Why does
chatting
that
to
surprise
my mates
me?
and standing up and scratching my head. And
I don't know how Steve Smith would have gone
no.
Facing him. Many a time, I'm sure he probably asked the bowler to pull away. He can
they've got that at Lord's as well, haven't they? In the Lord's Pavilion as well. People sit in front of the sight screen, which is,
very, very well behaved.
You have.
Emilio Gay waits, stares down the pitch. O'Rourke approaches, and it's a bouncer. But it didn't really trouble him. It flew up and over the batter into the gloves of the keeper. So it's like to bang in and make Gay take that sharp, evasive action, like we saw Jofra Archer holding that scintillating spell to Glenn Phillips.
Yeah, he plays it well, though, doesn't he? As you said, we saw Philip sort of like, crikey, bending his back this way and that way, ended up on the floor. Emilio Gay, he's quite nonchalant about the short ball, which I suppose you've got to be as an opening bowler, batsman, because you're going to be facing them, aren't you? But he rides it very well, doesn't he? It's not that sort of, short ball.
Yeah, it's not a panic reaction.
No, absolutely not, no.
Quite a calm presence at the crease. So O'Rourke in again. Now this one's trying to turn once again towards the leg side and gets a leading edge that drops harmlessly into the offside. But he hasn't found his rhythm at all out there.
Got to stick in. Got to stick in, as you say, you run your opening partner out. That's going to be playing in your mind, but you've just got to try and put that to one side. You know you're not sort of fluent or in best nick. You've just got to sort of stick to your process, and hopefully that one comes along and you get it in the middle of the bat, and then off you
Finally.
go. Yeah, and hopefully some fluency comes for it. But he's being dogged at the moment.
It's a very good word for it. He's sort of sticking in there.
Yeah.
Determined effort and having to dig in. O'Rourke races in, some width there to drive, and driving past backward point he is as well for 4. Now that might make him feel a little bit better. Gets the runs. And England move on to 68 for 1. Gay on to 22 now from the 50 balls that he's faced.
Well, there you go.
First runs from O'Rourke off his 17th ball.
Yeah, that might just be the ball, hopefully. Nice sort of shot, managed to get in a nice position and just glide it through gully. It's just a matter of building that confidence and feet movement, and feet start all of a sudden sort of being second nature, and hands going for the ball. Well, I suppose it's getting yourself in, isn't it?
And then hope you can then reap the rewards.
Yes, and go through gears and all the things that the batters say.
You've heard them say that somewhere, Tuffers, haven't you? There was a rare bit of width offered by O'Rourke, who's in again now, and that's a good lifter. Had to drop the hands of Amelia Gay and just flex his back to get out of the way. Fizzes through to the keeper. A well-directed short ball from O'Rourke. Clearly wasn't happy about being glided away to the boundary for 4. So 68 for 1, Gay 22. Bethel online in reply to New Zealand's 391. England have a lot more batting they need to do here to see out the day. Daniel Norcross is about to come in. Tuffers, from a little bit more from you, and then here's Daniel.
Yes, everyone's going to have a little drink. Pretty well played by England. Obviously disappointed about the run out. Coy was looking in good, little ducky was looking in good form. Just the kind of person, perhaps, that Brendan McCullum would be thinking, just stay in there. If we can have a session of Ben Duckett, really sort of put the pressure on the New Zealand bowlers, but then he ran himself. Well, he didn't run himself out, he got run out.
Yes.
Hello.
There was sort of tit for tat, wasn't it? Because he'd nearly run out Emilio Gay, but it's not really a way to go about setting an innings up, is it?
No. It'll be absolutely spewing Ben Duckett as well. You don't often get sort of nice flat pitches like this.
Well, in fairness to Gay, he did look utterly distraught.
Crestfallen,
but it was a while ago, and I think he's rediscovered his composure. We're waiting for the great man, Tuffers.
Who's that?
Well, Dan.
Mr. Cohn, eh?
Yes, is that all I have to say?
He's not he's not the best timekeeper in the world, is he?
Not entirely. I was amazed he wasn't timed out in his actual career.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
going to find out if he was, actually.
Staggering around. Well, he owes me 5 minutes.
You won't let him forget.
No, I won't. There's no sign of him creeping, shuffling around.
Mantis-like.
Yes.
68 for 1, though. 323 behind. It's been a day for batting. Andy Zaltzman.
So Jeremy's autobiography was the playing mantis.
The playing mantis.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
The run out was the since this is the 48th test since Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes took over.
The 48th run out?
No, the fifth time England have lost their first wicket to a run out.
Really?
So one every 10 tests, basically. To put that in context, that had happened 5 times in England's previous 350 test matches.
That's extraordinary. What's the who's the usual recipient of the misfortune?
It's been quite well spread. Alex Lees was run out against New Zealand at Leeds in 2022. Zach Crawley was the other batter involved. Crawley was run out twice with Duckett at the other end, once in Multan in 22, Trent Bridge 24 against West Indies. Duckett was run out with Crawley at the other end in Rajkot in India. Now Duckett's been run out with Gay as his partner here. So 5 in the last 48 tests after 5 in the previous 350. England losing their first wicket to a run out.
And did it arrest your delight at the 2?
Yeah, that had subsided a bit.
Had it? What were you looking for?
Well, the most 2s in the first 6 overs of a test innings.
Oh, right.
So only one player had ever scored more than 6. Duckett had 6 2s in the first 6 overs. Cyril Washbrook in 1951.
He
8
loved
ball
a 2.
overs, though.
Yeah, he loved a 2.
And the only other England players to have 6 2s in the first 6 overs of an innings were Herbert Sutcliffe and Bob Barber.
Bob Barber got that wonderful 185, was it? Yeah. Hello, Jeremy. Nice to see you.
Hello, you two.
You made it.
Discussing very important principles of the game. Turning a 1 into a 2.
Andy got very excited by the phenomenal number of 2s that had arrived in the first 6 overs. Nathan Smith of Surrey is going to continue. Right arm round the wicket from the Vauxhall end. Short. Guided into the gully region by Bethel. I think on the bounce. And there's no run.
You'll need to find some more important things to do, I think.
Well, the thing is, it's because of
2s.
Well, it's because of last week.
Like
He had the Lord's Test, you see, so he had a whole bucket full of stats. You know, wickets falling left, right, and centre. There was so much for him to do, and now he's trying to, find in normal Test cricket. What do you find in normal Test cricket? Is this the most normal Test cricket under bat ball? How do you define those terms? As Nathan Smith is in again full forward in defence. His Bethel playing into the ground. It rolls to sort of very short gully. There's no run. 68 for 1. The deficit 323. This after New Zealand added 100 to their overnight score for the loss of their last 3 wickets. I don't think you're wrong.
The 2 shows, I guess, positivity without recklessness.
Yes.
So I find it can be an interesting...
It's an interesting metric.
It tells you a little bit about how...
Or a misfield.
Or a misfield. But in
Could do, yeah. No, but I like his thinking, you see. It's because everyone's looking for the modification of baseball, aren't they? And you're looking for a metric that could describe it. I hear you. Smith, 2 slips in a gully into Bethel, who comes forward in defence, and it goes up towards O'Rourke at mid-on. How have you felt about the New Zealanders bowlers in these first, 16 and a half overs with this new ball? Are they pleased, impressed you, concerned you?
I think O'Rourke is creating a few problems for Gay. He's bowled a lot of balls at him, which is important. He's kept him down there. He's getting a bit of bounce. I'd like to see a wee bit more if possible, because he does square up quite significantly to O'Rourke. Bring the slips into play.
Smith in once again. Oh, now has he got an edge on that? He has! And Bethel has gone, pushing at a ball in the channel. It was a little wide. He might have been able to leave it, but he's got a fair piece of it, and it's been well taken by Blundell. England lose their second wicket. Bethel goes for 9. England are 68 for 2.
Well bowled, Smith. He's just into his 2nd or 3rd over, I think, and he's just nipped that away slightly. It's that wobble ball, they call it nowadays, that oscillates as it goes down towards the batsman. He doesn't know which way it's going to go. He's pushed at it, got quite a thick edge actually, and Blundell to his left takes a 2-handed catch, nice height, and Smith's done the business. But Bethel is a good batsman. I think he has that aspect of time to play the ball. That's always a feature of top quality players. And he's a good young man as a player too. I think that's so. Now Root.
Here he comes, the England captain. We can say that again. Joe Root strides out to bat. He didn't have a great Lord's Test. Nobody with the bat really did. But he's got a surface on which he could prosper, but he finds England in something of a not yet a pickle.
No,
but they've got an issue to deal with here, that they've lost Duckett and Bethel. Bethel's first innings woes continue, Andy.
They do. He now has 8 first innings, 70 runs total, highest score of 16 and an average of 8.7.
Did you say 16?
High score of 16 in first innings and 8 first innings. So averages 8.7 in first innings. Out of all England top 6 players who had 6 or more first innings, only one has a lower average. Matthew Hoggard, tail ender, as when he played.
Right. So when he night watched.
Yes. And the flip side of that is his second innings average of 72 is the second best ever by an England player who's batted 6 or more times.
Oh, behind
top 6.
Whom?
Surprise candidate.
A surprise candidate. That's a nice one. I didn't think anybody would have an average of over 70 in a second innings. Right. Root on strike for his first ball. Leg slip in place. Smith into him. Bowls full and he drives away from his body. It's going to roll down towards deep backward point boundary for 4. It's in the air for a little bit. And the plan is very clear for Root. 72 for 2. That New Zealand are going to try and nip that one back, try and challenge the pads. They think that that's how to get him, don't they? Especially early on in the innings.
This one was a little full, wasn't it? And that's why he got the hands towards it, Root, and was prepared to play it. It was well down and was passing the cordon, anybody near the cordon along the ground. But it did swing and he did follow it.
This is a sort of ground that you get full value for the sort of shots that Root likes to play. And Smith is into Root and he guides it away exactly in that area, just in front of square on the offside. Chases on. They'll keep it to 2. But that is a very, very Root shot. And here at the Oval, you've seen plenty of cricket here as well, Jeremy. It's amazing how often we see the ball go down through point or backward point. For some reason, it's a very profitable area here. 74 for 2. Root has 6 off 2. But Nathan Smith has got a wicket, the wicket of Jacob Bethel. And the more you see it, the more you think he's pretty good at knowing where his off stump is. And he's just forgotten it there because it was...
He just pushed a wee bit wide, didn't he?
Didn't need to play that at all.
No, it was actually, if anything, going away slightly from once it pitched. Just, if anything, the smidgen away, and he's got an outside edge that would have perhaps been 4.5 stumps, do you think? Maybe 5?
I'd say 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's what will annoy Bethel as he walks back.
But he's been bringing it back into him, of course, in the air a little bit. He was waiting for that. Here's O'Rourke.
Starting a new over from the pavilion end, wide of the off stump, shouldering arms, is Gay through to the keeper. Gay on 22 from 52.
Just quickly, the only other England player who has a better second innings average than Bethel, having batted 6 or more times. This is top 6 innings only.
Oh, give us a clue. Is it
the Morgan player?
Wilf Wooler?
No. I think you'll struggle with this. Alan Watkins played in the post-war.
Alan Watkins?
Productive tour of... he averaged 40 and 15 Tests for England, a good tour of India in the early 50s.
Before, right, so pitches holding up out there. You're right, it would have taken a while. Here's O'Rourke. Does turn Gay round a little bit, doesn't it, as he defends into the offside?
We see both shoulders.
Down. Yeah.
And of course, if there's a bit more bounce, you're wanting to play that, even as it gets higher, because you're not wanting to take it on the chest and the sternum and so on, that area. So you get the bat up to protect yourself and you lose control. But there's not quite the bounce there for O'Rourke at the moment to get it that high. He's going to have to drop it a little shorter. But he certainly likes the front foot, does Gay, and back foot he looks slightly more uncertain.
Lengthy run up for O'Rourke as he hurtles in towards us round the wicket. And Gay gets a bouncer, which he avoids by just ducking beneath. It's... I really enjoy watching O'Rourke. He's my favourite of the New Zealand bowlers to watch.
Born?
Who?
Born?
Born?
Where was he born?
Where was he? Oh, was he born in Yorkshire or something? Surrey. That must be it.
Kingston upon Thames.
That explains
like
everything,
yes.
You see.
Born.
Yeah. You see, that's absolutely typical because Surrey had a habit of not really producing a lot of fast bowlers.
Doesn't acknowledge it.
When we get one fast bowler, they get poached by the Kiwis. Hands off our players. Will O'Rourke comes in from Surrey. That's pushed away past Gully, down to the boundary for 4. Playing away from his body a touch. I don't think O'Rourke can be too dismayed. He won't like the 4, obviously. Gay will appreciate the 4, and he did play it into the ground, in fairness, but I think any bowler on this surface would be pleased to see a batter just feeling for the ball, which is what Gay did a bit there.
Interested to see how wide it is.
Oh, it's very deliberate.
I think
he did that at Lords, didn't he? I mean, you were there at Lords, but he played a couple of shots in which he very deliberately tries to access that gap between backward point and gully. He's gone to 26, 78 for 2. A deficit now 313. Forward short leg is in, short mid wicket, 3 slips and a gully. O'Rourke in to Gay, who plays this solidly enough. Up on his toes, pushing to short mid wicket, goes straight to the fielder. Clouds are building. There's rumour of a possible shower. Yeah. And I looked at it because we've got 3 columns here on our rotor. Of course, it's got the ball by baller, it's got the summariser, and it's got who's going to have to do the rain break. Yeah, and well, it's looking like it could be Jonathan, but I think I fancy it's more likely to be Simon. Shortly, no, not just yet.
Johnson's forward. No.
O'Rourke into Gay. Oh, he plays this off the hip down towards long leg. I thought for a moment short leg might be in business, but he got it fine of short leg down to Nathan Smith. 5 off the over, 79 for 2. O'Rourke's bowled 4, so might have 1 more in him perhaps. Route 6, Gay 27, the batter to be out after lunch. Bethel caught by Blundell off the bowling of Smith, and Duckett sold down the river really by Emilio Gay. Run out for a very, very tidy knock. He was looking in great touch, was Duckett. Didn't you think he was hitting it on top of the bounce? He was driving down the ground. He was keeping things along the ground. But, you know, well, I don't know if he did leave, did he? No, but I'm not sure you want to see a Duckett leaving a ball. It's a bit like discovering your grandmother at a rave. Just inappropriate behaviour. Smith into Gay, who defends a full ball into the pad off inside edge. Rolls up to mid-off, there's no run. There's just a thrum, hubbub around the oval at the moment. It's a classic day 2 situation, isn't it, where one side's got into a good position but not a dominant one, and the other one has got a perfectly decent surface to play with. And it's about patience. It's a very different tempo from the test at Lords, that's for sure. We've had 114 overs and 12 wickets. As in comes Smith. Gay lets this go by outside the off stump. It's a similar ball to the one that got Bethel, actually, that one, but Gay has not played at it. And we had 40 wickets and 166 overs at Lords, so yeah, it's a very, very different tempo.
Shorter man Smith, isn't he? So a little bit more skiddy along the pitch, brings the pads into play, perhaps the top of the stump sometimes. I'd like to see him bowl a little bit straighter, and because of that, it means you might have to bring a fielder across to the onside.
And he comes once again, and Gay just guides this into that region he likes, but this time it's a bit too close to cover point, and they can't take the run.
New Zealand won't want him to feel comfortable on that front foot. He loves to get there, and so you don't want to be offering big drives, I don't think, at this stage, unless the ball is swinging, and then you might bring the drive into play and bring the cordon.
Deep square's gone out. Is this going to be the short ball? Not really seen Gay tested a great deal by the short ball, which is a surprise. I mean, there's time up for that, I guess. Smith comes in. Oh, and that leaves him off the pitch. And he did play at it. Definitely played at that. Missed it, luckily for him. But again, nice bit of movement, a bit wide, as you say, a bit too wide, but if England's left-handers are going to have a little nibble at it, I suppose that's going to encourage him to stay.
Well, it's encouraging for the bowlers to see if you're hitting the pitch that hard. It's certainly gone a long way, hasn't it? And that has because he's well behind the stumps, you've got to dive actually from Blundell to take that.
I mean, it was very wide. By the time it passed the stumps, it was 6th, 7th stump even. But Gay still played at it as Smith is in. And that's left alone. That's a better leave from Gay through to the keeper. New Zealand, like England, have got 4 seamers.
Not a big gather, I would say. He's one. I would describe Smith as a momentum bowler as well.
Through the crease?
Yes.
Like Wazim Akram?
Well, yes, and Malcolm Marshall I'm thinking
Marshall,
of.
yeah.
But just who took off from the car park, of course, and turned left. And then he came, got to about 40 miles an hour, no time to convert it to metrics, and steamed in at you, but no gather whatsoever, just straight through. And it, see, you watch Smith moving in.
Smith, yeah, with his minimal gather, but a full ball's been clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. A very fine shot from Gay, straight onto the pads, got a little bit straighter, and the moment he did, especially with that length as well, it allowed Gay just to find that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, finishes the over with a boundary, goes to 31 at the end of it. England 83 for 2. More from you, Jeremy. And then to take you through the next 20 minutes, and who knows, maybe beyond if the weather closes in, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, well, it was a mixture of an over in terms of the results, but Smith is still looking likely. He's been able to move the ball away from the left-handed Gay and beat the outside edge a couple of overs ago. He's got a wee bit straight there, and Gay's very handy round that front pad, hitting that wide of mid-on for a boundary. And O'Rourke now into his 5th, probably his last over.
Yeah, route on 6. Here he comes and bowls to him. We just managed to get the way down into the gully there. It seemed to keep a little bit low again. This route was just playing that from within his crease, which with the towering O'Rourke bowling at you is probably quite a comforting place to be, and an easier place to be rather than trying to get forward to him. It was huge. Born in Kingston on Thames, you told me. I hadn't realised that. Just down the road. There we are. And left as a young man.
Probably in the boat, and he's never acknowledged it at all.
Isn't he?
No, he just no.
One that got away.
Yeah. Well, a little bit early for him to be bowling at that stage.
Here he comes again over the wicket and bowls, and that's tucked away. That's got going to be 4 runs. Or is it off the pad? Yeah, it is just off the pad. 87 for 2, but one that didn't get away that we've claimed from you is standing behind us, who I've not seen for years.
Mr. Caddick.
Mr. Caddick,
yes.
Yeah. Andy Caddick. Lovely to see him too, looking very fit and well.
Very good.
Still be coming in off that Richard Hadley-like run.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, lovely
I remember him bowling to Nathan.
No, we're not talking about that.
Oh, okay. No, that's been expunged.
Well, we're just
the memories.
We've forgotten about that day at Christchurch.
Yes.
87 for you're a cruel man for bringing that up.
Although
87 for 2, and in comes O'Rourke, moves in, bowls down the leg side, and Root gets into line and allows that to go by. I remember bowling against the West
Very
Indies.
memorable days too, I'm sure. It's all part of the game, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Nice to see Andy Caddick here. How many wickets did Andy? Andy, see, trouble is Andy will know. There's no point saying to you, Andy, how many did Andy Caddick get, because you'll know exactly how many wickets and at what average, I reckon. Do you know off by heart, Andy? Yeah, I think you do. I think he does.
Has he got a pavilion named after him?
Oh, it's at Taunton.
Yeah. He has.
Yeah, of course. Yes. 87 for 2. In comes O'Rourke again, bowls on the leg stump. Root flicks him away down to long leg. He's running that first one hard. It's nicely picked up, though, down here by Smith. He's got an arrow-like throw into wicketkeeper Blundell. So 88 for 2. Gay 31. He's coming down to face O'Rourke, who's just giving him some problems, his technical problems, squaring him up. So it's something that Gay will have to work on, I think. But then you're facing a fella this high, this tall, banging it in. So it's not straightforward, but there's an obvious little flaw there, isn't there? Turning round, that left shoulder coming round, ending up entirely front on.
Means you've got to play it.
Yeah. O'Rourke bowls. Oh, there we are again. It's outside the off stump, beating the outside edge of the bat. they're convinced here, the New Zealanders, they're going to get a catch there in the cordon, which they're extending now. They've got, what, 5 people in there. Just in a line, equally spaced out.
Yes, the mid-on that I was saying that might move. He's come into the cordon, and the bat pad now has gone to a shortish.
Shortish mid-on.
Yes.
Go on then, Andy Caddick.
234 wickets in 62 tests, averaged just under 30.
Yeah. O'Rourke again comes bounding in, bowls, and Gay can let that one go by outside the off.
13 5-wicket hauls, and one of only 5 players since the First World War to take 10 wickets in his final test match. That includes Rashid Khan of Afghanistan, who may still play again, hasn't played for a year and a half. The others, Father Marriott, who actually only played 1 test, he got 11 for 96.
Father
Marriott.
I think of Kent leg spinner in the 1933, Clary Grimmett, Australian leggy in the 1936. Caddick in the SCG test 2003, took 10 in the match and bowled England to victory, and Pragyan Ojha, Indian left-arm spinner, had 10 in his final game in 2013.
I thought you were leading up to our old friend who hasn't been mentioned in this game yet, has he?
Charles the Terror Turner, no.
In goes Smith, bounding in, bowls on off stump, little in swinger there, and Root can get forward, push the ball away into the covers where there's a big gap, and so completes a single. 89 for 2. Barely a test match day goes by, Jeremy, without some sort of mention of Charles the Terror Turner.
Well, the Terror.
Yes, the Terror. Like the 80
the way that he
90s.
bowled.
Well, I presume so. I think most people were quite. You'd be terrifying on those pitches, I think.
Really?
Well, I think so, wouldn't you? They're basically ploughed fields, weren't they? They were. I mean, how did W.G. Grace score all those runs on those pitches? Mowers were drawn by Buffalo. Must have been amazing pitches. No, the Terror. Ferocious chap. Smith round the wicket, runs in, bowls on off stump, Gay squared up, plays the ball out of gully. 89 for 2.
Yeah, Charles the Terror Turner had 101 wickets, averaged 16 in his 17 test matches for Australia from 1887 to 1895.
Sort of photograph of him. He looks sort of typical Australian of that time, doesn't he? He's got the moustache, and, I'm not sure he's a very tall man particularly. So, yeah, the Terror.
Not those 2 beards that you met at the Gentleman at...
No.
Okay.
No, he's beardless. In goes Smith round the wicket and bowls a bouncer. Gaze onto this one, pulling it fairly square, actually, out through mid-wicket, or quite straight, rather, I mean, by that, and out towards the man on the boundary there and pick up a couple. So Ravindra throws that back. 91 for 2, but no, Andy normally manages some sort of reference to the great man in most matches.
What number did he bat? Was he an all-rounder? Results?
I'll just get his. I think he had 2 first-class hundreds.
Oh, wow.
Didn't do a lot in Test cricket with the bat.
In goes Smith, bowls, and that's turned away out into the leg side for a single. Did he play for New South Wales?
He did.
And did he play for the Ashes winning team over here in 1882 under Bannerman?
No, he wouldn't have played in that team before his time. That was Fred the Demon Spofforth was the key bowler in that.
Because
14 wickets.
Because
mixing up the Demon and the Terror.
No, but there is a little area in Sydney in which all the roads are named after that team. It was where I was staying during the Ashes series, and actually Spofforth. If you go round the park that's on the water, the north side of Sydney Harbour.
Really?
Spofforth, I think it's Spofforth Street, rather Spofforth, has an awful set of steps going up. So if old Fred got up those, he'd perhaps use it for his training. He's played away down to Backward Point. And there's no very near Mosman, it's that sort of area of Sydney. And yeah, all those streets, so there's Bannerman and others are all named after that.
Very good idea.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes, it's excellent. But I didn't see a Turner Avenue or a Turner Boulevard.
He had 11 5-wicket hauls in 17 tests and 102 5-wicket hauls in 155 first-class games.
102? That's extraordinary.
He used to bowl long spells in those days.
Well, he must have 102 fifers and 100. Good Lord. There you go. Goes Smith, bowls a little inside edge there for root into the pad. Oh, and you don't earn a nickname like the Terror.
Well,
for nothing, do you?
You don't.
Let's go see if I can find this.
I'd love to have a street named after me.
Well, there you are.
Did you? Have you? An avenue or something? Yours would be an avenue, wouldn't it? Or the mall. Something.
We're looking up Spofford Street. Hang on, I'm concentrating. Spofford Street, Mossman, New South Wales.
I had an animal named after me.
Did you?
Coney. A coney is an animal.
What is it?
It's a rabbit, a large rabbit.
Is it?
I think so.
That's quite appropriate.
Was Coney Island not named after you in New York?
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
Murdoch Street, Billy Murdoch. McPherson Street, I'm guessing was one of that team. There's Spofford. So it's actually down to sort of Cremorne Point. This is root defending. Plays the ball back to the bowler. Bannerman Street. Burroway Street. Bennett Street. All that little area there in Cremorne stroke Mossman is named after the Ashes winners here of 1882. Yeah.
I like that a great deal.
Yeah. But the Terror wasn't amongst them. Now we've got the floodlights coming on because there is actually got a serious risk of rain. In fact, we're looking at the radar. I don't see how we're not going to get some rain, to be honest, which is disappointing. So
I shall go and stay there in that same area.
It's lovely.
Yes.
There's a lovely walk on Cremorne Point. You go around. It's a park, yeah, sort of bird life and stuff. And you look out, gaze over the harbour.
Avoid the steps, however.
Yeah, don't go up those. A bouncer from O'Rourke is still continuing, and Gay just doesn't really bother to duck. It was way over his head, so he can let that go by. 93 for 2. Gay on 34. Slowly the floodlights are warming up to dark skies. It's 2 o'clock as we look from here. So the breeze still fluttering the flags. O'Rourke. Long strides, tall man, dark haired, bowls to Gay. It's that air again, it's outside the off stump. He does rather hang the bat, but that one kept rather low. We've seen a few of those today. So grubbing through a bit. Mr. Cook is back.
Good afternoon, I guess.
There we are. Have you been as part of the world, part of Sydney? All these famous old names of the Ashes winners of 1882.
Is that what you've been chatting about?
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
It's a beautiful part of the world, but yeah. So don't if you go around Cremorne Point, don't leave yourself Spofford steps at the end. They're absolute killers. 93 for 2. And there's O'Rourke bowling, and Gay lets that go through outside the off stump.
It's amazing how the conditions just change over the case of a couple of hours and have such impact on the game. And if you're an England batter now, it is hard work.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's a bit psychological, whether the ball just does a little bit more.
He's bowled well, though, hasn't he?
Well,
Really well.
These two in particular,
Yeah.
this partnership's been really good cricket. I've been impressed how Gay has lined up the ball. Your player misses, normally he's left the ball really nicely. You know that this band of rain comes through, and then tomorrow it's cracking the flags, and there's not a cloud in the sky, I don't think, tomorrow. Glorious batting conditions.
O'Rourke bowls Gay forward. That's a nice stroke. Doesn't try and hit too hard. It's a push rather than a drive, but the ball goes so quickly over those practice pitches. They'll come back for 2. It's 95 for 2. So one thing, how is he going to stop getting quite so squared up? That's one thing. It looks like he has to just work on a bit. That left shoulder comes through, doesn't it?
It comes through a tiny bit, but mainly when he's just groping at the ball. Actually, like if you watch when he actually gets everything, the timing right. On that shot there, we didn't push it hard. His left shoulder isn't coming through. So it's, as always, he's probably just getting, when it gets exaggerated when you play a miss a smidgen.
O'Rourke again bowls to him. He lets that go by.
It'll be one of those when he's in form, you'll see it less because he'll play. He will, the timing will be better, the rhythm of his game will be better, and then when he's slightly searching for a rhythm, that will come through a little bit more and you'll slice the ball a little bit. But it's just, you're always just grooving that as a batsman.
Yeah.
Just grooving it, trying to find that rhythm. And you won't be able to take it totally out of it. You know, there's some fairly horrible positions I would have ended up in when I was, you know, not in the best of touch. It's just about trying to groove and keep it there, because naturally he will just go across that ball a little bit. Left-handers always tend to with that angle. But again, another good start from him in his Test career.
O'Rourke bowls to him and he stands up, plays that calmly away into the offside. He does seem a very unflustered fella. I mean, he's just a phlegmatic opening batsman, goes about his business. He was getting a lot of stick from the fielders. You can hear it on the television next door, and I was turning up the pitch microphones when he ran Duckett out. All sorts of stuff going on that he's just ignored. So they were very noisy.
It's like a free shot, isn't it, in the field when you run someone out who's playing nicely, and then you've just got to stand there and take every bit of grief you get because you deserve it, really, and you can't answer back.
No,
you can't answer back. There's nothing you can do. He's made a bit of mistake, and then again, it's just his character which you like, isn't it? That hasn't seemed to have flustered him at all.
No.
I'm sure he's absolutely gutted. He's nothing. Again, another really bad feeling in cricket. Talking about dropping catch, running your mate out.
In goes Smith, and he bowls what swings in, and Root was slightly playing across that front pad there. Arms raised in the slip cordon, ball almost creeping through. But Root takes a single. Well, Jeff Boycott always says that his best 100 was the one that he scored at Trent Bridge after he ran Derek Randall out. Battled away.
The iconic photo, isn't it, with both his hands on his head, wasn't he? Holding, wasn't his bat behind his head or something as well?
He's covering his face up. Rory Bremner did a great outtake, which actually is of Boycott's voice going, you think I'm really upset? Oh, I've done him like a kipper.
Yeah, he did do him properly then.
He did.
A proper.
The best part of it was Jeff Thompson's throw. Incredible. Goes Smith bowls, and there's a little bit of up and under there. He's trying to get it over the top of point, I think. Hit it straight to the fielder. He did sort of an underarm flick like that, the length of the pitch. To Rod Marsh, who completely demolished the stumps. That was Jeffrey's first match back after a long time of isolation. He comes back, runs out the local hero. And there he is. Looking at the picture, goes bat under his arm, his batting glove, his hand is covering his face. But yeah, so Rory did that thing. I think that the locals were not very happy. Smith bowls, gave forward, got nicely into position there. Finds the point. And there's no run, 96 for 2. Floodlights are rather odd because they must be on an angle, each bulb, if that's what they actually are, the LEDs. Because they're sort of facing down, aren't they? Very directional. So there's only one on the one that we can see to our right here is actually shining in our direction.
I mean, it looks like they're all just pointing totally irrelevant.
It does, yes.
I'm sure they've lined it up.
All programmed somehow.
Can you move it? Can you move each one?
I presume. I bet you can these days. Smith, shirt hanging out, runs in past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump. Gay ignores it. Taken by the wicket keeper. Crowd sitting patiently. I suspect most of them know that odds are there's going to be a break. I don't know. It's difficult to say how long it looks like it's going to rain for.
This is one of those rains which kind of comes and then never makes it.
Well, we're right on the fringe. It's just so annoying. We're right on the edge. There's some storms going up Kent at the moment. We're just...
It might not actually make it.
No, it might not. If it just all moved away. This needs to go east about 10 miles. In goes Smith. Bowls to Gay. He's going to get 4 there. Flicking that very fine into the leg side. And the wicketkeeper's got to go all the way down to go and pick it up, which you don't often see. 100 up for England. 100 for 2. That's a better look than it was off that first hour of utter chaos this morning. A bit of calm has been restored.
And the calm has come from Gay, really, isn't it? Just like he is just a real traditional opening batsman. He scores runs where you expect him to score. And I've said that a number of times. That is, the last couple of balls, sometimes cut shot, didn't quite get it, but then good couple of leads, good defensive. Smith then chases the pad so on, and he clips it away for 4.
Smith again bowls. No stroke from Gay. Is an enormous A380 comes right overhead on its way to Heathrow. So we've got, what, 20 minutes to go until tea? Round about that, we should be fine. You can almost see the line, actually, of where the rain is and where the bit is that we might just get away with, but keep our fingers crossed. Anyway, 20 minutes till tea. It's 100 for 2 exactly. Gay has 40, and Root has 9. Simon Mann's coming here after thoughts from you, Cookie.
There's a couple of quick wickets. Experience of Joe Root and Gay have just steadied the ship, and a partnership actually, although they scored quite quickly, 32 off 39 balls, just taking a little bit of the sting out of this New Zealand side who had a bit of momentum. 68 for 2 with the cloud coming over, now batting just again feels a little bit more normal. Simon.
It's a good game, actually, isn't it? It's a good game. 391, plays 100 for 2. I think it's going to be a long game, which is great for the coffers, great for spectators, great for everyone, actually, if it's a game like we had last year at the Oval. A tight finish. Both sides battling hard. But it does feel like good bowling conditions at the moment. The light's just flickering into action. It's clouded. I think the forecast suggests a shower, heavy shower, then it clearing, and then by 7 o'clock the sun's going to be out again. Right, here's a new over, and forward goes Root, plays that into the onside. Henry's bowling from the pavilion end. He's pushed that up towards mid-on. Joe Root is there on 9. Gay on 40. How many of your colleagues did you run out in Test cricket, Alistair? Can you remember?
That is a good. We've done this before, haven't we? How many run-outs I've been involved in, and how many the other.
Normally, you remember them, don't you?
I remember Ravi running himself out in Sri Lanka on a pair, and he tried to run to first slip. So I was at the other end, and he said yes, and I was like,
just to get off the pair.
Yeah, and he actually went to slip, so I said no, and he was run out by half. So that really wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
I did. Who did I run out?
Here's Henry. The leg slip in, bowling to Root, and Root gets a straight ball which he defends towards mid-off, and there is no run.
I think I did Ian Bell in that series, in that Sri Lanka series.
So involved in 2 run-outs in the series.
Yeah, but the Ravi one, I was just happened to be. They're going to say I was involved, but that was Ravi had a bit of a mad moment. Then I think I ran out Ian Bell in that second innings when I pushed it. Quite similar to that, I pushed it to point and called for a run, and it wasn't there, but we ran, and I reckon that's 2 I can remember. Let's see other ones.
Henry bowls to Root. That's 4 down towards fine leg, past leg slip. It wasn't in the air, but it was close to that leg slip fielder. The run's continuing to flow. You get full value here. The ball flashes away. 104 for 2. Root to 13. If it does rain, there must be a chance it can happen during the tea interval, or at least they can take an early tea if they are so minded anyway, if they want to just get on with it.
Yeah, it was in the air, and it was probably just carried, but quite a long way wide on Nichols. You always think it's a bit of a gamble, isn't it, at leg slip? The chance of it going there straight in.
Henry to Root. Root dabs into the offside, into a big gap. Not a Duckett stroke Gay gap, which was much smaller. It was funny, actually. I mean, Duckett nearly did it to Gay, and then Gay just returned the favour, didn't he? You don't see that happen very often.
There was no hesitation either. It wasn't one of those run-outs where there's a yes-no stop and then you ran. They ran straight away, and he clearly ran out by probably 2 or 3 yards. Right, you're going to give me the answer. I think so. I ran myself out in Kolkata, so I was involved in that run-out. But
in the Test match England won. When you'd already got a score, and you must have
190.
190, yeah.
I call that a score. Didn't want to mention, but I did walk off thinking like I am an idiot.
Yeah.
Because I think KP hit the ball at square leg to Kohli, who then threw down the non-striker's end. I just lifted my bat up, let the ball hit the stumps. So that's 3.
105 for 2. Round the wicket. Henry bowls to Gay. Gay leaves it. Goes through low to Blundell.
I'm going to say 7 because there's got to be some I've missed. I was involved in 7 run-outs in my Test career.
Exactly correct. 7 run-outs. And you were only out in one of those 7.
Well, I always think that's
extremely
okay, can we go through them so I can now defend myself on the other 6, please?
It's absolutely the best way. If you're going to be involved in a run-out, it's always best to still be there.
Yeah, well, I've explained the Kolkata one, totally my fault, ran myself out, no one else is involved. So that's 1.
Henry bowls, Gay comes forward, head right over it, holds the pose as the ball runs up towards mid-off. 105 for 2, Gay 40, Root 14.
Ravi Bopara 2, totally his fault, so now 5.
5 more.
Ian Bell, my fault, and that's Ian Bell run out, so that's kind of like, that's 1-1-1 then, isn't it, on the score? Now I cannot remember the other 4.
I'll get the list up shortly. Please. To put this in context, you batted 291 times in Test cricket, and out of the players who batted 250 or more times in Test cricket, you are one of only 2 to be involved in fewer than 15 run-outs. So, yeah, generally that's quite.
I was an excellent runner between the wickets. Slow,
but precise.
Precise.
And the other one was Jimmy Anderson, who was involved in 7 run-outs in his 265 innings.
He wouldn't have batted for quite as long, though, would he?
Not as long. Some superb numbers. Steve Waugh, 27 run-outs. He was out in 4 of the 27.
that can't be. That's 23. That can't be 23 of the other person's fault.
That's top running now. Do you think? Top self-preservation.
What was his nickname? I can't remember his nickname.
105 for 2. Jameson goes in to bowl from the Vauxhall end. A wide, full swinging delivery. Rather tentative ball, and it's left by Root. Chasing that one through to the keeper.
Shivnarine Chanderpaul involved in 26. He was only out 4 times. And the other end of the scale, Ricky Ponting, 20 run-outs. So he was out 15 of the 20.
So we can't delve into the other ones. Cookie was involved.
I'll get the list.
Get the list.
Yeah, I'll remember them. I remember one proper. This is when I knew I was coming to the end of my career. Run out on 100, coming back for 2. So 120, flat wicket, trying to come back for 2-leg buys. It wasn't even my runs. I was like, what are we doing?
Jameson bowls to Root outside the off stump, and he's cuffed that away. He's got that very fine. I'm not quite sure how he's done that. Toe end of the bat through that slip cordon down towards the fine deep third boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. Strange shot from Root. Takes him to 18. Wasn't a particularly good ball from Jameson. It wasn't a particularly good shot from Root. Not totally convincing at all. Past second slip to his right-hand side.
Well, Jameson looks stiff and sore.
Yeah, he does.
Bod, a gentle. I think it's that wide. All he could do is almost chalk it, toe end it. I'll tell you what, I did under 15 World Cup, first ball. I ran myself out coming back for 2. Paul Farbrace was the coach.
Jameson bowls to Root with 2 slips and a gully in. Root plays that one away into the onside. Straight ball that time. Plays it out towards forward square leg.
Yeah, so quite nervous first game, clipped it down to fine leg. All I could remember was the coach and obviously in our meeting the day before, pushed them hard in the field. I pushed them so hard that I was run out by half a pitch, and trying to hide my tears in my eyes as a 15-year-old walking off, sat in the dressing room, and to fair to Farby, walked over and just tapped my shoulder and went, "We'll never do that again." And I don't think I did until that time I was run out for Kent. Came back for 2, but I did have a few more there. Come on, I need these other 4 just to...
109 for 2. Jameson bowls to Joe Root. Root fiddles one away into the offside towards backward point. Typical Root shot where he goes back and nudges it with an open face into the offside. No run.
Well, 4 of them were early in your career. Strauss run out at Birmingham against Sri Lanka, and then Trescothick the following test at Trent Bridge.
They were my rivals for the place, weren't they? They were. That was 2006, was it?
Yeah.
So that's my first summer. I've run out Trez and Straussy. I don't remember them at all.
And Bell and Bopara in the same test.
I remember those 2.
Trott in Mirpur
in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Jameson bowls to Root, and Root again plays towards backward point.
We now need to go on. We need to go on Crick Info, don't they? And they explain the decision. Go on, that's your next one, because I can't remember any of those ones.
And your own one in Kolkata after that magnificent 190, and Moeen Ali in Barbados in May
that was my fault. Yeah, that was my fault. I think this is another one at point. Yes, no, sorry. think a point. But I'll look at them in the tea break.
Well, I salute you though for being a great self-preservation expert. I think that's fantastic.
I'm going. I reckon Trotty would have run himself out. I'm going for. He was a poor judge of a run. I had to call for him and Ravi.
Root waits. Jameson bowls full swinging delivery. That Root drives towards mid-off and there's no run. I mean, my mantra is never trust anybody. So always be the caller. And if you say no, like if I were Duckett with Gay, no, sorry.
But he looked. The Duckett Gay one actually looked like it would be a single to straight. You know, one of those where you do play it a bit late, but he actually just hit it too well, didn't he? He came out of the bat too well. Oh well, these things happen.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Duckett will be thinking I've missed out here. And that's the worst feeling of it when you're a bit out of form and you haven't scored runs in a while. Then you find a bit of rhythm and you're playing lovely. You think, oh, this is my day. And before you know it, you're sat back there thinking, I haven't done anything wrong.
No. Other than not call every run you're involved in. This would be my mantra. 36 off 25 balls for Duckett. He played splendidly. Henry bowls to Gay, and Gay plays that down into the gully, and there's no run. I mean, one thing you can say is that Gay doesn't look as though he's allowed it to affect him. It can. I mean, he was with his head in his hands after the run out. I mean, you do feel sorry. I presume if he does survive to tee, or even when he walks off before tee, if he gets out, the first thing he might say is go up to Duckett and say, oh, I'm sorry about that. And I don't know, some players take it better than others, don't they?
Well, I don't think they have a standout row.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen a standout row for a run out.
There's one from Henry that knocks Gay over. He slips as he played a defensive shot, falls forward, the ball goes back to the bowler who picks up, and there's no run. I mean, I've seen a few, and I'm sure everyone has. You've played club cricket, seen a few run outs where the bat gets hurled and the pads and the gloves and everything.
I've seen a few blowouts from the person who has been run out when he gets into the change room.
Yeah.
Starts smashing the change room to bits. But I've never seen a confrontation between. I've never seen a confrontation between two players. But I imagine it might have just different era. Maybe there might have been a bit of a.
Henry to Gay outside the off stump, forced away. There's a man back now at deep backward point. So it's only a single to Emilio Gay when he would have expected to get forward in the innings. So that man wouldn't have been back there. Hit it very crisply off the back foot. Gay to 41. 110 for 2 is the score. I suppose the longer he's out, then he's batted for the rest of the session. And then Ben Duckett's temperature just goes down a little bit. But look, these things happen. Duckett nearly ran him out before lunch. And Gay would have been the man to sit there with his head in his hands for the rest of the afternoon. Joe Root on strike, 2 slips, a gully leg slip. Henry bowls to him. Root comes down the pitch and then nudges it away. Backward a scraze, off quickly for the first, anticipating a second. It's not there. It's too close to the fielder running back from mid-wicket. So 1 to Root. It's Devon Conway fielded that. 1 more to Root, goes to 19. And England to 111 for 2 in reply to New Zealand's 391. So basically today we're kind of back where we started. England have got back the runs that New Zealand have scored this morning.
Did they score?
It's got 100 this morning. England 111 for 2. Yeah, England 280 behind. Here's Henry bowling, edged and along the ground between third slip and gully. That's 4 to Gay. You get real value for those. The oval, it rushes away. And Gay inching towards another half century in Test cricket. He's up to 45. And England to 115 for 2. So they have now scored 100 runs in this session. With 5 minutes to go until the tea break. And that rain at the moment is holding off, if indeed it is coming. I saw on my weather apps it said 100% rain at 3 o'clock. Well, wrong.
You're too confident, don't you, to put the 100% in?
Yeah.
You have to plug it in and go, yeah, definitely raining. Give yourself, you put 90%, you just say, oh, I just missed you.
Henry round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who guides that away with an open face down towards Conway at deep backward point. 1 more. Gay to 46. And England to 116 for 2. It's been pace all the way, 26 overs so far. New Zealand do have some slow bowling options in Phillips and Ravindra. Actually, the day Phillips has had, it might be worth giving him an over for tea.
I was just about to say, this almost feels like the perfect over to give him. Left-hander on strike. Last over this end before tea. Wind's good for the drift. That's proper out of captaincy book, though, isn't it? Give the spinner one over before tea. That's what I'd have done anyway.
Cannier captains will say, actually, the overheads are great, the lights are on. Let's keep going with the seam bowlers.
Well, let's see who's right in the next over.
I've got the runouts.
Go on then.
So the first one, the Strauss at Edgbaston against Sri Lanka. Cook calls Strauss for a single, but he was late to respond. Direct hit.
Strauss's fault, late to respond.
Well,
yeah, so
possibly.
Easy single there.
I think we need to see the video of that, video recording. Jameson from the Vauxhall end, beginning a new over. Bowling to Gay, still with that leg slip in, and Gay is right back in defence, head over it towards cover. No run.
Trescothick, the following test. Coming back for the second, hesitated.
So,
whose call is that?
The Trez coming back for a second.
Yeah.
So it's Trez's call, isn't it?
Worked it far short leg, probably his call.
Yeah. That's Trez's fault. So that's Strauss and Trez. So Strauss is slow to respond. Trez coming back for the second. He turns like the Titanic.
But you might have called him back for the second, because you might have been running to danger, and he might have been running to the non-strikers then.
I think it's that slow that he didn't make it. No, that's the Trez fault. Sounds like it.
Jameson round the wicket, bowls to Gay, and Gay lets that one go.
I probably have a feeling that the Strauss one was me saying yes, but it wasn't there, so I'll probably have to say 1-1 there.
It's 2 in your first 5 tests. That's what I do. Then the 2 in Gaul, Ian Bell. Cooks pushes to cover, starts for a single, checks, Bell turns and dives back and is run out. That sounds like your fault.
No, I've held my hands up for that one.
Yeah.
The Bopara one.
What did it say about the Ravi one? Because you tried to run to slip.
Well, the description just begins: madness, utter madness.
I was right on there, wasn't I? He hit the ball to slip off his pad, I reckon, and try to run.
4 balls left before tea. Jameson bowls to Gay, who plays across his front pad there and works this through mid-wicket for 2 runs. Throws on its way now from Smith. And Gay's already back. 118 for 2. Gay to 48, so possibility of a half century just before tea here.
A trot in Mirpur. Cook strokes into the covers, sets off one. That's the 50 partnership.
I don't care about the 50 partnership.
Oh, this sounds like, to me...
Another one of mine.
This sounds like one of yours. You stroked it to cover, called for a run.
50 partnership, quickly 9.5 overs. Sets off one. A diving stop and throw has Trot struggling. Sounds like a dodgy TV umpire call.
Oh, so it wasn't out. Jameson to Gay. Gay comes stabbing forward. Thickish outside edge. Goes to cover. Picked up by Ravindra. There's no run. 118 for 2.
Then Yawn in Kolkata. And
how was that described, by the way?
Oh, hang on.
Unlucky. Shouldn't have been out.
Dozy, tired batter.
You stumped in the second innings as well.
They had a massive hack. We're chasing like 20 on, and I thought I'm going to try and do it in an over.
It's not many England openers been out of their ground in both innings of a test.
Yeah.
The Moeen Ali
run out. Yeah, it's a hit to point and run.
He was on 58.
Another one sawn off. Jameson to Gay. Gay defends back down the pitch. Bit of football from Jameson, unsuccessful. Tried the keepy uppy, ended up just kicking it towards cover. No run. So now we've got 3:39 and 38 seconds. This is the last ball before tea, probably. Go on, one more, is there?
Yes, Moeen cut to backward point. They try a single. The ball has gone almost straight to the field, and Moeen is run out.
Yeah, so that is definitely my fault. I like the fact I've tried to run out Strauss and Trescothick in my first 5 test matches. They're the guys I was competing for my place.
Yeah.
But only 3 run-outs in your last 137 tests that you're involved in.
Right, this could be it for the session. Jameson sets off and bowls to Emilio Gay. Struck on the pad going down the leg side with the angle there from round the wicket. Goes down, finds an appeal from behind. But no real interest from Jameson. And the umpires decide to take the bails off, and that is the end of the session. Really hard-fought, interesting session in which England have scored 103 runs and lost 2 wickets. So fairly even, and the game is even. 391 plays 118 for 2. This is building up into a really competitive match. Is it raining, Cookie?
Well, I looked at the scoreboard to see how many overs we've had, and I wonder whether it's just started to be in the air. But maybe I'm seeing things.
Yeah, the stewards are rushing on anyway, just to protect the middle, just in case anyone wants to run on. The covers are not emerging from down beneath us at the moment. It is overcast at the Oval, and the spectators who turned up today, they might actually be quite glad of that, the fact that the sun's gone in behind the cloud, because it's still warm, and yet you don't have to sit in that sun that's beating down. You are quite exposed here on this ground. So it's a good ground for overcast, warm conditions, I would say. England 273 behind, 8 wickets left. Hard to know which way this game is going to go, but we've had 5 sessions now of compelling cricket.
Yeah, very even cricket. Both sides will be, I think, thinking they haven't quite nailed when they've been on top, haven't quite nailed their advantage home and allowed the opposition back. I think the quick nature of the ground, of scoring at this ground, keeps both sides in it, because if you do lose a couple of wickets quickly and then, you think, the opposition or the other side's top, and then suddenly 45 minutes batting and you kind of grab it back like this here, that partnership of 50, come on, 60 odd balls, and it's, you feel England have got back to even again. But good cricket wicket. Been impressed with Gay, and I always think sometimes the second Test match is harder than the first, because the first is all new and all exciting, and then the second, when almost not the magnitude of it, but the opposition know a little bit more about it. You're not quite the new guy anymore, because it's only game 2, and he's looked absolutely at home again.
He's 48 not out at sea, and he's also had to overcome running out his opening partner, who was desperate for a score and looked like he was going to get one as well, before he was sawn off for 36 from 25 balls. And England were 45 for 1 in the 8th over. They'd made a good start, mainly thanks to Duckett, and that was typical Duckett. He played the sort of Duckett we've seen over the last few years. He played some nice shots. He hit one in the air over mid-off. It didn't go for 4, but it showed his intent, his confidence. He has been in decent form this season. And then Jacob Bethell, who's not had a lot of red ball cricket. Tough match at Lords, well, tough match for all the batters at Lords. He's out for 9 today, just to continue his run of not scoring runs in the first innings.
So strange, isn't it? Like, I don't know actually what his average is, but it can't be more than 12.
Well, it was 6, I think, coming in first innings in Tests coming into this match. So it's not going to be much higher now, and 72 in the second innings.
Yeah, and looked okay, looked fine. I thought New Zealand for that period really. First time the ball, when those clouds came in, actually was dominating the bat in terms of, a bit more pressure. I thought Smith and O'Rourke for that period of, I would say, 20-odd balls, 30-odd balls, and Bethell was in. They really targeted good areas, and Bethell's probably the first batsman to be got out by a good ball, but he would say he should have been able to leave it, because it was fifth stump and his angle of the bat. Defensive push at fifth stump doesn't often end well.
No, I suppose we saw that a little bit from Ravindra yesterday. Slightly different scenario. The ball was across him, and he was looking to open the face and run it down for 4. But just playing away, and he nicked it, and so did Bethell. Out for 9. Caught Blundell by Smith. That was 68 for 2. Root came in and has played efficiently in that Joe Root fashion. He's 19 not out. Gay's on 48. It is cloudy. We can play until 6:30, of course, unless we get a shower, and then we might be extended until 7 o'clock tonight. Anyway, a lot to play for in that next session. Alistair, just one more word, and then Jonathan's coming in.
Yeah, well, I quite confidently predicted if Joe Root faces 30 balls on this wicket, I thought he was going to get a score of 3 figures or more. So he's got 8 more balls to get himself back in this after this. But I didn't quite take the conditions into it, the cloud. But this is a pitch that Joe Root, you feel, would score runs in. Aggers, I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Alistair. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we're just keeping our fingers crossed with this rain at the moment. We might get away with it. There's just some very, very light mizzle that's around. But Lee, the groundsman, is out, and he hasn't put all the covers or anything like that. And we've got, well, some people wandering out from the far end, sort of like tourists, really, coming out to have a look. And so it can't be that bad, but the sky is quite dark. And there's almost a line really, you can draw the line from where it's brighter on the right and dark on the left, and that's the stuff that's going over Kent at the moment. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that we can get through unscathed. The lights are on, and so that shouldn't be a problem. Now, I'm looking forward to this. England going into this game they've got 3 debutants, of course, and that means 3 sets of nervous parents. And we've all been there. I remember my dear old dad here on my debut. For one, it's been a long wait because Jordan Cox was set to make his Test debut 2 years ago in New Zealand. His dad was in the queue at Heathrow Airport about to set off when he got the news that Cox had broken his finger training in the nets in Queenstown. But, fingers crossed, you should be able to see him here. Stafford, it's lovely to meet you. Welcome.
Lovely to meet you too.
Welcome. Wow, come on, how?
What a day.
A new Test playing father and all that. I mean, it's very special, isn't it?
It is. Well, yesterday was a very emotional day.
Yes.
For the whole family.
Who's here?
So his mum was here, and his brother and his girlfriend. So
so
it was
a good gathering.
Good gathering, yeah.
And it's all very different these days because actually you get to go down.
On the pitch.
Yes.
To go on the pitch. Yeah.
So how does the day start? I mean, you're not staying in the same hotel or anything. You're sort of
No. We had to still have to get in on public transport, I'm afraid.
Right. Okay.
But I actually did an Instagram post where posted what I did during the day, so it's quite interesting. So I travelled up on the train, got the underground with everyone else talking about the Test match.
Yeah.
And
up to Oval or Vauxhall?
Into Vauxhall.
Into Vauxhall, okay.
Vauxhall, yeah.
Yep. Nice little walk up.
Little walk up, yeah. And listening to everyone talking about Sonny Baker and Jordan Cox and James Roux and.
That must be amazing.
Well, it is. And sometimes when the comments are flying around, you have to bite your tongue and focus on something else. But
yes,
it's an interesting walk.
What's that Cox doing?
Exactly right.
Oh,
yeah.
dear. Would you?
Yeah.
I'm sure
that might be tomorrow.
No. And so you get to the ground, and then presumably you're kind of marshalled round, are you, to get out to the middle?
So the ECB very kindly look after us on the terrace yesterday, and then a lady, Laura, that walks us down.
Right.
Meets a young man down there, and then we get ushered on into the huddle.
Yeah. It was a big huddle yesterday.
It was a big huddle
yesterday. It was like an army down there.
It was, yeah. Well, we had the Roux and obviously Sonny Baker's parents as well. So
yes.
it was a nice day. It was an emotional day for all of us, I think.
So you're standing in that big circle. That's when the caps are presented, of course. So who presented Jordan with his?
So Nas. Which was a nice touch, bearing in mind the Essex touch.
Yes.
He obviously got a little jibe in there about crossing the bridge and joining the right county from Kent. So
that sounds like NASA.
Yes, yeah. So he got that in quite early, but that was a nice touch because NASA's known Jordan since he was about 13 when he played against his boys at Newhall.
Oh, at
which
school?
Was at school.
Right, okay.
Yeah, there was a final, under 15s 30-over final, and Jordan was a little slow to start off with, but picked up the pace, shall we say. So NASA, he made an impression on NASA that day.
Yeah, well, for that age to make an impression. So,
Yes.
so what else? I mean, it's all sort of patriotic stuff from NASA. What does he say at moments like that? I wonder.
Well, he obviously said to Jordan that he needed to thank his parents for all the hard graft that they helped him get there, but also the people from Kent that obviously helped him get there as well. He said there's a lot of people that have helped him get to that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I spoke to Gucci this morning, and he said, you know, talent's one thing, but putting numbers on the board is the next.
Yeah.
The next thing for Jordan to conquer. So, hopefully, fingers crossed,
Yeah.
he can make a start on that today or tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow.
Did you speak to him after the presentation? I mean, was he
briefly
was he whisked away?
Yeah, it's all very brief because you don't like to try encroach on their working time. You know, there's always a defining line as a parent, isn't there, in terms of that's his job, and you don't want to have any say in it. And it became very evident to me when he became a pro that that's his job, and I shouldn't interfere with it. You know, as much as I might have a view on something, he said it's best kept as my own view. He wants to go about it in his way.
Yes, fair enough.
And he's right, because, you know, in the industry that I used to work in, if he was to come up to me and say, well, you should be doing that or you should be doing this differently, I'd probably say, well, what's he got to do with you? It's not your
What do you know about it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's very much that's his environment. Let's just leave him to get on. And
yeah.
work it out.
But it is nice, and I guess you are obviously new to this, but there is a really nice environment with the families, actually, that there never used to be.
Right.
The families are very welcome, aren't they?
They are. They
all
look
up the top up here.
They look after us. They do. Yeah,
and you all get to know each other.
Yes.
Which is really rather lovely.
Well, when you're
tours
travelling the world,
yes, exactly.
It helps to have a friendly face in an airport or wherever you might be.
Yes.
So.
But this story about New Zealand, though, I mean, that must have been devastating, wasn't it? Because you've been planning for a while.
It's a little bit different to what you said, but not a great deal different. But so I was sitting at home watching telly at 10 o'clock at night, bearing in mind that Jordan had rung me 2 hours before that from the team bus, because they were playing a warm-up game against the President's 11.
In Queenstown, weren't
they? Yeah, I think this was when he was going to get his first test.
Right.
So that was a warm-up game against the President's 11 in New Zealand, and the phone was ringing, and my wife said, "Jordan's calling you," and I said, "Well, don't think so, because he's playing." And my bags were packed, ready to go, and he said, "You better hold off on coming out." And I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "I'm in an ambulance. I think I've broken my thumb." I'm like, "Oh." So that was the end of that. So
that's tough, isn't it? I mean,
he to be brutally honest with you, he found that very difficult to come back from emotionally, because he built that up, because that was he was going to get his test cap, and that's everything he strived for. And he knew that by breaking his finger, that was going to let someone else have the opportunity. And if they took that opportunity, which Jacob did, and hats off to him, and Jordan's had to find a way of getting back. And I said at the time, what is meant to be is meant to be. I said, you'll get your turn when the time is right.
Yeah.
And then when he had the side strain in Somerset, and
that was the next one.
That was the next one.
Yeah.
It's
quite an unusual injury too for a
very unusual injury.
Yeah.
But the pitch dictated that Leach was going to bowl from one end, and he had 9 players on one side of the pitch, and Jordan had no alternative but to reverse sweep him. And he overstretched on one, and that's when he got his side strain, which was quite bizarre, really. But today, if you in hindsight, here is the ideal place for him to make his debut, because this is almost like his second home, because playing for the Oval Invincibles.
Of course, yes.
I mean, he knows the ground.
Yeah.
He knows the pitch.
Knows the dressing rooms.
He knows everything. And he's staying in a familiar hotel.
Yes.
So everything's familiar for him. So it was meant to be, wasn't it? So.
And how does it feel? I mean, you're a cricketer, weren't you? Or you're an umpire, didn't you?
Still umpire. Kent,
still umpire.
Kent League. Kent Premier League. Yeah.
Decent standard. It's a decent standard.
Yes.
So therefore, it must have been tempting to be involved in his cricket upbringing. Then, was it? I mean, or at what point did you stop? And I mean, his other coaches and the pros and so on get involved.
Yeah. Well, you tend to. I don't know. I can't speak for every other parent that gets involved, but you tend to sit back and let him be guided by his coaches, because they're more experienced than I will ever be. And he would always sit in. So he went through the age groups he started at age 9 playing under 11s for Kent, and went through the whole age group, including the academy. And I used to take him, and his mother used to take him up and down the country to various different places. And if he wanted to talk about it, we'd talk about it.
Yeah.
If he didn't want to talk about it, we didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
He would be the main instigator of that conversation. We
right.
wouldn't.
That's quite something, because you do see a lot of parents who kind of interfere. They're a bit overpowering. And
well, I think it's because they want their child to succeed,
yes.
And there's a lot of people out there that want their child to succeed. And it's quite strange. Jordan had a very strange mentality when it came to playing, and the coaches found it very strange as well, in as much as when he got out, he wasn't overly fussed.
Right. Okay.
He would always say, "Well, there's another game next week. I'll get runs next week."
Yeah.
And he had that mentality. If he got out, I remember vividly that I took him all the way to Norfolk to play in an under-12s game, and he got a first bowler. And he walked off, and he put his stuff in his bag and sat on the boundary, and I walked round and I said, "Everything okay?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "There's another game next week." He said, "I'll get runs next week." I was like,
well,
for a 12-year-old
well, that's a really good attitude, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's probably why he's got a lot of self. He's half Australian. His mother's Australian.
Yes.
And I think that side of his DNA Yeah. He's Australian, so he's got a bit of a swagger about him.
Yeah, sure.
Nas said actually in the huddle that we had, he's got a bit of a swagger about the way he plays cricket. And he said, whatever you do, don't lose that. Keep that going.
Yeah,
he said, because that's got you here.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't sort of
go too far.
It's perceived to be arrogant, isn't it? A bit of a strut.
Bit of a Viv Richards.
Yeah,
well, we all remember
Viv.
Viv.
I hope Jordan scores as many runs as Viv did. Just looking out, I think they're clearing the field here. The stewards are wandering off. Oh, we might be all right. You might see him back this afternoon, you know.
Well, if we see him back, then England are in trouble, aren't they?
Not necessarily.
So I would rather see him back tomorrow when it's going to be a hot sunny one. Apparently.
Well, yes. No, so what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, he's probably quite calm in there, is he?
I would think so. I think it'll dawn on him when he walks out and he thinks, okay, let's just get bat on ball and go from there.
And at what point? I mean, I often get asked this by parents. Did you know? I mean, how many years ahead was he of his age group, if you like?
Interesting.
His peers. So you actually think, he's going to be good. And I don't know. I remember, I was playing for my school team at 14. They're 18-year-olds, and that to me felt like the sort of gap.
Right.
Well,
funnily enough, his brother played, and he used to play in all the county age groups. His brother, who was 2 years ahead of him, and unfortunately he broke his collarbone and couldn't throw a ball in from a boundary after he broke it. So his days were numbered. But they are still very close. But Jordan used to play in his brother's team, which was 2 years ahead of himself.
Right.
And he was
the
best of the best of the bunch. And
so
his brother would say that, when he was playing at Felsted, he plays 2 years above himself, and they played a final at Arundel, and he was playing 2 years ahead of himself.
Yeah.
And he opened the batting, and he was just
fine. So that's the sort of difference, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And on for a modern young player, then. There's all this talk about, obviously, franchise cricket and the demands on them.
Yeah.
Jordan would still want to be a Test cricketer. I mean, if you had to say, what do you want to be?
That's a very interesting thought process. So we were about to have a conversation with Jordan over the next few weeks about what it is he wants out of life, because the life of a cricketer is quite short.
Yeah.
And he has always maintained that having an England Test cap on his CV is what he wanted, and that is what he wanted.
Yes.
But the white ball stuff is very appealing, and don't get me wrong, that will set him up for the rest of his life.
Absolutely. I mean, earn a great.
There's a lot of money to be earned out.
Yes, exactly.
But every child's going to be different. You look at his friend Will Smead that wanted to go white ball, and he's come back now and doing red ball and doing very well. But as you say, there's a lot of money to be earned in white ball cricket, isn't there? And it's very tempting.
Yeah.
When he went out to the IPL, I was against it.
Right.
Because
he didn't play a single game.
He didn't play a game.
Did he? No.
No. But
that must be tough.
His agent and Jordan were hell-bent. They said, look, since he's moved from Kent to Essex, in first-class cricket, he's averaging 65. He has scored 1,600 runs over 2 years.
Yeah.
He's got nothing more to prove. He said, but he will learn more by being in that environment.
See, that's interesting, isn't it?
Than he will back here.
So we're playing first-class cricket here.
Yes.
I mean, Jacob Bethel's in the same thing, wasn't
he? Yes, yeah. So the move from Kent, which was heart-wrenching for Jordan, the move from Kent to Essex was a revelation for him, because the first season, he said he learnt more in that first season from Dean Elgar than he had in the 2 or 3 years that he had at Kent playing senior cricket.
Yeah.
And that has enabled him to start building an innings. Because Dean Elgar has obviously been around the circuit.
Absolutely. Very good. Umpires in the middle. I think they might just be checking the light. We'll see. But it looks okay. The New Zealanders are gathering. I think we're going to start off. Okay. Virat Kohli, there a connection there as well? I read somewhere about him beating
Yeah, he met Virat the day before the test.
Oh, that's quite something too.
Yeah, he made an impression in the IPL. He got on very well with the guys. He's a likeable little chap. He's a practical joker.
Right, I've not met him yet, by the way.
You've not?
No. So I'll get out there tomorrow. I'll go and say hello.
I'll go and say hello.
Yes.
But no, him and Virat got on very well, and Virat gives a lot of information, and Jordan absorbs a lot of information. And he just went to Virat and said, "Look, what can I expect tomorrow?
Oh, wow.
Is there a tempo? How should I go about things?"
Yeah. Well, good old Virat as well.
Yes. He lives in Notting Hill, so he's.
Nice.
So Jordan gave him a call and said, "Could we meet up?" And he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So.
Thanks for coming on, Sam.
Absolute pleasure.
It's been lovely to have met you.
Yeah, lovely.
It really has, and I so hope things go well for you.
Thank you.
Like I do know from my experience what it can be. It's a bit anxious and you're helpless, but you just put your faith.
No.
Put your faith.
What will be will be.
Exactly. Stafford, lovely to meet you.
Lovely.
I saw a note somewhere you're supposed to be umpiring this weekend, weren't you?
I am.
Oh, you're going to be?
Supposed to be, but I'm going to let them know I'm not.
Oh, I don't think you can't go umpiring tomorrow if it's well,
No, Saturday.
Saturday. No, stay here. Lovely to meet you,
Nice to
Stafford.
meet you. Cheers.
Take care of yourself. Cheers. Bye-bye. There we go. Lovely. Stafford Cox, Jordan's dad, and Jordan listed to come out. Well, he's a bit late. We've got Brooke to come in next. Then it is Jordan Cox. So you never know. We might see him this afternoon. 118 for 2. We've got O'Rourke still bowling from the far end, and Root goes on the back foot and steers the first ball of that final session down to backward point. And there's no run. Tuffers with a grunt. What's happened?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just a little bit out of breath. Just had to.
What have you done?
Up
Half a flight of stairs or something?
Yes, a couple of steps. Yes, and it was spitting when I was outside as well. So we've done well to get out. There was a little bit coming in, but there was a nice breeze as well. I might just be pushing it on.
Well, I think we're going to be. Look, it's brighter.
Yes.
To the right of that. I think it might be all right.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Yes, let's hope so.
But, that was lovely. It's always so nice meeting the parents of the players.
Yes.
Here's O'Rourke, moves in, bowls, and Root, little late, dabs out into the offside, goes for a quick single. And 119 for 2, England.
Well, I mean, a big day.
Yeah,
for the parents, you
massive.
know. I mean, the amount of sort of investment that they've put in.
The whole thing.
You know,
all those driving on weekends, long journeys.
Sitting on freezing cold touch lines, middle of April.
Consoling after a bad game.
Yes, nets.
All of that.
Yeah, all of that. I can remember my debut. Not my debut, but my first time I played for England. My dad, God rest his soul, he didn't tell me he was coming to the ground. I said, "No, when did you tell me? I've got tickets for you. You could have sat there and been with the great and the good."
Yeah. O'Rourke round the wicket, bowls, and Gay allows that to go through.
He said, "Oh no," he said, "I just got myself a ticket."
So it's sat there. That's lovely.
Yeah. Well, what about you? What you?
I say my dad came here and was kind of, I think when I got a wicket, he sort of, it all kind of welled up.
Yes.
Oh,
lovely.
Yeah, it is. It is amazing.
But it's a dream, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a dream.
And again, it's so important that bit about parents not being pushy, isn't it? And just let your child just develop at their own speed.
Yeah. Don't
put them off. You're just so desperately keen to want them to do well, but you've just got to.
Yeah. Lots of support.
Yeah, exactly. O'Rourke round the wicket, bowls a massive bouncer, way over Gay's head. It's taken down the leg side, 119 for 2. So England therefore 272 runs behind New Zealand's 391.
Yes, I'll be eternally grateful because God knows what I'd have got up to without a bit of cricket.
Well, that's very true.
Yes. So
I don't know what I.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Dad.
I think if you're somehow so single-minded that you know what you want to do, that's certainly in my case.
Oh, right, yeah.
I just didn't think of us doing anything else.
Oh, right, really?
Failed virtually every exam I sat.
Yeah, well, yes,
just play cricket.
Bit of art. I've got art.
You got art. I didn't get art. Here's O'Rourke bowling outside the off stump, and Gay lets it go by. Because, of course, the exams are in the summer term.
No, of course.
Which is hopeless. If you love cricket, I'm really determined to play cricket.
Oh, so you always wanted to be a cricketer, John?
Yes.
Yeah, what, nothing, not a bit of farming or thinking going into this or doing that?
I was professional here at 16.
16?
Yes.
Yeah, that is. Oh, crikey, well done, yeah.
So it's always been what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
It's just yeah, thank goodness it worked out that way. But
oh, absolutely.
Oh, hang on.
Oh dear.
Oh, they're going off.
Yeah, it wasn't the wind was sort of pushing it was only a bit of mizzle and a few drops.
I think it's still only a bit of mizzle, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just looking out. There's a convenient dark window at the far end, and dark windows usually give it away. And it is spitting.
Yeah, a bit murky.
So the stewards are running on it. Oh, look, he's coming on very quickly. This chap.
Yeah, he's been working out.
Well, he put a burst on
yes,
there.
He's slowing up a bit now.
He sprinted about 20 yards, but he's got there. Now the covers are coming on.
Well, I tell you what's quite a good indicator. Your mate, the drone. I could really see the green light.
Did you hear it?
No, I could hear it a little bit, but you could really see when it got a little bit murky. The green light that it's on started sort of really standing out. So it has got a bit murky.
Well, they're rolling a cover on. It's not a sort of a mad, panicky rain interruption.
I think we'll get back up.
Yeah, no, I think so. No, it's really nice. It's because there's 3 sets of parents up there.
Yes.
There's 3 people. And it's quite ruthless, you know. I mean, I know the routes only through tours, really.
Yep.
Obviously Stuart Broad's parents do very well, Jimmy Anderson. So the ones that I've worked with a long time, it's very ruthless. Once they're out, once they're gone, and that's it. And it's quite hard for the parents because they've been on that circuit as well, just as the players have been, and they're all in it together. And then suddenly, boom, the players dropped.
Yeah.
So they're dropped as well, gone.
Yeah, girlfriends, wives.
All of it. Yeah. I mean, Ollie Robinson, I've seen his dad quite a lot when he was playing earlier. And the first thing I said to him the other day at Lord's was, your dad's back on the circuit. Oh yes, he'll be back. I'll see him under the arches here at the Oval for a drink on the way back to the hotel. It's all part of the wider picture of it all.
Yeah.
But as I say, it is quite. Once you're done, it's quite ruthless. Or when you're injured as well.
Yeah.
I remember Stuart Broad getting injured in Australia, that horrible side strain, and so he worked with us for a match actually, but his mum still came out. Maybe it was too late to cancel her trip or whatever, and but Stuart, gone.
Yeah.
Just everything, because a replacement player comes in, and so they get the tickets or whatever it may be for their parents. No, it is quite ruthless.
Yeah.
Great fun when you're in it.
Well, absolutely. But as you say, it's. So you fulfilled your dream, John.
I suppose.
You as a youngster, Alfgover, but didn't waver from that.
I just didn't think for a moment that I'd be doing anything else.
No, well that's that.
Which is, I say, totally lucky. I mean, there wasn't an injury or.
Yeah, but that's still very determined in the back of your mind there. As you say, lots of people think they want to do something, don't they? Don't have the ability, not the ability, sorry, or just that bit of luck or what have you.
Well, you do need all those things, don't you? And the opportunity. But I came so when I was 16.
Yeah.
Alfgover's school.
Yes, I've been there.
I went there.
Well? Yeah, I went there as a very young chap. I think my dad took me down there when I was about 12 or 13. That was the place to go, wasn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a
above a petrol station in Wandsworth.
Yes.
Dear old Alf.
Yeah. Bowled in a cravat.
Fast bowler. He for a while, think about it, Andy, was the oldest living England cricketer. I think he held that distinction.
Yeah.
Played for England in India in 1938.
Yeah, cool. That would have been a bit tricky.
Well, a long time away from home.
Yeah, that was like months away.
Months away. Yeah. And I think the hotels probably weren't quite up to what they are these days. And so Sean, I mean, I do tell this story, but I mean, it's a true story about Alf. Halfway through the tour, they're up country somewhere. It's a practice game, which they played in those days. Up country somewhere, and first class game, I suppose. And half the team went down. They were ill.
Oh yeah.
And so, but Alf was all right.
Yeah.
And so the captain threw in the ball to bowl the first ball of the match. And a quite long run up, Alf, I think, back in those days. He came running in, and halfway through his run up, he had this awful stabbing, griping in his stomach,
Yeah.
And he knew what it was.
Oh dear.
And it bent him up double, creased him over, and he clearly had quite an urgent decision to make. So what he did, he just kept running. And he ran, but the batsman was waiting for the first ball. He ran past it, and he just bolted through the slips, down to the boundary. He just headed for the dressing room, such as they were, as fast as he could. Yeah. And he always told this story, he had a bit of a twinkle in his eye. He always said they'd lost the race by 2 yards.
Oh, no. I hope he left the ball with the umpire.
No. No. One of his teammates had to come and ask for the ball back.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Anyway, that was Alf.
Yeah.
And when so I went to Alf's when I was 16, the Easter. And I arrived there as a schoolboy and left as a professional. He got me here and had a little trial down here, directly below us, bowling people like John Edrich.
Yes. But I mean, I suppose then, as you know, school teachers and club professional, people in Colts cricket, they must take a lot of pride in that as well.
Yeah, well, it was.
Masters who have sort of pointed you in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I just came down in the school, in the school holidays.
It must have been pretty good though, John.
Well, no. But I remember how my dad, who was a farmer,
yes,
and rarely went to London. In fact, we were embarking to go and find London Airport, as it was called in those days, was Heathrow.
Right.
This is my dad's knowledge of London. Right. We're going down. We're going on an early package holiday. I think we're going somewhere in France. Anyway, so he gets lost. He's a Lincolnshire farmer.
What, flying?
No, driving to London Airport. Anyway, we're lost. It's all kicking off a bit in the car. A bit of a panic. So he sees this bloke walking along the street, and he says, "Excuse me, help me. I'm looking for London Airport." And this chap said, "Oh, yeah, well, I live just round the corner. I'll take you there." Oh, brilliant. So he jumped in, and we took him left, right, over there, yep, all over there. Blah, blah. And eventually said, "Great, thanks very much," jumped out, and that was it. We'd driven him home.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, nice.
Nowhere near the airport at all.
Oh, right. He'd taken you on a waffle goose
chase. Giving him a lift home. So therefore, how my dad found Mrs. Bushell, who ran a bed and breakfast down near Morden Tube, I have no idea, but that's where I went. So, I mean, not many parents would country parents really would have a 16-year-old boy going down by himself down to London.
No.
With Mrs. Bushell.
Yeah.
Down there, because he'd worked out somehow that obviously the Morden Underground brought you up to Oval.
Yeah.
So that was it. So I'd go up and down the Underground, playing here with people like Monty Lynch, Lonsdale Skinner, and Ray Baker, and Andy Needham, and Duncan Pauline.
Leaders played for us.
All these.
What was Mrs. Bushell like?
Mrs. Bushell was lovely, and actually Elvis died when I was Mrs. Bushell. I remember that.
What was Elvis staying at Mrs.
He
Bushell?
wasn't there at the time. But I remember that's one of those memories that Mrs. Bushell and I shared.
Very good medium pacer, Elvis Presley.
It was dinner on the table. It was a little room by herself upstairs. It was a bit lonely.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody.
No.
20 quid a week.
Yeah.
£20. Yeah. Arthur McIntyre was the man who ran Surrey at the time. He used to play, kept wicket. He played for England, I think, didn't he? A few matches. He ran it. He ran the Oval. And so I get my £20 in a brown envelope, half of which went to Mrs. Bushell, stuck it in a penny, and £10 for the rest of the week.
Yeah. So what did you do then? So you did your nets, and then what went back to Mrs. Bushell?
Well,
was telly invented in those days?
Well, this was 1976.
All right, okay.
So there was a bit of an old black and white, I think. No, it was. I didn't really get. No, I'm not really a city person.
No. You get freaked out by the tubes still, don't you?
You're not very good down there. So I knew actually that although I really enjoyed the play for Surrey young cricketers.
Yeah.
Ian Payne, you'd have played against Payne.
Yeah.
They were very nice, but they all had their own lives. They all lived.
Around. Yeah.
And I was just a 16-year-old youth
from the sticks.
So I didn't really get to know that closely. So that's why when I went back, I joined Leicestershire.
What did your dad farm? Cows?
What? No, he was poultry.
Oh, chicken farmer.
Chicken farming.
Hello, Brandis.
Turkeys, yes. Turkeys and all sorts. And so he was by accident. one of the early farm shops, I'd say, because I used to come out for school Christmas, you'd be plucking turkeys for days and days. But that was what we did. They'd be laid out on trailers. And one year, I happened to mention, because David Steele came with us on tour, Devil Steely.
Yes.
Came with us on tour to Zimbabwe as our sort of guest, And he discovered during this tour that my dad was a turkey farmer and that Christmas, so crime doesn't pay. I mean, his nickname is Crime, isn't it? Okay.
Like that.
He somehow wangled his way in every Christmas for a free turkey at my dad's. And Dad loved him.
Yeah.
Because everyone loved David, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And so every year, he'd turn up. Right, Philip, what have you got for me this year? And Dad would hand over sort of a prize £20 in the boot of Steely's car, and off he'd go. David was an extraordinary man. He was great. He was great on that tour. He smoked 20 a day without ever buying a packet.
Oh, good effort.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have taken some tips.
He would save his chewing gum, his batting.
Stick it on the end of the bat?
End of a day, he'd take it under his seat.
Oh, no.
Pick it up the next morning, carry on. Oh, yeah. No, he was a great character. I really enjoyed playing.
Noisy, though, turkeys.
Well, guinea fowl are noisier.
Yeah. Oh, are they?
They were the alarm, really.
Yes.
We had turkeys, we had...
goose, bit of geese. Goose.
Moved around a bit. But the guinea fowl were the ones that, if there was any burglars around, they'd kick off. Oh, yeah, it was
lovely.
It was fun, yeah. But it just still works out. So that's why it goes round to that question of the parents and the time and the thought. I mean, I owe my mum and dad so much for having sent me to London at 16.
Yeah.
From that sort of background of Dad being, falling for someone giving a lift home.
Yeah.
That's how well he knew London. No internet, obviously. So how on earth? How he found Mrs. Bushell and all that and worked it out.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he
did. A little bit like Paddington. You must have been wandering down.
Well, a bit. But so that was it. So I'm actually very fond of this place.
Yeah.
It's always been, the Oval has always been very traditional.
Yeah.
Like you could not, I think when I was playing, the practice pitches didn't go quite to the extent that they are now. But you weren't, the nets were down below us at this end, Vauxhall End.
Yeah, I remember that.
You were not allowed to walk over the square.
Or keep off the grass.
If you did, Harry Bryn would shout at you.
Yeah.
And you'd have to go all the way round to walk in a straight line, basically, down to the nets. Blazers worn all the time.
Absolutely. Ties.
All that sort of thing. But
similar to Lord's in that respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lord's was very similar to that. Well, I wasn't. Do you remember Nancy?
Of course.
Nancy, remember Nancy?
The chef.
Yeah, yes, what kept me alive as a youngster.
So were you an MCC young cricketer?
I was an MC young cricketer for a couple of weeks. And then, well, it's funny, Keith Medlicott, who then came here,
yes,
he got on the trial in front of me. I'd pop down there just for a bit of messing about on me moped with me boots over my back, in a plastic bag, because my father had said, because I was working as a silversmith with my dad down in Hatton Garden. And he said, because I'd given it away for like 3 or 4 years, and he said, "Listen, I've got your little trial."
What, bowling?
Yeah, no, giving it completely away.
Did you?
Yeah, it'd gone. I'd got myself a little motorbike, and I found myself a girlfriend or something like that, and so I'd given it away.
Oh, what a shame! So how old was this?
That would have been about 15, 16, and that's I started working with my dad when I was 16. And then he said to me, I'll give you. He said, "Listen, I've organised a little trial with the MCCYCs." He said, "I'll give you a full day's pay. It's only 2 hours, and then you can go home afterwards."
Right.
So I said, "All right, I'll go down there. Yeah, lovely." Even I could do the maths there, so I popped down there on my little moped like that. Did the trial, and it amazingly came back to me quite quickly. Hadn't bowled a ball for about 2.5, 3 years, 15 to about 18, something like that. Anyway, and bowled well, but Keith Medlicott was there.
Yeah.
So they said to someone, "Sorry, Phil, I said, "Oh no, well, not to worry." But when I like that, 2 weeks after that, Surrey then offered Keith Medlicott a trial.
Right.
No, not a trial, a professional contract for Surrey. So then there was a space at the MCC Young Cricketers for a left-arm spinner, which they then phoned me up and said, "Oh well, Meadows has gone to Surrey. There's now a space for you here." So it's funny how it works out. So I went on to that and then just opened my eyes back to the life of cricket and being on that MCCY season, I was only on there for about 2 or 3 months, and then Middlesex picked me up from there and offered me a contract. But just opened my eyes up to what a laugh.
Yes.
Turned up every morning.
We work in the scoreboards.
Scoreboards. We'd play a few games as well as the MCCYCs. We'd play against like a Southgate or a, whatever, like go to the Army, played against the Navy, things like that. And, had such great fun. But then also did a little bit of scorecards and match days at Lords and things. Wonderful, wonderful times, just running about in the sunshine.
Well, there's been something. Ian Botham started there, doing that, didn't he? I mean, there's been
some pranks and some laughs.
Of course,
crikey! And as you say, got the brown envelope, little brown envelope, your first pay packet. Well, they actually paid me money for turning up and having a bit of fun with my mates and playing cricket. Wonderful. And then got selected for Middlesex, and then off you go.
Off you go.
Yeah, brilliant.
I'm just looking on the telly here. We've had some rain stop play here, by the way. That's why we're chatting away here, but I'm just looking. That is the ovals. That is completely brown and parched. That is 1976, when Michael Holding bowls so fast. I was 16 then, and that's the first Test match I saw watching at the far end.
Yeah.
Mikey.
Steaming.
Oh. He was absolutely. It was incredible because it was a very flat pitch. Viv got 200 and odd, and then of course Dennis Amiss got 200, I think. Andy, didn't he? Absolutely parched ground. The ground was scorched, and they're just showing the picture I was going to talk about there was Tony Gregg. A bit of a loose moment in an interview at the start of that summer. Had basically been interviewed by Peter West live on telly about the West Indies. So we're going to make them grovel when things aren't going well. They don't like it. We're going to make them grovel. Well, Greggy being South African, that really hit a nerve with the West Indies. And he came out here, and Mikey blew his stumps out of the ground because every time Greggy walked out, I mean, they just well, a million miles an hour. And the West Indian supporters are all round on that right-hand side there. And at one point, Tony Gregg, England captain, massive stature, I think he was one of my heroes, went over, got down his hands and knees, and he he sort of went on his hands and knees, and they loved it. Whistles blowing, cans going.
That was it.
It was an incredible atmosphere.
Yeah.
But that was the first Test, and of course I played dear old Chris Balderston, Leicestershire, bagged a pair, and within a few years I was playing with him. Couple of years.
Did you say that was 76?
1976.
Yeah, the heatwave summer.
Real heatwave summer.
I can remember running around.
No irrigation on the ground.
Yeah, as a young boy in my back garden.
It was completely scorched.
Yeah, hadn't had a drop of rain for about 6 months.
No, and that West Indies feel was still here. So I played here in 1984 in the last Test. They called it the Blackwash series, remember?
Yes.
The signs were up. They won 5-0.
Yes.
That was my first Test. Nice debut. 4-0 down. Come and give it a go. But the noise, and there's one thing that English cricket has lost is that connection with the West Indian community, because that side was incredible. It was electric. Again, just the atmosphere. And I walked out to bat, and we were losing. I was number 11.
Yes.
Joel Garner was bowling from the Vauxhall end. And I walked past Richard Ellison as the non-striker, and Joel, as I walked past to the non-striker's end, was saying to Richard, when it's all over, I want one of those stumps. And Richard said, well, yeah, but you've got to get me out first.
Oh, no. No need.
Why would you say that? I mean, dear old Richard, and I love Richard, he was called Bungalow for a reason.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah.
And that was a pretty graphic illustration of that.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't want any part of this. So I went down to the non-striker's end, I thought, this is not good. Joel's eyes, I mean, they just like whoosh,
Yeah.
He came back here, cover's coming off, by the way. He came back here and he ran in and he bowled this thing at Richard that took off, whoosh, went straight up his nose, and he somehow gloved it to gully and was caught.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over. I think I'd faced a couple of balls. And well, the first instinct, as you would know, is just the game's over. You're all right. You just check that everything's still okay. When you're playing against the West Indians. No, I think we're okay. Whew. Now, in those days, and it's hard to imagine, I've just seen it on the telly, the crowd would run on, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
And the players would just run for their lives off the field. It was crazy. It was absolute madness.
Yeah, it was.
But I was totally, it was my first, I was totally unprepared for this because I played cricket at Grace Road. We didn't have crowds.
Oh.
So I wasn't used to people running on. So I'm up here and I thought, oh, it's all over. Check the body. We're okay. Yeah. Okay. And I started to walk off. Well, 30 seconds later, I'm surrounded by West Indian supporters jumping around. They're absolutely, they're up for 5-0, all of that, blowing. And they took my kit.
What? Oh, really?
Bat, gloves, helmet, the works. Yeah. I mean, I made it finally down to the steward in our dressing room. He thought I was a streaker. I mean, I had nothing left.
All your England stuff.
Gone. And eventually a kindly policeman returned it. It was found dumped down the Harleyford Road and by the Tennyson School.
What, your bat and
everything? Yeah, I mean, bat was worth it. They realised, they looked at the sort of bat, I thought, it's Agnew's.
What of Agnew?
We'll dump that.
Chair leg.
So it was all just, abandoned down on the road out there.
There you go.
But we're starting when, sorry?
Lovely memory.
35 we're starting. Okay. Andy, you got...
But just on that Michael Holding match, 1976, 50 years ago this year, an extraordinary test match and one of the greatest displays of bowling individual displays of bowling in test history. West Indies 687 but 8 declared, Richards 291. England responded with 435, Dennis Amos 203, Michael Holding 8 for 92, 6 bowled, 2 LBW. It was quite a flat, slow pitch, I think, wasn't it?
It was. Well, yeah, it was flat. It was lifeless.
Then West Indies 182 for naught declared in 32 overs, almost a runner ball. Fredericks Greenwich flaying England all over the place. And England then bowled out for 203, Holding 6 for 75, 3 more bowled, 1 LBW. So he took 14 for 149 in the match. All the other bowlers combined had 14 for 1,254 in the game. He 12 bowled an LBW, which is still the joint most since the 19th century by one bowler in a test match. It was absolutely...
It was superb because there were gallons of runs. And yet Mikey had that. He bowled fast and he bowled straight and he bowled full and he knocked stumps out the ground.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. I mean, at Old Trafford, which I think was the game before it, that was the Brian Close, John Edrich when they got horribly beaten up in the bad light. That was aggressive Holding.
Yeah.
That was Holding, flying past your nose.
That's right.
This was really skillful Holding.
Yeah.
Gosh, he was a bowler. And if you want to see, if you haven't seen Mikey Holding bowling, you just get onto YouTube and look at the run-up. He was a sprinter.
Yeah.
He's Jamaican. So he was a sprinter, and you just see in that run-up, which was lovely to watch, apart from when you actually had a bat in your hand.
Not much fun.
Because you'd look up and you'd see, he's nearly there now, and you'd turn round in the distance and think, right, okay, here we are. And you knew he'd be running in, but you'd be looking down. You look up, right, you've still got a way to go yet. Look down again.
Yeah.
Look up, here we go. Right, he's going to let go of it now. Whoosh!
Yeah.
And,
I can remember playing Whack-On Eunice. He was similar to that when he had that really long run up.
And he came from this end, didn't he, usually?
Yeah. I can remember tapping down, and as you said, you sort of see him in the distance, you're right, and they go, wow, I've got to concentrate quite a long time just till he gets to the crease. And then, stumps everywhere.
Yeah. No, pace like that. But so that was the first test I ever saw.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget it. I must say it was a.
Well, I think a lot of the atmosphere was because they were allowed to sit on the sort of behind the boundary.
Yes, they're on the boundary.
Yeah, just standing around.
But it was the West Indian supporters who really brought that life.
I can remember, as you say, the tin cans.
Well, but now the ticket prices, and it's not accessible.
No.
School playing grounds sold.
Yeah.
It's funny enough. 2019, so Headingley, Stokes, World Cup final.
Yes.
I walked back from here. My car was in somebody's driveway, somewhere down near Waterloo. And so it's the last day, we're finished, international season done, and I walked past the gas holder, and there's a school down there, and I heard the sound of kids playing. Now, this is now September, so it's the autumn term. And the point I'm making here is what a springboard cricket was on then. Because I approached, I assumed they were playing football or something, I knew it was a hard surface. Actually, we did used to park our cars there. But anyway, no, they were playing cricket.
Yep.
These young kids were playing cricket. And I thought, gosh, this summer's done this. that here in South London, not on grass or whatever else, you've got 4 or 5 fairly manic games going on with these kids. But there in the autumn term, they were playing cricket. And it was just so set, wasn't it? And what came along, actually, COVID came along and kind of did it. But yeah, anyway, it'd be so good to have all those people back in the game again. You know, they keep talking about all these initiatives and so on, but charging money like it is. And
yeah, it's a pretty pricey business.
Yeah, and then you haven't got the facilities and so on. It's just seems to be a.
Well, we're very lucky that people still find the money to turn up. I mean, we're very well supported, aren't we, English cricket?
Yeah.
Full houses.
Look at Lee.
Yeah, stomping off.
Lee's going out. He's going to look at his pitch. We're going to be underway here in 5 minutes, which is great. The New Zealanders are gathering again, and I think that's it. As far as the rain's concerned, there's some blue sky over there. So we lost, what, half an hour maybe there, I suppose, which can be added on today.
Yeah, they went off at 4:04, so yeah.
Yeah, half an hour. So that could be added on. And hopefully there'll be no further loss. What tough was that? That was nice. Memory lane, a bit unexpected.
Yeah, it was.
But there we go. It's time for me to leave here. And Dan Norcross is going to get us underway with the start. But it was lovely meeting Stafford Cox there. It just brings you back to kind of what it's all about, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Right, Tuffer, some thoughts from you about what you're expecting here or otherwise.
Yep.
And then if I can persuade Dan to come on, which I think we will. Then he'll take over.
Yeah, well, a pretty solid sort of performance there from the New Zealand bowlers without sort of setting the world alight. A couple of wickets have gone down, a run out of Ben Duckett, and who's the other one for?
Bethel caught behind.
Yeah, yes, that's it. Caught behind. Caught behind. That's right. But yes, a passing shower. A summer shower.
It was barely even that, wasn't it?
It was
just like a sort of somebody just breathing on you. The clouds breathed. They expirated ever so slightly. But play will restart at 4:35. When did they go off, Andy?
4:04.
Oh, lovely. So will we be here till 7:01?
Yes.
Has that been officially confirmed? Because they could have just come out at 4:34, couldn't they? And then everything would have been nice and neat. But as I always say to people, all numbers are... This idea of rounding up numbers is crazy. They're all unique. They're all exactly the same. So people say to me, how far away are you? I say about 27 minutes. They say, what do you mean about 27 minutes? I said, well, about 27 minutes. And they think you're supposed to say about 30 minutes, as if that's... About 27 minutes isn't normal. You love numbers. Are you with me?
I've just put my headphones on, Dan. What are you talking about?
I'm just getting angry about how people don't give as much care to numbers like 7 as they do to 0 and 5. It doesn't matter. It's been a long day. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
We're ready to go. The players are coming out, which is great. There was so little water on the outfield that we just saw the rope go round, really. There wasn't any need for super soppers or that sort, and we didn't even get the full covers out.
It rained itself out, didn't it?
It sort of did.
The radar showed a big land rain, and then as it hit London, it decided that it's done.
Yeah.
No more rain in it, and just gone slightly east. Sure, it's flooding somewhere down the east.
Yeah, Essex might be getting it. You never know.
Kent.
Kent, yeah, but could be Kent.
The Garden, they needed the water.
With what we think now will basically be another 2 hours and 25 minutes of
7 o'clock. Finish at 7.
Yeah, basically 7:01. We think it might be.
But
that's why we're talking about this. Because we think they lost 31 minutes, and so they should be able to make up for those 31 minutes. And so the time at the end of the day will be 6:31. But they won't have bowled their overs in time, so you'll then have the next.
No way.
Oh no, I don't think they will. No.
No. Oh dear.
Mind you, no need for you to be cynical about it. I've commentated many games when you were captaining and the over rate wasn't so quick either.
Not in my day,
your
Dan.
day.
We finished at 6 o'clock every day.
I think actually there was a time Sri Lanka managed it, didn't they? When we had the Sri Lanka Test matches, they tended to finish on line.
Do you know what? That would be a great stat, wouldn't it?
O'Rourke is going to resume from the pavilion end. He's into Gay. Oh, is tempted by a wide ball that's full. It goes into the gloves of the keeper. That is the end of the over. There were only that one ball left to be bowled. 119 for 2. What would be a great stat?
When was the last time
Yes.
in England?
Oh yeah.
That the game finished at
On
6
time.
o'clock with 90 overs bowled.
When was the last? It must have happened.
It must have happened. I wonder if India managed it, because
they played 3 spinners.
And Jadeja was bowling overs in about 90 seconds. They might be a candidate.
I can definitely remember.
But England didn't tend to bat for a whole day, though, did they?
I do remember a couple of times when we were in the subcons actually slowing it down. So you
didn't bowl too many?
So we did many 2 overs because we were tired. So we definitely got that here, but not in England. I can't remember.
Nathan Smith's going to resume in milky sunshine from the Vauxhall end, and Root looks to guide the ball into his favoured area in the gully region, but this time it goes straight through to the fielder.
I made a prediction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not very good at them. I normally keep them to myself.
Okay.
But I'm thinking this time I might publicly announce.
Go on, risk it.
I said if Joe Root faces 30 balls on this wicket, gets 2 to 30 balls,
yeah,
he'll get 100.
Well, it's only 5 balls away.
Yeah, so he's got 5 balls to get himself in again.
Get in again, but then he'd probably have to get in again tomorrow, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but...
Okay. Smith into Root, who pushes into the offside off the front foot, goes to point. There's no run.
So my reasoning for this is...
We get it.
You know, sometimes there's inevitability about him batting, because he's that good. When he gets in on wickets like this, which are good batting wickets, he doesn't tend to miss out very often, does he?
No.
Because he's that good. As I said it, then I saw a stat that this is actually one of his worst grounds.
Is that
England.
right?
Yeah, I think he only averages like mid-40s here rather than 50 everywhere else. But now I'm just making up numbers. Results are now going to prove me absolutely wrong.
Smith in and just driven full, firmly past a diving mid-off, up to the boundary for 4. It's a very full ball from Smith. Key was placement, he got it straight enough. Carl Jamieson's tall man, but not perhaps the most nimble. And score advances to 1-2-3 for 2.
He hasn't quite, in this innings so far, quite given me that sense of inevitability.
Not yet.
Quite got that his movements and his timing, probably as swish as he would like and as smooth as I've seen. But again, this is what makes him so good. He's only 24 or 27, so.
Yeah, he's going along quite quickly as Smith is into him again. He pushes into the offside, thinks of the run, it isn't there. I always think this ought to be a ground that's quite good for him, because I see a lot of runs scored in that point region, you know, and he does love it there and backward point, doesn't he?
Maybe just that, the extra little bit more bounce here.
Ah, yeah.
Like, maybe it gets caught in the gully, but I can't remember again.
Yeah.
Anyway,
occasional chop on as well.
Q 31 on the 31st ball getting out there.
Well, he's faced 28. So at the moment, you're fine.
I'm fine.
Your prediction
my
is
neck's
in
not
play.
on the line.
This ball and the next ball are kind of key. Smith into Root, who guides the ball to point, and there's no run. He's still in. Moves to 20, stays on 24. Andy?
Root averages 45 on this ground. That's including this innings, so 947 runs.
Dreadful.
3 centuries all against India, 4 other 50-plus scores. Of the
score a lot of centuries against India, it feels like.
A lot,
yeah.
yes. Of the 6 regular test grounds, that's it's fractionally above Headingley, I think. Headingley 44.8, over 45.0 currently.
Those are his 2 least productive, I think. Right. Smith into him, and he guides the ball to backward point. He's survived 30 balls. 100 incoming. 123 for 2, entered the over. 29 gone. England are going on at fair lick. Gay on 48. Just a reminder, though, that there are other milestones before 100.
Yeah.
At the moment, he's scored 13,976 runs, so he needs another 24 to become only the second man in the history of Test cricket to score 14,000 runs. And we got very, very excited when he became the second.
But he's only, I was going to say, he's only the second leader.
That's right. Yeah.
13,976 runs.
Yes, I mean, at the moment, he is only the second man to have done that. Yeah. And as I was saying earlier, every number should have equal primacy. So O'Rourke starts a new over. His long run up from the pavilion end into Gay with 3 slips and 2 gullies, and that's flicked off the pad. There's a half appeal from Blundell. They've run one. Oh, don't run the second. And I think waiting for the umpire's signal. He might be waiting to see whether they're going to refer. Was there a bit of bat on that, you think?
Must have been an inside edge.
Yeah, there's no signal, so game moves to 49. This is only his third Test match innings.
Phillips was given 4 runs when the ball hit his helmet and went for 4.
Yes.
There should have been leg byes. He was out for exactly 100.
So was he? Did he make 104?
No, he made 100.
He made 100.
So he should have only made 96.
Yeah, he should have made 96. Well, yeah, I'm a big fan of leg byes going to the batter.
No.
Yeah, I am. O'Rourke is into Root, who cuts, but he can't get it past backward point. And,
are you really?
They run.
I mean,
well, I'll tell you what I'm really big
should we ask
fan of.
Should we ask Salts now? Yeah. Can everyone's record now be changed for how many leg byes they face? And if
I bet not.
And see who's got and see
who's really the leading run scorer. Yeah. Well, okay, I'm moderately flippant about giving the runs to the batter, but I am incensed by bowlers who get away with dot balls when the ball flies, especially in white ball cricket, when they fling those balls down the leg side and then they run off for 4. And their figures say, you know, none for 5 at the end of the over, but they've conceded 13. As O'Rourke is in, that's flashed away for 4 by Root. Leant onto the back foot and cut it brutally through backward point. Brings the Root chant. That was there for the taking. You don't bowl there. 128 for 2. Got a bit of bounce. Get a bit of lip, but he
I wasn't going to describe the Joe Root cut shot. I've seen how many times before. I was just thinking about who does get punished for the leg bye then? If it's not the bowler.
No, it should be the bowler, that's the thing. At the moment, nobody's punished.
Yeah, you think the bowler should be punished?
Yeah, because it goes in this horrible hinterland where it's not properly accounted for. I don't like
Extra
it.
sundries.
There's O'Rourke again, pushed into the offside, sort of off the back foot really, and it just dribbles down behind Root, picked up by Phillips.
They only started charging bowlers with wides and no balls sort of in the mid-1980s.
What would Bob Willis's average have been had he conceded? Because you know his no balls didn't count to him, Bob Willis. Because in those days they were just left like leg byes in the ether.
He averaged 25 overall. Might have been.
Did he bowl over 300 no balls?
Probably.
Probably did actually. Yes. He's O'Rourke.
300 no balls.
He's over the wicket into Root, who pulls. He's going to get more runs here as the ball speeds away. Didn't time it perfectly, but he gets it out through deep mid-wicket for 4 more. He's looking aggressive here.
I know, he's scoring at just under run a ball. But O'Rourke has quite found that length, has he, to Joe Root? I don't think Joe Root particularly lines him up as well. As he said, he's awkward, but he's bowled that back of a length. He needs to bowl fuller. Fuller on this wicket, and he's banging it in, and Joe Root will often see him play too many pull shots.
Well, there's nobody out for the pull either. I mean, he would have to mistime that so badly to offer the catch to Jameson at mid-on. There's a forward short leg and a leg slip as O'Rourke is in. And now has he guided that deliberately along the ground past second slip for 4 more? I think so. It looked a little edgy, but I think when we see the replay, we'll see he's actually just angled the bat and sent it speeding off. That's his 3rd boundary in the over. 36 off 35. O'Rourke here is bowling 2 lengths. He's shaking his head. He's not happy with things. 136 for 2.
Well, he's ruined his figures, hasn't he? 13 off the over. He had that 7 overs for 13. Now he's gone 8 overs for 26. That was Joe Root at his absolute best. Just gliding the ball through.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It is. It's proper batting. It's a deliberate shot. And rewarded very well for it, full.
Because what's wrong with the ball? You know, if he tries to drive that, he could bring the slips into play. Instead, he's played it so late and then just angled the bat at the last minute. And frustratingly for the bowler, sent it past second slip along the ground. I mean, that's just brutal batting. Here's Gay on 49 as he pushes the ball into the gully region. There is no run. Finds the fielder. The 50 in his first test. He's only in his second test. 49 off 98 at the moment. Yep, he's certainly culpable in the run out of Ben Duckett, but other than that, he's played really well.
Yeah, lovely. Just control, isn't it? There's a sense of calm, actually, when he's batting, in terms of him at the crease. Not too much seems to fluster him. He's in his own little bubble.
He is at the moment. As Smith comes from round the wicket of Vauxhall end, still with a leg slip in. And Gay, is he going to get run for this? No, not quite. It just goes past Gully's left hand, but Point's able to get round and cut it off. I mean, you don't get nervous on 49, though, particularly, do you? I mean, if in your first innings, you might.
Not nervous, but I still... Again, it's cricketer's mentality. You're not nervous, but you would like the extra run.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't want the whole crowd to stand up and clap you.
Indeed. Well, Usman Afzal got a standing ovation for his 50, didn't he? Yeah. I think it was against Australia.
I scored my first 50 for 6 years the other day.
Smith in forward, pushed up to mid on this no
I
run.
thought
Say
I'd
that
mention-
all again.
I
You've
thought
got
I'd
your
mention-
first
I thought
50
I'd
in
mention-
6 years.
Oh, since I retired. I can't remember when I retired. Now 4 years.
How many balls?
Well, I got 58 or 50.
Okay.
Retired.
That's pretty nimble. Yeah.
Opening the batting of
Who are we playing for?
my Beds Farmers, obviously.
Yes.
I was my brother-in-law was captain, and normally about 8 or 9, but he cracked the whip because he wanted to beat his local village team.
Fair enough.
He sent me at the top of the order, so he piled the pressure on me, but my first 50 full Beds Farmers, the only team
That's
I
your
haven't,
first? Is that
haven't
right?
scored any runs for. So
Does that go on the honours board? As Nathan Smith is in again, pushed into the gully region, no runners. There kind of your name goes up in straw or something.
We haven't got one, but we might have to.
Yeah, I think you should.
So yeah,
So what's the format?
It was a 35 over game.
Okay.
There was an opportunity.
So that's not your classic format. You'd rather a sort of 3-4 day game against the Farmers, wouldn't you?
No, I play for the Farmers.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least I'd love a 4-day game. But,
Yeah.
Played over if someone else fielded for me. Yeah.
How's your bowling going?
Yeah, I got the yips bowling off spin last year, so I haven't gone back to that yet. So I've kind of hidden away with cross seam seamers.
Smith in, forward in defence is Gay, pushing back to the bowler, no run.
Picked up a twofer.
Nice.
I was umming and ahhing whether that was a chance to get 100 for the Farmers, just to tick it off to say.
And they said no, in you come.
No, well, I walked off. I was like, I didn't want you.
Were you batting first or second?
Batting first.
I think you should have stayed out
But
there.
then I read that Sangakkara got 160
He did.
game this weekend, so he didn't walk off. But that's actually, I think he plays in a league. Ours is a friendly.
He was, but you know he was playing against the second 11. So his team's first 11 are in a league, obviously a division below, I guess, as Smith is in. That's left alone by Gay. Goes through low to Blundell, end of the over. It's in the maiden over, 136 for 2. And he got something like 160 off about 120 odd. But they were playing somebody second them. So you imagine being picked for the twos and you rock up and it's,
Good hunger.
No.
Not just to get 100 as well. It's to go and get a daddy 100 in the club.
Yeah.
They must be top of the league.
He takes it really seriously, you know, and he loves it. If you talk to him about it, he absolutely loves it. And he doesn't score mountains of runs every week.
Does he not?
No, he said to me, you know, if he doesn't play, he gets out of touch. So, like when he was doing the IPL, it was because he was out there doing the IPL. So he wasn't, you know, wasn't feeling.
Do you reckon he was batting?
I think he had a couple of nets.
Nets after all the lads had gone through.
That's right, yeah. In order to get him in trim to play against chipping Sodbury's twos or whoever it is. In comes O'Rourke, and that's pushed into the offside. An attempted drive of greater flourish, but it doesn't get timed by Root, and he'll just get the single as Matt Henry tidies up at cover. 137 for 2 brings Gay back on strike on 49.
So I'm now regretting maybe I should have, because I was in, I maybe should have got that 100. And
Maybe.
then that's it. Then I don't have to worry about that stat again.
Do you practice the ramps and scoops? Is it a different Alistair Cook, or are we still seeing the push off the hip?
I think today it was the other day it was a push off the hip and play straight.
Right.
I felt the responsibility.
Absolutely. Against which team, sorry?
Stukely.
Stukely.
Yeah.
Bitter local rivalry. Here comes O'Rourke. Oh, he's playing and missing, I think, is Gay there. He might want us to believe he was just holding the line of off stump, but I think there was just a little push towards the ball. He gets away with it. So
We're
the keeper.
We're a friendly team. We don't have rivals.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's all we all play in the. I think the MCC would like our spirit of cricket.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
I think we don't have rivals. We go for a nice time.
You see, because I found that the older I got, the further down the divisions I went, the more brutal the game became.
Oh no, we were not in any league.
Yeah, once you get into the fourth 11, you get incredibly angry matches. O'Rourke's round the wicket. And, again, defending his gate unhurriedly, plenty of time, just pushes it to short mid-off where Jameson fields.
He does have time, doesn't he?
Feels like it, I think.
Those back of the length balls where there's no jumping back into playing it. He does look like, I know these 2 test matches have been on slower wickets, but there aren't that many quick wickets around anyway. But
no, not in England, do there?
He looks like he has time, which is always a good thing.
For one thing, occasionally gets turned around.
Yeah, but like you look at those defensive shots when everything's perfect, and he doesn't. And actually, so the worst bit of it, when he hasn't quite got his rhythm right.
O'Rourke's into him, and there he got turned around just a touch, and the ball comes off the outer half of the bat into the offside. Jameson fields.
So I would say yes, he does get turned around a smidgen, but that's still, his technique looks after him enough where he's just not quite got the timing right with the fact, someone's coming down at 90 mile an hour and it's just nipped away a smidgen, and he has just adjusted, but he's adjusted enough to survive and still look in control. So there's no such thing as the perfect technique, and there'll be days where his left shoulder does open up too much through, but he will always be monitoring that. He'll always be just grooving that. So I'm not worried about that at all, because sometimes when you saw a couple of real classic defensive shots, when he times it perfectly, it's spot on.
O'Rourke's into him, and he guides this into the second gully on the bounce. No run. How many balls has he been on? 49, please, Andy?
10.
10. Thank you. He did that with a bit of a flourish. He did. 3 slips and 2 gullies. The sun is out. Do you think that's could be the last of our rain for the Test match?
Maybe a last of a cloud for a bit, because I think isn't tomorrow meant to be?
Yeah, absolutely marvellous. I think.
Wall-to-wall sunshine.
Yep. Bring your suntan lotion and all that. Plenty of hydration. Here's O'Rourke. Gay. Oh, gets one down the leg side, which is spilt by Blundell. Don't think he got any bat on it though. Just the one run off the over. Gay survives again. Has 49 of 108. Not on strike. Oh, wait a minute. He's going to have to go again. It's a no ball. So back we go. It's funny how often it happens off the last ball of the over. Today at the Test, our highlight show, by the way, is on BBC Two and iPlayer from 7:30 tonight. And a reminder, Scotland against the West Indies. Big game that in the Women's World Cup. T20 World Cup. Commentary on 5 Sports Extra 2 from 6:15. Massive no ball.
That's a big one, isn't it?
That is huge.
But he is bowling almost 3 yards closer than Sonny Baker.
That's right, yeah.
From there.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that one's a no ball, but he's on that line.
Okay, so here's a question for you, or maybe Andy can answer. O'Rourke's in, gets up on his toes, pushes it to the offside, thinks of the run, it's not there. End of the over, 138 for 2. So when we get the speed of Sonny Baker and the speed of O'Rourke, Sonny Baker's bowling the ball further distance. What does the speed refer? Speed is distance over time. So
well, I assume it's the velocity at release. So
it
doesn't measure the reaction time. So Baker bowling from 2 feet further back than he could do, I guess, is if the ball's got to travel 60 feet roughly, then so that's worth I don't know, mile an hour, mile and a half an hour.
Smith in, guided away by Root, but New Zealand's best fielder, Glenn Phillips, is at gully, and he's got Inspector Gadget arms that fly out, stop the ball, and prevents what could well have been 4 in that region.
So I'm assuming they're taking the however the speed gun works, the first 2 yards out the hand.
Is that what you think it is?
That's what I think it is, or something. But because when they do Hawkeye, it slows down. Doesn't it? Actually, when it passes the bat, it's at 60, 70 miles now once it's pitched. Not like, so I don't think they do it like Monaco Grand Prix where they kept getting done because they don't actually. It's not like a person on the speed gun saying he's going above 60k. They're doing it by time, but they miscalculated the length of the pit lane or something.
Here's Smith. That strikes the pad of Root. That's the region. That's the area he wants to be bowling at Root. That's when he gets into a bit of a tangle and slightly falls over, but this occasionally gets away with it.
So I think Loden got done speeding in the pit lane because they actually did the good old-fashioned distance over time.
Right.
But they got the distance wrong. So the drivers were nipping at a tighter line, so they were travelling a shorter distance at the required speed. But obviously they were then beating it
Because of the distance was
the distance was shorter than they calculated, so they kept getting, and so they all messed up, and it cost it actually. Well, I think so. I'm pretty sure they're not doing that here because it's right. Sonny Baker is giving the batsman another yard.
Here's Smith, forward in defence, comes route up to mid-on. There's no run, and by conversely, Jasprit Bumrah is taking away an extra yard because he releases the ball from sort of a yard in front of him almost.
And I know you don't want to challenge the front line because if you're worried about it, but for me, that's a no-brainer to get a yard closer.
Yeah.
He's a yard and a half behind the line.
Yeah.
He's mid-crease.
I half wondered if it was deliberate, you know, like...
It is deliberate. He says he does it because he doesn't want mentally to be near the front line. But I'll tell you what, if I could bowl of 19 yards, I'd bowl of 19 yards.
Oh, I thought it was deliberate because he was trying to mix up his release point, like Mark Watt, the Scottish spinner.
No, I think he just doesn't want to challenge the front line. I would.
Here's Smith again, and that's a classic defensive guide by Root.
I reckon when he gets
into the point region along the ground, no run.
When he gets older and older, he gets a bit slower and slower. You think,
yeah.
I'll get cut. And then look back and think, what was I doing? Paul giving the batsman another.
Doesn't the coach get involved here and say, you know, Sonny, you're quick,
but you could be even quicker.
Yeah.
Don't look at marginal gains. Don't look at trying to get stronger and fitter. Just hold closer.
Have you heard the phrase "an extra yard of pace"?
It's there. It's weird.
It's right there, staring you in the face. It's right below your feet.
Really strange. I'm amazed.
Yeah. Here's Smith. And this is defended again on the front foot solidly by Root into the onside. Goes straight to Ravindra, no run.
My initial reaction when I saw that was like, if you were in the long jump, where it's not like you've got to be behind that line, so you could be, you know, you sometimes see their run up they're 20 centimeters behind it. They've actually jumped the longest jump, but they come third because they haven't done that. That's what Sonny Baker's kind of doing.
It is very peculiar, isn't it? Because I mean, as you say, you think that that's something that's quite easy to remedy, really.
Absolutely. Then I can't see why bowlers bowl no balls. The line doesn't move down.
No, absolutely. Smith in defending again his Root, but back to the bowler. A good tidy over that by Smith. Much more in the general area he's trying to get at for Root. 138 for 2. Root 37 gave 49.
I said that last with a smile on my face, just for anyone shouting at the radio. What does he know about bowling? Average 7, just for...
That average 7, yes. And 2 for the other day as well. Did you see your old colleague Ben Folkes bowling earlier this season?
No.
Yes, I think it was against Essex. Actually, it was a game that petered out into a draw.
All the Surrey games have petered out into a
draw. They need a week often to finish the games here. We've got 5 days here, which give us a chance, and possibly, you know, slightly higher calibre of pace bowler, which I think is necessary.
And I think the extra heat in this wicket the next couple of days will
make a difference.
I think it'll make a bit of a difference.
O'Rourke starts once again and has turned it the onside. Gay still on 49, just pushes it directly to Henry at mid-wicket. The amusing thing about this is that Henry is the only fielder on the leg side apart from long leg, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we've got a 7-2. And Gay could not have picked him out better if he tried.
No. Good captaincy.
Good, great field placing. Yeah, brilliant work from Latham. What's Blundell asking for? Is he asking for a helmet? I think.
Phillips, maybe.
Maybe a bit of Phillips. Here's O'Rourke, 3 slips. Gay tucks into the onside again, picks out Matt Henry, who's perfectly positioned there. The tiny drone flies up above us.
It's 14 balls on 49 now for Gay.
Do you think that's enough to get Zoltz excited?
I don't know what gets Zoltz excited.
I know what gets Zoltz excited. 2s.
That was 3s, wasn't it?
Well, it's 2s today, because Duckett got 6 2s in the first 6 overs. Honestly.
And he won 1 in the first 60 runs of England's innings. It's only happened once before in England's Test history.
There you go.
It's all right. I switched off after the first sentence.
O'Rourke into Gay. Now he's got his 50 here as he pulls up and over mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. Banged in short. And Gay got a hold of it pretty well, actually. brings up his second half century in just his third innings. And it's been a very well composed innings today. He didn't get at all flustered about being close to a landmark. He just waited for the bad ball and put it away. The ball's beaten his bat a couple of times, but you'll expect that. But for the most part, he's looked in really good order, looked very, very secure at the crease at the moment.
You stole the word I was going to use to describe that innings, was composure. It just looks like he's suited to playing Test cricket. It doesn't look like the occasion. He's doing anything different to what he's been doing for Durham or Northampton when he played for them. In his own little world, just trying to accumulate runs in his method, scoring in his areas.
O'Rourke's over the wicket this time. Change of angle. Full ball's pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. 142 for 2. Gay to 53, by the way, with that boundary.
Yeah, with a technique which looks solid. Which how many times over the last couple of years have we looking at England's opening batsmen through a bit of like a through your hands at some of the techniques that they've and some of the shots they played. You can imagine Gay batting the same tempo at the same time. And Brendan McCullum called him a run maker. He's a run maker, and I think he is a run maker.
Do you know, that's music to my ears, because I'll explain why after this ball. 3 slips and 2 gullies. Gay gets a vicious ball that flies past his nose, and a couple of slips asking, did that brush a little bit of glove? For a moment he did lose his composure there. That came up at him rather nastily. Blundell doesn't think that there's anything on it, or does he? Oh, he does enough. Latham's going to have a look. They're going to go upstairs. This is their first review.
Does he look guilty?
To the umpire, to director,
Can't see his face. What do you think?
I don't know. Behind original decision.
There's definitely a noise, isn't it? There's definitely a noise.
Well, I didn't hear anything.
It's a fair delivery.
Did you hear it?
We go to front on, please.
I was surprised there wasn't an appeal, but again, we're 150 yards away. So.
Well, if there's a noise.
Thank you. That's gone very close to the bat there.
He's turned his face away. He's got an edge, and he's out.
Yeah, I've got a clear spike with the ball on the bat. So we can go back to Adrian. Adrian, we've got a clear spike with the ball on the bat and a deflection. I'll get you to overturn your original decision. You're on screen now, signal now.
Yeah, well, he actually flinched out of the way of that one. I think it's a surprise bouncer, and his top hand came off his bat. It's been a very fine innings, 113 balls, 53, but it's ended with something that might just give bowlers an idea of what they might want to do in the future. It's not a way that you would like to get out. He's turned his head away, he's not looking at it, his top hand's come off the bat, and it's just scraped the shoulder of his bat. Amazingly, hardly anybody appealed for that, but England lose their third wicket. Gay goes for 53, 142 for 3. Andy Zaltzman, then Alistair Cook, and then Alison Mitchell.
I'll just give you quickly Gay's numbers. 114 balls, 9 fours. He reached his 50 and 112 balls, his second in 3 Test innings, and the slowest 50 by an opener of the Bazball era, the 44th 50 by an opener, and that was the slowest. Previously it was Zach Crawley's 111 ball 50 against India last summer, so perhaps signifying a bit of a change of approach, but a fine start to his career. But finished on 53. The partnership was 74 in 17.1 overs.
Surprised. I was talking about composure and technique and actually looking settled, and then he got himself in a bit of a tangle, you have to be honest with you, in there on that dismissal where it was just the perfect ball. It looked like he got into a bit of a blind spot to it, and kind of whether it was because it was out of the blue, back of a length bounce, it wasn't that short, but there's a horrible picture of that somewhere with his eyes off the ball, his hand off the ball, the top hand off the bat. It looked like he did get in a mess, and Dan Norcross is absolutely right. For the first time, that suddenly, when you get an area like that, something like that will give bowlers an area to target. But I'm sure that happens too often to him. But a bit of a change. Ali.
Hello, Alistair. Right, here is Harry Brook coming out to join Joe Root. And in other circumstances, Maybe it would have been Harry Brook that was captaining this test match, but the armband is with Joe Root. But Brook, the #1 test batter in the world, with 2 slips, a gully, a leg gully, a short leg, and O'Rourke steaming in, bowls him a full delivery first up. He digs it out almost Yorker length, quickly through for the single out towards point, where it's fielded, and so Brook is off the mark immediately. Well, a wicket taking over for Will O'Rourke, and he gets some low fives from his teammates as he takes his black cap from the umpire and heads out into the deep. 143 for 3. So Emilio Gay reached his half century off 112 balls, and as Andy Zoltzman was saying, in terms of the pace of that 50, not what you would call Bazballian.
Yeah, the slowest by an opener, as I mentioned, since Stokes and McCullum took over, and the 5th slowest of England's 163 50s in that time. That's in terms of balls taken to reach 50.
Well, I think Brendan McCullum's instructions to these debutants, and certainly as Emilio Gay had said after his debut at Lord's, be yourself. And I think we've seen him bat in his way. He really struggled at the start of his innings. There was the horrible run out of Ben Duckett. He had to put that out of his mind. And on the whole, though, he had been evading the short balls when they'd come pretty well. He was ducking under some. He had been swaying out of the way of some, and that one got into a horrible position, looking away from the ball. Brook on strike again. It's Nathan Smith into the right-hander. He's forward, deflected away into the ground and fielded at gully. A tumbling stop. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, welcome back to you.
Thank you, Ali.
Welcome.
A strange dismissal, wasn't it? I think the difference was, instead of being around the wicket, he went over the wicket. So it was coming from a different angle towards him. And it sort of pitched and went away just slightly, but it was much closer to his body, and that's why he started to turn and got himself in a bit of a tangle, didn't he? And one hand off the glove, but he didn't drop the hand that was holding the bat. And it just took a villainous little top edge.
Brook awaits, gets a delivery on the leg stump, which is turned around the corner down to fine leg. Fielded inside the rope, and Brook through for another one.
O'Rourke had been trying and trying and trying to make it difficult for Gay. It's not a pitch that's very easy to bowl short on. There's not much bounce. There's very little movement, really, from the seam either, and there doesn't seem to be much swing. So for the bowlers, there isn't a great deal at the moment. So well done, O'Rourke. All the New Zealanders thought that one was close. He didn't quite know what to do, Gay, did he? He had bent legs. He hadn't got it. Didn't sway at all out of the way.
Keeper standing up here to Nathan Smith. Turned away from the off stump, steered out towards gully by Root. No run.
Root has played to third man so well today from both ends of this pitch. 48% of his runs have gone down to behind point on the offside. So what you need to do, I think, you can't just bowl outswingers to him, which is what some of the New Zealanders, or giving him some width outside the off stump. You've really got to run a little bit wider and angle it back into him, so it's getting closer.
Smith goes charging in, and Root flicks this again in controlled fashion down to fine leg once more, and O'Rourke is there to pick up. Root takes the single. He's on to 38.
He's played it beautifully today. He's playing late. It's one of the things that Joe Root, he's playing well, I think, when he's leaving he's not pushing towards the ball, it's coming to him, and he's hitting it under his head very late. Aka sort of Kane Williamson used to as well.
Yeah, a real hallmark, isn't it, of both of those throughout their career, when they've been in touch and been composed.
Well, you get good value here in England, I think, in that area.
Cricket outfields as well. Smith in here to Brook. Fiddles it away outside the off stump, steers towards gully. One bounce and fielded. So a dot ball.
You don't quite get it so much in Australia. You find that Hazelwood and Cummins, they don't really bowl that out there to him. They always are coming back in, closing the angle on you as a batsman all the time.
And one of the reasons why Root, until this Ashes year, hadn't scored 100 in Australia. They knew how to contain him. He wasn't able to play those favourite shots of his, playing late, and the glides, the deflections. Brook had his bat poised high. Smith hurtles in on a length and defended out into the cover region for a dot ball to end the over. Just the 2 singles coming from it then. So 145 for 3 in reply to New Zealand's 391. We'll have today at the test for you all the highlights of the day's play, which is on BBC Two from 7:30 p.m. this evening and available for you on BBC iPlayer to watch at your leisure. So whether it is later tonight, whether you want to catch up on the day's play tomorrow morning before day 3 gets underway, that'll be there for you after 7:30 this evening.
This is a big session for New Zealand, really. I mean, they need a couple of wickets here, otherwise, you know, the way that Root is playing and Brook and Cox, they're aggressive players.
There's a lot to come. Root settling over his bat. O'Rourke in again, clipped past the square leg umpire by Root, jogging through gently for 1. Ravindra is right back on that deep square leg boundary, so taking a little while for him to come in, enabling them to get a comfortable single. 146 for 3. So wicket for O'Rourke, one for Smith earlier when he had Bethel caught behind. That one came off the shoulder of the bat high. Bethel out for 9. Emilio Gay, back-to-back 50s for him. 53, but he didn't add to his score once he passed 50s. 50 came up with a wonderful boundary. And then O'Rourke, angling a short ball across the left-hander, did for him, caught behind. O'Rourke in again. Well, there's some flair for you. Backing away, Harry Brook flays it away through backward point for 4. 6, an aerial. It's brought up the 150 for England. 152 for 3. He's decided to take on the big quick. He's done it to good effect.
What a cracking shot that is so early in his innings. Angling back in, it wouldn't have missed the off stump by too much. Gave himself room to launch a back foot stroke, slightly sliced, an open face over backward point. Not a cut, a back foot stroke.
Very impressive. It's left O'Rourke shaking his head. Where will he go this time? He goes full, and Brook a bit of a drop and thinks about a run towards point, but then decides against it. Devon Conway is there, fields securely. Rachin Ravindra was in at short leg. He's tossed the helmet away. He's retreating back into the deep through square leg at the moment, but that was an extraordinary flare stroke from Harry Brook. He's playing it his way. So Emilio Gay playing a very different fashion, much more sort of composed manner, but this is the Harry Brook style. It was extraordinary on, what was that, the 5th delivery he'd faced? 6th delivery he'd faced. There's a leg slip, 2 slips and a gully. O'Rourke in again, a bouncer this time, ducking underneath it, passes over his bat to the keeper.
It's a fascinating head-to-head evolving between these two fine young cricketers. In the first 3 innings that O'Rourke bowled at Brook, that was in the start of the 2024 series late that year, Brook dominated O'Rourke, 86 from 95 balls without dismissing him. In the next 4 innings, in the final test of that series and at Lord's, O'Rourke dismissed Brook 3 times for 10 runs in just 25 balls. So yeah, it's Brook dominated early, then O'Rourke's got him a few times, so this could be entertaining cricket.
Brook looking for a way to get back into the ascendancy against O'Rourke, who's in again. It's a short ball, it's flayed into the ground though, and it's a bottom edge. It's a second slip into the ground and run saved, but really throwing the bat at that. Fast hands from Brook. Joe Root's got a bit of a smile. Is that a wry smile at the far end? And Brook's just ignoring him, prodding at the turf a couple of paces down the pitch. This is enticing cricket because you don't know quite where Brook will go or where O'Rourke will go next. Long run up here for O'Rourke. Turns in front of the pavilion and Brook taps his bats in readiness. Great anticipation as O'Rourke is in, full driven, and it's got through extra cover for 4. Well, getting one hand to it, couldn't save the runs, and through it goes down to the boundary. So Brook, you have to say, has won that battle with the 6, the boundary off the last ball, and it's taken New Zealand to 156 for 3, and Brook very swiftly on to 12. Go onto the BBC Sport website and app and see that extraordinary back foot sleigh over backward point off O'Rourke. Well worth a look. in a very different batting partner, hasn't he? Really contrasting styles now with Root
Very
at one
much
end and
so.
Brook at the other.
Very much so. That's fascinating what Salt said, though, that the two of them, it hadn't occurred to me. But, yeah, they've been locked in a battle together, haven't they? Here's Smith again.
Another battle here with Root and the keeper standing up. It's a foolish on off stump. They're taking a quick single, a well-judged single as well. The Devon Conway at point to pick up. And through they go. Good calling between Brook and Root.
It was also England's first 6 of the series. The Lord's Test was the first time since the Oval Test of 2022 against South Africa that England had not hit a 6 in a Test match.
I have a feeling that before the day is done, Jeremy, there might be another attempt, certainly, from Harry
Yeah,
Brook.
well, it's certainly things are the conditions at the moment are very much in favour of batting. As I mentioned before, not much movement and not much bounce either for the New Zealanders.
Brooker waits here. Smith is in. He's beaten. Taken in by Blundell behind the stumps. Takes the bails off as well with him standing up there. And conditions have changed, haven't they? We had that rain delay just after 4 p.m. And now we've got blue sky up above once more. Some very high, wispy, cirrus cloud in the distance. No threat of rain. The floodlights aren't on anymore, but there was a horrible period when the light wasn't great. And that one not far off the outside edge of Brook's bat. Not much footwork there and just a bit of a fiddle to be beaten by Smith. Carl Jamieson's doing a little bit of stretching and waving of his arms here at mid-off. 2 slips and the gully. Smith in, straight ball and defended by Brook, getting his head over the ball. Score remains 157 for 3. What did you make of Emilio Gay's innings overall, Jeremy? His recovery after the awful run out of Ben Duckett. Quite a measured innings in the whole
Yeah,
after that.
how many? It was over 100 balls, wasn't it?
112 for his 50 out on his 114th.
Yes, and took some time to get from 49 to 50, and he was locked in a battle again with O'Rourke, wasn't he, during that period? But, you know, he stuck it out.
Brooker waits. Smith is in. Defence on the off stump. No run. Picked up by Smith in his follow through.
I think he certainly looks to me like a front foot player at the moment, and you know you learn to start to use both after a while. These are early days, and what we're seeing is some quite gritty, you know, an opener who is prepared to hang in there and not give his wicket away. He has his own style that he plays. He likes to play on the front foot. Not quite so off the back foot at the moment. Yes, he got the good hook away, and he'd been pleased with that, the way he got hold of that.
Brook stares down the pitch as Smith is in, edged, but into the ground and then into the hands of first slip. Smith challenging, finding the outside edge. And Brook knows he can't advance here with the keeper standing up either. Yeah, Nathan there in position.
About sort of 3/4.
Second slip, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it went through to Tom Latham there, second slip. But just looking to defend it. He just looked mildly uncomfortable with the length, whether he was forward or back.
It's a challenge when he can't move his feet. He can't come too far out with the keeper standing up, and instead he just to swing it away, but it's around the corner down to fine leg where O'Rourke is fielding. Single to end the over, which takes Brook on to 13, and Joe Root's there on 40. He's quietly accumulating. 158 for 3. The partnership between Root and Gay was worth 74 for that third wicket, so they were combining pretty well together. Sort of phases to Emilio Gay's innings when he really struggled at the start and couldn't find a tempo at all, and that was what brought about that run out of Duckett. He did a drop and run, so desperate was he to rotate, strike and get down the other end, and called Duckett through for a run that wasn't there, and it was Nathan Smith who's just completed that over, who did a wonderful one-handed pick-up and underarm at the stumps, and Duckett was way out of his ground. And he'd got off to a fast start, 36 from 25, and some flourishing, well-struck boundaries from him. Right, battle commences again. O'Rourke into Brook, right arm over, and Brook turns him into the mid-wicket region. Mid on there, Jameson to pick up. Will we see more short balls from O'Rourke? Where will he look to challenge Brook the most? Root's on strike again for the moment. It is a scintillating battle. And Bowler's got so many attributes with his height, 6'4". I remember you mentioned earlier, Jeremy, that he was born in Kingston, in
Correct.
Surrey. I
wasn't here for long.
No, and I'd mentioned this to him when I had a chance to interview him at Lord's, and I sort of said, "Oh, do you have family here?" Or as he comes running in now to Root, who's on 40. Root looks to pull him, edges into the ground and down to deep mid-wicket, jogging through for the single. He was very, very quick to point out that he wasn't in England for long. Very much a Kiwi, very much a Kiwi. And his parents are both New Zealanders.
He's very
He
quietly
just happened to
spoken.
be born here.
Quietly spoken young man.
Yeah.
He's measured.
He was only 5 years old when his parents went back to New Zealand, so...
His dad played cricket for Wellington, was a bowler.
Got the pedigree. O'Rourke bound at the crease, into Brook, angles the bat to steer the ball out to the covers. Here he goes for one. 161 for 3. Turning over the strike here quite gently to O'Rourke, picking up the singles.
Actually, Root has been camped at the non-strikers end for quite a while, hasn't he? When Gay was trying to get the runs for his 50. And then even since then, he's spent a bit of time. Now he's on strike, and this is much better with the singles. They're rotating things a bit better at the moment. But he hasn't been on strike for the same amount, really, as the other batsmen.
Stands with his bat poised, lets this one go through to the keeper outside the off stump with good carry.
It's only a feeling. But
Schultz is poised as well.
I see.
So switch off on. He'd faced only 5 of the previous 27 deliveries, so 4.5 overs, and just 12 of the previous 7.5 overs.
Strangely part of the art of batting, isn't it, to
that's
what to do when you're not facing.
Well, no, it's part for the New Zealanders. That's quite good. Root has been going so well. If you look at his run rate that he's scoring at quite comfortably, 41 off 48.
Yeah.
But the better to park him at the non-strikers, it's one of the better ways to play.
Root gets a short ball, pulls it away to deep mid-wicket. There was a fumble in the field, but then the ball's gathered again swiftly. It's only yielded a single.
That looks like
their
Santner.
Sapper's on the field, yeah, substitute fielder, so we'll work out who's gone off at the moment. Whether it is Jameson out there? Yeah, Jameson's there. Quick. Henry's there. Well, we'll work out who's missing in a moment. Bright sunshine at the Oval, which is lovely to see. And we can play until 7 p.m. at the moment.
I think Smith's just nipped off.
Maybe previous over. Right, last ball of the over here from O'Rourke, bounding into bowl to Harry Brook. Short ball, and Brook drops to his knees to evade that one. Well directed and well played, you have to say, by Brook in the way he got out of the way. It was a short ball to Emilio Gay. We got an awful tangle at the last wicket to fall. Gay for 53. So New Zealand 162 for 3 in reply to... Sorry, England 162 for 3 in reply to New Zealand's first innings. 391. Brook 8 runs away from a 50. Jeremy Coney, a little bit more from you, and then you'll be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, good bouncer, though. I think O'Rourke shouldn't be worried too much about that. The problem is, of course, is that it's got to be short, and so it gives the batsman just those milliseconds longer to evade. O'Rourke takes, a lot out of you to be bowling short on a pitch like this now, which is getting more and more benign, I think, and placid. It's a long time since I've seen the ball swing now, whether that's just the...
Here's Henry going into bowl, and it's defended into the offside by Root for no run.
Not a lot there for the bowlers at the moment. They're having to work pretty hard.
It's a good game, though, isn't it? 391, plays 162 for 3. Brook will look to take it on. Well, he's shaped that way, so he gives you a chance. And then you've got two players who've never played Test cricket to come. So there's a heck of a lot to play for, even though the pitch does look decent for batting. James Aru and Jordan Cox up there in the pavilion at the moment, wondering when they're going to get their chance. I think if you're batting behind Harry Brook, you're almost on your feet the whole time, ready to go down those pavilion steps. Here's Henry, bowling to Root on 42. Oh, he's lost his run up. Keeper standing up. Root is not far away from 14,000 Test runs.
He's 6 away.
6 away. In the sunshine now at the Oval. It was a bizarre weather day today. It was like this morning, and then it really clouded over. We had that shower. It seemed to take a while to get the covers off. It stopped raining, and
so long.
standing out there, nothing happening. Bizarre. Henry bowls on the pads, and it's not taken cleanly by the keeper. I think that might be a bye. Let's wait for the signal from the umpire. He was reaching for that Root. Indeed, it is a bye. It came off the gloves or the pad of the wicketkeeper, went down fine for a single, 163 for 3, so Root stays on 42. So Blundell standing up to Matt Henry to try to keep both batters back in their crease. Brook, of course, likes to move around, and Root was tiptoeing down a bit as well. Brook on 15, 2 slips in the gully, and Henry from the Vauxhall end goes in and bowls to Brook, and Brook plays serenely in defence there off the back foot. Slightly short of a length delivery out towards Ravindra at mid-wicket. Play will go on until 7 o'clock again tonight. To make up for that half an hour or so delay. Yeah, it was about half an hour, wasn't it? About 4:05 to 25 to 5. Henry bowls full. Brook drives, hits it to Ravindra at mid-wicket. Tumbling save by him. He didn't quite time that, Brook. Hit it hard, but not quite out the middle of the bat. Shadows beginning to lengthen. The spectators sitting in the stand in which we're commentating, Rob, which is a vast stand at the Oval in shadow at the moment. Far side of the ground, the pavilion in sunshine. Here is Henry bowling, and that's guided away by Brook down into the gully where it stopped, and there is no run. Losing Duckett, run out for 36, and then Bethel nicking behind off Smith for 9, and Emilio Gay, after he got his 50, got really sort of bottled up, didn't he, around about that, just before he got to his 50, and he hit that boundary, and then got a decent ball from O'Rourke. That was good pace bowling, out on review.
It was a good review, actually, wasn't it, too?
There wasn't Here's Henry bowling. It's guided away by Brook. Oh, dive from Phillips in the gully. Can't quite stop it. Goes down towards deep third for a moment there. I thought Phillips had got that. Springing away to his right-hand side. But Brook gets a run and takes the bowling as well, because that was the last ball of the over. 164 for 3. How many did Gay score? Was it 53?
53 off 114.
53.
That followed his second innings 57 at Lord's.
I like that stat. Was it the slowest half century in the Bazball era for
an England opener?
England
Yeah,
opener.
the 5th slowest by any England player.
And so who were those openers then? It would have been obviously
Crawley
and Duckett.
Duckett, Lees early on.
And Lawrence?
Lawrence, I don't think, made a 50 as opener.
No, that's true. Or they did open the innings, yeah. So just those 3.
I'll get the full list.
Yeah. Right, field change around. Latham marshalling his troops down there. He wants Ravindra for Brook a bit squarer on that fine leg boundary. There's a deep forward square leg in as well. And here is Jameson moving into bowl to Brook, and Brook leans forward and allows it to go through to Blundell. It was an extraordinary shot that Harry Brook played, wasn't it, for 6 over deep backward point. Because I mean, it wasn't really there for the shot, was it?
Fabulous shot to give himself room on about the 3rd or 4th ball that he'd faced.
A ball that was probably hitting the 4th stump.
Oh, yes.
Something like that.
No wider than that.
Yeah.
But he just opened the blade, and it was off the back foot, not a cut at all. Off the back foot, and smashed it low and flat for 6.
That with Jameson, who's bowling from the pavilion end. Into bowl to Brook. Brook clips that away through mid-wicket, trots through for a single, goes to wide mid-on. So one more to him. Brook to 17 and England to 165 for 3.
And if there's no swing to go with the lack of bounce, then the potential is for this partnership to move ahead pretty quickly.
It feels to me as though this is kind of like a really key moment in the game now. These two, Root and Brook, they are England's 2 best batters. If New Zealand were to get them out soonish, and what an opportunity they have. But obviously if they pile on the runs, then that puts England ahead. Such a crucial part of the game, this. Jameson moves into bowl to Root, who cuffs it away for 4 down towards deep third. He finds the gap there between second slip and gully. This sort of shot, I think Root must have played 1,000 times in his Test career.
Well, a lot of his runs in this innings have gone down there, and he's just allowing the ball to come to him and then just helping it on its way and saying thanks. Just opened the blade at the moment, right under his eyes, or just even past sometimes.
Yeah, he played that perfectly securely. It's a sort of shot that's got him in trouble sometimes on bouncier pitches, perhaps in Australia.
Yeah.
But yeah, safely negotiated. 4 more to him. He's 46 not out. He's 2 away from 14,000 runs. It's 169 for 3. Jameson bowls and Root comes forward and clips it up towards mid-on on the drive, straight to O'Rourke.
That's that outswinger. It's going away from Root. Root can see it just slightly, and he can just help it on its way. If you're going to bowl an in-swinger to him or bowl wide on the crease, to angle it back in so it becomes a slightly more dangerous stroke to try and run with the angle coming back in.
Jameson, who entertained us earlier with 41, turns at that far end and prepares to come in again to bowl to Root. So with him now, Root comes tiptoeing down, tries to nudge it for a single into the offside, but it's far too close to cover and to go through. Oh, mind you, that didn't stop Duckett and Gay earlier. No run there. Root stays on 46. New Zealand adding 100 today. Paul Phillips was last player out for 100, caught by Gay at that deep square leg. Don't know what you think, Jeremy. From a New Zealand perspective, where they actually, I was talking to Alistair about this earlier, where they actually could be a bit more ruthless because they kind of tossed away 3 wickets today. I know you play a few shots, but here's Jameson bowling and Root leaving a ball close to off stump. Good judgment. That's the end of the over from Jameson, who's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 43. Root 46 and Brooks 17. Or do you just think that's the nature of tail end batting, that you're going to play a few shots?
No, I don't. I think New Zealand have to gather as many runs as they can in their first innings in any time, in any game. And in fact, if you look at it, at yesterday, the 24, 30s and 40s and 50s, a lot of those from Ravindra steering to the gully, Mitchell clothing it to mid-wicket, Blundell having a slog sweep off Bethel in his first over. So, I mean, and then it continued basically. Smith getting the back of the bat off a full toss from Bethel. And so you don't want to be doing those in test matches, in any match really.
No. And even today, Jameson having a wipe at Bethel and bowled when he had Phillips at the other end, and he got through a large
part of the morning. Henry had a slog.
And he had a slog as well. Here is Henry bowling, and it's defended by Brook into the onside, and there's no run, albeit I suppose Henry was up against Archer, and that changes things a bit, doesn't it?
He maybe thought it was going to be dragged down and a bit shorter at him.
Yeah. And then Phillips deciding to take it on with New Zealand 9 down, caught on the deep square leg boundary. So those are the 3 wickets that fell today for New Zealand, 3 for England. So we've had 269 for 6 in the day with an hour and a half's cricket to go. Henry bowls, that's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. Brook strikes him on the pad, and it runs out into the onside, and keeper Blundell comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run. 169 for 3. Former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney is gone. Former England captain Michael Vaughan is here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Spirits high?
Yeah, it's an interesting game, isn't it?
It's good.
Especially with these two together.
It's a bit of a harder week for the bowlers this week.
Yeah. Well, that's good, isn't it?
Yep.
A bit too easy at Lords. Henry bowls. Oh, is that... Where's it gone? It's gone down to fine leg off the inside edge. Brook pushing forward.
Yeah, the keeper still is doing a good job on Harry Brook, because I think against the likes of Henry, Nathan Smith that are bowling around 80, 81 miles an hour, he'll be dancing down. So they're keeping Brook in his crease and bowling nice line and length. Had a ball or two beat the outside edge. That one nipped back and hit the inside edge.
Yeah, Brook wants the freedom, doesn't he? Love the freedom against Henry to come down and perhaps even clout him over extra cover. 170 for 3. Brook goes to 18. Root on strike. Henry bowls to him and it's full, and Root is forward. Tight defence there. This is good from Henry.
What about that shot Harry Brook played
I
off?
was just talking to Jeremy about it. It was extraordinary, wasn't it?
That's the way to get in, isn't it? Was it second ball, third ball? When he was on 2, just give yourself a bit of space. Length ball is going to hit all 3, and he just flicks it over cover point for 6.
Sixth ball, he'd played himself.
Oh, sorry, 6 balls, yeah. Well, it's enough, isn't it? 6 balls to get in.
Or 5 to get in, and one's 6 balls hit for 6.
Seen it well after 5.
First 6 of the series. Is that right, did you say?
For England, yeah.
For England, yeah. And here's Henry going into bowl to Root. He's stuck on the pad. Shout for LBW, and he's given him. Nitin Menon raises the finger. Root looks back at Brook and says, "What do you think?"
He's gone
and they have reviewed it.
Yep, straight away, Joe Root.
Well, this is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, it nips back. It's a bit
To the
high.
umpire, to director, we
Joe
have
Root will
a
be
player
hoping
review
so.
for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Seeing it now front on.
Front on coming up.
Quite high, isn't it? Quite high.
There's clearly no bat involved, so we can get a ball tracking when it's ready.
It hits the top of the pad. He's quite skiddy, Henry, isn't he?
Yeah. Umpire's call or missing?
Yeah.
Just the top of the stumps.
I don't think it's red. So he could get away with one.
Root shakes his head as if to say, "Oh, how can he give me out for that?" It's got to
Ball
be.
tracking coming up now.
Was it outside?
Impact is umpire's call.
Oh, it's umpire's
and
call.
Wickets is hitting. So, Nitin, you'll stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal now.
So it's umpire's call for impact, hitting the top of the stumps. So umpire's call was out originally, and Root is on his way, out for 46, and England are 170 for 4. And that tactic of having the keeper up has worked for New Zealand.
Yeah, really good from New Zealand. He gets the ball to nip back, Matt Henry. That's what he's renowned for, just finding seam movement. Joe Root 2 away from 14,000 Test match runs. He looked rock solid. He just never looked like getting out. And just a bit of skill, good tactics with the keeper up, and with the perfect length. And it was thudding into the stunts because of the trajectory that Henry gets. Doesn't get the bounce of a Jameson or O'Rourke. Now this is interesting. I think it's James Root coming out to face his first ball in Test cricket, and he'll be facing his Somerset teammate, Matt Henry.
Yeah, big moment for James Root. So normally bats at 4 for Somerset, so he doesn't have to wait quite as long. So what are we in now? Obviously depends when you lose your first 2 wickets. I mean, you could bat for 40 odd overs for the first 2 wickets, but he's had a while to sit. I'll also just recuperate, I suppose, after keeping wicket. That drains you as well all day yesterday and part of today. Anyway, it's not the worst situation to come in at. What did you come in at, Michael, on your Test match debut?
Oh, we'd had a flying start. We were 2 for 2.
2 for 2, wasn't it?
Or a face to ball. We were 2 for 4 after a flyer.
Yeah, so this is a bit different. 170 for 4.
I tell you what, though, it makes it a little bit easier. I know that sounds bizarre, but when all your senior batters are out for naught, can't do any worse.
No.
Joe Root, 46 from 57 balls with 8 fours.
It's a brave decision that by the umpire. Yeah. I mean, the umpire call is always a tough one for the batter to take, but you could see why he gave it out. You know, it was just clipping Joe in line with the stumps.
Well, that was a big blow struck by Matt Henry. He goes in round the wicket now to bowl to James Rew. His first ball in Test cricket. It's a straight ball. It's threatening the stumps, and Rew digs it out back to the bowler. And there is no run. So Rew out there on his debut. Jordan Cox on his debut to come. And then quite a long tail for England. Game on, 170 for 4. Michael, you're about to be joined by Jonathan Agnew.
Well, Aggers got his feet up at the bat there. I think you've caught him by surprise.
Well, it's 20-6.
Yeah, New Zealand are having a good day. They had a terrific morning with the bat, where England's tactics were slightly bizarre, and managed to score another 100 in just over 18 overs this morning. New Zealand for the last 3 wickets, and with the ball in hand, they've just chipped away. Got 4 of England's wickets. And they're still 221 in front, so this next, how long have we got to play? Another hour or so. It's going to be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Jamieson, bowls, and Brook on the front foot turns that calmly to mid-wicket. And says to James Rew, there you go. See if we get your first run on the board here. 171 for 4.
Were you taken by surprise there at the back?
Well, I just got off the telly. I wasn't quite sure what the rotors were, so there we are. I was just having a little quiet moment. But yeah, gripping cricket. What was that Brook shot? Good grief.
It's a cracker, wasn't it? You loved it. You were on TV. You were lauding it, saying that's the way to play.
Well, I wasn't quite so well. It was an incredible shot, wasn't it?
Oh, I reckon you could easily say that Harry Brook's probably played probably the top 5 shots that ever been seen in Test cricket.
And that was just, I mean, he showed all his stumps.
Those downs when
backed away and scythed the ball over deep backward point. Jamieson bowling, and Rew is off the mark, turning the ball away just into the shadows to our right here, down at long leg. So he's off and running, which is nice.
Yeah, he's a compact player, is James Rew. He's got a delightful cover drive when he starts to find his flow. Yeah, he's smiling there. He's got a test run. That's always a great feeling.
But just to talk about Brook a second, there's a lot of conversation about Brook and the way he batted in Australia. Maturity, application, those sort of words used. This is a situation in which you don't want to see him backing away, having a swipe and getting out. This game's on a bit of a knife edge here.
Well, and look who he's batting with, the debutant and the debutant to come.
Another one to come.
He's the senior pro now.
This is a responsible moment. There's Jamieson bowling and brought forward. The ball rolls out to cover.
Well, this is a really nice challenge for Harry Brook, because he's a wonderful player. He's got so much skill and finesse. But now can you play an innings where the team desperately need you to get a number, and also can you talk James Rew through an innings, or Jordan Cox through their debuts? Can you be the father figure? It was only a short while ago where he was the kid in the team.
Yes, exactly.
He's suddenly become one of the senior members.
But this is the sort of moment that it's important that he steps up. Jameson runs in, bowls, and Brook tucks him away down towards fine leg. Chase the fielder here, he can't get it. Always just running away from Ravindra.
3 bananas down there, Aggers.
Well, yes, they've got a bit early for their fancy dress, haven't they?
Yeah, they just sat down below us. They're just 3 younger chaps as bananas. The ball went straight to them.
It's a lovely afternoon now, I must say. We were lucky with the rain. I think it just skirted round. We had half an hour's delay. But that's all. That can be made up this evening. So play will go through to 7 o'clock. It's another hour and a quarter. Brook on 23. England are 215 runs behind. Jamieson comes in, bowls, and Brook patiently dabs it down to the gully. Now he's got to set off quickly. The throw just misses the stumps up at this end. Tell you what, Rew was running for his life there. It was Phillips who picked up. He's very quick.
Yeah, James Rew's a quick runner as well. You see Harry Brook, he just said yes straight away. James Rew trusted the call. I'm pretty sure he would have made it. Yeah, I think he's just made it.
Close.
Can't afford another run out, can they?
Definitely not.
So New Zealand will be thinking, I don't think it's the kind of pitch that you're going to blow a team away on, but if they can get another couple of wickets tonight.
Yeah. So for the left-hander, Jameson goes round the wicket. Now he thunders in, he bowls, and Roux, nice compact defensive shot. The ball rolls out into the covers. There's no run. 177 for 4. 1 to Roux. Brook 24.
I bet James's mum and dad are sat on the roof above us. Chris and Debbie, they'll be
they're all up there.
Take pictures, you know. They've got lovely cameras.
Oh yeah,
lots of pictures. Yeah, they do. They travelling around watching their sons play, taking some incredible pictures. To be allowed their big cameras in. Got proper cameras. No, I'm not talking iPhone pictures. You know,
Oh, I
I'm
see.
talking
The
big
long
old-
lenses.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure they'd get those in here without a pass.
But they'll be up on that roof.
Seen the route dismissal there. Fair play to umpire Menon. I think that's a reasonable decision there, because it cut back a lot.
You're right, reasonable. But as a batter, you'd feel, whew.
Yes, you would.
It's like
Yeah.
what I've done to there.
Yeah.
This is the key battle. Henry against Brook.
Yeah, with the keeper up. And he goes, bowls. Brook's in on the pad, appeal flag before wicket is out. He got nowhere, and I mentioned the keeper up, and Brook just hasn't handled that at all in this innings. Beautifully bowled by Henry. He can bowl that fuller length because Brook is back in his crease. Terrific bowling, and this game now is definitely, well, New Zealand have got a hand on it. 177 for 5.
Yeah, what this tactic has done, it's said to Harry Brook, what's your technique like? And that ball nipping back, you can see there, it just kind of skids on. It doesn't do a great deal.
Back very much.
Just enough, and it hits the back pad. It's going to thud into middle of the middle stump. But by doing this tactic, Nisa did it in Brisbane.
Yep.
Basically saying to Harry Brook, you know, you can't dance down and you can't kind of be flamboyant the way that you would like to play. You've got to stay in your crease, and we're going to challenge your forward defence. Have you got a forward defence? And on that occasion there, he didn't have one.
But you can still play the same. I mean, I'm not talking about dancing down the pitch. That's all. You know, but I'm talking about in terms of your basic technique of front foot and back foot. You're still playing it the same, aren't you?
Yeah, you are.
I'm bowling it a bit fuller at you because I've got the keeper up and you're back in your crease.
Yeah, but I always look at the England side over a few years. I've always thought, if you could have a way of trying to challenge the forward defence, I think you might have some success. You know, Joe Root's got an immaculate forward defence. He's just been done by one that nipped back quite a long way. I think for Harry Brook, I think that tactic there, there's two tactics that I think you can go to Harry Brook. It's the tactic that we're seeing now and the bouncer theory.
Yeah.
I think they're the two areas that you think you could have success. And I think you've got to have the skillful bowlers, you've got to have the consistent bowlers like a Henry, like a Nathan Smith to deliver it, and Michael Nisa. Well, that ball there just nipped back enough, and it challenged his forward defence, and he didn't quite have the technical side to kind of see out that delivery.
It's terrific cricket. They've obviously watching the Ashes, and so was it the way to go? And I suspect it's an area that Brook's going to have to work on, isn't he? Because he's going to get a lot of it now. It's everyone would have watched.
Well, we've got
what's happening. Pakistan have got some nice little accurate seamers.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of debutants out there to try and get England out of a tricky position.
Matt Henry has taken a while to get into the series. Prior to his previous over, he'd taken 1 for 100 in his first 25 overs in this series to bowl through that back problem at Lord's. But then has dismissed England's two best players, ranked 1 and 3 in the world currently in the space of 3 balls. Before this series, his last 10 tests, he'd taken 62 wickets at the extraordinary average of 15.9. Only Richard Hadley has ever had taken more wickets in a 10-test sequence for New Zealand, and he never did so at a lower average. So he's been a key player for New Zealand over the last sort of 2-3 years, but it's taken a little while to get into the series, but a major intervention here.
And a question you could also, while you're busy on your stats, when was the last time 2 ginger-haired debutants batted together on a Friday afternoon round about 6 o'clock?
Oh, well, sadly, I don't have a ginger filter on my stat system.
Well, there's been a lot made of it.
They've both got similar trims, you know, short down the sides and a little bit of length.
Great to
at
see.
the back, yeah.
I'm essentially a lapsed ginger now.
You are indeed.
Time has taken that
back
away
in the
from
day,
me,
you
but-
probably had a.
Well, Jordan Cox better be ready with the forward defence, because I don't think Matt Henry will miss.
Well, he had his dad on at tea, and he'll be sitting there. I mean, nervous, but nothing too much so. Cox's first ball, in goes Henry, bowls to him, and he's squared up a little bit defence and sends the ball out to cover.
I'd be petrified as a parent.
Would you? I thought he was quite confident also.
Well, yeah, it's nervy times when you're watching your kids play sport.
Yep.
But he is on the back of a tremendous double 100 last week in the county game.
What he was saying was he's happy just to leave it to Jordan. It's his world, it's his job, and he can sort of push that responsibility, if you like. In goes Henry, and he bowls to him, and he drives, looking for his first run, but it's not there. Fielded at mid-on.
Oh, I think as a parent, you're just there for the kind of the bad moments, aren't you? Just to be on the end of the line when it's not so good. And try and pick them up and encourage them. But this is tough because, this pair up against a real quality bowler in Henry. He's not missing. His tactic's a good one with the keeper up.
2 slips as well. In goes Henry, bowls, and Cox nicely forward. That's the defensive shot you're looking for.
Yeah, I just wonder, just for this moment now, I just wonder whether New Zealand could push mid-off and just a little bit tighter and put a short leg in. Just to get into...
short leg goes well with the keeper up.
Yeah, just kind of in there, making it a little bit more...
But again, you can't...
Like debutantes.
You can't thrust that front foot either. 177 for 5. Henry runs in, bowls, and Cox plays that nicely. Plays it from the crease. Henry picks it up. 177 for 5.
It's amazing how the game changes. Just a few overs ago, runs were coming freely, and Harry Brook had played that remarkable stroke. Joe Root was just manoeuvring the ball into the space. And now they get a couple of wickets, and scoring looks really hard. It looks like, where's the next run coming from?
Last ball of the over. Henry goes bouncing in. He's there and he bowls, and Cox takes the bat out of the way. One that just keeps going. And it's the end of a successful over for Matt Henry. 2 for 46 now. 2 big wickets. Root and Brook. 177 for 5.
I think cricket's funny. You go through periods, don't you, that, there's been periods in Test cricket, the mystery spinner and the doosra, and then there was, we need out-and-out pace. You need pace in your attack. We've actually gone back to the old-fashioned kind of county where you get the keeper up, try and nullify the scoring, challenge the forward defence. Never thought the keeper up against the seamers bowling 80-odd miles an hour would be so successful in Test match cricket, but it's proven to be a really good tactic. It worked well for England at Lord's.
Yep. 177 for 5. Rue 1, Cox 0. So 2 debutants together, and England under pressure. Still 214 runs behind. There's Jameson on his way. Bowls to the left-handed Rue, who clips that nicely off his toes. Tumbling save at mid-wicket denies him a run. Helmet lies redundant behind Blundell. I enjoyed Ian Gould's story about 4 helmets being lined up behind the wicketkeeper in a game in Sri Lanka.
Who was playing, was it?
More or less.
Yeah, I've batted out in Sri Lanka when there's been about 5 around the bat. There's plenty of space, and you still couldn't score off him.
No. Jameson moves in, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from James Rue.
Do you reckon our friends down in the stand there decided they were going to come as bananas?
No idea.
On a Thursday at the Oval, when it's not fancy dress day at all, is it? Do they have a fancy dress day at the Oval?
I suspect Saturday probably, but I don't. It all changes because the days of the week and the Test matches change, don't they? Rue twiddles his bat. It looks calm enough. So I think his heart's pounding a bit. Now he settles in, and Jameson sweeps back his hair. 177 for 5. Here's Jameson. Bowls. That's tucked away off his pads. A single down to long leg. Coming back in by Smith, who's back on the field again. A bit of time off. And now Cox.
Carl Jameson has got his hands on his knees. He feels that was quite a straight delivery that James Rue just got a little bit of an edge on down to fine leg. Haven't seen the replay. Tom Latham, he'll be delighted with his team today. I mean, yesterday we felt that England had a really good day.
Yep.
That first hour and a half though this morning. they've had a habit of this in recent times, of just kind of gifting an opposing team a session, a really big session.
Cox puts that ball away out to cover. Yes, if you haven't seen that first hour and 15 minutes of play this morning, today the test is 7:30. I think I'm right in saying. Have a look. It is quite extraordinary, quite how wrong England got it.
Well, I'm just trying to. The more I think about Jofra not bowling for 91 minutes, you know, as a bowler, surely if he's got a little issue, the best thing for England to have done is to warm him up from around 10 to 11 to 11. He bowls the first over from the pavilion, and then he bowls with the new ball for 3 or 4, and then get him off.
Yep, absolutely.
But he hung around the outfield for 91 minutes.
Yep. It was baffling, the whole thing. There's Jameson again. Oh, he almost chops into his stumps. Ooh, heart in your mouth there if you're Jordan Cox. Inside edge, almost ricocheted into his stumps there, and he survives. 178 for 5. The ball to go in this 44th over. Fortunate here. Angled bat. Some way from the body.
Oh, I reckon that's an inch from the off stump. Oh, yes. Just bounces next to it.
Might be your day, Jordan. Jameson can't believe it. Sweeps round again at the far end. Pavilion behind him. Cox waits. Bat raised as Jameson bowls to him, and he drives. He's off the mark. An emphatic square drive. That's a nice way to do it. And the two debutants touch gloves. He'll feel much better for that. 182 for 5. Cox has 4. Roux has 2. And there they are, chatting away. Very exciting to have two debutants batting together. Looking at the replay, that's a classy shot, actually.
No, he's a good player. He's got a bit of style about him, Jordan Cox. He's got a bit of swagger, ultimate belief. Might not work out for him straight away, but he'll be fine over time.
He could have left that if he was a sort of having a look sort of player. He could have just let that go through to the keeper, but no. Chased after it, banged it for 4.
Glorious ground, isn't it? Just got the shot from the pavilion end. It's a wonderful place to play cricket.
Right, we have Henry continuing, and that's just guided away down to third man by Roux, so he picks up a boundary as well. He has 6, Cox 4. 186 for 5, still 205 behind.
Tell you what we've got out there, Aggers, 2 very good golfers. I think Jordan Cox is renowned as being the potential best golfer in the world as a cricketer. He's that good. Yeah, I think he's a +3.
Well, he'll fit nicely into this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why they're in. James Roux plays off, I think he's scratch as well. Wow. Good players.
Henry scurries in, bowls outside the off stump to the left-handed Roux. He plays no shot.
Mitchell Santley, he's a +2 golfer.
Is he really?
And he came and spoke to me about golf the other day. He said, well, I had an iffy round at the Groves the other day. I said, oh, how would you? Oh, 2 under par. An iffy round? He said, oh, yeah, should have been a lot better. And it was Mitchell Santley. I said, who's the best? And he said, oh, the best in the world, but here it's Jordan Cox.
Oh. Oh, right.
Number 1 seed.
Henry bowls, Roux waits for that and plays it quite straight into the leg side. Some left-handers might have tried to tuck that away through square leg, but he's played a nice straight back there.
Just tell me as a bowler, so last night we had Jofra bowling 8 overs of bounces. That takes a lot out of your body. That was just what Matt Henry's doing now, take out your body.
It's hard work.
It is hard, just
yeah, just running in.
He's not whacking bounces down, is he?
No. But I mean, the one for me was O'Rourke. I thought that was a terrific effort today. Just kept going. Henry bowls, no stroke offered. And the whole thing for Archer is he just isn't test match fit, is he? That's the problem. Andy Caddick's back.
Yeah, Caddick.
I tell you what, I haven't seen Andy Caddick for about 10 years, and now I can't get rid of him.
No, he hasn't changed.
Yeah, it must be at least 10 years since I saw Andy. Nice to see him around, and Mark Wood as well is floating around. And Chris Wokes yesterday. Here goes Henry again, bowls, and that's he tries to work it away into the leg side, but it's stopped by Blundell, the keeper. You faced Caddick, you would have faced Andy Caddick, wouldn't you?
Yeah, played quite a bit of cricket with Caddick for England.
You played for England, did you? The years merge.
He had the, against the West Indies.
Oh, yeah.
Headingley 2-dayer.
Absolutely. Incredible game.
Was it short leg?
Well, yeah, so very early days.
Like an absolute blinder. That was the reason why he bowled so well, because I was out on him at short leg, putting him under pressure, and Lara under pressure.
There's Henry bowls and played off the back foot. And no run to end the over. It was an incredible game, wasn't it? I mean, those days, 2-day test matches were unheard of, but
absolutely.
I know they're 2 a penny now.
Well, then the Lord's Test, that series, was a classic. Yep. I think we had a 134-run deficit.
About a 3-day game, was it?
I think we bowled about 57 or something in the second innings.
Was that part of all 4 innings on the same day, isn't it?
Yes.
In that game.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Caddick got a few at Lord's, you got a few at Headingley. I think he might have picked up a few here as well when we won the Wisden Trophy. Remember Craig White bowling, I think he bowled Brian Lara around his legs.
I'll just watch this ball, and then Dan's coming in. We've got Jamieson still looking for his first wicket, 186 for 5. Who moves in now, bowls to Cox, who thought about playing at that and then allowed the ball to go by outside the off stump. So there we go, 186 for 5. An hour's play remains today. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Dan will come in.
Yeah, that last ball from Carl Jamieson just shaped away from Jordan Cox. So what happens when you start to get on a little bit of a roll in the field, you just get the odd ball that just starts to do a little bit more. That's the nature of Test cricket, Dan.
It is. It is. It can change quite quickly, can't it? It's not as if the pitch has developed demons, but once again, England undone by a keeper up to the stumps as Jameson is in. And Cox flicks this away into the onside. A good tumbling stop prevents a run. We saw it throughout the Ashes, didn't we, with Alex Carey up to the stumps. What a difference that made to England's aggressive approach. It seems to be particularly kryptonite for Harry Brook, as much as anyone.
Well, I've just been saying to Aggers, I think teams are working out with Harry, who's an incredibly flamboyant player. I think you've got to challenge his forward defence, and you can challenge it more when he's in his crease. The keeper, because he can't dance down, he can't manoeuvre you. You get a ball in that zone, he's got to play a good forward defence, solid. That ball nipped back, and it challenged him. It's a good delivery.
Jameson in again. Cox gets one down the leg side. A good diving take by Blundell. I mean, of course, it doesn't preclude you getting outside the crease, because if the keeper doesn't get to the ball, he can't stump you. So if you get something on it, if you get outside the line, you know.
You face a spinner, you dance down.
You do, don't you? Well, you do.
You're still encouraging. I don't think he needs any encouragement, Dan. Harry, I think. I don't want you to be encouraging to be dancing down while the keeper's up to the stumps. He's just got to try and play that ball a little bit better.
Here's Jameson from the pavilion end. It's left alone. It just goes away a bit off the pitch into the keeper's gloves. I was having a mull with our producer Jack Wood a moment ago before I came on. And there are very, very few letters in this partnership. Roux and Cox. Andy, is 6 the fewest number of letters in a partnership for England?
For England? Well, it's got to be up there. I mean, many
two letter,
as if any.
Players? Well, that's what I wondered.
I can tell you something on this pair.
Can you? Jameson in. Cox thinks about a pull, but then actually pulls out of the pull, goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Very rare to have such a raw middle order, number 6 and 7 both on debut. The last time that happened for England, also against New Zealand, Edgbaston 1999, the first test of that summer. They had Aftab Habib of Leicestershire at 6 on debut, and Chris Reed, the wicketkeeper, also on debut. Then the Hollyoak brothers at Trent Bridge in 1997 against Australia. Also Craig White and Steve Rhodes against New Zealand in 94. Those are the only occasions since 1951.
Wow. It all starts to feel a bit thin now, doesn't it, suddenly? As Jameson is in, it's defended into the offside, picked up in the covers, no run. Because, you know, we talked before the game about how Joe Root had scored more runs than all the rest of them combined and had actually taken more wickets than anybody else in the team. But then there were so many familiar faces, and The bowlers, I thought, did pretty well yesterday. England had a good day, 291 for 7, New Zealand. When England are a bit under the pump here, like they are, 186 for 5, you suddenly think, oh, there's 2 debutants at the crease, and presumably Archer at 8, which feels at least one place too high. He did bat rather well at 10 at Adelaide, and he came in when the 8th wicket went down. Had a good partnership with Stokes, wasn't it?
I can't remember. Definitely.
Yeah, I think
at least one place too high.
Yes, it is at least one. Henry is in, and Roux goes on the drive and gets a thick inside edge. It's running away towards deep square leg. They're coming back for a third. That's good running from Cox. And Roux moves to 9. England 189 for 5. The deficit 202.
Firstly, my prediction of Joe Root going to get 100 if he faced 30.
That was unlucky, that wasn't it? Yeah.
I didn't have him missing. He got a bit in a muddle, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think
that a bit unlucky as well, because I think he thought he got outside the line, didn't he?
No, I think he was going to leave it to start with,
Right.
and then he kind of made a late decision as that in swing and a little bit of nip. But
it was another umpire's call for him as well, wasn't it? Off the back foot this time. Cox pushed to short extra cover, no run. You know, with the naked eye, I thought the umpire might have given him the benefit because he did get across.
So I thought it looked.
Did you think it was out?
I thought it was more the height. Well, I would have been looking at the height, but
because it hit the top of
above the knee roll, which normally
knee roll.
used to be there. But there's 2 wickets change the game in Test cricket so quickly. If you can, as a fielding side, get 2 quickly.
Henry in onto the pads, and that'll be worked away for at least a run. It will be just the 1 run. Good work from Ravindra running back. Does a sliding stop. Yeah, well, it's the nature of them as well, isn't it? You know, if Root was still there or if Brook was still there, it wouldn't feel anything quite so dramatic. But to lose Root and Brook, and then suddenly Roux and Cox are exposed, but it's good for them, I suppose.
Well, you're going to find out a lot more about them in this situation than you would if they walked in at 500 for 4.
That's right.
Well, you've got to always look at the positive side of things, haven't you?
2 slips gully, keeper standing up. Roux lets this go through to Blundell, who takes it well on the parry. It can't be easy, because, I mean, Henry's bowling 82 miles an hour here. What it sort of precludes is the edge to the keeper, really. I mean, it can happen, but just seeing a replay of the Harry Brook dismissal on that
He
one.
just didn't move his feet at all. As soon as the keeper stood up, he just almost his feet stopped working.
Down the leg side, flicked away. Fine, down to the long leg. By Roux, moves to double figures. Just little things like that make him feel a bit better. 191 for 5, the deficit 200. He didn't move his feet at all, did he? And it's so weird because he actually moves his feet a lot when he bats. He's often darting around the crease, isn't he?
Well, he does, and you know, he has a very simple technique in terms of the movement. Normally, he is either fully into it or fully back, and the keeper standing up does seem to make him do stranger things. And
talk about it with Michael earlier, you know, with Alex Carey up the stumps. Henry in down the leg side, really good take. Really good take standing up that down the leg side. He's a bit unsighted. End of the over, 3 singles from it. 191 for 5, Roux 10, Cox 5.
But it's really weird because the keeper standing up, to me, was almost irrelevant if he stood up to seam. It wouldn't even bother me one iota. Wouldn't change how I played the game. And yet it really seems, for whatever reason, stop Harry Brook from playing. And I'm trying to work out why.
I mean, we're talking about this because you can dance down a wicket to a spinner, can't you? I mean, you can still advance if you want to.
But you can still get on the front foot. You can take a stride into the ball. Actually, he hasn't done that at all with the keeper up, and that is a really legitimate tactic for opposition now. For Harry Brook to come in to bowl wicket to wicket, keeper up. What are you going to do? Whether it's just that feeling of restriction.
Jameson to bowls, and that's defended by Roux. Back to the bowler on the back foot. No run.
But he shouldn't really,
shouldn't really make any difference. See, maybe he suffers from mild claustrophobia. I mean, having the keeper there. What's he like when there's a spinner? You see, I mean, Spinners stand up. I'm trying to think how he is with spinners. He's not
absolutely fine, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a great player of spin. Probably prove. No, I don't know. Anyway, New Zealand, credit to them. They found a way again, haven't they, to stay in this game. And some of the wickets now we're seeing have been bowler led. And
Jamieson into Roux, who defends well. Actually slightly on the walk, but pushes up to mid-on. No run.
4 of Brooks' last 6 dismissals have been LBW, 1 each in Melbourne and Sydney, second innings at Lords, and now today. He'd only had 5 LBWs in his previous 55 test dismissals. So have you seen, and actually none of the previous 3 were with seamer bowling and the keeper up to the stumps in this recent run. Have you seen a difference in his technique, Alistair?
well, not enough to make a comment on it here. I mean, he does change his triggers a little bit, doesn't he? He's not one of those players you'd see like a Millie Gay who do the same thing over and over and over again.
Jamieson in. This is defended again slightly on the walk by Roux. Back to the bowler on the front foot.
I think if you are now going to bowl at Brook, you wouldn't leave the stumps, would you? As in like you would try and bring every dismissal into play all the time. Like some people, you can bowl that channel or nick it, but with Brook you would go wicket to wicket.
I mean, amidst all that, he did provide the most breathtaking moment of the day. He decided to back away to his 5th ball, wasn't it, and carve it over backward point for 6. He still has the capacity to make you gasp. Jamieson in, driving beautifully is Roux through extra cover. Fielders are lolloping after it. Well, Ravindra's actually put the chase on, but he's not going to get there. And that's a nice, elegant 4 along the ground. A left-hander's cover drive, that one. 195 for 4. And England are now almost halfway. Any minute now, I think we're going to hear Finchy, the trumpeter. Is there they're half a run away from halfway, which of course you can't get. That's a nice shot, isn't it?
Yeah, just didn't try and overhit it. Gets his triggers out the way early to change route, and then just uses more weight transfer rather than the step into it on that shot. You'd say an element of control with his batting.
Feels like that, doesn't it, so far? Jamieson in. Roux gets one down the leg side. Really well taken, almost on the half volley, diving away to his right by Blundell. It's been a very difficult test match for keepers because, for whatever reason, the ball seems to be moving quite a lot after it leaves the batter, and they're having to dive both directions. Blundell, glove work's been pretty good, and the fact that he's willing to stand up to the stumps to Henry at 82 miles an hour is a pretty good sign.
Yeah, Jameson's bowling 2 miles an hour slower, isn't he, than Henry?
I suppose you don't want to stand up to someone that height. Is that, I wouldn't fancy it.
You wouldn't say Jameson's trying to bowl wicket to wicket, would you?
Yeah. In he comes, looping in. This is flicked away gloriously through mid-wicket for 4. 2 full on the pads, and the Roux chart. It's going to be interesting.
I've enjoyed that.
199 for 5. England are over halfway. I wonder if we're going to hear the Finch of the trumpeter any minute now.
Well, I think classic left-handed batting, and it drives through the covers. Come a little bit straighter, whip through the leg side. It was a little bit uppish.
Ooh, yes.
But comfortably in the gap. With a nice, confident, assured start from Root. If both of them are batting, Root and Roux together,
that's going to be tricky. They're going to have to. Someone's going to have a different chant, aren't they?
No, I think it's
just have a bit.
Well, there is. One's Roux and one's Roux.
Well, you barely hear it, but yeah.
Is that it? Is that Finchy? Is he? Yeah, that's it. Halfway there.
Nathan Smith in the attack. That's beautifully punched away off the back foot by Cox. That's a class shot. Stood tall. Keeper is standing up the stumps. It wasn't that short, but there was just enough width and just the right length for him simply to lay bat on it and get it in front of square to the right of point, the left of extra cover. And England's 200 comes up, 203 for 5. Flurry of boundaries in the last 5 minutes.
So a typical oval shot then, it hit on the top of the bounce. And with the square going from boundary to boundary, you don't have to hit it very hard to get full value for your shots. timed beautifully from Cox. That'll make him feel better.
Here's Smith again on the pads, worked away down towards long leg, takes a single, 204 for 5. I played nearly all my cricket on horrible outfields and whatnot. I did play a game here once, and much like, there it is, halfway there, much like Emilio Gale, I was offered up a lovely full toss first time I was here, and I just laid bat on it, and anywhere else I'd have thought, well, might get 2 or 3 for that. And it disappeared onto the boundary board because this square is stupid. It's like, it is like a billiard table. It's absurd, the speed with which it goes.
And did you say if I batted here every week, I'd score hundreds?
Yeah, I did. Of course I did. Yeah, I said to every other pressure, you have no idea you're born. And Smith is in. It's left alone, well taken by Blundell standing up. But of course now you know, playing for the Farmers, you know those outfields, you had to put the runs in. You look to me like, because you got into distance running, didn't you? Are you still doing it?
Yes.
You're looking run fit.
Well, I did the marathon and I struggled with the motivation to get going again.
I'm not surprised.
So I have started just the process of, because I think I've got to have one more attempt at it. One more attempt. So
you did complete it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did finish it.
So why do you need to do it again?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't win it.
Oh, right. Smith in. And that goes through to Blundell. He played at that, I think, did Rue, but Blundell standing up takes it well.
In a 2-hour race for them, I was an hour behind them, so that's how slow.
You did it in 3?
Not quite, that's the problem.
Oh, so you've now... Typical athlete. So you've now got a goal, have you?
Well, I've got to try and get under 3.
It's the worst thing in people's lives, these goals.
What goals?
Yeah, it's just, if you don't set any goals, you can't fail them.
Well, isn't that Homer Simpson's quote?
Why try? Never try.
Was it Homer Simpson's quote?
I think there's something
First,
like that.
Don't succeed, redefine success or something.
Smith round the wicket, and Bethel just works this into the onside along the ground to short mid-wicket. The ground that's bathed in sunshine now, had a little break for rain, so we'll be going on till 7 o'clock today. It is officially to 7, isn't it? There's no other time to be made up tomorrow or anything. It's all tickety-boo, right? In which case, we'd have had all the time. We'd have lost plenty of overs, but that's another matter altogether. Because the number of remaining overs is 20. Smith in, forward in defence comes Rue pretty solidly up to mid-off, and there is no run. 5 off the over, 204 for 5, Rue 18. Cox has 10. Starting on 5 Sports Extra 2 right now, Scotland taking on the West Indies. The Women's T20 World Cup from Headingley will be joining the commentary over here on Sports Extra around 7:30. And just a reminder, you can listen to the 5 Sports Extra streams on BBC Sounds, and also if you have a smart speaker, just say ask BBC Sounds to play 5 Sports Extra or 5 Sports 2 and so on. Oh, so you have to, do you have to say the words ask BBC Sounds? That's how you do it. Oh, I see. So the smart speaker,
it just says just say
ask BBC Sounds to play 5 Sports Extra or 5 Sports 2.
Don't ask any questions, just read what it says on the screen.
I know, I should trust my producer, shouldn't I? It's just years of experience. Bouncer through to the keeper.
Quick.
Taken well by Blundell. It's O'Rourke back in the attack. They do keep coming at you, this New Zealand attack. There's no weak links. If Henry's not pinning you on the pad, then it's O'Rourke who's pinging it at your head. Or Jameson with his awkward height and angle, or Nathan Smith, bustly and accurate.
Well, this time last night we had Jofra Archer bowling in swinging bouncers at Glenn Phillips.
Yeah.
Are we seeing the start of it now? Because Jordan Cox has got, that was a nasty ball, played well.
There's a leg slip, the forward square leg and a long leg. We haven't got the full-on bouncer field with 2 slips, gully and a backward point and extra cover. O'Rourke's in full, pushed into the offside, but to the left of that extra cover. It's well played by Cox. Takes the single. He's coming off the back of a vibrant, rapid double 100 the other day for Essex, isn't he?
I thought you were going to say a violent one, but yeah.
Violent as well, I think, from looking at the numbers.
He kind of made the mockery of, didn't I say that Jacob Bethel shouldn't be sitting in a chair in the IPL who should be playing cricket.
He probably did,
And
yeah.
then Cox has come back after sitting in the chair for 2.5 months in the IPL, not playing, and come back. First game, got double 100.
But he did at least play a game, didn't he? I mean, Bethel hasn't had any county cricket.
Yes,
but it is
I did
different.
see a quote from someone saying not bad for a person who's just sat on his.
Right. Was it from him? As O'Rourke bowls wide of the off stump, a long way wide, taken by a diving Blundell in almost in front of second set.
I think it's from my Leicester coach, but someone sent it to me, laughing at me, saying, "You see, you can get better for not doing it." But I think he's averaged 70 since his move from Kent to Essex, so he's been in a bit of form.
Well, he's got so close to selection for England on a few occasions before, and now he's got his chance, and he's got it at an awkward time for England. They are still very much up against it, 186 runs behind, 5 wickets in hand. Left-handed Roux on strike. O'Rourke into him, and he plays well inside the line of that. Lets it go through to Blundell.
As a Marcus Trescothic lead,
Wasn't it? Oh, how appropriate. How appropriate. Because the pictures have been doing the rounds of Marcus Trescothic with James and Thomas. I always think it must be tough for older brothers who are prodigiously gifted, and have, especially ones that have got like 1200s before the age of 21 or whatever it is, and everyone goes, "Oh, wait till you see his brother, though."
he's been given the chance to set his stall out, hasn't he, James?
He has, yeah. He has.
What do you reckon the odds were when they were 10 from both of them playing?
Oh, I know. O'Rourke in, bouncer through the keeper, no run. But
I bet someone's put a bet on it, has he?
Well, a friend of mine put a bet on. Have I never told you? A friend of mine put a bet on you going past Graham Gooch's record on the day you were selected for England.
Really?
He did, and he got odds of 33 to 1.
Is that all?
I know, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous, isn't it? He put £100 on it, and when you went past 8,901, he took us all out for dinner. It was wonderful. So thank you for that.
Where's my little share of that?
Well, so you don't get any share.
I did the odd work.
Yeah. It is weird, though, isn't it, when you get brothers playing like this? As O'Rourke is in. Roux lets it go through to the keeper. There's no run. Dean Jarrett has messaged us with Homer's quote, "Trying is the first step towards failing."
He's got.
Yeah, he's right.
He's got a lot of quotes on
He's
Homer.
spot on. I'm going to get out of the way. There's 40 minutes to go. The sun is shining. We're going to get through till the end of the day's play with the game brilliantly poised, but very much in New Zealand's favour. More from you, Alistair Cook, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Well, if only I could remember a few more of Homer's quotes. Just on the Roux family, I'm sure Simon's done a lot of research. Did his dad play, or an uncle play? To have those genes, or the fact that both brothers are exceptional players already. I'm hoping Simon in his notebook has got it all written down.
I have heard an interview with
Mr. Roux.
Mr. and Mrs. Roux this season, yeah. Here is Smith bowling. And forward goes Cox and plays away into the offside towards extra cover. And there is no run. Yeah, an interview I heard with Kevin Howells at the lunch interval, one of the county matches earlier in the season on 5 Sports Extra. But I didn't remember hearing Kevin ask them whether they played or not. They were just actually just talking about the logistics of ferrying them around and kind of what that like at home, and talking about
competitive back garden cricket, no doubt.
Thomas Roux's A-levels, having to deal with that because he's mixed his A-levels with his cricket this summer. Here is Cox driving into the offsides for extra cover. That's a fine shot. I don't think it'll go for 4 because the mid-off fielder was quite close to the ball as he runs back and sends in the return. And they come back for just the 2 runs. So Cox goes to 13. They do run the junior section at Taunton St Andrews Cricket Club near their home, so they are heavily involved in local cricket. But whether either is a top-notch club cricketer, I don't know.
A really nice shot from Cox. She's gone a little bit into out to try and find that gap between extra cover and mid-off.
207 for 5. Here's Smith bowling, brushed away by Cox down towards fine leg for a single. He's picked out the fielder there in front of the dugouts that we even see during test matches. 208 for 5. what I think, talk about putting a wager on something in the future, that it won't be too long in the future that both of them playing in the same England side. I mean, there must be a chance of that happening, isn't there?
I was going to say that, absolutely. From what I've heard about Thomas Rue as well, and I've seen a little bit of him in the Under-19 World Cup. He looks an outstanding prospect.
He made that 100 for Somerset the other day as well in a crucial match, in which James made 15. Thomas made 100. He's still only a teenager. 208 for 5. Rue on 18. 2 slips and a gully. Keeper standing up. Smith bowls. Rue comes half forward in defence. Lays it back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. Well, this is a good battle. Game right in the balance to that superb spell from Henry with the keeper standing up. And to get out Root and Brook in quick succession. Space of 2 overs for him. Both LBW. Swung the game decisively New Zealand's way at the moment. So England's still a long way behind. 183 with Archer to come. Tongue, Fisher and Baker. They are capable down there, but Smith bowling and Rue defending back up the pitch this time straight to the bowler, but it's not the strongest looking 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, it's not. We're not quite at the depths of Malcolm, Mullally, Fraser and Tuffnell, wasn't it,
no.
as the bottom 4. But certainly there's been periods where you've had Stuart Broad, we've had Chris Wokes coming in at 9, haven't we, occasionally? Or
probably more.
But at 8,
more 8.
But
probably,
he has.
Yeah.
I reckon he might have batted 9.
Might well have done. Yeah.
When occasionally you have that really strong. Maybe I'm thinking of a night watchman, but in general, like that's when you have real strong.
Of course, Chris Wokes made his debut on this ground, and he batted at 6.
He did.
In the Ashes against Australia.
I'll skipper him.
There's just change of field here. They've taken one of the slips out and put in a short mid-wicket. So Latham's come out from slip. He's at short mid-wicket now. So, I say slip and a gully. It's a first slip and a third slip. They've narrowed the gap there. 208 for 5. Smith was round the wicket to Rue. Rue stretches forward and guides it away off an open face down towards short third. They think about a single. He offers the single there to Jordan Cox, and Cox says, no, I don't fancy that. And that's the end of the over. Talk about the pace of play from England today. Is it different? Is this Bazball Mark II, whatever you want to call it? Are they changing the way they play? Well, they've still scored today at 4 runs and over, but because I think the over rate's slow, it hasn't felt that quick. Also, I think you get value for your runs, value for your shots here, don't you, as well? The ball flashes away across the outfield. It's still 4 and over.
Yeah, but it's definitely a slightly different tempo.
It does feel it completely, doesn't it? There's not that sort of
frenetic or
panic nature to it. I suppose if Duckett had stayed in, that it might have looked a bit different.
But even when Ben played in this innings, there wasn't any of that charging down the wicket, was there?
O'Rourke's bowling now to Cox with a leg slip in. It's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, misses it. It's taken by the wicketkeeper Blundell.
Well, the real high risk trying to put the pressure back on the bowler. We had one shot from Harry Brook who carved over extra cover for 6, but apart from that, it's just been what I would say more solid batting in terms of still positive, and that's a good way to play. You're absolutely right. I think this pitch is your margin for error on this pitch is actually quite small in the bowler. There is a spot if you bowl, like all good wickets really, bowl the perfect ball, it's hard to score, but if you're just off, you get serious value for your runs.
O'Rourke, long straight run, bowls to Cox, who plays into his pad there. He's looking to force into the offside. The ball came back into him, followed him a bit. Ball dropped at his feet. And there's no run. So these two debutants batting to keep England alive in this Test match, really. 177 for 5, still over 200 runs behind when they came together. So far, so good, but it's a lot on their shoulders in this first Test match.
Just
for both.
Yeah, if they can get through the next half an hour, the confidence there will give them, because in the circumstances, you're quite right, they're both on naught when they lost those 2 wickets.
They lost 170 and 177. O'Rourke bowls and Cox chases a wide ball and misses it through to Blundell. He's looking at those wide open spaces on the offside there between backward point and extra cover.
Rue was on 1 when Cox came in, but just faced 3 balls.
I mean, that was a I'm not sure quite what he was trying to do. No feet move whatsoever. Stayed very leg side of the ball and came across it as well. So not one of his best shots.
He hasn't played much red ball cricket, Jordan Cox, but that double 100 he scored in the championship against Leicestershire has got him up the pecking order and into the team. O'Rourke bowls to him, and that was a more controlled shot into the offside. It's very well stopped at backward point by Ravindra, diving away to his right-hand side. He saved 3 runs there. They went through for a single. That was really well struck. You can hear the nice sound out the middle of the bat there. One more. Cox goes to 15. England to 209 for 5. 182 runs behind. We've got half an hour's cricket left. If you weren't with us earlier, there was a shower that came over the ground that held up play for half an hour on this otherwise really nice day. We had sunshine this morning, sunshine this evening, and in between we had that period where it clouded over and then it rained very briefly. Round the wicket goes O'Rourke, bowls to Roux, swings him away into the leg side for 4. Along the ground through backwards square leg, and you can hear that cry from the crowd again. It's going to be interesting when Roux bats with Root, isn't it?
I think it'll be a great game.
There's been people
with your eyes shut to see who's on strike and who's scored runs.
People start pronouncing the T of root in their root.
In the root. Yeah. That was a nice shot from James Root, swinging the ball away. He's on to 22. It's 213 for 5. The response from Latham is to put the man back on the deep backward square leg boundary into the shadows now. O'Rourke tries again, round the wicket to bowl to Roux, and Roux gets a single down towards fine leg. He might not have got that if the field hadn't gone back. It might have been to the left of Devon Conway. He went back to the deep back of square leg boundary. Anyway, one more to Roux. He's on to 23, and he takes the bowling as well. That was the last ball of the over. 6 off that O'Rourke over. 14 overs, 1 for 55 from him. England still going along at 4 runs and over, 52 overs bowled. 214 for 5.
It's got a little more on Harry Brooks' recent form since the start of the Ashes. He's only had 2 sort of failures. Had a duck in the second innings at Perth and a duck in the second innings at Lords against New Zealand. Other than that, he's reached 15 and batted at least 20 balls in every innings, but only once got past 60 and hasn't reached 100 balls in any of those innings. 13 innings there. In fact, it's now been 20 innings since he faced 100 balls. That's back to the first innings at Edgbaston against India last year. Done so quite frequently before that. So is this a concentration thing, Alistair, or is it something that the bowling teams are doing differently?
Well, let's just watch Smith go in to bowl to Roux from round the wicket. Roux is forward, tiptoeing down the pitch, playing it into the offside, and there's no run.
Because I asked you the questions, not you asked me the questions. I think he's just maybe just going through one of those phases in the career. I wouldn't say it is. I'm not noticing a concentration issue. I think in Australia, I think the whole occasion of probably what happened off the field had quite a big influence on him. And that's a big thing to know that could come out at any stage, any day. I reckon that was kind of playing on his mind alongside maybe just the whole pressure of the occasion.
Smith bowls, Roux defends, runs it towards backward point, and there is no run.
I should fairly say this is not, I wouldn't say it's like the first time he's struggled for runs, but the first time he hasn't he's at the first period of runs where he hasn't got 100, and no matter how good you are, you go through those periods. So when I say concentration, no, whether that's only for him to answer, isn't it? But maybe he's changing his tempo at the wrong times. And what he's doing is he's doing the right things of getting in, which is clearly the hardest bit. The first 20 balls statistically, or the first 30 balls, you would say statistically the hardest thing. So he's doing that.
Here's Smith bowling to Roux on the pads, turned away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Or whether maybe he's just trying to be too clever. He feels like he's in when he's not in, maybe. Or just the game of cricket, just looking up, making sure he's coming back from averaging 55 to a bit more than normality.
The tactic of having the keeper up against him is a good one, isn't it? Definitely. It's really working well.
But then, again, Zoltz has just said it's only twice he's been LBW to it. But it has caused him more issues than you'd expect.
Because he likes that freedom at the crease.
Yeah, I think it is that.
2:14 for 5. Nathan Smith round the wicket, bowls, turned away by Ruin to the onside. They've got that trap set in that mid-wicket area. They've got a short mid-wicket and then another mid-wicket behind him just to his left, mid-on as well. And Smith is bowling round the wicket. He's bowling straight, middle and off. And Rue is looking to find the gap on the onside, but hitting the fielders at the moment. It's good tight bowling from New Zealand. So they have the two tall fast bowlers from one end, and then the skiddy bowlers with the keeper standing up from the other. They've just gone with that mainly. And here is Smith. Past the umpire now, up to the stumps, bowls to Rue. Rue is forward, back to the bowler. Who fields. And there's no run. And New Zealand have not gone away from that really, and they've just kept these 4 pace bowlers going. They've not used anyone else today.
I suppose that break of the hour, well, not quite the hour, the rain break along tea has given these guys a bit of a rest.
So what do we have? We had 20 minutes of tea. Then they came out for about 5 minutes, and then it rained again. Yeah. It's hard to imagine there was rain about 2 hours ago. When you look at the sky now, completely clear. Lovely evening, lovely Friday evening. No, it's not Friday. It's Thursday. Yeah.
Test started on a Wednesday.
Smith bowls and Rue leaves, ball outside the off stump. It feels like a Thursday because it's the Friday because it's the second day.
We're institutionalised, aren't we? Day 2 must be a Friday.
There's another Test match coming up next week that does start on a Thursday, and that's at Trent Bridge. And a quick look at the weather for next week.
Warm.
Yeah, looks okay. And that Test match at Trent Bridge as well. Anyway, certainly the first part of it, if you can be that certain about the weather this far away. What are we now? Yeah, so Thursday in a week's time at Trent Bridge for what could be the deciding Test match of the series. It's not to call the result of this game yet, but New Zealand are in a good position here. They've got an opportunity, chance to take a first innings lead. Obviously build on that and then try to put some pressure on England in the 4th innings. 2:14 for 5. Cox on 50. Waits for O'Rourke and plays that away into the offside towards backward point, and they go through for a single. Cox to 16. And England to 215 for 5. Looking to get through really. The last 25 minutes of play here. Tough as it's here.
Evening.
The last knockings of the day.
Yes. Been impressed with Mr. Rue. Looked very solid, hasn't he? Unfazed. Good technique. Looks like he's got wide bat. Looks like he knows how to about a bit of time as well. He's just all his movements look like a guy who can play.
2:15 for 5 as Rue faces up to O'Rourke. O'Rourke bowls it short, it's pulled away, down towards fine leg, and he drops
him.
He's dropped him. Ravindra coming in off the fine leg boundary, diving forward. His hat came off, his sunglasses came off. It went from sunshine into shadow down there, and Rue escapes. Do you know, I just knew that was going to happen, that ball. I knew it.
We even chuckled to each other.
I know.
That was one of those massive commentators' curses, but he's got away with it. Oh, he hasn't caught many Ravindra, has he?
No.
He's actually 3rd on the bounce, isn't it?
Yeah, he missed 2 at Lord's.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward sort of catch.
Yeah, he got both hands to it, diving forward. You'd hope to catch those, really.
Well, I'm not saying that again.
Put it down. Well, you're right. He was looking solid, and then he was nearly out next ball. O'Rourke bowls to Cox. They got a single. Cox leaves it. Goes through to the keeper. That's so weird, isn't it? I absolutely knew that was going to happen.
Wow. I'm glad it didn't for England's sake.
Yeah, the only thing that I thought might happen that didn't was I thought you were going to catch it, and it would be out. But
I mean, you're catching that 90 times out of 100, perhaps.
I didn't want to be catching those. It wasn't as easy as the Duckett catch that went down there.
No, not at all. No, Duckies was pretty straightforward. Yeah, you had to sort of judge it. Now, I think you're right. You know, sometimes comes out of light into shade. And
2:16 for 5. Cox waits for O'Rourke, who's wide of the crease, and Cox nearly plays on. Jags his head back to see where that's gone. It's gone into the ground and bouncing over his stumps, I think, towards leg slip.
It's a big miss. That's a big miss. Got Archer coming in next.
Yeah.
So everyone's sort of one ahead of where they should be-ish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I was Archer batting in the Ashes. Was he at 10? He batted well at the
Batted,
occasion,
yeah.
didn't he?
11 initially, I think, and then 10.
Yeah, I think
had a couple of good innings.
Yes, he was really unlucky in Adelaide, if I remember. He sort of slapped one to a very strange sort of like a backward point on the boundary when we were.
But he looked good, didn't he? I mean, earlier in his career, he was a bowler who batted as well. You know, it wasn't like he was just a bowler. Short ball to Cox, who bends at the knees and allows it to fly through to the wicketkeeper Blundell.
He averages over 30 for Sussex with the bat in county cricket. In the Ashes, just getting his innings up. He had 38 in Brisbane off 36 balls, and then 51 off 105 balls. Batted at 10 in Perth, 11 in Brisbane, 10 in Adelaide. We missed the final 2 tests, but they were his comfortably his 2 highest innings for England in his Test career.
But he looked secure, didn't he? I mean,
yeah, it wasn't just like slogging away. No, he looks. You're right. Looks
one of those innings he batted really calmly and
he did.
Looked good. O'Rourke bowls to Cox, and Cox plays into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no run, and that's the end of a frustrating over for Will O'Rourke. 15 overs, 1 for 57, and we have got 20 minutes left on this second day, which is very definitely a Thursday. It's 2:16 for 5. Roux has 24, surviving that drop. Cox has 16. Tuffers, and then Jonathan Agnew will join you until the close of play.
Yeah, really big let-off for England there. So, I nearly put the mockers on him. He'd been looking really secure, James Roux, and then went for that short ball and sort of got under it a bit instead of sort of rolling round. It was almost like he was looking to hit it for 6. But another drop.
Just a bit of luck, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, we all need it.
Yeah, 7 out of 10 chance, you think? Or 8 out of 10?
Yeah.
Maybe. 2:16 for 5 then. This is outside the off stump as Smith continues. And Roux lets that go through. I mean, it wasn't as easy as the one that he dropped at Lord's.
No.
For instance, and Duckett.
But you've got to be, you know...
Got one bad one today. It's not an easy ground, this.
No, it's not.
I don't think it's easy ground.
No, it's not. No.
It never has been.
It's like a little upturned saucer, they say, don't they?
You've got the crowd and you've got brick.
Yeah.
All around the outside. I think it's always been a hard place to see the ball here.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was a chance. Roux on 24 now, Cox 16. They're doing well, these two. England sort of battling away. They're 175 runs behind. And in goes Smith again, bowling his lively medium pace, we'll describe that. Wicketkeeper still standing up.
It's becoming a real ploy now, isn't it?
Yeah.
To the likes of, you know, like a Harry Brook and even perhaps like a Joe Root as well, you know, because they love to be mobile at the crease, don't they? That just roots you into your crease, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, the way that Australia worked it out, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've seen how it works.
And then, if you then sort of like target the stumps, it really does. Technique. You've got to have a good forward defensive.
Smith on his way, bowls, and that's defended by the left-handed Roux right into the covers. I mean, Joffre's in next.
I know.
Archer, Fisher, Tongue, Baker.
Yeah, well, he's got some good stats behind him at the moment. We just asked Andy there. But he batted quite nicely in Australia.
He did at Adelaide.
Yeah. I don't necessarily...
I think he blows a bit hot and cold.
Yes, I wouldn't put him in the all-rounder status just yet.
No, I wouldn't either. But, I mean, 8 feels a place too high, but
perhaps,
very important partnership, this.
Yeah.
Shadows coming on, creeping on this end.
Well, this has been... sorry, John. This has just been a New Zealand-like performance, hasn't it? You know, working things out on the pitch.
Yep.
You know, good, solid bowling. Always at you. You know,
it's a good attack. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think at the top of your head of leading attacks in the world, but it's pretty decent there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Smith again runs up, bowls, and Roux defends. He can do nothing with that. Very tight line.
Well, you're not going to get too many freebies off this attack, are you?
No, you're not.
You know, Henry, right, always at you.
Yeah.
O'Rourke, that bit of pace and bounce, and Smith and the other guys, good workmanlike, solid professional bowling.
All averaging well in the 20s.
Yeah.
Test cricket, not a huge amount of matches for Smith and O'Rourke. Smith averaging 22 coming into this game. O'Rourke 23, Henry 27, and Jameson 19, albeit he's missed a lot of cricket.
There you go. There you go.
Smith, 1 for 36 at the moment, runs up and bowls to Roux, and that's clipped away down the ground to mid-on. Crowd thinning out a bit now. It's the other day, it often happens, I think, when the game does get extended.
Yeah.
I think people have pre-booked trains and journeys home and so on. Yeah,
meeting friends in town.
Yeah, but it's different here, isn't it? In our country, I mean, most places we go, big city, each place, and so they're generally locals who go to those test matches.
Yeah.
Whereas here in England, people move much more around, don't they? I mean, they come down from our neck of the woods to go to Lords, and you book trains, and it's expensive.
You've got to get yourself home.
Yeah. So it is a bit different. But the pavilion definitely thinning out.
Well, they've seen a good day though.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, New Zealand batted nicely, didn't they?
Yep. So it's a very strange morning, that's for sure. There goes Smith again. Roux nicely on the front foot. Pushed way out to Ravindra, who's fielding there at cover, having put him down in the previous over. Roux 24, Cox 16. If you're just joining us, and it was a manic morning.
Oh,
Zealand going up to 391 with Phillips. Phillips making his first Test 100. Bounces. I mean, it was awful, to be honest with you. Absolute chaos. Phillips made 100. Jameson 41. Henry 5. And they had exactly 100, didn't they, in the hour and 45 minutes or so. 10 minutes to go till lunch, but England survived that. But then Duckett was run out for 36 by Gay, who made 53. Bethel 9, Root 46, so still 2 away from that tantalising 14,000 runs milestone, as O'Rourke bowls from that far end, and his first ball's tapped away into the covers. And they take a single. And then Brooke, having played one extraordinary shot to the 6th ball that he faced, a sort of a carving, scything, I don't know what you call it. Wasn't a cut, I mean, it was just, but anyway, whatever it was, having opened all his stumps up to play it, and the ball whistled like a rocket into the crowd for 6. It was an incredible shot. But then he was trapped LBW. This wicketkeeper standing up, Loy, has worked again here today. It does. I mean, Michael was explaining it well about how it tests your sort of defensive technique, or your forward defence.
Well, even little flicks like down the leg side, you sort of like, you usually just sort of fall over a bit, don't you?
O'Rourke again bowls a bouncer, and Roux easily ducks underneath it. I was thinking, if you had a short leg with it as well, because if you've got the wicketkeeper up, you're thinking, right, can you get forward, because that's what they're probing, aren't they? If you've got a short leg as well, little inside edge into there, that would really, I think that would really make you have to think.
Yes, it's given. I think it's going to be giving someone like a Harry Brooks something to think about. About how he's going to sort of counteract.
He missed a straight ball, really.
Yes, and that was because it wasn't sort of forward, wasn't sort of back. Usually he'd be running down the pitch to that, trying to smack it over extra cover.
He was caught in 2 minds. He was sort of trapped, wasn't he?
Yeah.
217 for 5. O'Rourke comes galloping in and bowls another very high bouncer as Roux has a go at this time. The ball is just flying over his bat. O'Rourke has something to say.
Well,
I don't think Roux's particularly bothered about that.
Trying to get into the youngsters' ear.
Yes. And they've done well. Roux 24, Cox 17, 217 for 5.
We thought we'd do that to Sachin Tendulkar, 1992.
Did it?
Yeah, I think
a few words at them.
Yeah, I think that was one of his first Test matches. 16 years old or something like that. We thought, come on. Yeah, I think he got 160. Didn't phase him whatsoever.
O'Rourke again bowls, and Roux just clips him down the ground to mid-on.
He's been a bit unlucky, the big fella, again, isn't he?
He's bowled well.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's sort of their enforcer, isn't he?
He's kept going as well.
Yeah.
Well, a fair few overs.
Yeah.
Into his 16th now. Lovely blue sky around. Hopefully clearing up now for the rest of the game. It was barbecue time for the next 10 days. The weather looks absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
10 days of
Trent
glorious
Bridge.
sunshine.
I tell you what, the Beaver is going to be absolutely broiled at Trent Bridge. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning.
Yeah, red hot.
Yeah,
in the Beaver.
Will be. Here comes O'Rourke again. bouncing in. Oh, he's got a top edge here. He's going to be caught. It's the end of Roux. And, well, he's been given a bit of a send-off there by O'Rourke, which I think is probably unnecessary. There's another bouncer. Roux tried to hook it, and it's got a bit of glove or top edge of bat or something. And the slip fielder running back has taken a straightforward catch. So you have to say it's reward for O'Rourke. He does deserve that. That ends Roux's first Test innings. Another bouncer. Glove, yeah. It's sort of followed it round, if you like. A very easy catch for slip.
Yeah, they've tested him out, haven't they? They've tested him a little bit. That's why they brought O'Rourke on, to sort of whistle a few round his ears. And to be fair, I mean, he's looking to hit that up, isn't he? He's looking to hit that for 6. And as you say, it just sort of rushed him a little bit too close to him. He gets a glove and just sort of like bunts it up in the air for first slip running back.
Well, back in the melting pot again here.
Yeah.
174 is the deficit, and Jofra Archer's coming out. And we've got 10 minutes to go.
He's going to play a few shots. Usually does.
I don't know how he's going to play, but he hasn't got a night watchman anyway. I suppose number 8 quite qualifies for a night watchman, does he?
Perhaps not.
But, well, Fisher, Tongue. I mean, Tongue's normally 11, isn't it?
Yes.
So the fact that Baker's coming in below him.
Yeah, tells the story.
Well, yeah. In fact, the combined first-class batting averages from here down, Andy, how are we looking? I mean, I think Archer's can be a bit flattering.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier on he averages over 30 for
I think that's flattering.
In Test cricket, even after those good innings in Australia, averaging 10 points.
10, yeah, that's more like it, I think.
Fisher's a first-class batting average is around 16, 17, he's had a couple of 50s. Tongue hasn't scored many runs in Test cricket. He's got a couple of first-class, at least one first-class 50 as well. Baker, nothing to write home about with the bat, averaging 4.8 in first class.
Oh, okay. Hence him batting at number 11.
Not that anyone writes letters anymore anyway.
Hold on a minute, I'm just going to write home.
Well, there's enormous A380s going overhead again. Amazing aeroplanes, aren't they? Right, O'Rourke's on his way, bowls to Archer, down the leg side, long way down. And a bit of a flick there, but I don't think Archer ever really had any thoughts about hitting the ball. He survives. It's the end of that over. 217 for 6. Curious day for Jofra today. He's sat out first hour and hour and 3/4 or thereabouts.
Wandered around.
Yes, I mean, and out there, but was not called upon while the ball was flying all round the park.
I still don't
came on, got a wicket, 4th ball, I think, am I right in saying? 4th ball he came on. And that sort of wrapped up the innings, really. It was very strange.
Yeah, I found it a little bit confusing. If you're going to be out there, well, you may as well be bowling. You know, if they're then worried about your workloads and everything, well, why bring you on after an hour and a half?
Yeah, it was odd. I mean, I don't think, if we hadn't had the shenanigans of last week, that he'd have played in this game.
So it was they were perhaps pushing it.
It's a bit rushed back,
yes,
given the cricket that he's had, or the type of cricket that he's had.
Yes.
Now we've got Henry back on again, and his first ball's flicked way out to deep square leg. And one run is taken by Cox. He goes to 18.
Still trailed by 170.
That's a lot of runs.
A lot of runs.
Yeah, really just avoided the follow-on.
Yeah, and plenty of time. Well, weather set fair. You know, New Zealand will be thinking, right, come on, we'll blast through this tail, and we can take a time and
absolutely
grind them into the dirt.
And a lot of unconverted starts.
218 for 6. In goes Henry, and he bowls to Archer, who comes carefully forward, almost studiously forward, I describe that, and plays it out to cover. Interestingly, the wicketkeeper's gone back.
Yes, I think they might have just. There might be a little whisper in the grapevine sort of thing around Test cricket that you know, the great Joe Root and the great Harry Brook might just. He's struggling a bit when the keeper's up.
Yeah. He's gone back now. Henry runs in. He's there, and he bowls to Archer again, carefully forward, getting a big stride in, and fielded at cover.
Yeah, the top 6, only Bethel out for less than 24, but no one's gone past Gaze, 53, but Duckett unlucky, run out 36, 53, 46, 24 and 24.
Well, it's just making that tongue from Glenn Phillips look a very good knock, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Yeah. Flat. We've all been saying this is a flat pitch, but no one's gone on.
Archer waits, and he goes Henry, bowls to him, and he's on the back foot this time. So playing the ball out towards point. 218 for 6, so 173 runs behind.
It's been a strange day, as you say. That it just didn't start well, did it? Run out, some poor shots, drop catch. Just all felt a little bit scruffy, as you put it, John.
218 for 6, Archer. Waits, Henry bowls to him and gets well forward there again. Plays it rather nicely, actually. Very straight bat. 173 behind.
Well, I suppose that's handy having that John Cox coming in 7 instead of 6. We were just discussing, is it 6 or 7 for Ruben Cox? He's probably a better foil for the tail, isn't he?
Yep.
Play a few shots.
Here's Henry bowls wide of the crease, and Archer strolls into a defensive stroke. Plays it nicely up to mid-on. Nothing wrong with what we've seen there from Jofra Archer at all. 218 for 6. He's yet to score. Cox has 18. In fact, was that his last Test innings, the one at Adelaide, where he was batted as well with Stokes, didn't he?
Yeah.
Perhaps was that first innings?
And he was sort of caught somewhere strange, wasn't he?
It was first innings, that one, I think.
It was first innings. Yeah, he made 38 in the first innings at Brisbane, 51 and 3 in Adelaide.
Yeah, got caught, slapped it, absolutely smashed it to sort of a backward point or something, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, it was a bit. They didn't have to move.
No.
Short boundary.
This might be the last over of the day. We'll see. It's O'Rourke bowling, and Cox works him firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. The field converges. They'll get 2.
Right.
Although Archer's Archer's a little bit casual there, running up to the far end, which is where the ball was thrown to. 220 for 6. Cox moves on to 20. So how many overs are not going to be bowled today?
Done.
Probably 10.
Yeah, if this is the last one, I think it'll be 10.
They add up, don't they, over the days?
Yeah. Here's O'Rourke, bowls a bouncer, which Cox ignores. So yesterday was how many?
13 yesterday, 10 today. And
10
that's
today.
basically what we've been getting in a session, 23.
Yeah, that's getting on for a session of play gone in 2 days.
Yeah. Well, yes, if it probably goes 5 days, you've probably virtually lost a day's
day. Yes.
A 4-day game.
Yes. Yeah. 220 for 6. O'Rourke walks quite briskly back to his mark again. We've had 2 balls showing 6:57 on my clock here. O'Rourke again bounds in, bowls, and Cox gets a thick inside edge. Looking to drive up towards mid-off, and actually that rolled out to mid-on in the end. It's not a healthy hubbub you can hear coming through the window, open to our left there. People enjoying themselves. Although also, if people are listening, please be careful of the cycle track going round here. Almost saw a horrible accident yesterday.
Right.
The cyclists, they don't care that people have been at the cricket all day. They were absolutely tearing it up, and people sort of wandering along. Oh dear.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah. There's O'Rourke bowling, and Cox on the back foot this time. Runs the ball away towards third man. One more. So Archer will have a couple to face. 6:57 approaching 6:58. No one's in a particular hurry. You'd think New Zealand actually would want to get another over in here.
Yeah.
They're just wandering about.
I think they'll be pretty happy with the day's work, actually.
Yeah.
They've shifted the momentum, haven't they?
Definitely.
Yeah, turned it right round on England.
2 balls to go in this over. Might be 2 overs. Might be 2 balls to left in the day, rather. There's a leg slip now. As O'Rourke's on his way. Up he comes now. Bowls to Archer. Short of a length. Archer sways away from it. Goes through about chest high through to the wicketkeeper. 2:21 for 6. Walk slowly back.
Yeah, might get another one.
Might do.
Well, should do. About a minute.
Yeah, they're putting out a deep square leg now and a deep square third man, either for Archer to think there's a short ball coming his way or just to allow him to get a single to be on strike. Who do you want? If you're in New Zealand, there's one over left. Who do you want to bowl at? Do you want to bowl at Archer or Cox? Here's O'Rourke. Moves in, bowls to Archer, who defends it, plays it down to gully. And that is the end of that over. Watching the umpire down there now. I think probably it's going to be one more. Yeah, Mr. Mennon's taking his caps. There will just be one more over left in the day. My answer is Cox.
Yeah, get the batter out.
Exactly, because he won't want to be facing that last over.
No. Well, you take anyone, of course, but no, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, that you don't want to be. You want the main batter out.
Yeah. So we're all set for the last over of the day. The shadow of our stand has almost made it onto the pitch now. It's just short of the stumps. In fact, half of the umpire is illuminated, as it were, in the sunshine, and half isn't. As Henry bowls the first ball, Cox on the front foot. Just taps it away out into the offside. And there's no run. They're replaying the Roux dismissal a lot on the telly. Not sure why, but it seems to be maybe just talking about O'Rourke, who has bowled really well. 2:21 for 6. Henry runs in, bowls outside the off stump. Keeper's back up to the stumps again now.
Just a little bit of a wave shape there.
Ball wise, well, it's best part of 60 overs done after this one, so 20 overs before a new ball tomorrow. But New Zealand will probably hope to have made further inroads by then.
Good day to bat tomorrow. Sun's out.
Yeah. Yeah. Shall we have a look at the forecast?
Yeah, it's going to be a belter.
In goes Henry, bowls, and that's steered away off the back foot for a single to deep square third man. 2:22 for 6. Double Nelson tomorrow. Tuffers.
Yes.
30 degrees.
Oh.
13 hours of sunshine. 0% chance of rain.
Good day for batting.
Yep. Sunday, 27 degrees. Not quite so sunny.
Yeah.
Sunday, 30 degrees. Then next week,
absolutely fierce.
It is fierce.
Scorchio.
2:22 for 6. Archer on strike. Waits, and he might not have played at that. I think it bounced out of the keeper's gloves and down to the slips. So if you're coming to Trent Bridge, bring a hat. Thursday 27, Friday 28, Saturday 28, Sunday 27, Monday 24.
I think I might be in the garden.
When?
Trent Bridge. I don't think I'm doing Trent Bridge.
Are you?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, you're lighting a barbecue up.
Oh, yeah, I will be. I'll be listening though.
No, you won't. In goes Henry over the wicket and bowls, and Archer tries to slide that away. It just finds the fielder diving in the gully. 2:26.
Spinner.
We'll miss you up there. I'll miss you in the PE.
Well, I will miss you. I'll miss you as well. Might have to play a spinner up at Trent Bridge.
Well, looking at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time Shoaib played up there, I think
he got wickets.
Yeah, he did. Against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I think he might be man of the match, actually.
I think he was.
2:22 for 6. Last ball of the day. Henry bowls it, and Archer stubbornly defends. He's not out. Cox is 22 not out. And England are 169 runs behind on 222 for 6. And that's a really good day for New Zealand. Not a great one for England, you have to say. It started off really, really badly. We've seen a couple of good innings in there, but when you set the tone as they did in that first session, very difficult to pull it back. And New Zealand to score 100 more runs from where they were, 7 down overnight.
Yep.
And the way in which they were scored.
Yeah, they just allowed New Zealand, they allowed them the opportunity, didn't they, to sort of switch the momentum. That's what I think they'll be kicking themselves. Just a few sloppy mistakes, the run out, the drop catch, bit of wayward bowling.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can't write off a New Zealand side. They'll always be there. They'll always be professional. They'll always be solid.
Bowling-wise, well, they've all worked hard, none more so than O'Rourke, who's taken 2 for 61 from his 17 overs today. Henry, 16 overs, 2 for 57. Jameson, 12 overs, hasn't taken a wicket for his 63. And Smith again bowled nicely, 14 overs, 1 for 36. And so run through that card. Duckett, 36. Gay, 53. Bethel, 9. Root, 46. Brooke, 24. And Rue, the last man out there for 24. So that's how the second day ends. England 169 runs behind. And I can hand it over to Simon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So the ground staff out there doing their thing, the crowd making their way home on this sunny evening here at the Oval. Welcome to our review of the second day of the second Test match between England and New Zealand. It's been New Zealand's day. England are 179 runs behind with only 4 first innings wickets left. Cox 22 not out, and Jofra Archer in at number 8, yet to score. New Zealand adding 100 for the last 3 wickets today, and then chipping away at England's batting. We will start with England's bowling and New Zealand's batting at the start of the day's play. So, a reminder of the overnight score, 291 for 7. General feeling was England had a reasonable first day, having put New Zealand into bat, and the plan was to polish off the last 3 wickets for about another 30 or 40 runs. New Zealand wanted 350 plus. Well, they got 391 in, what, an hour and 40 minutes, hour and a half of mayhem out there today. Michael Vaughan alongside me, Jonathan Agnew alongside me, Sir Alistair Cook coming as well very shortly. That first passage of play today, I mean, was the tone set right from the start, Michael, with that wild delivery first up that went for 4 byes? Or can you just drag yourself back? There was the drop catch as well by Duckett when Jameson had 15 and Phillips went on to make 100, and New Zealand just got away. I mean, how did you see it from a former England captain's perspective? How did you see it?
Well, the 3 overs away from the second new ball. So as a captain and as a team, you're thinking, right, just get to that second new ball. If you get one before then, it's a massive bonus. But the first 2 balls went for 4, and then suddenly another one went through the cover point region from Jameson. You thought, well, this is a little bit of a rocky start. But I was just expecting Jofra Archer to start from the pavilion end, 1 over with the old ball, then take the second new ball. I thought they might have started with Jacob Bethel actually for 2 overs because he got a couple of wickets last night. Just get to that second new ball, and then it would have been Matthew Fisher, Jofra Archer, who bowled so well yesterday with the new ball. To think that Jofra didn't bowl for 91 minutes, again, as the day has got longer and longer, that decision looks more silly by the minute, because if someone like Jofra's got a problem, well, surely, I mean, he's fielded for 91 minutes and then bowled. Surely you'd have got him warm at around 10 to 11, bowled in 1 over with the old ball, and then set it off. Just give us 4 with the second new ball. Try and clear the last 3 away. And if you can bowl us 5 out, then come off. Then you get off the field, get in the dressing room, we'll just use you for 5 out. For him to have fielded for 91 overs, it was just a very strange look for the team, because everyone was saying exactly the same. We had Jofra warming up for about 40 minutes, and he was bowling to mid-on for quite a while. You think, come on, have a bowl. England desperately need you to have a bowl. It probably wasn't his decision. He's probably taken out of his hands by the medical team, I'm guessing. But, the field was spread. Ben Duckett dropped quite an easy chance. And this England team, quite consistently now over a period, when they have a bad session, it's a really bad session. And let's be honest, usually it's with the bat. Over the last period, it's been with the session in Perth on day 2. It's generally been more with the bat, but that was a really bad session tactically and with the ball, and it allowed New Zealand to get 100 quick runs, and the whole momentum shift, all the goodness and all the good chat from what we saw yesterday, and we thought England had a really good day inside 90-odd minutes. We were all saying, oh no, they've gifted New Zealand all the momentum back their way.
And even on the tactics, that I don't mind them going short of Jameson, because that's a fair point. He was going to chip with in the air like he did, but I don't quite know why they went short at Phillips. It was like almost just one tactic fits all, and actually Phillips was starting again on whatever it was, 40 odd, 50, a few around the off stump. Test that. And I'm confused about the Archer, and I was confused about the fact it was very, very stubbornly one tactic.
And it's cost him. It's cost
But
him.
also, Chef, I mean, Matthew Fisher hardly ball from the pavilion end yesterday. Ball from our end with the new ball quite nicely. But he started using the new ball from the pavilion. And Sonny Baker, who came with the older ball yesterday, start with the second new ball. It all just looked a bit... It looked a bit amateurish for a while, and I look at that session, and I think we might be talking about it later on in the game. Is a huge momentum shift in this Test match.
Well, it was inexplicable. I just didn't understand the tactic at all, particularly bearing in mind that Archer wasn't bowling. You know, if you're going to bowl short and bowl like that, well, at least you do it when Archer can bowl. The fact that he wasn't bowling and then that the others had to do it, and the trouble with when you have a tactic like that, yeah, okay, you might get somebody holed out in the deep. They might flog one up in the air. But there's also a reasonable chance the ball's going to fly all over the place. And all you want at that stage, as Michael's saying, 3 overs, just control, let's get them done, get the new ball and just get these wickets out. I thought it was extraordinary tactic. Whoever thought of that at this level, you know, they're not stupid in there, but it was just, I cannot understand who could possibly have thought that was the right way to go about it this morning.
So what was worse, Jofra Archer not bowling or the bowling from the people that did bowl?
Well, no, I think he must have been told not to bowl. I think the physios, whatever. He bowled that 8-over spell. We know he's not Test match fit. We're pretty sure that he wouldn't have played in this match had the shenanigans of last week not happened. He'd have got himself fit. He would have bowled some more. So, I don't think it's him saying I'm not going to bowl. I think he's been told that we will knock these wickets over, Jofra. You don't have to bowl anymore. That was the plan. But the fact that they came up with bowling short when they know Jofra Archer isn't going to bowl, let alone bowl short, makes that tactic even more crazy in my view. I mean, if there's one person that's going to do it in that England side, it's Jofra Archer. He's not going to bowl. So why do they do it?
So are we talking about the captain here, the stand-in captain, Joe Root?
Well, I'll say as good a day that Joe had yesterday. I thought yesterday was magnificent. You know, the team had a poor moment and in the morning, and that's down to not just the captain. The captain comes up with the kind of the details of the plans, but the team just looked like, and they do it regularly this side, they just seem to lose that bit of concentration when it really matters. You know, the duck hit catch on the boundary, that is a massive moment in the Test match. That's just a lack of concentration on the boundary. I keep saying, I'm not one to say about anyone that dropped catches. I've dropped many myself, but I know from when I dropped them, it was purely down to concentration and not kind of being switched on to that moment at that given time. And they have done it continuously now for a period on this ground against India. Last summer, they just switched off, lost the Test match. Harry Brooks' innings, brilliant, then plays a poor shot. They have a habit of just switching off in Test match cricket, and it's costing them.
But it's also really difficult. If you have a tactic like that, similar to the tactic of putting everyone back when you've got an established batsman and a number 11, just I've seen once or twice, it's actually very hard to get it back again, really hard to restore normality because you've kind of played that card. And so whether it's bouncers or whether it's putting everyone back, which is a perfectly legitimate tactic and often works, but if it doesn't, it's very hard to get it back. And that's part of what's happened here today.
Yeah, we're being critical of England's bowling tactics, but what we haven't mentioned really and given him some praise for was a maiden Test 100 from Glenn Phillips, who actually came out last night and played really well and withstood that barrage from Jofra Archer and then took it on today.
Oh, I thought it was a really rounded 100. You're trying to use words, and someone said it's gritty. I was like, well, there was a gritty element of it. That tough 8 overs, he was gritty, and then there was some dynamic stroke play, which was classy, and then played the situation well. It was a really good all-round 100.
Yeah, I was talking to Cookie earlier and saying that we down the nether regions of the batting lineup never quite understand why batsmen like these two actually go out there and enjoy facing fast bowling and battling their way through it. But actually that innings shows exactly why batsmen do love it, because it's hard, it's painful. You're ducking and diving for your life. But you get 100, and when you get to that 100, the sense of satisfaction must be fantastic.
Well, because the modern player is very much geared to try and run towards the danger and put the bowlers under pressure. Glenn Phillips is very much a modern player. He's an aggressor, very good white ball player, T20 striker, but he's just played a Test innings that included power, finesse, timing the ball. But then the moment came when Jofra turned to the tactics of the short ball, and he played the short ball. Like in the 80s when I used to see Robin Smith ducking and weaving and swaying, just trying to get out of the way, seeing off a bowler. So it just shows you that,
just because you're a modern player and an aggressor, it doesn't mean you have to be like that all the time. No. There comes a period in Test match cricket. That's why we love this format. That you have to change the way that you play in terms of the situation of the game, the conditions, who's doing what tactics are coming up against you. I thought that was a perfect example for the modern player to just get stuck in and play that way.
But you'd also have known, New Zealand would have known that Archer wasn't actually match fit. He put 8 overs into his legs there, wore him out. You could say that actually the way that he played yesterday had an impact on what happened this morning as well. They wore him out.
Ben Stokes is going to play for Durham tomorrow, we think. All sorts of speculation about whether he's going to play in the next Test match or whether what's going to happen with the captaincy. Could you see a situation where Ben Stokes plays at Trent Bridge but doesn't captain the side?
Like if he resigns and stands down as the captain, absolutely that can happen. If he's not resigning, absolutely not. Surely he should be the captain. If he's going to play at Trent Bridge, England need Ben Stokes to captain. They need his leadership. They need his, obviously, all-round ability. Having an all-rounder just balances your tide. We talk about that all the time. But I've read a couple of stories just now that Ben Stokes potentially could be back, but just as the player, nonsense. I can't believe it. Unless he suddenly had a turn of thought and thought, right, I've done with the captaincy. I don't get a sense that that's going to be the case. If Ben Stokes is playing at Trent Bridge, he has to be the England captain.
If he's not the captain, then that means he's either resigned or he's been sacked. I mean, you can't just not be captain anymore, is it? It's like
I just don't understand why we're in a situation still. 2 days in, I know there's been an investigation today. I think they've been interviewed by the regulator. I just want to hear from the.
They've been interviewed today.
I believe Gus Atkinson and Ben Stokes have been interviewed today. Yeah. Now I just want to hear from the ECB. I want them to say publicly that Ben Stokes will be our England captain. He's our England captain. He's done some good stuff for the England side. I want him back, and we all want him back, don't we? Do you want him back, Simon?
Well, I think it's weird that people are talking about not being the captain in the future.
I just think it's staggering. Unless they're sacking him, give us a reason why.
It's again because we're in a vacuum. We're in a vacuum, aren't we? That's the problem. We're in a complete communication vacuum, and it needs to be something said. There needs to be information put out.
You didn't answer that question, Simon. You ask us the questions. We ask.
Well, that's my job, Alistair.
Every now and again, you've got to answer one, Simon.
Well, I'd like to know more about what happened first before you have all the evidence.
But that's what the board will say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but once you know everything, then you can make a decision and make a judgment, can't you?
Yeah, but that's what the ECB would say. We are still
the
waiting.
Story's moving, isn't it? It's gone from that he probably won't play next week to suddenly, and dare I just say, England's not had a great day, and suddenly Ben Stokes is coming back. Or maybe we're going to lose. We need him.
It's silly that they got interviewed today. What's happened the last 9 days? Why didn't they interview him 2 days after so they can get on with it?
Yeah.
Maybe the regulator's been away.
Yeah, he's on holiday.
It's a nice time to be away.
Okay, look, New Zealand all out for 391. So England had a little session before lunch. They got 15 for no wicket. There was nearly a run out before lunch. Duckett dabbing the ball into the offside. Gay would have been out. And then, of course, after lunch, when Duckett was playing really well, he'd made 36 or 25 balls. He was actually run out by Gay. Well, he's run out by Smith, but Gay made the decision to take the single. And actually, it kind of continued the pattern, which didn't continue later on. Actually, players just frittering their wickets away in this match. And actually, you could even criticise New Zealand a little bit because they chucked away 3 wickets today. They could have actually scored a few more, couldn't they, really?
Well, just look at all the scores. You've got Latham 27, Conway 9, Nichols 24, Ratchin 33, Mitchell 44, Blundell 51. And then you go to England's order, most players getting in a 36, a 53, a 9 for Jacob Ethel, 46, 24, 24. So it's a week when all the batters really have got in. And only Glenn Phillips so far has managed to get the 3 figures.
Yeah, well, it felt like it's going to cost England, isn't it? You don't win Test matches in the first innings if not one of your top 6 or 7 goes on and gets a score, and you build around it. And for everyone to get starts, I'm still looking at that wicket, and I think it's a really nice wicket to bat on.
Yeah.
The balls which Root and Brook missed today, they are going to be. Well, I know Joe will be, because I know him better. Be devastated that he missed it. It was a good bit of bowling, but it wasn't an outstanding bit of bowling. The odd away, the odd one in, and you actually saw him walking off in absolute disgust himself that he missed that ball.
Mm.
And I think they've missed an opportunity. A lot of batters here have missed an opportunity to go and get a score.
What about this keeper standing up, Bex? It's really interesting, isn't it? Because that was definitely that's a legacy from Nisa and Carey and the Ashes, isn't it? They've clearly looked at it and thought, right, Root and Brook, two fabulous batsmen.
Yeah,
they're vulnerable here.
Yeah, well, and I think look, Joe's incredible, but I think that's probably the way that teams will go. It's maybe a bit of bounce when he first goes in, just outside off something you can sometimes snick him up, but just kind of trapping him on the crease. But how do you keep him in the crease is by keeping the keeper up. You know, Harry Brook, I look at his technique and I think most teams around the globe now will just try and get Harry Brook playing forward defensive shots. Very, very difficult shot for Harry to play. That's why he moves around the crease a lot of the time, because I think his technique's not quite, the purest of techniques. He's quite a kind of unorthodox player. That's why he gives him that shot that he's hit over third for six. He's quite remarkable. I think he's sixth ball, but I think most teams now, Michael Nisa in Australia have started it, will look at Harry and go, yeah, if we've got skillful bowlers,
you have to have the right bowler, don't you?
You can't just do it with anyone.
No.
Matt Henry's world class, and Nathan Smith's probably been their pick of with O'Rourke today, the best of the two bowlers. But you need quality bowlers, you need consistency, and I think most teams now will go keeper up, try and make Harry Brook
and a decent
keeper
too.
Yeah, that helps as well.
Yeah.
Is it your hunch that spell from Matt Henry might have really pushed the course of the Test match decisively New Zealand's way? Those 2 wickets to get rid of Root and Brook in consecutive overs, LBW 177 for 5, England long way behind.
Well, it was more the fact that those two could have been the ones which got those big scores, which got England a lead, but that's not going to happen now. Like, England are going to scramble as many runs as they can. They need a morning like New Zealand had this morning to get close to New Zealand, just to keep them in the game. So those 2 wickets have certainly dented the chance of England being in a dominant position.
I think they've got to find a way of getting another 100. If they can, you then start to look at who's going to get the 10 wickets in the second innings. You've got Jofra Archer, who he struggled to bowl today. He's going to have to bowl again tomorrow. Matt Fisher, I don't think there'll be any more swing than we saw on day one. So at 80 odd miles an hour, you might have to use the keeper up tactic. And then obviously Josh Tong and who else is in the attack? I've lost one. Yeah, Sonny Baker on his debut. Who again, it'll be challenging to get the 10 wickets in the second innings. But you've got to give credit to New Zealand. They're a fighting team. I think the scrap yesterday without having the players going on to get the big score. And in Glenn Phillips, he's played a brilliant innings. He really has played nicely, and he's put New Zealand in a position that from here you'd have to say that New Zealand are favourites to win the game.
Yeah. But if England do lose the game, we will be talking about that first hour, won't we? Yeah, where they just seem to just toss it away.
What about England's approach? So we're looking at sort of pointers to how England are going to approach this summer. Lords was different because the pitch was so up and down; it was so unpredictable. Have we seen a kind of different approach from England today?
Harry's sixth ball.
Well, apart from the 6 of his 6th ball from this England batting lineup, they scored a 4 and over, and Duckett was breezy, wasn't he, before he was run out? And it might have been different actually if he'd stayed in, but.
I definitely, there's been a slight change of the tempo. We saw Duckett and Lords leaving his first 6 balls, or 5 of them at least. There's definitely been a change of tempo. There's not quite so much of that. We are putting the bowler under extreme pressure. They're not taking. We haven't seen too many charges down the wicket and hacking. And where we have seen that the last couple of years. Obviously, Gay is a very different player.
That's the thing. I mean, doing him at the top makes a bit of a difference as well. Yeah.
He's a different player, isn't he? He's looking to soak up pressure, occupy the crease, and knock the runs off rather than like a Crawley who was trying to put the bowler under pressure from ball 1. So yeah, there is a change of tempo, but it shows they still score.
I guess probably won't like what I'm going to say now, but I actually want Harry Brook to go ultra aggressive in this lineup, because I'm seeing now the Emilio Gaze who plays the convention well. Jacob Bess is just a batter. Joe Root obviously has got a pure game at number 6 now. James Frew, you saw it, is a compacted player. I've liked the way that Jordan Cox has looked, but he can go into a gear or two more than we've seen today. The last thing I would want Harry Brook to do in terms of getting out is getting out the way he got out today. I don't want to see Harry Brook getting out in that way. If anything, I'd rather see Harry Brook getting down and trying to lap it. I just think he's a better player. From what I've seen now over a few years, I think he's a better player when he's causing a bit of chaos.
But can't we have a blend of the two? Can't you have a situation in which actually he plays for the situation?
But I think today, if you look at the way that he got out, and he's got a debutant at the other end, and he knew he was the senior partner, and I think in his mind he probably thought, I've just got a bat now.
I think has got to play because I'm the senior kind of figure out here. I've got James at the other end. I've got Jordan to come at number 7. The last thing I want, and again, I don't want him to overcomplicate life. I don't want him to think too much.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if it works for Harry when he's thinking.
So how does he deal with the problem, though, of the keeper standing up and a bowler like Matt Henry?
Well, look, clearly he's got to iron out that technique. He's got to try and play a forward defensive. But, you know, someone like Harry Brook, I think he's got the game to be able to hit Henry off his length. You know, really strike him. We could launch him over mid-on. You know, I just want to see Harry Brook having the freedom and the game to be able to go and be flamboyant without thinking he's got to play conventionally in this lineup.
But
with the amount of conventional players that England have in this lineup, I want Harry to be the free spirit.
Yeah, but there's a time he's going to have to soak up a little bit of pressure. You've just lost Joe Root, and then you can't just try and whack the next ball. I think Varney summed it up well. I reckon, is he overthinking batting? So a lot of starts in Australia, lots of, I think only one time out of those 10 knocks did he not get double figures. He's getting out at the minute when he shouldn't be getting out in terms of you've done the hard work. So he's doing all the hard work, getting lots in, and then actually, is he overconfident? Is he now, you know, because of the talk about how he plays, he's then worried, oh, I can't play like this because Joe Root's got out. So he's already doing something he shouldn't be doing. What's the most important thing about batting? It's just concentrating.
Have you seen anything, Cookie? I mean, at Lord's second innings, he got out for naught. That nip back, it was a tough pitch, wasn't it? But that nip backer.
He just doesn't seem to react to that as well, does he? He doesn't move again. He doesn't. If you look at the wicket today, does his triggers and then just tries to hit the ball with the bat. It doesn't. There's no movement again. I think that is a little bit of a concern. Whether he feels with the keeper up or something there that he can't step into it. I'm amazed.
I want a short leg in there as well.
The keeper never.
Keeper up. Short leg.
You don't need to.
Yes,
He misses it anyway.
You get forward now with the short leg.
But he doesn't play forward defence.
He's going to be trying to, isn't he? He's going to be trying to get forward, get that man in there, boom, boom, out.
Oh, I just don't want. I don't want him to be sat in that dressing room really overcomplicating batting. Yeah. I think there's enough of us that have done that for many years, and it gets to you. I think he's quite a simple player that needs to look at that ball to strike. I think he plays better when he does that.
Let's hear from the New Zealand camp now. And Glenn Phillips, who made that fine 100 today, is with Daniel Norcross.
Glenn, massive congratulations. 100, your first Test match 100. Just give us an idea of what it felt like to raise your bat when it happened.
Yeah, it was obviously a special one. It's my dad's passing anniversary tomorrow, so that was pretty special. So one for him, and yeah, obviously to contribute for the boys as well was absolutely fantastic.
Have you been told that you're the third Kiwi to complete the set of T20 International 100 ODI and Test Match 100?
No, I haven't been told. You're the first to tell me, so that's really cool. Obviously, just trying to stick to my process, do my things, and the results are taking care of themselves, and just trying to take one day at a time.
Brendan McCullum and Martin Guptill are the other two. Brendan McCullum's here to watch it, but you have caused his team quite a lot of anxiety today because there was a great pugnacious knock. You came in with the team in a bit of bother. Did you deliberately take the attack to England both last night and again this morning?
Not necessarily. I think I was trying to stick to my process and make sure the other boys did what they do as well. Obviously, partnerships are incredibly key, and just trying to pounce on any misses that were given my way, ideally. But obviously, as Josh showed last night, it was very much about playing the ball on its merit, and then this morning again, just trying to do the same thing, and I got a few away.
Can you give us a little insight into what that was like last night against Jofra Archer? Because it was thrilling to watch. You didn't back down, but my goodness, I mean, it was coming at your head every 2 minutes.
Yeah, obviously there was a lot of fun. It was a great battle with him. We've had one earlier a couple of years ago, which obviously definitely brings fond memories back. And he's definitely hit me on the body a fair few times now. So I think he's definitely got a lot of welts on my body over the last couple of years. So it was a bit of fun. It was fantastic. I guess that's what Test match cricket is all about, that fight and that drive and that competition out in the middle.
Occasional glancing blow to the helmet as well, I noticed. But now this match is set up really well for New Zealand. I was going to say bounced back, but you kind of had a dominant day.
Yeah, I think the bowlers have been fantastic today. We were probably a little bit wayward to start and maybe missed a little bit full. Obviously, the bowlers don't necessarily try and miss full, but that was the case for a little bit, and I think they brought it back really well, especially the way Tezza and Smudge and Bohr and KJ bowled during that middle period, especially after tea. I think we really pulled the strings back, and obviously we got a few wickets to make that day finish nicely.
Was that planned to Harry Brook, bringing the keeper up? seems to really get him into his shell. Was that something you'd spotted in the Ashes, or from where?
I think it was probably more pitch dependent today. There obviously is a little bit of nibble and up and down off a length when you try and hit the stump. So if we can try to keep the guys that like to move out of their crease in their crease, obviously speaking as a batter myself, it's never comfortable to have a keeper up behind you. And maybe if that keeps them on the crease and allows that ball to nibble a little bit further before it hits their pads, that maybe brings those stumps into play a bit more. And I think Tezza and Smudge showed that today.
And lastly, with the game so well set up, you're plenty ahead here. But what sort of target would you be looking to set England? There's still a few days left in this game. Pitch doesn't seem to be deteriorating at the moment.
I think it's about taking it as long as possible, keeping England out in the dirt for as long as possible. And obviously that brings out the elements of fatigue as well. So hopefully if we can do that, but obviously we've got 4 wickets to take first. And then, it really seems like one of those pitches where if we can take it long, take it into the back end of day 5, then hopefully that gives us the best chance.
Glenn, congratulations today. Really well played.
Thank you very much.
Glenn Phillips, who made exactly 100, last man out today. England's leading scorer today was Emilio Gay with another half century. He made 53. He's also been speaking to Dan.
So Emilio, second 50 in 3 innings. You're rather taken to this Test cricket.
Yeah, it's obviously nice to contribute. Naturally, my first feelings of disappointment to not continue. I've had a pretty good conversion rate of recent years with county cricket, so slightly disappointed I couldn't convert today and stay in there. But yeah, I think I would have taken that a couple of weeks ago, leading into my first Test. So it's nice to contribute again and hopefully help the team build towards a decent score.
Quite a contrasting conditions between Lords and the Oval. I'm guessing you prefer these, don't you?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think every game brings its own challenges. I think the wicket naturally is probably better to bat on, of course, than Lords. But yeah, I think there's a little bit more bounce in this wicket, which kind of, you get value for your shots, but also if you play a loose shot or something, Nick's more likely to carry. So there's different challenges within this wicket, but I think the general feel is that the wicket is pretty good, and I think New Zealand batted really well. So hopefully we can try and, apply a bit more pressure tomorrow and build on the score.
Was your feeling that it was getting a bit better, the pitch, or staying much the same? I'm trying to look forward towards the back end of this game because England are going to be chasing. Do you expect it to get worse, the conditions, or stay much as they are?
From my experience of the Oval, it's pretty true surfaces, and they kind of, I feel like, stay pretty consistent throughout. We'll have to see how it pans out. I think, if anything, it's more of a credit to the bowlers. New Zealand, I think, have been relentless in their lengths and how they've bowled. Obviously, Ducky came out and was blazing it and put them under pressure. But I'll be honest, I found it pretty tough to put similar pressure back on. I had to absorb a little bit and try and wait and be patient for the balls to come in the right areas, because I feel as though their attack is so relentless and they hit the areas so well. Even though it's a good wicket to bat on, I feel like they can make it look as though it's a little bit tough work. And then with the lights and the conditions and the cloud a little bit coming over in the afternoon, that probably made it a bit more difficult. But I just think it's such a good cricket wicket. I struggle to see day 4, day 5 it be anything other than that.
You mentioned Ben's knock at 36. Got to ask you about the run out. What's your recollection of it?
I've tried to forget about it, but obviously I walked into the changing room. He was the first person I saw, so I apologised as many times as I could. But yeah, no, he just was very relaxed about it. I think almost the same thing happened before lunch with me. I think I just picked up the wrong fielder. I think anyone on the park other than Nathan Smith, well, he might have got a bit closer, but yeah, that unfortunately happens, and I just try to forget about it as quick as I could. But I think the biggest disappointment was how well he was batting. He looked just so at ease, so that was naturally disappointing. But again, that's part of the game, and unfortunately, it was my fault. I take full responsibility, but you've got to try and...
That's Emilio Gay. I think we got the gist of that from Emilio Gay. I mean, it's tough at the top of the order when you run out your partner. Alistair, what did you make of Emilio Gay today?
The same as I've made of him at Lords. He looks like a proper opener at the top of the order. He's got a technique where he scores, and I keep going back to scoring in the right areas. It looks like he can be consistent. He's quite right. He'd be disappointed getting out when he did, and it was a good bouncer. Without being, where they caught him by surprise, he got himself in a bit of a muddle.
Is that a worry though?
Well, it's again, it's one of those, isn't it? everyone gets out to the short ball at some stage because it's a ball that can get you out. You don't want a reputation to get out of a short ball, and then that's where the difference between international cricket and county cricket because people can do it and can expose that area. I know he's going to be tested now, same as James Rue, who got out doing it. So that is the thing. And the one other thing was like, and he mentioned it, the intensity of the relentless nature, the difference between county cricket and international cricket he's seen today. On a good pitch, bowlers give you less to hit. They still give you stuff to hit, and he's. But I up until that ball he got out to, I thought he was handling well. And yeah, you might not have the same strike rate. There might be times where you do have to soak it up a little bit, and he was soaking it up. So he played well, and we gutted it. He didn't go on.
And he had to handle the run out as well.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have known, actually. Here, the initial reaction you saw, and we heard on the stump mic, certainly when you're on the TV, that how much the New Zealanders were reminding him of it for the next 15, 20 minutes. As you do, you're kind of a free target from there, but he handled it well.
Alistair, thank you. Thank you to Jonathan and Michael as well. You can watch highlights on Today at the Test on BBC Two or BBC iPlayer now, or see clips on the BBC Sport website and app. We're back on air at 10 a.m. in the morning, but we can bring you more live cricket now with Scotland against West Indies at the Women's T20 World Cup, and we can join Anesha Ghosh.
Kirsty Gordon is in operation, and it's time to welcome all our listeners here in what is West Indies' second fixture of the tournament against Scotland. Both these teams are coming off victories, but Scotland have really done well to limit West Indies to 85 for 4 here. And of course, to all the listeners, follow every ball from every game of the 10th edition of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 on BBC TMS on BBC Sounds. Gordon up against Chanel Henry. And she feels it really well of her own bowling. It was firmly driven straight back to the bowler by Henry. On a 6-ball-4 is the tall West Indies all-rounder. Oh, loud appeal for leg before, looks absolutely plumb. Claire Polosak doesn't waste any time to raise her finger. She was a goner from the get-go. Chanel Henry shouldn't waste any time whatsoever reviewing that. But she does exactly so. What a delivery from Kirsty Gordon.
I'm a bit unsure here. We have got a player's review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet. It's a fair delivery. Looking at the split screen here.
That looks
Play it
really
forward,
close.
please.
You could see in the body language of the Scotland fielders for
Ball
those
is yet to
how
reach the bat.
confident
Play it
they
forward. Play it forward, please. Yet to reach the bat. Okay, see a gap on the left side. Play it forward.
And Janani
Can you play it one more time, please?
from India.
Yes,
the
take it
TV
forward. I
umpire.
see a gap on the left-hand side. Take it forward, please. A clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Take the ball until the pads. Satisfied, no bat involved. Let's move on to ball tracking, please.
Should be a straightforward decision for N. Janani from India, the TV umpire.
Waiting for ball tracking.
Chanel Henry is already shaking her head. A foregone conclusion for the West Indian all-rounder playing her first match of the tournament. It was perhaps the arm ball from the left-arm spinner, Kirsty Gordon. Just kept going with that line from the former England spinner, now applying her trade back with Scotland.
Seems to be taking an awfully long time to build this ball tracking, and we've seen that in a couple of instances with DRS reviews. We seem to be
Looking at the ball tracking here. Original decision is out. Pitching in line. Impact is in line. Wickets hitting. Claire, you can stay with your out decision. Stand by.
Jubilation
You're on
for
screen now. Signal out.
Scotland. Claire Polosak got that absolutely on the money, as she often does, and Kirsty Gordon has her first wicket to go with her 3-wicket haul from the previous game against Ireland. And all Chanel Henry can do in her first game of the tournament is walk back for a paltry 7-ball-4 with a solitary 4 to her name. West Indies slumped to 85 for 5 after 14.3 overs. And their sorry state of affairs with the bat today continue.
Yeah, I'm perplexed, actually. First of all, as to why Chanel Henry reviewed that. I suppose a little bit of hope must have come into it. But she took a long time to review, which suggests to me that she knew she didn't hit it, as was clear. I'm also perplexed by the way West Indies have approached this innings. So it's good that they're running well between the wickets, 37 singles and the 6-2s. That suggests good, energetic running, but they're just not finding the boundary, and this is excellent from Scotland. They're in with an incredibly good chance here. Stefanie Taylor's also playing her first game of the tournament, injury-prone, as we know, struggling with a lot of back issues. She's in the side, and she's going to have to do something really special here.
Gordon of a wicket-taking delivery up against Stefanie Taylor, new batter in, who, goodness gracious me, just pierces the gap between point and backward point, as though she has been batting for the entire course of the innings and the day even. Gets off the mark with a delectable square drive along the carpet, and it goes all the way for 4 runs. Beautiful from the senior stateswoman and fellow Gemini.
Yeah, that's fellow Gemini, you say?
Yes, June born, June 11.
Fellow to who? You?
Yes.
Aha!
Wavered from Kirsty Gordon. You can clearly see the effect of a boundary ball from one of the best spinners, left-arm spinners there is in this gallery of amazing and endless left-arm spinners in the tournament. Kirsty Gordon, a wide down the leg side to follow up on that boundary ball. Taylor plays this firmly along the carpet, cover-driven this time around. A single cut off by the long-off fielder to her left. That should inject some confidence in the proceedings with the bat for West Indies.
Yeah, well, Stefanie Taylor has just been there for a couple of deliveries, and her touch play is incredible. Her timing, exceptional so far. This is what West Indies have been struggling to do all day. So she's got 5 overs and a ball. Hopefully she bats for all of them for West Indies' sake. And you know, she could get them to something around 140, but I don't think that's enough.
Oh, this has been struck firmly by Jazara Claxton. The fielder at deep mid-wicket, struggling to intercept that one. 4 runs for Claxton. Important over for West Indies as they managed to eke out 2 boundaries. A wicket followed by 4 a wide, a single run, and 4 again. 15 overs gone, West Indies 95 for 5 with Stefanie Taylor on a 2-ball 5 with Claxton with identical score.
It's probably the first ground fielding error we've seen from Scotland. Darcy Carter on the boundary's edge there. She did well to put in the slide, wasn't able to stop the boundary, but it's really been tough going for West Indies. 10 fours, no 6s. And the no 6s part is really interesting to me. They're not able to play that power game that I guess we've become used to and that we saw Shemaine Campbell pull off against New Zealand. I was disappointed to see that she couldn't go on to score a second 50 because 17 years is a really long time.
So Fraser into a third over. Hello again.
Hello.
And this is tossed up, and a mistimed sweep will go dribbling off the Q end of the bat towards deep mid-wicket. Now, does that over change things? We shall find out.
I hope so. I want to see more runs, you know. I think the surface isn't bad. Actually, if I sit down, I can't see the whole field.
I know, we normally have sort of raised chairs here, but luckily I'm of a significant enough elevation. Is skeletally, I suppose.
I think you could just say taller.
I'm tall enough. What am I talking about? 96 for 5. Fraser is going to come round the wicket.
Yes, Fraser.
To the left-handed Claxton, who comes forward and will get 1 out towards deep cover. Scotland's field placements have been perfect, haven't they, today? They really have.
They have been, and I think that's why it's been so difficult.
Oh, overthrows, just the 1.
Just as we're praising them in the field. But I think that's why it's been so difficult for West Indies. They're not able to pierce gaps. They're not able to get the ball to the boundary. They have run pretty well between the wickets, which I've enjoyed. You know, we've seen a little bit of energy and an injection there, but this is definitely not where I thought they'd be.
This is short and slapped away. Square of the wicket on the offside. Long chase in front of the Western Terrace. They'll get just the 1 run, though. That's good work. Claxton moves to 8 from 4, 99 for 5, at 3 balls left of the 16th over. We're going to be discussing a cricketing legend during the break.
We are. I'm looking forward to that.
Susie Bates. Next delivery is played aerially. Oh, just out of the reach of the fielder at cover who dived for it. Bryce will move round. The Scotland skipper will prevent anything more than 2, but the 100 is up for West Indies, 101 for 5. Now, with just under, or just over 4 overs left, they could go at 10s. That 144 would feel like a very good score. 2 balls left of this over. And the next delivery is in, nudged away into the onside. That'll be 1.
Keep up! Good, Megan!
Keep up is the cry, and a rich Scottish